I am Elriz Vincent, a most ordinary Hufflepuff badger. Zotting hat. Ah, another black. Me? Geh. Potter, why do you regard me with such peculiar eyes? Professor Snape, I am not a Gryffindor, so why penalize me? Professor Lupin, why do you cast such a complex glance my way? Hagrid, do you have something to say to me? Little Black, why do you gaze at me with the same expression? Sirius Black? Who is that? I truly wish to be nothing more than an ordinary Hufflepuff. Chapter 1, The Prelude to My Tale. My name is Elriz Vincent, and I yearn to be an ordinary soul, one who quietly navigates the long journey of life. I was raised under the tender care of grandmother Stephen. My story begins many years ago, 11 years to be precise, on a dark and stormy night when my grandmother, peacefully resting at home, was awakened by an urgent knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found only a blood-stained gray coat wrapped around an infant still in swaddling. That infant was me. A child-forsaken grandmother said she was lonely, and her heart softened thus. She took me in and nurtured me until I turned 11. Grandmother Stephen's husband had passed away years prior, and her children tragically fell victim to World War II, leaving her to spend her twilight years alone in an empty old house. It was that knock that shattered the silence of her solitude. Like all curious children, I once asked grandmother, why did you name me Elriz? Why do I not bear the Stephen surname? Instead, I am a Vincent? When I approached the age of 10, grandmother divulged everything without reservation. She ascended the stairs, trembling as she retrieved the very gray coat that had once enveloped Menno, faded and pilled, yet not entirely tattered. From its inner pocket she produced a small blood-stained parchment. This parchment bore a tale, making it difficult not to ponder the events of that fateful night. As I held the slightly yellowed parchment, tracing the elegant script, the dark red stains had faded, leaving only faint brown marks etched by the passage of over a decade, yet my mother's words remained vibrant. My daughter, Elriz Vincent, I shall love her eternally. Forgive me for my abrupt departure. Dear daughter, I will always watch over you. Happy birthday. Grandmother, holding me close, explained that Elriz is derived from a constellation in the heavens, and as she found me at the end of March, my birthday is on the 25th born. In March, coincidentally, my zodiac sign is Aries. I have often lamented my mother's choice to abandon me, questioning why she left me behind. Yet I have forgiven my mother. Orphaned and bereft of kin, my birth remains shrouded in obscurity. I am a child discarded, having endured a less than favorable childhood, mocked by other children blessed with parents. Yet I am aware that I am not alone. I have my loving grandmother, and I know my mother loves me. She named me, designated my birthday, and acknowledged me as her daughter. I apologize. I cannot help but blame her simultaneously. I feel fortunate for her decision, for had it not been so, I would not have encountered the most genuine love from the world's finest grandmother. When grandmother gently inquired about my dreams and aspirations for the future, I earnestly responded, expressing my desire to become a painter, a chef, a seamstress, a novelist, a magician, and so forth. However, being a wizard was not among my options. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chairman of the Wizarding Association, and a first-class sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Miss Vincent, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your OWL's response by July 31. St. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. At the age of 11, I received a peculiar letter. You might not believe it, but it was not discovered in a mailbox. Rather, it was delivered by an owl that frequently collided with glass windows. Do people still use owls as postmen? The head of the Animal Management Office would be appalled. This letter was formal, akin to an acceptance notice, yet its content was more ludicrous than a 5-year-old's Halloween prank. After all, magic exists only in the delightful tales spun before children's dreams. By the age of 5, I had dismissed the existence of Santa Claus. As for wizards, I had never heard of such a school, thus I chose to disregard it, setting it aside. The owl ceased its visits. Perhaps it gave up. I thought it might have been a whimsical jest played by someone. However, should you happen to witness a lattice visit, this lady appeared to be of similar age to my grandmother, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and draped in a dark green velvet cloak, her elegance rivaling that of Queen Elizabeth. I am quite serious. If you saw this lady at your doorstep, you would soon realize this was no harmless jest, for I experienced it firsthand. That lady was none other than the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall. Upon our first encounter, I mistakenly believed she was a friend of my grandmother, observing her exterior striking blend of uniqueness and elegance, a rarity in today's world. Yet, Professor McGonagall explained that this is how wizards dress. Surprisingly, although grandmother did not know Professor McGonagall, they engaged in lively conversation, and to my astonishment, grandmother approved of my enrollment, allowing me to become a new student at Hogwarts. Naturally, my grandmother and I conversed with Professor McGonagall regarding my newfound identity as a witch. Professor McGonagall was exceptionally kind, clearly a patient and diligent teacher. I watched as she rose unhurriedly, stepping back to retrieve a wand from the depths of her ample robe. Then with a gentle wave bang, a cluster of orchids and a flurry of sparrows materialized out of thin air. Initially, I considered arguing that such tricks could be performed by magicians. However, Professor McGonagall simply smiled knowingly, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a living grey tabby cat. That moment, I had no choice but to believe, for a magician cannot become a cat. And yet, this very cat transformed back into Professor McGonagall. I had always thought my ability to levitate objects and shatter vases from a distance was a magician's talent. Not anymore. This was a wizard's gift. How marvelous it is that a little girl who did not believe in wizards was, in fact, a young witch. Fortunately, my grandmother does not adhere to Christianity. For within the church, witches are denounced as the epitome of evil, a devil's incarnation. Wait, is Santa Claus real? I have become a first-year student at Hogwarts, escorted by Professor McGonagall to Diagon Alley, a wondrous place far more enchanting than the mundane and dreary shopping streets I once knew. Here, I procured an array of essential items for my studies, alongside the delectable Florian Fortescue's ice cream. Moreover, Professor McGonagall graciously assisted me in acquiring a delightful little brown owl. Initially, she intended to gift me a cat, for which I am immensely grateful. With this owl, I can continue my correspondence with Grandma Stephen. After my departure, I know she will feel lonely, and I will deeply miss her. I named this charming and fluffy little owl Stara. It let out a cheerful hoot. Could that possibly indicate its approval of the name? As its name suggests, star embodies the essence of a celestial body. I have always held a fondness for stars. Perhaps there lies an inherent magic within names. In addition to my owl, I acquired a splendid wand crafted from fir wood, with a core of phoenix feather. Mr. Garrick Ollivander, the wand seller, proved to be quite an intriguing character, imparting a profound truth that I found enlightening. It is the wand that chooses the wizard. Upon boarding the Hogwarts Express, I met Hannah Abbott, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. They are all remarkable individuals, and I find myself quite fond of them. Hannah is a shy yet adorable girl. Neville is a somewhat befuddled boy, and Hermione is exceptionally intelligent, and I connect with her splendidly. I cannot fathom anyone more eager to learn than she is. She's destined for a place at Oxford, surely to become a doctor. Arriving at Hogwarts, I was captivated from the very first glance that I instantly fell in love with the castle and Professor McGonagall, as well as an elderly gentleman adorned in a purple robe embellished with stars, the legendary Professor Dumbledore, whose presence was utterly mesmerizing. I stepped up to the platform and donned the sorting hat. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Which house would I be placed? Quite unremarkable, a faint voice echoed within my mind, that I felt an overwhelming urge to cast aside this tattered and dusty hat, that a rather ordinary girl, sincere, compassionate, and loving. Hufflepuff would suit you well. Diligent, though Ravenclaw appears to be a fine choice as well. Oh, wait a moment, is your surname Vincent? I recall a Vincent in Ravenclaw, a remarkably clever and scholarly girl. I was taken aback, unable to comprehend the sorting hat's words. How peculiar, how very peculiar, yet I believe you resemble a Blackmore, certainly Gryffindor. What is your connection to that Black, the one who threatened to burn me? Rather than being a Vincent, your soul aligns more with a Black. Do you truly bear the surname Vincent and not Black? I? Sorting hat, I assure you my surname is Vincent, not Black, I replied anxiously, suppressing the urge to inquire about my parents. It struck me as odd. Generally, one inherits the surname of their father, yet I had not considered that it could also stem from my mother. Discovering my parental lineage from a millennium-old sorting hat was a novel yet urgent experience, and I yearned to learn more about my father, my mother. Could they be the Vincent of Ravenclaw and the Black of Gryffindor? Had they also attended Hogwarts? Were my parents wizards as well? Enough. Enough. Do not dwell on such trivial matters. These questions will surely overwhelm you, Miss Vincent. I know, while Ravenclaw is commendable, a glance into your little mind has already revealed the house that suits you best. The sorting hat chuckled softly, interrupting my reverie before suddenly proclaiming with fervor, Hufflepuff. As I descended from the platform, my initial anxiety transformed into an unexpected surge of restlessness and unease. A Black? Am I truly a Black? Chapter 2. The ordinary audience. In her childhood, Elriz had the opportunity to witness a theatrical performance of Hamlet alongside her grandmother, Stephen. She was instantly captivated by a particular line uttered by Hamlet. The obscure dialogue, vibrant characters, and intricate plot proved challenging for the young Elriz to comprehend. However, the inability to grasp the play's nuances mattered little, for she was already entranced, deeply immersed in the splendid narratives of Shakespeare. Whether it was the justice-seeking Hamlet, the unscrupulous Claudius, or the innocent and kind Ophelia, she found herself enamored. After the play concluded, her grandmother, Stephen, affectionately inquired, "Do you wish to be the protagonist, my dear El?" To which the young Elriz shook her head with surprising firmness, asserting, "No, Grandma, I only aspire to be an audience member." Stephen raised an intrigued eyebrow and gently patted her head. "Why is that, my little El?" Elriz looked up, raised her chin, and with her large, Pure Eyes declared. Because I want to share the joy of watching the play with you. Performing on stage would prevent that. Her melodious voice and innocent words brought a smile to the elderly Stephen's face, her wrinkles seemingly smoothing out, and she affectionately grasped the little girl's hand. In return, the understanding young Elriz tiptoed to embrace her beloved grandmother. Indeed, Elriz wished solely to be an audience member, one among the thousands of ordinary spectators. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, Elriz discerned who the protagonists were, who the supporting characters were, who the villains were, and who operated behind the scenes. At the tender age of 11, she appeared to possess talents, unique insights, and peculiar thoughts that others might not recognize, reminiscent of the ethereal and eccentric Luna Lovegood, who unexpectedly struck up a conversation with Elriz. Their first encounter occurred during the second year, atop the astronomy tower. At that time, Elriz had just visited the Ollery, enlisting her small owl to deliver a letter to Stephen, and casually gazed at the stars from the observatory when she fortuitously met Luna. You are remarkable. You are the first person I've met at Hogwarts who hardly seems bothered by the Nargles, Luna remarked to Elriz. Nargles? What are Nargles? Although Elriz was somewhat bewildered by the term, she politely thanked Luna. I like you. You give me a sense of familiarity. In a manner that defied ordinary conventions. Luna sat beside Elriz, her gaze fixed on the distant sky. It's quiet here, devoid of Nargles. Elriz unexpectedly scrutinized Luna, finding her peculiar, yet not at all disagreeable. I quite like you too. Your carrot earrings are fascinating. You seem destined to be a protagonist, was Elriz's initial thought. But for now, I'm merely a supporting character, right? May I call you El? I am Luna Lovegood, Luna replied, looking back at her with a gentle smile. Elriz felt a mix of surprise and familiarity, an indescribable sensation. Yes, Luna, I am Elriz Vincent. El is fine. It seems you're entangled with Nargles? Luna chuckled, continuing to gaze vacantly into the vast expanse before her. Elriz cherished the tranquil moments spent with Luna. You too shall become a protagonist, El. However, Elriz did not catch Luna's final, faint words, which seemed to dissolve into the air. Luna had her own perspectives, while Elriz possessed hers. They shared commonalities, a resonance of souls, yet remained fundamentally distinct individuals. Elriz perceived her daily experiences at Hogwarts as an immersive theatrical production, with the indomitable boy, Potter, as the central figure, along with the astute Hermione and the red-haired Weasley, who were equally indispensable to the narrative. There were numerous supporting characters, including her acquaintance Neville Longbottom, whom Elriz felt would someday become an extraordinary person. Then there was her fondness for the quirky Luna, who seemed destined for greatness from the moment they met. She held great respect for her professors and heads of houses, and even Draco Malfoy from Slytherin was included, along with her favorites Hagrid and Fong, as well as the owls, portraits, and even the tattered Sorting Hat itself. Countless supporting characters filled the narrative, too many to be recorded on a single parchment. Yet they constituted an integral part of the intricate ensemble behind the scenes of the Hogwarts play. Who were the villains? Aside from Voldemort, it was to her surprise Professor Quirrell from her defense against the dark arts class, adding an unexpected twist to the story. But who was the director? Elriz was uncertain. During her first year, the uproar surrounding the incident with Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone made her friend Hermione a notable figure at Hogwarts. Upon understanding the circumstances, Elriz applauded wholeheartedly for Hermione's courageous and outstanding performance. When Headmaster Dumbledore publicly awarded Potter, Hermione, and Weasley an additional 50 points during the House Cup announcement, she clapped enthusiastically. When Neville received an extra 10 points, her hands turned red from applause. Indeed, Neville would become remarkable. Elriz relished being an audience member, delighting in the splendid performances of the protagonists. When she glanced up at the sudden transformation of the banners in the Great Hall, as the headmaster casually directed, the noble silver and green flags were swiftly replaced by vibrant red, signifying Gryffindor's unexpected victory over Slytherin in the House Cup. At that moment, she realized who the true director was, Albus Dumbledore. Elriz understood that a captivating conclusion was often fraught with complexities of love and hatred. Gryffindor rejoiced, Slytherin expressed discontent, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff remained indifferent. Every conclusion elicited varying reactions and opinions, but who possessed the power to determine the course of the ending? Undoubtedly, she was certain that her headmaster was an extraordinary director, a role that none could fulfill as adeptly as Dumbledore. This was her conviction. As she ascended to her second year, the whispers of the Chamber of Secrets, the heir of Slytherin, Potter's Parseltongue, the Moaning Myrtle, the lackluster Professor Lockhart, and the tale of the Basilisk, along with Hermione's petrification and the Weasley family's daughter, all contributed to a series of mysteries that rivaled the previous year's events with Professor Quirrell. These occurrences seem to further solidify the roles of protagonists and supporting characters, with an increasing number of supporting figures involved, and some facing unfortunate fates. After all, was Professor Lockhart truly a Ravenclaw? Elriz harbored profound doubts regarding that. She would wager a galleon that even Rowena Ravenclaw herself could not bear to witness such incompetence, and Miss Grey was equally dissatisfied, often spotted in the library, a pale ghost in a state of restless agitation. But what of Elriz? She merely aspired to be an observer, unremarkable and mediocre, with neither commendable accomplishments nor outstanding performances. Elriz would forever remain a spectator, as she had firmly established her self-identity. A quintessentially adequate Hufflepuff, Elriz relished her role as an onlooker. Her fondness for the gossip and intrigues of Hogwarts was only one facet of her preference. It allowed her to evade being called upon in Professor Snape's potions class, to clandestinely venture into the Forbidden Forest to observe Hagrid and Fong, to converse with the ghosts, or to embark on late-night escapades through secret passages, or to seek solace in the Hufflepuff kitchen to quell her hunger. She could engage in conversations with Hermione, Neville, Hannah, and Luna, or enjoy the splendid scenery of Hogwarts in solitude, immersing herself in the pursuit of fascinating magical knowledge. Regardless of her actions, she would not attract attention, would she? For she was but an observer. Elriz reveled in this existence, for it was the only way she felt truly alive. Each day, she attended classes and shared meals with Hannah. Whenever time permitted, she would discuss academic papers with Hermione. If questions arose in herbology, she would seek Neville's unique insights that always illuminated her understanding. And finally, she would stargaze with Luna, cherishing moments of tranquil comfort. As night fell, she would accompany Hannah to the Hufflepuff kitchen, bringing back delightful snacks to their dormitory, where they would chat, sketch, write letters, and even discuss Shakespeare's plays together, crafting an ordinary yet fulfilling daily life. A tangible routine, a genuine life. For Elriz desired nothing more than to be an ordinary person. Her wish was to quietly traverse the long journey of life. Such a simple aspiration. Moreover, she cherished the Hufflepuff crest and its yellow and black hues, and she adored her house's kitchen, grateful to Merlin, no, most especially to Helga Hufflepuff, for the proximity of the dormitory to the kitchen was truly a blessing. However, everything changed when she ascended to her third year. It was as if the tragic core of Shakespeare's Hamlet, reminiscent of betrayal, began to unveil itself, casting shades of gray and despair, intertwining different muted hues into her existence. Grandmother Stephen had passed away. Her beloved grandmother who had nurtured her into adulthood, the sweetest soul, was gone, and she felt as though she had returned to a solitary reality. Elriz could no longer bear to watch this performance. She exited the audience. Luna remarked to her, "There's a white, translucent nargle on your head. It's my first time seeing such a nargle, and I don't dislike it." Chapter 3. Preparations for the opening. Upon hearing Luna's words, Elriz instinctively reached up to feel her head, searching for the nargle Luna had mentioned. Yet, she only brushed against her hair and a patch of air. However, Luna seemed more delighted. "Thank you, El. I always believed nargles were untouchable, unaffected. But it appears I was mistaken. Your nargle has become somewhat more translucent after being touched." Luna appeared even more eccentric, and Elriz did not mind. Rather, she was glad that Luna was happy. "Are you afraid of death, El?" Luna suddenly inquired. Elriz was momentarily taken aback into silence. Luna's abrupt question caught her off guard, and only after the eccentric girl reiterated her query did she ponder for a moment before responding. "I am afraid, Luna, but what terrifies me the most is the arduous process of accepting death." She smiled bitterly. "It seems you have found your answer, have you not, El? The nargle atop your head is even more translucent than when I first saw it." Luna's gaze became unfocused, and she turned away from her friend, speaking to herself as she drifted off, her ephemeral words fading into the air. Only Elriz remained, lost in thought. Luna's intuition remained frighteningly sharp. Grandmother Stephen had died during the summer, passing away with Elriz by her side. She had witnessed her grandmother's final moments, and it left her feeling utterly dejected and despondent. In class, she maintained her usual demeanor, steady and unremarkable, indistinguishable to those around her. Yet her friends, who truly knew her, noticed her listlessness. Neville gifted her a beautiful orchid. Hermione enveloped her in an embrace. Luna employed her unique methods to comfort Elriz, often dragging her into the Forbidden Forest to see the Thestrals. And Hannah, well, she stayed by her side unwaveringly, offering constant companionship. It was precisely Hannah's steadfast presence that made Elriz aware of the subtle, yet discernible changes in her demeanor. Her dear friend was no longer the same Elriz she once knew. In Hannah's eyes, ever since ascending to her third year, Elriz had begun to rise late. Citing nightmares as the reason, she was unaware that her friend had even enrolled in divination classes. Elriz no longer paid attention to school affairs. Even the infamous Harry Potter and the Dementors, or the new defense against the dark arts professor, Remus Lupin, went unnoticed. At times, Elriz would stare at the wanted poster for Sirius Black for an extended period. Hannah was deeply concerned for her. One day, upon waking, Hannah overslept and discovered that Elriz had as well. The first to awaken, Hannah intended to rouse her, but she did not anticipate that Elriz, lost in a dream, was in such distress, murmuring softly and uttering strange phrases. Upon hearing her mumblings, Hannah was taken aback for a long while. Ultimately she woke her, observing the confusion on Elriz's face upon awakening. As Elriz's friend, Hannah could no longer bear to overlook her peculiar state. She attempted to revive her spirit, rehearsing a play in a manner Elriz would enjoy. She knew Elriz was enamored with Shakespearean dramas, so they practiced together for quite some time. In the third year at Hogwarts, the atmosphere was tumultuous. Elriz learned of a prisoner escaping from Azkaban, the events involving Potter and the Dementors, as well as the new defense against the dark arts professor, Lupin, all of which Hannah relayed to her, as these matters had become common knowledge at Hogwarts. Potter, as expected, was once again the protagonist. Had it been in the past, she would have relentlessly questioned and analyzed the events, dissecting who was the lead and who was the supporting cast, and speculating on the new characters. Yet this time, Elriz exhibited a disinterest in the school gossip. Thus, Hannah remarked, "You've changed." When had this transformation occurred? Elriz was uncertain. Was it when she became entirely alone after her soul grandmother departed? What was it like to witness the passing of the one who had raised her? To watch grandmother Stephen draw her last breath? To feel the grip of the hand she had always held gradually loosen until it slipped away? Grandmother Stephen had departed with a smile, at peace. Elriz felt lost, distressed, and helpless, enveloped in a prolonged gloom. The one who could share in her joys was no longer present. Sitting alone in the audience lost all meaning, for she was truly by herself. She had left the audience. From the moment she learned to read, Elriz had accepted her identity as a solitary child, but due to grandmother Stephen's love, she was never truly alone. However, with her grandmother's passing, she seemed to regress to that painful time when she was unable to fit in with her peers, relegated to watching others' joy from the sidelines, alone. Elriz had grown accustomed to it. Somehow, she recalled a conversation with her grandmother that transpired after watching Hamlet, when her grandmother had inquired whether she wished to be the protagonist. At that time, she had expressed her reluctance to assume such a role, and that dialogue had a lingering aftermath. Grandmother Stephen had told her, "Little Elriz, rather than merely sharing joy with you, I yearn to witness you shine upon the stage." Is that so, Grandma? Ever since the passing of grandmother Stephen, Elriz had begun to dream frequently, which was entirely normal. Everyone dreams. However, to continually experience the same dream was peculiar. She perpetually envisioned the Sorting Hat, which proclaimed her to be a Black, asserting that her father was indeed a Black. She had stared for an extended period at the face of Sirius Black, a fugitive in the Daily Prophet, lingering over his name as if it were a spell. Black. Black, Black. The word seemed to burn her eyes deeply. Sirius Black, whose name, like that of Ares Elriz, was also derived from a constellation, was the brightest star in the Canis Major constellation, known as the Dog Star. An idea began to take root in her heart, akin to an indomitable seed sprouting, ultimately entangling her in a shroud of mist. Could her father truly be a Black? Elriz had perused the Daily Prophet for what felt like an eternity, enough for the paper to become tattered, more wrinkled than a waterlogged parchment. Was she the daughter of a murderer? Life continued as usual. Elriz attended divination class with Hannah, alongside Gryffindor, where they encountered a mysterious new professor, Sybil Trelawney, who was indeed quite enigmatic. She could be described in theatrical terms as a pivotal character in a drama. In truth, Hermione was rather displeased, for the new professor spoke in riddles, ominously declaring that Potter would meet his demise and that Neville would shatter a teacup. Yet, shortly thereafter, Neville did indeed break a teacup. Elriz, however, found Trelawney to be quite fascinating. When this enigmatic divination professor set her eyes upon Elriz's teacup, she reacted with a scream akin to her response upon seeing Potter's cup. Ominous. A great black dog. You too have foreboding. My heavens, child. Your fate is so dramatic and tumultuous. You cannot refuse it. You shall be a key, a pivotal point of destiny. Sybil Trelawney declared with fervor. I have seen it. Look, turn the cup a sword. Child, you wield the sword of Damocles. You will pay a price. That noble blood flows eternally within you. The cost is that you shall no longer be ordinary. You will be scrutinized by darkness. You will be in the spotlight, just as you are now. All eyes in the divination classroom were fixed upon Elriz. Stunned, Elriz found herself, in a peculiar way, holding the mysterious professor in even greater esteem. Trelawney merely muttered to herself as she moved on to the next person's cup. Yet no one in attendance paid heed to the eccentric professor. Instead they all, without exception, gazed at the bewildered Elriz. Hannah looked at her in disbelief. Hermione appeared even angrier, a blend of discontent and astonishment. Potter regarded her with an odd expression. Neville and Weasley stared at her in a daze. No one had anticipated that two individuals would receive ominous predictions in this class. The renowned savior Harry Potter and the virtually invisible Hufflepuff. Many seemed to realize Elriz's presence, as if it were the first day of school. Ron Weasley was off to the side making sarcastic remarks, not even knowing her surname. After class, Hermione hurriedly sought out Elriz with Potter and Weasley in tow, prompting Elriz to first tell Hannah to wait a moment. "What's the matter?" Hermione urged. "Calm down and explain slowly." That professor is a lunatic. Don't believe her. Divination is all smoke and mirrors." "I think that statement should be directed towards Potter, Hermione. He needs to hear it more than I do." Harry flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hermione, perhaps we can discuss this after Transfiguration class. It's almost time, all right? Then I'll come find you after class." "Very well, Hermione." Thus, Elriz and Hannah proceeded to their Transfiguration class, with Hermione and Potter accompanying them since their next class was also shared with Gryffindor. During Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration lesson, Hermione broached the subject of Professor Trelawney's ominous predictions. Before Hermione could finish her thought, Professor McGonagall interrupted her. "I am aware, Miss Granger. Sybil predicts the death of a student each year, yet it never comes to pass. Now tell me, who is it this year?" "Harry, feeling somewhat anxious, replied, me. Our Mr. Potter." But before McGonagall could complete her sentence, Weasley eagerly interjected, "Professor, it's not just one. There's also Miss Vincent." Elriz vowed it was the first time she had ever despised Ron Weasley's incessant chatter. McGonagall paused, regarding Elriz with a look of astonishment. "So there are two students this year? Oh, that's all right. Nothing to worry about. You won't die. Good luck to you, Mr. Potter and Miss Vincent." McGonagall's words did little to soothe the anxiety in Harry and Elriz's hearts. Elriz bid farewell to Hannah and met Hermione as arranged. Don't take that prophecy seriously. Hermione, me truly fine." Elriz gazed at Hermione's worried expression, persistently reassuring her. "You cannot say that. Hermione, didn't you hear Harry say he saw a great black dog?" "Shut up, Ron. That kind of black dog can be found anywhere on the street." Vincent. A black dog, have you seen one?" Harry stammered. "I think, Potter, I have seen one." "You see, Hermione, Vincent says she has." "Ron Weasley, you'd better be quiet." Observing her friend's exasperation, Elriz raised an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to smile, and, adopting a tone reminiscent of Professor Trelawney, teased Hermione. "Didn't you see one as well?" This left Hermione looking utterly bewildered. "Weasley, actually you've seen one too." Ron's expression mirrored Hermione's confusion. "Vincent, what do you mean?" Harry rushed forward to inquire. "Didn't you see it with Hagrid? I often play with Fong. I adore Fong." Elriz chuckled, delighting in the amusing reactions of the three Gryffindor lions. "What? Fong? Oh, how could I not have realized? Fong is also a great black dog." Elriz's words unexpectedly calmed the three excitable lions. However, she refrained from disclosing that she had indeed encountered another large black dog in the Forbidden Forest. This had occurred shortly after the school year commenced when Elriz had been with Luna, having just finished watching The Nightmare. After parting ways, she had intended to visit Hagrid, but unexpectedly spotted Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, scampering away with a snack at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. She hurriedly followed, fearing that if it encountered misfortune in the woods, Hermione would be quite distressed. Then Elle witnessed the ginger-colored cat placing snacks on the ground, while in the distance, a gaunt black dog stood guard, barking incessantly at her. Undeterred, she retrieved a sandwich from her bag, brought over from the kitchen, and tentatively laid it on the ground. It was as if fate had orchestrated a serendipitous encounter, for she was soon to befriend the large black dog. Frequently, Elle would meet with it, continuing to present delectable sausages and chicken legs, quietly observing the dog's voracious feasting. Once it had finished, Elle seated herself on the ground and performed a silent charm, watching with satisfaction as its fur transformed into a clean and sleek coat. "I wish to bestow a name upon you, for I must call you something, may I?" Elle inquired, gently stroking its head. The dog seemed to comprehend her words, responding with a soft bark. "Little Black. Blake." The dog erupted into sudden barking, leaving Elle momentarily uncertain of its approval or disapproval. Not wishing to dwell on it, she adopted the name, and as the dog's barking trailed off, she laughed joyfully. We must find a better place to meet. I cannot always venture into the forbidden forest to see you. It is far too perilous, little Black. Elle recognized the intelligence of the dog. It could understand human speech, leading her to the Whomping Willow, where the once violent tree stood still, appearing no different from an ordinary tree. The dog then guided her into a hidden passage beneath its branches. Elle felt as if Little Black were a supporting character capable of reversing the plot's direction. Yet, she did not perceive Little Black as the ominous figure Professor Trelawney had described. Chapter 4, Scene 1. Today, Elle had a dream, a most extraordinary and vivid one. In this dream, she found herself in a strange place, surrounded by dilapidated doors and floors, dust-laden tables, and claw marks on the walls. Suddenly, a term sprang to mind, the Shrieking Shack. How peculiar. She had never been here. How could she know it was the Shrieking Shack? Why would she dream of it? The Shrieking Shack appeared odd, reminiscent of an old photograph from the last century, its overall hue a blurry brownish-gray, with the moonlight outside the windows shining far too brightly. Even more piercing than the sunlight of day. Something was decidedly amiss. Then, Elle heard a strange sound, akin to a man's hoarse cries, which morphed into barks, squeaks of mice and faint howls, ultimately coalescing into the sounds of many voices conversing. She thought she heard Hermione's voice, the roaring of a Weasley, and Harry's anguished cries. Finally, silence enveloped the scene. After a long while, the sound returned, transforming into a low whisper, repeating her name. Elle turning around as instructed. She instinctively obeyed and beheld a gaunt face, disheveled black hair falling to the shoulders, and an unkempt appearance adorned with tattoos. Elle was uncertain why she scrutinized this person so closely, even perceiving the madness reflected in their gray eyes. This face was achingly familiar. How could she not recognize it? It was the visage of a wanted man from the Daily Prophet, the haunting image of Sirius Black, the Azkaban fugitive, forever etched in her memory. Instinctively she recoiled. With every step back she took, the man advanced closer. When her back pressed against the wall, Sirius stood merely a step away. Elle. What did Sirius's voice sound like? She had conjured countless imaginings, yet it resonated deeper and raspier than she had envisioned, imbued with an enchanting quality that evoked a sense of ethereal detachment. Why do you call my name? She challenged the prisoner in her dream. Sirius stepped closer. Why did she feel no fear? The man before her was a murderer, responsible for the destruction of an entire street, having escaped from Dementors and numerous Aurors, the first to break free from Azkaban. Was it because she was dreaming? In this realm he was not real? Or could he truly be her father? Sirius seemed to sense her thoughts, murmuring incessantly, I am innocent, Elle. It was Peter. That rat must be caught. Don't come closer, Moonface. My daughter. The dream began to unravel, the Shrieking Shack fracturing piece by piece, while Sirius's voice grew more fragmented and ethereal, condensing from sentences into mere words. Eliza Black. Elle. It felt as if her cheek had been forcefully slapped. The bizarre dream and the screams in her ears jolting her awake. As she opened her eyes, the first sight that met her was the anxious face of her friend, magnified with worry. Hannah? Elle struggled to rise, momentarily dazed as she gazed out the window at the sky, painted with streaks of pale gray, the fog-laden clouds motionless, the distant horizon still aglow with remnants of orange. Hannah, have I overslept again? She asked, pressing a hand to her head, feeling a twinge of dizziness. Elle. What's wrong? No matter how I called you, you wouldn't wake up, Hannah fretted. Me fine, Anna. I think I had a nightmare. An absurd yet hauntingly real one. It's nothing. 7 seconds, and dreams fade swiftly. Elle, relieved by Hannah's reassurances, she grasped Elle's hand, urging her to rise from bed. Hurry and wash up, Elle, we're going to miss breakfast. But Hannah, that dream, I remember it vividly. Throughout the day, Elle found herself distracted, even her beloved ham and cheese sandwich barely tempting her appetite. Hannah watched with concern, attempting to entice her with more appetizing fruits, hoping she would eat at least a morsel. Elle understood Hannah's kindness, and not wanting to disappoint her friend, managed a forced smile. She speared a chunk of mango with her fork, placing it into her mouth, ultimately displaying a semblance of comfort. Yet the mango, which should have been crisp and sweet, tasted as if she were chewing wax. She could eat no more. Today, Elle was in a visibly worse state than before. Her face had grown thinner, haunted by the lingering presence of the Azkaban prisoner from her dream. She had not slept soundly in days, dark circles under her eyes stark against her pale complexion, and her long, dark, curly hair lay neglected. This was troubling. The next class was potions. Elle endeavored to muster her spirits. She did not wish to endure Professor Snape's venomous scrutiny or risk points for Hufflepuff. Fortunately, her presence remained so negligible that Professor Snape overlooked her entirely, casting only a cursory glance at her potion assignment before hastily marking it with a large, unremarkable stroke of dragon blood ink that would never fade. Elle was immensely grateful that Professor Snape had still managed to ensure her passing grade. However, it was evident that Snape was quite impartial, genuinely evaluating each student's potion assignment with precision. After class, Hannah endeavored to engage her friend in more stimulating topics to uplift her spirits. Elle, I've heard that the defense against the dark arts class is rather intriguing, don't you think? Are you looking forward to it? Elle. This time we will be attending with Ravenclaw. Elle. They say Professor Lupin is wonderful. He seems quite amiable. Elle. I will definitely visit Hogsmeade and bring you back a plethora of sweets. Elle. Look. The Weasley twins just invented these canary creams. Elle. I heard that Buckbeak is facing execution. Wait, what? What did you just say? Hannah Buckbeak? Why? She abruptly halted, finally coming to her senses, questioning Hannah with disbelief. Buckbeak. The hippogriff and one of Hagrid's companions, was also a friend of Elle's. After witnessing her grandmother's death, Elle and Luna had ventured into the Forbidden Forest numerous times, not only encountering the Thestrals but also coming across Buckbeak, who was munching on a ferret. Elle adored him, and Buckbeak seemed to reciprocate that affection. On one occasion, while Hagrid was away, Buckbeak had surreptitiously taken Elle on a ride around Hogwarts, with Luna following on her Thestral. Buckbeak relished flying. He adored the sensation of freedom, just as Elle did. Who doesn't cherish freedom? She had once embraced the neck of the hippogriff, soaring through the boundless sky, surveying all of Hogwarts. That was one of the most unforgettable experiences of her life. She had anticipated meeting Buckbeak in care of magical creatures and feeding him his favorite delectable ferret. I heard Buckbeak attacked Malfoy, that Slytherin Malfoy, you know. Hannah exclaimed, exasperated. Her disdain for the arrogant Malfoy was not a recent development. For the first time, Elle felt an emotion towards Malfoy that could only be described as loathing. Elle. Are you alright? Iem me fine, Anna. I'm just pondering how to save Buckbeak from execution. Upon hearing this, Hannah nodded emphatically. Then I shall assist you. But we're going to be late for defense against the dark arts. Let us hurry. And with that, she took Elle's arm, quickening their pace down the corridor. As Hannah had mentioned, Professor Lupin was indeed a commendable instructor. Elle's first impression of Remus Lupin was one of gentleness, a touch of bewilderment, and an air of mystery. He was also a pivotal character in the unfolding narrative. The defense against the dark arts course was likely the most esteemed class at Hogwarts this year, largely due to Lupin's exceptional teaching. In class, behind Lupin stood a large, ancient wardrobe, which trembled as if something within desperately wished to escape. He instructed everyone to confront it and cast a spell upon it. That was the lesson for the day. How ludicrous. Within that wardrobe was a boggart, a creature capable of manifesting one's deepest fears. Elle watched as the first Ravenclaw student approached, and the boggart transformed into a terrifying clown. One by one, students stepped forward, and with each shriek of ridiculous, the boggart morphed from clown to zombie, snake, spider, and an array of other fears and phobias. Yet instinctively she recoiled. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding gripped her. She lingered at the end of the line, hoping that midway through, Lupin would halt the lesson or grant her a reprieve. Once more, Remus was an exceptionally dedicated teacher, committed to the well-being of each student. Watching the number of students dwindle ahead of her, Elle felt an ever-increasing anxiety as her turn approached, and she could only steel herself for what lay ahead, silently repeating ridiculous, while speculating what her own fear might entail. Elriz. Lupin called her name. Let us aim for an excellent conclusion. She inhaled deeply, with Hannah cheering her on from the side. Slowly, she approached Lupin standing beside him, facing the boggart, a zombie clad in oversized, ridiculous gloves, attempting to retrieve a head that had fallen to the ground, a remnant of a previous student's encounter. The zombie halted, motionless, facing her directly. Eleguatid. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the zombie vanished, revealing the formless boggart that morphed incessantly before her. She held her breath, her trembling hand gripping the fur wand tightly. With a crack, a vague figure materialized before her, and as the mist dissipated, not only was Elle stunned, but so was Lupin, Hannah, and the entire class, some girls even emitting frightened squeals. Sirius Black. It was the disheveled, mad Azkaban prisoner she had seen in her dreams. Now standing before her, Elle felt her grip on her wand nearly slipping away. Her body stiffened, paralyzed. She looked to Lupin for assistance, hoping he would intervene and end this nightmare, But Lupin gazed at the boggart with a complex expression, quickly returning to his usual demeanor. It's all right, after all. He has escaped, and it is natural for some to fear him. His words calmed the restless students behind her. Do not fear, Elriz. Remember what I taught you. Ridiculous. With encouragement, he gently patted her back. Elle focused on taking deep breaths, hesitantly stepping forward, slowly raising her wand toward Sirius. Ridiculous, don't do that, Elle. She found herself unable to articulate, her voice caught in her throat, unable to escape. As Sirius gazed at her with an expression of sorrowful desperation, how could she bring herself to act against him? Her hand had become immobile as she stared at Sirius. Watching him murmur her name as he stepped closer, and Elle instinctively knew what he would say next. Just as she had dreamt. Elle, I am innocent. Sirius halted, raising his voice suddenly. It was Peter. Capture Peter. The rat. The rat with a missing toe. Capture him. The Azkaban prisoner raved frantically. Upon hearing Peter's name, Lupin's expression shifted to one of bizarre contemplation, as if he were about to step in front of the frozen Elriz. Stay back, Moony. Sirius continued to fixate on Elle, while Lupin glanced at him in disbelief, momentarily immobilized. My daughter, Sirius spoke in a low voice. My daughter. Elriz Black. Ridiculous. With a thunderous bang, Sirius vanished, transforming into a radiant moon, revealing that it was Lupin who had shielded Elriz, causing the boggart to morph into a flurry of white balloons that fluttered chaotically before finally retreating back into the wardrobe, which was then securely locked once more. The classroom was astonishingly silent, save for the rapid, labored breaths of the girl, accompanied by the incongruous sounds of upbeat music still playing in the background. Remus Lupin gazed with a complex expression at Elriz, who stood motionless with her head bowed, gasping for air. Hannah looked on, visibly anxious and concerned for Elriz. All the other students cast probing glances, their whispers resuming in hushed tones, oblivious to the words that had just escaped Boggart's lips. Except for Remus Lupin, who stood beside Elriz. He alone had seen and heard everything clearly. Elriz Black. Chapter 5, Intermission. The defense against the dark arts class concluded with a whimsical flourish from Lupin. Today, the lesson was attended by both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. As a teacher, Lupin was ever vigilant, striving to provide maximum support to help them confront their fears. In yesterday's class with Gryffindor and Slytherin, the students' boggart forms had been bizarrely varied. Clown boxes, cobras, eight-eyed spiders, and even Professor Snape. This had elicited an involuntary chuckle from Lupin. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that if the most terrifying entities emerged before the students, turmoil was bound to ensue, particularly concerning the boy he cared for the most, his dear friend's son Harry. Lupin pondered that Harry's boggart might very well be Voldemort, and he shuddered at the thought of the Dark Lord manifesting in his classroom, with Harry casting spells before an audience of terrified students witnessing the comical visage of the infamous Dark Wizard. It was a chilling thought. Harry might not withstand such a jolt, nor would the other students. Thus, Lupin positioned himself in front of Harry, compelling the boggart to transform into a moon. Likewise, Lupin had not anticipated that, beyond Harry, he would also shield other students. For the first time attendees of Defense Against the Dark Arts, the lesson was undoubtedly an exhilarating experience. Some students bravely stepped forward to uncover their boggart forms. Others approached with a calm demeanor, ready to confront their fears. Of course, some were unprepared, unwilling to face their inner terrors. Elriz belonged to the latter group. As the class neared its conclusion and the queue dwindled, Lupin noticed the final student, a nervous little badger, tightly closing her eyes and murmuring something to herself. He knew her name. In his effort to fulfill his duties as an educator, he had meticulously noted the names of all his students from the attendance roster. Thus he recognized the last girl's name, and called out encouragingly, "It's your turn, Elriz. Let us see if you can conclude splendidly." Yet, the girl appeared even more anxious, prompting Lupin to offer a gentle smile in silent encouragement. He patiently watched as Elriz slowly approached his side, observing her muster the courage to take a step forward, witnessing the zombie-like boggart come to a halt before transforming into a swirling mist. Lupin waited, eager to see what her boggart would reveal. With a bang, a figure emerged from the mist. It was an unmistakably familiar silhouette. Lupin squinted, waiting for the white fog to dissipate, and when it did he was taken aback, incredulously staring at the apparition before him. It was the wanted man from the Daily Prophet, his once dear friend, now disheveled and emaciated, a mere shadow of his former self. So much time had passed that Lupin could scarcely recall his friend's youthful visage. He never imagined he would lay eyes on Sirius Black again. How could he ever forget that face? The very man who had slain 3 of his closest friends, standing there, palpably before Elriz. Ah! A piercing scream from behind jolted Lupin back to reality, and he suddenly realized it was merely a boggart. Just Elriz's boggart. Elriz cast a pleading glance towards him. Her anxiety amplified. Lupin quickly regained his composure, addressing the startled students behind him with a soothing tone, assuring them not to fear nor panic, for it was only natural to feel apprehensive with a murderer who had escaped from the dreadful Azkaban. As the tumult behind him gradually settled, Lupin began to contemplate why she would fear Black. Do not fear, Elriz. Remember what I taught you. Ridiculous, he encouraged, gently patting her back and whispering in her ear. He watched as the tense, rigid girl slowly raised her wand, pointing it towards his former friend. Ridiculous. The incantation had barely left her lips when the boggart spoke, its voice a low, hoarse whisper that only the three could hear, unmistakably resembling Sirius's voice. Don't do that, El, Lupin observed as Sirius implored Elriz with an unfamiliar, sorrowful expression, repeatedly murmuring the girl's name. He watched as Sirius approached her step by step, heard him crazily call out Peter's name, rambling about capturing Peter, claiming his animagus form was a rat, insisting he was innocent. At that moment, Lupin suddenly realized Elriz's boggart was far too lifelike, as if it were a living person. He yearned to step forward, to shield the now paralyzed girl. Don't come closer, Moonface. Bigfoot. Lupin faltered momentarily, nearly letting slip that fiery nickname. Impossible. It couldn't he be? How could it utter that familiar term, knowing his next actions, aware of Peter, cognizant of the animagus? Lupin fervently reassured himself inwardly, striving to remain calm. It was merely a boggart. He could not discern whether the Azkaban prisoner before him was the real Sirius or just a mere boggart. For it felt too real, as if Sirius Black himself stood there, causing Lupin to falter, halting his intended movement. He could only gaze in disbelief as Sirius drew closer to Elriz, listening to the ensuing low words. However, as the last syllable fell from Sirius's lips, Lupin hardly dared to believe his ears. By the time he registered the moment, he had dashed forward, commanding the boggart to revert to the moon, momentarily stunned, before shouting ridiculous, banishing it back into the wardrobe, locking it away forever. How could this be? How could this happen? Lupin turned swiftly to the gasping girl, hearing the final words. My daughter, Elriz Black. This was impossible. Elriz felt that today had been utterly dreadful. Not only had Professor Trelawney's words resonated ominously, but the transformation into Sirius boggart had rapidly spread throughout Hogwarts, especially during this sensitive time following Sirius's escape, thrusting her into the limelight, drawing attention to her. The once invisible Hufflepuff. It appeared that there was no turning back. Her previously ordinary and stable life had drifted further and further away. The simple desire to quietly navigate life at Hogwarts has unexpectedly become an arduous challenge. Whether in class, at mealtimes, or during moments of respite, wherever she goes, she has become a focal point much like Potter, with an increasing number of voices buzzing behind her, incessantly discussing her. Like an actor on stage, she bears the scrutiny of countless eyes. Elriz suddenly feels weary. She is unprepared, not yet ready to step into the limelight as a performer. She can no longer revert to being the unremarkable Elriz of yore. Professor Trelawney's prophecy is gradually manifesting. She is destined for distinction. Elriz feels a pang of guilt toward Hannah, knowing she cannot accompany her to the Great Hall and the library later that afternoon. She wanders into the Forbidden Forest, gazing at the Thestrals. She approaches the Whomping Willow, waiting for Sirius to arrive. Very few students venture to the Whomping Willow, which is precisely why she chose that spot, seeking a tranquil environment. However, she cannot enter the Whomping Willow, for she lacks the ability to calm the violent tree like Sirius does. Attempting to do so would surely land her in the hospital wing, sipping the unpleasant potions brewed by Professor Snape. Elriz settles down just out of reach of the Whomping Willow, contemplating the recent cascade of events. She is curious about where the secret passage beneath the Whomping Willow leads. She had not explored it the last time. She worries about Buckbeak, having visited it at Hagrid's hut today, where Hagrid was in tears. She thinks of Professor Lupin, and wonders why he regards her with such a peculiar, complex gaze. She recalls Trelawney's prophecy, reflecting on the noble blood coursing through her veins. She remembers the inexplicable dreams she has had, with boggarts repeatedly coming to life. She thinks of the word Sirius whispered in her dream. Ever since the Sorting Hat remarked that she bore more resemblance to a Black, she had taken the initiative to research in the library, discovering the lineage of the Blacks from an ancient text on pureblood wizarding families. She read about the Black family, once grand and illustrious, now reduced to Sirius Black, the prisoner of Azkaban, who may very well be her biological father, a murderer. Elriz feels an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. With Sirius still absent, She decides to lie down on the grass and count the drifting clouds in the sky, soon succumbing to a drowsy slumber. In her dreams, she envisions her grandmother, Stephen, gently stroking her head. She dreams of Hannah, joyfully conversing with her. She dreams of Hermione, engaging in discussions about their essays. She dreams of the Thestrals and Buckbeak. She dreams of Neville, who remains as adorably clueless in her dreams. This is the life she yearns for. Then the dream shifts, and she sees Luna, who tells her, "You will become the protagonist, Al." She dreams of the Sorting Hat questioning her. "Are you truly a Vincent and not a Black?" Instinctively, she rebuts the Sorting Hat in her dream, asserting that she is a Vincent, not a Black. Next, she dreams of a woman holding her close, followed by a man tenderly caressing her cheek, the sensation so real and familiar. Elriz jolts awake, her eyes snapping open to meet a pair of gray ones. Sirius? At that moment, a large black dog is lying beside Elriz, nudging her face with its paw, rousing her from her daze. Woof. My apologies, Sirius. Come. Today there are delicious chicken legs and ham sandwiches. Elriz regains her composure and retrieves the treats from her magically expanded bag, laying them out on the grass for the ravenous black dog, who immediately begins devouring them. The girl watches silently, stroking the back of its neck without uttering a word. Noticing the prolonged silence, Sirius barks softly, "Woof. Woof woof." He senses that Elriz's spirits are low. "What's wrong? Are you still hungry?" Elriz raises an eyebrow at the now less gaunt dog, whose coat has grown increasingly sleek and shiny. Sirius gazes at Elriz, emits a low growl, then gently nudges her with his massive body, resting beside her, allowing her hand to settle on his head, looking up at her. "Do you want me to pet you, Sirius?" Elriz observes the suddenly compliant dog, and he responds with a woof, prompting her to stroke his head. "You are remarkably intelligent, the smartest dog I have ever encountered." Woof. "I apologize, Sirius. So much has happened recently that I am feeling quite down." Elriz empties her mind, her gaze fixed on the distant Whomping Willow. "Would you like to hear about it, Sirius?" Woof. "Stephen has passed away, Sirius. My dearest grandmother is gone. She was the kindest soul in my life. And now she is no longer here." She sighs. "I must admit, the process of coming to terms with death is profoundly challenging, Sirius. Everything seems to have unfolded so swiftly, and I am far from prepared to confront mortality." Elriz offers a bitter smile, feeling utterly helpless. Woof. "Sirius, do you know? I have never met my father or mother. My mother left me merely a small parchment." Elriz lies on the ground, softly murmuring, "I have always led an ordinary life, Sirius, but so much has transpired since I arrived at Hogwarts." Woof. The black dog listens intently, and for a fleeting moment, Elriz perceives a remarkable human-like quality in him. "Sirius, I never anticipated that on my first day at Hogwarts, I would discover truths about my parents. The Sorting Hat mentioned a Vincent from Ravenclaw, and inquired about the relationship between me and the Black from Gryffindor. This is all news to me. Oh." And the Sorting Hat also paused and continued, saying that I am a Black. The large black dog stiffens. Elriz observes the look of shock on Sirius's face. It is an oddity, as she had just imagined seeing a bewildered wizard come to life. Suddenly recalling something, Elriz straightens up, scratching her head sheepishly, patiently explaining to the still-dazed black dog, "Oh, I didn't call for you, Sirius. What I meant was, perhaps my father's surname, like yours, is also Black." She looks at the dog, who remains in a stupor, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Sirius, why do you look at me with such astonishment? Just like Professor Lupin. It's rather strange, considering you are just a dog." Elriz rises, vigorously rubbing Sirius's head with both hands, beginning to talk to herself. "Professor Lupin teaches exceptionally well. Today we faced a boggart, a creature that transforms into our deepest fears. Did you know? My boggart took the form of Black, the escaped prisoner. I don't know why I fear him. I also don't understand why I am afraid of the dreams I've had. I am terrified, so terrified, of him telling me that I am his daughter, that I am Elriz Black. I am so frightened. I cannot accept this reality. What will others think if they discover I am the daughter of a murderer?" I ventured to investigate whether there were any other Blacks. Yet it has become increasingly evident that I might indeed be his daughter. "Perhaps you know. The Sorting Hat remarked to me that the Black who was to be burned belonged to Gryffindor. As for Sirius, he is the sole Gryffindor among the Blacks." Chapter 5, Behind the Scenes. Alaris suddenly felt a pang of hurt. Whenever matters regarding the Blacks arose, the reactions were invariably the same. Even a mere dog displayed such behavior towards her. Whether it was the whispers among classmates or Professor Lupin's complex gaze, Alaris could feign indifference. However, when the little black dog regarded her with the same expression, her heart ached profoundly. After all, the little black dog was quite intelligent and had been fed numerous times. and Elriz had cultivated a bond with it. Yet in recent days, the little black dog had begun to avoid her since she disclosed that her father was most likely Sirius Black. Although she visited the willow every day to check on it, Elriz waited in vain for an extended period, only to leave behind food and disappointment, returning in solitude, only to find the food mysteriously vanished upon her next visit. Each time, she reassured herself that perhaps it was merely a matter of timing, that the little black dog had not been evading her. However, when she deliberately waited an entire day on the weekend, right up until curfew, with the sky darkening and her warm chicken leg and sandwich growing cold and unappetizing, the dog still did not appear. She felt a flicker of despair. If she were to bear the surname Black, perhaps Buckbeak, the Nightmare, and even Fong, all animals might shun her company. Elriz mused anxiously, for she had a genuine affection for animals. She contemplated the possibility that acknowledging herself as the daughter of a wanted criminal might lead to expulsion. The more she pondered, the more disheartened she became, ultimately relinquishing the cold chicken leg and sandwich, returning alone to the Hufflepuff dormitory, unaware that not far away in the Forbidden Forest, a large black dog had been stealthily watching her all day. After she departed, the dog approached to retrieve the cold food. Elriz continued to indulge in sleep at the dormitory while her dorm mate, Hannah, had long since left for the day trip to Hogsmeade. Hannah had promised to bring back a plethora of sweets to compensate for Elriz's minor disappointment. Elriz found herself amused, for with grandmother Stephen gone, the guardian section on her application form remained blank. Tossing and turning on her soft bed, unable to sleep, she decided to venture down to the kitchen for a hearty meal. Frequent visits to the kitchen, coupled with her amiable demeanor towards the house elves, made them exceedingly welcoming. Showering her with an abundance of food, almost bowing in gratitude, Elriz was immensely thankful for the proximity of the Hufflepuff dormitory to the kitchen. What else could one do on such a splendid weekend? Did you know? An upperclassman is offering free wizard's chess, right at the Hufflepuff long table. After a moment of contemplation, Elriz resolved to enter the great hall. She beheld the enchanting ambience of Christmas, with delicate snowflakes drifting through the air, and a splendidly adorned Christmas tree, aglow with magical radiance, its branches embellished with a myriad of ornaments. As it was Saturday, many had ventured to Hogsmeade, leaving only 5 or 6 students scattered throughout the vast hall, most engrossed in their books, either Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Elriz felt reassured. The sparse attendance meant no one would privately discuss her, which was why she felt comfortable attending. She located the wizard's chest that Hannah had mentioned, set up at the end of the Hufflepuff table near the Christmas tree. It was her first encounter with the magical version of wizard's chess, the last being when Hermione spoke of it in her first year. Hermione always expressed trepidation regarding Ron's gameplay, labeling it as brute force. Intrigued, Elriz observed the red and white pieces on the board and casually sat down, facing the red pieces. To her surprise, the wizard's chess pieces spoke like animated figures. And at that moment, the Red Queen seemed to incessantly chatter, as if yearning for another player. "Can't you play by yourselves when no one is around?" Elriz inquired curiously. "We have, but it becomes exceedingly dull, and the games drag on without a victor, so we seldom play alone," replied a white pawn, lifting its gaze to her. "How about I take the red side and play against you?" Elriz suggested, for she possessed a modicum of skill in chess, having frequently played with grandmother Stephen. "But you are but one," remarked the White Queen, as all the pieces turned their attention to Elriz. "You are but one. With grandmother Stephen gone, you can no longer enjoy chess with her," she thought, lowering her eyelids and shaking her head to dispel the melancholy. She continued to address the White Queen. "Isn't it better than having no one at all? It might be a while before anyone else shows up. Shall we give it a go? Otherwise, it would be rather monotonous to simply watch." Her sincere proposal prompted the pieces to deliberate momentarily, exchanging glances, as if intrigued. Then they straightened their postures. Subsequently, a white pawn commenced its movement, and Elriz commanded the red pieces in response. Playing chess alone was an exhilarating experience, with the opponent being the pieces on the board. In stark contrast to her own contemplative pace, the white pieces made decisions almost instantaneously. When she witnessed one of her pawns being obliterated by the opposing knight, she was left dumbfounded. Was this what Hermione referred to as brute force? "Do you feel pain?" Elriz could not help but inquire. "Not at all. Why should we feel pain? We are merely pieces," replied the Red Bishop, appearing somewhat exasperated, and promptly urged her. "Hurry and make your next move." On one occasion, when she inadvertently made an incorrect move, the Red Queen erupted in a tirade, cursing vehemently. And when she inadvertently destroyed the opposing bishop, she quieted down somewhat, casting a warning glare at herself to avoid further mistakes. "The Queen is rather temperamental," and possesses a strong desire to win. Elriz chuckled softly. She played for an extended period, long enough for students to gradually leave the hall, until the outcome became apparent, with the White King emerging victorious. Although the Red Queen still appeared disgruntled, incessantly muttering, she had thoroughly enjoyed the game, and the king even praised her, acknowledging her skill. Elriz was taken aback to receive commendation from the pieces themselves, gaining their approval. Having experienced such satisfaction, she prepared to depart. As she stood to head back to the Hufflepuff common room, a Ravenclaw prefect called out to her, requesting assistance in delivering a set of student essays to Professor Snape's office. Upon hearing Snape's name, Elriz instinctively recoiled, feeling quite conflicted. After all, Professor Snape was widely regarded as the most formidable teacher at Hogwarts, feared even by Slytherin students, and the brave Gryffindors often lamented their misfortunes. However, the Ravenclaw prefect was genuinely in a bind and had no choice but to seek help, with Elriz being the only student remaining in the hall. Noticing the prefect's earnest plea, Elriz did not deliberate long before agreeing to assist. The head of the year expressed profound gratitude, bestowing upon her several generous pieces of chocolate before swiftly disappearing from sight. Thus, Elriz carefully cradled the hefty parchment and descended the staircase. For Professor Snape's office lay below in the dungeons, not far from the Hufflepuff common room, and conveniently along her path. Upon reaching the door of the potion master's dim and foreboding office, the pervasive darkness of the dungeons coupled with the feeble flicker of firelight evoked an air of mystery, akin to a pitch-black cavern where monsters might lurk at any moment. "Oh God, no, Merlin, please grant me your blessing," she murmured to herself. Standing there with the paper bestowed by the Ravenclaw head, she inhaled deeply, praying silently before knocking, hoping fervently that Professor Snape might not be present. "Gomain," came the deep, resonant voice from beyond the door, cold and uninviting, causing Elle to shudder involuntarily. Gathering her courage, she pushed the door open, only to find the air within the office even more chilling. The light remained dim, illuminated solely by a solitary, flickering oil lamp. At that moment, Severus Snape was engrossed in grading academic papers. "Professor, this is a 7th-year Ravenclaw's paper. Where should I place it?" Elle barely dared to glance around, timidly inquiring, and noticed Snape gesturing toward an empty spot on the desk without lifting his gaze, remaining utterly absorbed in his task. "Very well, Professor," she replied softly, placing the paper in the indicated spot, preparing to turn and depart. "So, Professor, I shall take my leave now." "Wait." Snape's gravelly voice echoed once more, causing Elle to halt, her body instinctively stiffening. "Is there something else, Professor?" she asked, her voice trembling. Without raising his head, Snape pointed to another potion bottle on the desk. "Deliver this to Professor Lupin in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. You must witness him drink it. Then you may leave." With that command, he dismissed her without a second glance. Elle hastily grabbed the potion designated by Snape and hurriedly exited. Thank goodness for Salazar Slytherin. Thank goodness that Professor Snape continued to disregard her. She looked down at the unremarkable potion in her hand, noting the indescribable bubbles within, and couldn't help but worry that Snape intended to poison Professor Lupin, for the latter's reputation was exceptionally good, so much so that students talked about it. It seemed that Snape harbored some resentment towards Lupin, as he had once aspired to the position of defense against the dark arts professor. However, Elle suspected that Snape might hold a grudge against Lupin for having helped Neville dress the boggart in his grandmother's flamboyant clothing, thus exposing Snape's own experience in women's attire to the entire class. Poor Neville had spent numerous visits to the hospital wing, due to mishaps in potions. Nevertheless, going to Professor Lupin's office was certainly preferable to visiting Snape's, for Lupin was gentle, and Elle hoped that this time he would not regard her with the same complex expression as when she had transformed the boggart into Sirius. To her surprise, upon arriving at Lupin's office, she discovered not only Lupin but also Harry, the savior, indulging in chocolate. "Potter?" Elle exclaimed, astonished to find him there, her curiosity piqued by the pallor on his face. "Vincent, aren't you off to Hogsmeade?" Harry responded, equally surprised. "Ah well, I cannot, as I lack a guardian to sign for me. My grandmother has passed away," Elle explained, placing the potion on Lupin's desk. Turning to finish her explanation, she caught sight of Harry's expression of sympathy, who reassured her, "It's all right, Potter. You needn't feel sorry. Professor Lupin, this is the potion from Professor Snape. He said you must drink it, and I need to watch." "Oh, Severus is indeed a great help," Lupin replied, his demeanor as warm as ever. As though nothing had transpired prior, he poured the potion into a teacup, preparing to drink it. "Thank you, Elriz. Do you know Harry?" "Harry and I know each other due to some peculiar circumstances," Elle stated, refraining from mentioning the ominous prophecy made by Trelawney regarding both of them. Professor Lupin, are you really going to drink it just like that? I mean Snape's potions. Harry hesitated, his eyes fixed apprehensively on the teacup in Lupin's hands, fearing that consuming it might lead to calamity. Harry, do not say such things. Severus has been immensely helpful, Lupin remarked, raising an eyebrow as he downed the potion in one swift motion. His expression morphed into one of peculiar complexity, likely due to the unpleasant taste. Potter, in fact. Many of the potions in the hospital wing are concocted by Professor Snape. You've consumed some of his brews, Elle interjected. Well, all right then, Harry replied, looking reluctant to concede, and resumed munching on his chocolate. A silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sounds of Lupin swallowing the potion, and Harry quietly nibbling on his chocolate. Elriz, feeling rather idle, began to curiously survey Lupin's office, having never before seen the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's workspace. The room was filled with an array of peculiar magical artifacts and countless piles of parchment. Eventually, her gaze settled on a familiar, quivering box nearby, causing her to furrow her brow. There lay a boggart. Lupin noticed her focus and set down his teacup, continuing to add more potion while explaining. Elle discreetly redirected her gaze, wishing to avoid recollecting her own transformation into Sirius. By the way, Vincent, I heard that your boggart turned into black? Harry interjected, seemingly recalling something. Hermione is quite worried about you. She mentioned she would come to find you when she has the chance. May I ask, why does your boggart take the form of black? That's something I'm curious about as well, Lupin added, his eyes on her. The gazes of Harry and Lupin pricked at Elle's face like needles. Did not Professor Lupin say it was normal to fear someone who escaped? Elle attempted to maintain her composure, shrugging and cleverly countering with a question of her own. Speaking of which, Potter, what about your boggart? What brings you here? Oh. Harry appeared distressed, hesitating for words. That's perfectly fine. You needn't share, Elle, ever empathetic, reassured him. Observing the empty potion bottle on Lupin's desk, she rose, declaring, Professor Lupin, your potion is finished. I shall take my leave now. Elriz, wait, Lupin interrupted her movement. I have plenty of chocolate here, and some delightful tea. Perhaps you could sit down and chat a while longer? We could discuss the intricacies of Defense Against the Dark Arts, especially since the final exam may include a boggart. And among the Hufflepuff students, you are the only one who has yet to successfully confront it. Remus Lupin smiled, keen to engage Elriz, already retrieving chocolate and pushing a steaming cup of tea toward her on the table, raising an eyebrow invitingly. Elle found herself momentarily speechless, gazing at the prepared tea and treats. It seemed discourteous to refuse the professor's kind offer. She had no choice but to sit back down under Lupin's smiling gaze. Chapter 7, Scene 2. Elle stood before the trembling box, gripping her wand tightly, her complexion pale. Professor Lupin was right behind her, with Harry watching from the side. Only she remained motionless, staring at the box, her mind momentarily blank. Elle could not comprehend how events had spiraled to this point. She had merely stayed for a cup of tea and a few delightful chocolates. Why, in the blink of an eye, was she now confronted with a boggart? Merlin's beard. Elle regretted her actions today. She should have indulged in a long, leisurely sleep, cocooned in her warm, comfortable bed, rather than scurrying about Hogwarts, delivering papers and potions, only to showcase her amusing extracurricular project to Professor Lupin. Elriz, do not fret, you can do this. Remus Lupin gently encouraged, patting her shoulder. He truly was a remarkable teacher, the best Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in recent years, Elle mused. Especially since she was the only one in Hufflepuff who had not succeeded. Lupin's support was thus entirely reasonable. Yet, given the prior circumstances, it was difficult for Elle to dismiss the coincidences. After all, the last time she had encountered Sirius's boggart, she had noticed Professor Lupin pause unnaturally when the subject of the moon was broached. Was Professor Lupin solely invested in her education? Or was he perhaps seeking to explore his own fears regarding Sirius? Or did Lupin and Sirius share a connection? She dared not delve deeper into such thoughts. Elriz, focus on what I said, Remus Lupin whispered in her ear, guiding her to regard the box that contained the boggart. How to effectively conjure humor against a boggart. The dedicated professor had provided his answer. Envision the most ludicrous form of your greatest fear, for boggarts are utterly confounded by laughter. Naturally, one must also perfect the incantation and gestures. It sounded relatively simple, yet Elriz was far from convinced. How could one imagine a wanted criminal in a comical light? Moreover, this criminal, Sirius Black, might very well be her father? Merlin, curse it all. With a click, the box sprang open, and Elle instinctively took a small step back. Her eyes fixated on the swirling black mist that emerged, watching it morph and linger in the air before finally settling to the ground with a thud, transforming into a shadowy figure. The mist dissipated, allowing Al to discern her boggart form clearly. Indeed, it was him, Sirius, standing before her. Al, silly. Quick as a flash, she cast a spell before Sirius could utter another word. The curse shot forth from her wand, successfully striking the gaunt man before her. She witnessed the prisoner of Azkaban stagger back a few steps. Al observed him regain his footing, their gazes locking, his gray, weary eyes brimming with sorrow. Why? No change? Elriz, you must envision him in a ridiculous guise. Lupin's serious reminder came from behind. She shut her eyes tightly, straining to conjure an image of him clad in a clown suit, then reopened them, attempting to cast her wand again. However, before she could utter the incantation, the boggart in the form of Sirius grew impatient and moved forward, leaving her no time to intervene. Soon, both Lupin and Harry would hear Sirius's next words. You are Elriz Black. The prisoner shouted maniacally, advancing step by step, his hoarse voice echoing through the vacant room. I am not. I am Elriz Vincent. She instinctively retorted, her voice hoarse and strained, overlapping with Sirius's echo, barely registering the astonished expressions on Harry and Lupin's faces. Admit it. The boggart magnified her fears. You are a black. You are. Sirius's voice grew increasingly ethereal, his hoarse tones morphing into the sharp, pointed tones of the Sorting Hat. As tattered shadows began to gather around the ragged prisoner, growing larger and more numerous, taking on various shapes, Al watched helplessly as those shadows transformed into familiar outlines. Look. Buckbeak, Thestral, Fong, Crookshanks, Little Black, and even her owl Star were among them. Additionally, her friends Hannah, Hermione, Luna, and Neville were present too. As she beheld the myriad of magical creatures poised to charge forth, Lupin was left speechless. Harry stood frozen, staring at Neville and Hermione, who remained expressionless. And Al. She could only watch as Buckbeak let out a roar before vanishing without hesitation, followed by the Thestral, then Fong barking incessantly at her, Crookshanks hissing, and Star flapping away without mercy. The animals appeared in an instant, then vanished one by one. Hannah and Hermione regarded her with a disdain she had never seen, while Neville and Luna turned their backs, ultimately dissolving into dust. Finally, only a large black dog remained, which ignored her chicken leg and sandwich, walking straight to Sirius's side before disappearing from sight. All that was left was Sirius, who continued to murmur her name. This was Al's true fear. Compared to the first boggart, her dread had only intensified, like an abyssal black hole, expanding endlessly, devouring her spirit and amplifying her terror. She feared being branded with the surname of Black, feared her friends drifting away from her. Al suddenly felt a chill, a profound weariness. As if she were ensconced in an icy cavern, her entire being turning cold and numb, her fingers stiffening unbearably, her furwood wand nearly slipping from her grasp. She gasped for air, striving to maintain control, attempting to calm herself, trembling as she pointed her wand at Sirius, addressing the man who was drawing ever closer. Silly. How powerless those words felt. She watched as the man before her transformed from tattered prison garb into the most ludicrous clown suit, incessantly blowing up red balloons. Yet, Al could not bear to witness it. The scene only deepened her sense of sorrow and unease. Though Silly had succeeded, and the boggart had assumed a comical guise, not a single person in the room found it amusing. Ultimately, it was Lupin who returned the boggart to the box, bringing an end to the ordeal. Professor, I succeeded. Right. Can I go back now? Al hung her head, her eyes vacant, fixated on the ground. She did not wish to see the expressions on Lupin's and Harry's faces. She understood that they had both witnessed everything clearly. All she desired now was to retreat to her dormitory, shut out the world, and curl up under her covers for a proper sleep. Elriz, would you like to have some chocolate? Perhaps rest a while before you leave? Remus Lupin slightly bent down, meeting her gaze at eye level, and presented her with a substantial piece of chocolate, as if it were a reward. He maintained his gentle and amiable tone, encouraging her to take a seat and offering to brew her a cup of hot tea, as though nothing had transpired moments before. Al glanced at Lupin, who responded to her with a shy smile. Lowering her head, she took a bite of the chocolate. As she gradually consumed the sweet treat, her body began to feel less cold, a warm sensation spreading through her, and her thoughts became less chaotic, though her mood remained heavy and oppressive. Upon finishing the chocolate, she lifted her gaze and, aside from the unusual silence emanating from Lupin, she was not surprised to see Harry wearing a peculiar expression, seemingly hesitant to meet her eyes. What's the matter, Potter? Why are you looking at me like that? She lowered her lashes, cradling the steaming teacup in her hands, and spoke dully. Nothing, Harry stammered. Can you keep a secret, Potter? What? A secret about today's Boggett, about my being the daughter of Black, especially from Hermione. Please, I beg you, Potter. After speaking, it felt as though she had expended all her strength, leaning back against the chair. Are you truly his daughter? Harry asked, bewildered. Does the Sorting Hat lie? Al replied weakly, forcing a smile. The Sorting Hat mentioned it? Harry echoed incredulously. Yes, it said I resemble a Black, that I resemble that Gryffindor Black. Al spoke faster, her words tumbling out in a rush, almost in despair. And Sirius is the only Gryffindor from the Slytherin lineage of Blacks. Eventually, she deflated like a punctured balloon, lacking the energy to sustain the conversation. Potter and Professor Lupin, can you keep my secret? Especially from Professor Dumbledore. For a moment, Al waited in vain for Harry and Professor Lupin's response, the air thick with silence. Both Lupin and Harry appeared to be grappling with complex emotions, still uncertain of the truth behind her words, questioning whether Al truly was Sirius's daughter. Your Boggett has changed since the first time, Elriz. Lupin did not directly address her, pondering for a while before presenting an unrelated query. That dog, the last large black dog, where did you see it? Harry suddenly sprang up from his chair, a spark of recognition igniting within him as he eagerly echoed Lupin's question. Right. That dog Remus. I saw it on Grimmauld Place. During the summer. Vincent, where did you see it? The black dog? Remus? I was bewildered as to why Lupin and Harry had suddenly bypassed her plea, neglecting her inquiries and instead delving into questions about the dog, as though they were not on the same wavelength. Harry and Lupin seemed more interested in verifying something else rather than her identity. Moreover, Harry's address to Professor Lupin was striking. Had he grown so familiar as to call him by his first name? What's the matter with that dog? Is it yours? What do you mean yours? A friend? Clearly. The black dog refuses to acknowledge you. Once a friend? Elle could not help but recall the day she had waited for the black dog. It was supposed to be a lovely Sunday, a day of rest. She had informed Hannah she would be out all day, rising early to visit Hogwarts kitchen, selecting the most delectable, warm chicken legs and bacon sandwiches. After watching the Thestrals and the Hippogriffs, she had promptly settled by the Whomping Willow. Eagerly anticipating the sight of the dog once more, she waited from morning until noon, from noon until dusk, as the orange twilight faded and night ascended, until the moon and stars emerged. She continued to reheat the chicken legs and sandwiches with spells, but eventually, they became inedible. Yet, the large black dog never arrived. Elle could no longer bear the weight, reluctantly putting aside the cold food, and returning to her dormitory. That night, the temperature plummeted, and light snow fell, numbing her fingers and dampening her hair. Her joints ached, the chill seeping into her bones. On that day, she waited in vain. The next day, battling fever and cold, she returned, only to find the food still missing. The black dog was avoiding her. Suddenly, Elriz felt utterly drained of words. All she desired was to return to her dormitory and sleep soundly, devoid of the energy to explain or contemplate anything regarding the Blacks. Wait, Vincent? What's wrong? Where are you going? Harry and Lupin watched her curiously as she rose to leave. Elriz? I'm sorry, Professor Potter, I'm just too tired. May I return to sleep? Without awaiting their reply, she exited the office, vanishing from Harry and Lupin's view. Chapter 8 Scene 1. I beg you, Al. Em innocent. Capture Peter, that rat with a missing finger. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated in her ears, causing her eardrums to throb painfully. When Elriz finally managed to open her eyes, adjusting to the blinding light, she found herself staring into a familiar, worried face. Hannah. The scene felt eerily familiar, as though it had transpired before. Al. You've really been acting strangely lately, Hannah exclaimed anxiously. In Hannah Abbott's eyes, her friend Elriz was in a steadily declining state. Upon returning from Hogsmeade, laden with bags, Hannah had brought back a multitude of delicious candies and snacks, along with useful books and stationery, and finally, amusing merchandise highly recommended by the Weasley twins. When Hannah joyfully entered their dormitory, she found Al already deep in slumber. Not wanting to disturb her, Hannah assumed Al was simply exhausted from her recent illness. She decided to let her sleep while she went to the Great Hall to dine with others, and also visited the Ollery to send gifts to her family, returning quite late. However, Elriz still had not awakened. After waiting for a long time, Hannah contemplated fetching some food from the kitchen, intending to rouse her slumbering roommate. Yet, upon attempting to wake Al, she was taken aback. Just like before, Al was frowning in her sleep, mumbling incoherently. No matter how much Hannah shook her or gently patted her cheek, Al remained unresponsive. Hannah resorted to shouting her name in her ear, witnessing Al's painful and disoriented awakening once more. Hannah? You're back? Al's voice was hoarse and barely recognizable. Hannah hurriedly poured her a glass of water, watching Elle eat slowly, growing increasingly concerned about her deteriorating condition. Since the boggart incident in their defense against the dark arts class, Hannah had realized that Elle's greatest fear was the Azkaban prisoner, Sirius Black. To be honest, Hannah had no real grasp of who Black was. She had only gleaned a superficial understanding from the newspapers, like everyone else, and could not fathom why Elle would fear him. Hannah believed that something had been amiss with Elriz for quite some time. The question lingered. When did it all begin? Was it the boggart? No. The execution of Buckbeak? Incorrect. Professor Trelawney's prophecy? Not quite. It must have been even earlier. Perhaps it was when Sirius Black escaped? That seemed plausible. Hannah was exceedingly worried about her friend, yet she could only watch as Elle's condition deteriorated. Her face had grown gaunt. Dark circles adorned her eyes, the sclerae were tinged with red, and her complexion had turned increasingly pallid, as if she had been tormented by Professor Snape's potion assignments, or had emerged utterly drained from an arduous final examination. Elle, are you going home for Christmas? Probably not, Hannah. I might not return at all. Hannah could only wrap her arms tightly around Elle, embracing her increasingly frail form. Me too, Elle. Let us spend Christmas together. How about putting on a play? Aren't you going home, Hannah? My family has plans this year, so I'll be staying at school. Elle, I'll keep you company, you still have me. Of course, Hannah cherished Elle deeply, for she was her dear friend. And Hannah was determined to do everything in her power to restore the smile that once graced Elle's face. As the holiday approached, more students departed from Hogwarts for their homes, leaving the school in an unusual state of tranquility. Soon enough, the Christmas feast arrived, primarily attended by the faculty and those students who chose to spend the holiday at Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall, Elriz noticed that the long tables of each house were pushed to the sides, leaving a substantial space in the center, where only professors and a handful of students gathered around a warm bonfire, forming a cozy circle. No more than 10 students, she estimated. Among them were Elle and Hannah, as well as Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Hannah found a spot and beckoned Elle to sit on the soft, plush cushions, with Hannah on Elle's left and Hermione on her right, followed by Harry and Ron. Elle was surprised to see that Hermione had not gone home. Merry Christmas, Hermione. She offered a faint smile. Elle. Merry Christmas. Oh, you don't look well. Hermione expressed her concern, embracing Elle. It seemed Harry had not disclosed to Hermione about Elle's boggart and Sirius, and Elle felt grateful for Harry's discretion, giving him a nod in acknowledgement. Merry Christmas. Potter and Weasley. Harry and Ron were taken aback that Elriz spoke to them, but they responded with a surprised Merry Christmas in return. During the Christmas dinner, the attention of the gathering was drawn to the flamboyant attire of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, adorned with a garish hat and a vibrant red bow tie. As Elle observed their elderly headmaster smiling broadly, her mood lifted slightly. He presented a gigantic party popper to Snape, who appeared even more sour. Don't be like that, Severus. It's Christmas. Dumbledore continued to beam. Under the headmaster's insistence, Snape reluctantly pulled the string on the popper, resulting in a loud bang. The confetti burst forth, showering sparkles and colorful bits everywhere, revealing a large hat adorned with an old eagle specimen, reminiscent of Granny Lombard's. Snape's expression soured further, and he disdainfully tossed the hat back at Dumbledore, casting a fierce glare at the innocently smiling Lupin. Nearby, Harry and Ron were struggling to suppress their laughter, but upon Snape's glare, they quickly regained their composure. Meanwhile, Dumbledore donned the hat with glee, and the other professors also joined in the merriment. Even the usually stern Professor McGonagall softened her demeanor. Despite the limited number of students remaining at school this year, the richness of the menu remained unaltered. Elle found herself with a rare appetite, and Hannah, noticing this, gleefully piled her plate high with delectable food. After the meal, it was time for festivities. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall performed a dance, during which the Hufflepuff head, Professor Sprout, took a moment to greet Elle and Hannah, the only 2 Hufflepuff students remaining this year. I hear Miss Vincent and Miss Abo have been rehearsing a play? Yes, Professor Sprout. Would you like to see it? Hannah exclaimed excitedly, and Elle, feeling a bit flustered, tried to interject. Wait, Hannah, let me know. I am very much looking forward to the splendid performance by Miss Abo and Miss Vincent. Professor Sprout clapped her hands, brimming with joy. Elle, you want to perform for Professor Sprout too, right? Hannah raised her eyebrows at her. Elle remained silent. Aware of Hannah's intentions, she understood her friend's desire to uplift her spirits, knowing how much Elle adored theater and admired Professor Sprout. With a resigned smile, Elle stood and said to her dear friend, well then, Hannah, let us prepare. It wouldn't do to keep our headmistress waiting. Once back in their dormitory, Hannah produced 2 costumes, while Elle chose the male attire. Hannah, Do you think I should cut my hair? She gazed into the mirror, fiddling with her long, wavy black hair that cascaded down to her waist. I'm considering a shoulder-length cut, so I won't have to fuss with it so much. She was tired of her long locks. That sounds great. I can help you with that. I'm quite skilled. Just in time for a fresh start this Christmas. Hannah eagerly agreed. After the haircut, Elle donned her costume. A white shirt and sleek black trousers, complemented by black shoes and a dagger at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. From a distance, she resembled an elegant young nobleman from a Shakespearean play of the last century. You look so tall, Elle, Hannah exclaimed with envy. Indeed. Elriz was quite tall, slightly taller than Harry and Ron, and a head above Hannah and Hermione. At 13, Elle was in her growth phase. Her previous state had made her face more angular, bestowing her features with a rugged allure, no longer possessing the innocent charm of a girl, but leaning towards a boyish handsomeness. With her new shoulder-length hair, she exuded a more androgynous vibe. Do you think I should add a mustache? It might suit the character better. Elle affixed a false mustache and turned to await Hannah's opinion, only to find her friend staring in shock. Hannah? She called again. What do you think? Oh, Elle. You should take it off. Hannah snapped back to reality, hurriedly rushing over to tear the mustache from Elle's face, eliciting a yelp of pain. Blushing, Hannah gazed at Elle's face. I'm sorry. I just think you look too handsome. It's better without the mustache. Elle touched the sore spot where the mustache had been removed, momentarily oblivious to Hannah's odd behavior. All right, Hannah, she replied with a resigned chuckle, smiling at the still flushed Hannah. So, my dear Lady Macbeth, are you prepared? It's not too late to back out. Not a chance. I've made arrangements with Professor Sprout, so don't even think about backing down, Elle. Hannah shot a determined look at Elle, while linking her arm with hers. Let us depart, my dear Macbeth. They were to perform Shakespeare's renowned play, Macbeth, and had been rehearsing diligently. Elriz was cast as Macbeth, while Hannah naturally took on the role of Lady Macbeth. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, they found Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall still engaged in lively dancing, creating a delightful atmosphere. The moment Professor Sprout laid eyes on Elle and Hannah, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear me. Miss Vincent looks rather dashing. Perhaps I should address you as Mr. Vincent. I just shared news of your endeavor with Albus, and he is eager to witness your play." Elle and Hannah were momentarily taken aback, glancing toward Dumbledore, who was playfully winking at them. Ahem, may I have your attention? Let's give a warm round of applause for Miss Elriz and Miss Vincent, who will present a splendid theatrical performance. Dumbledore announced. Oh Severus, don't you wish to see the show? What merit lies in a muggle theatrical performance? Snape responded with evident impatience, intending to leave. However, he cast a casual glance at Elle and Hannah, stopping short as his gaze fixated on Elle. His expression morphed into one of complexity, twisted and peculiar. Merlin's socks, he muttered. Dumbledore's bow tie. Elle and Hannah, feeling the weight of Snape's piercing stare, could not help but break into a cold sweat, like two little badgers trembling under the gaze of a venomous serpent. Elriz had initially thought it sufficient to perform solely before Professor Sprout, but the prospect of performing at the Christmas banquet made her reconsider. She was unaccustomed to performing in front of a gathering of 20 or more. Elle, do not falter. There may be extra points for you. It will be fine. Just pretend they are invisible. Professor Snape is to be treated as non-existent as well. Hannah tightened her grip on Elle's arm. All right, Hannah, you owe me a favor. Elle swallowed nervously. Of course. Elle, I will ask Professor Dumbledore for compensation. They approached the center, where the gathered audience clapped enthusiastically. Hermione appeared utterly astonished, her cheeks flushed. Ron kept muttering about how dashing Elle looked. Harry wore a strange expression akin to Snape's, even oblivious to the spilled tea, and Lupin was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the other professors and students cheered and applauded, eagerly anticipating their performance. Hannah, let us commence, Elle whispered, receiving a nod in response. As the applause subsided, she stepped forward, bowed slightly, and began to recite the opening lines of Macbeth. They were to enact the first act of Shakespeare's Macbeth, with an adaptation to illustrate the moment of the king's assassination. In her role as Macbeth, Elriz portrayed the internal struggle and resolve before the act of regicide, as well as the ensuing monologue. Hannah depicted the urging Lady Macbeth, delivering a speech about power and honor. Elriz, is that a dagger I see before me? O King Duncan of noble disposition, governing with benevolence, I have resolved within my heart to undertake this momentous deed with all my might. As she spoke, Elriz, embodying Macbeth, drew the dagger from her waist, its silver gleam catching the light as she paced back and forth, ultimately finding herself standing before Ron Weasley, only a couple of steps away. I have made my decision. The bell invites me, Duncan. Do not heed it. It is a toll that summons you to heaven or hell. Elle raised the dagger high, unaware of her proximity to Ron, lost in the depths of Shakespeare's narrative, oblivious to the terror etched on Ron's face as he recoiled, his pocket fluttering with agitation. Oh, Scabbers, do not move. Fear not. It is merely a play. Please be quiet. Ron fumbled in his pocket, retrieving a frail gray rat, attempting to soothe the creature named Scabbers, who squirmed restlessly in his palm. Squeak, squeak. Hannah, that sound. The owl responds with a mournful farewell. The shrill voice of the rat jolted Elle from her performance, and she slowly lowered the raised dagger, her gray eyes fixated on the wriggling creature, her expression stoic and devoid of emotion, leaving onlookers unable to discern her thoughts. The rat, missing a toe, squirmed in Ron's grip. Listening to Hannah's subsequent lines, Elle began to retreat slowly, observing as Scabbers ceased its struggles, and Hannah moved beside her for support. Elriz, it is all over, my lady. Did you not hear the whispers as I did? Hannah, I heard the shriek of an owl. Elriz, I heard his attendant praying in his dreams, one of them beseeching God to save us. I intended to say amen, but the rebellious word rendered my lips stiff. I am wronged, Elle. The voice of Sirius Black echoed in her mind, an inescapable presence. Elriz, why can I not utter that amen? Hannah, so foolish. Yet the dawn shall disperse it. Elriz. Then I heard a voice within my heart say, O Macbeth, you shall have thorns for a pillow. You have murdered Duncan. And from this day forth, murder shall forever rob you of sleep. As Elle completed her lines, Scabbers suddenly thrashed violently in Ron's palm, nearly leaping out, prompting Ron to hurriedly return it to his pocket, striving to keep it contained, while Elriz maintained her distant gaze upon the restless pocket. Ultimately, the Shakespearean performance concluded amidst a resounding applause. Due to their remarkable and thrilling portrayal, Dumbledore awarded Hufflepuff an additional 30 points, 15 for each of them. Professor Sprout was elated, as was Hannah, who leapt joyfully in place, while Elle remained solemn. Suddenly, she recalled the dream she had prior. That dream, was it merely coincidental? She reflected upon Sirius's words, those she had once overlooked, questioning why they now resonated so profoundly. Could Sirius Black truly be innocent? She stared blankly at Ron's pocket. Chapter 9. Behind the scenes 2. Elriz found the prospect of remaining at school for Christmas to be rather appealing. She could awaken early to discover a myriad of gift boxes from her friends piled at the foot of her bed. Hannah's gift consisted of snacks and a handcrafted yellow and black scarf embroidered with a little badger, and her name in golden thread. Hermione gifted her an exhaustive compendium of magical creatures and a selection of Shelley's poetry, both heavy tomes. Neville presented her with a low-maintenance houseplant, a delightful April herb. Luna bestowed upon her a peculiar vial of liquid, and an antiquated brass pocket watch. There were also 2 anonymous gifts. One contained an old-fashioned bracelet, seemingly simple yet endearing, featuring a delicate floral pendant that Elle adored. However, she was unaware of the sender's identity, having inquired among several individuals to no avail. Ultimately deciding to store it carefully in a box, the other gift was sent from Lupin. Elle had not anticipated that Professor Lupin would also present her with a Christmas gift. When she beheld the box containing chocolates, a magical snow globe, and a card inscribed with a thoughtful note, she found herself momentarily speechless, perplexed as to why the somewhat unfamiliar Professor Lupin would bestow a gift upon her. Given their limited interactions, the notion that a teacher might express such kindness towards a student seemed rather far-fetched, and she could not overlook the dissonance that enveloped Lupin's gift. Could it be a lingering consequence of the Boggett incident? After much contemplation, Elle settled upon the most plausible explanation, and after considerable hesitation, resolved to reciprocate Lupin's gesture, while also preparing gifts for her friends. She crafted a box of homemade butter biscuits and a pair of cozy gloves for Hannah, a bag of muffins and a music box for Hermione, a fruit tart and a specially crafted dried flower card for Neville, a pair of eagle-shaped earrings and a strawberry cream cake for Luna, and identical filled cookies and soda wafers for Harry and Ron. For Professor Lupin, she chose to present a chocolate brownie cake. Hannah often jested that the gifts she received were predominantly edible, yet she herself savored the butter biscuits with great delight. Naturally, Elle also visited Hagrid and Buckbeak, gifting Hagrid a molten lava cake, while Buckbeak received his beloved ferret, and Fong was presented with a single, sizable bone that had required considerable effort to procure from a house elf. Hagrid was overjoyed and gifted her a blueberry rock pie that could shatter teeth. The fate of Buckbeak, however, remained unchanged, leaving both Elle and Hagrid in sorrow. After all, she was merely an ordinary student, lacking the influence and power that Draco Malfoy possessed. In this regard, she felt utterly powerless. left only to spend what time remained with Buckbeak. She also ventured into the Forbidden Forest to visit the Thestrals, generously feeding them an abundance of food. Ultimately, she arrived at the Whomping Willow, yet still failed to encounter the large black dog, leaving her to place a chicken leg and a ham and cheese sandwich on the ground for the little black dog. Alas, the little black dog remained elusive, and Elle felt a profound sense of disappointment. The Christmas feast production of Macbeth had concluded. Who had reacted most strongly to it? Who had found resonance with the characters? Professor Snape, who despised Muggle plays? The exuberant Hermione and Professor Sprout? The astonished Harry and Professor Lupin? Or perhaps the amiable Professor Dumbledore and the other professors and students who applauded enthusiastically? You startled me, Vincent. Though you are quite impressive. Squeaked Ron Petrat, Skevs. Elriz believed that Ron Weasley and his rat had the most intense reaction. Perhaps, during the performance when Macbeth was about to assassinate the king, he had frightened Ron, especially since she had brandished a cold dagger before him. The sudden shock may have been too much for Ron to bear, as it was for Scabbers in his pocket. After the performance, she noticed Ron taking deep breaths, constantly soothing the trembling Scabbers, who appeared to have lost weight. Elle felt a pang of guilt. Thus, on the day of their return from the holiday, she made a point to speak with Hermione and arranged to meet Ron and Harry in the library, not only to discuss potential methods to aid Buckbeak, but also to sincerely apologize to Ron. I'm sorry, Weasley, for frightening you and Scabbers, she said, a touch of embarrassment creeping into her voice. I got so caught up in the play that I didn't notice you. Vincent, I'm not that easily startled, Ron pouted. Elle regarded him with curiosity. I simply mistook you for someone else. No need to dwell on it, Vincent. Is that so? Who? She inquired instinctively. Sirius Black. The way you wielded that dagger reminded me so painfully of that night. Before Ron could elaborate further, Hermione had just kicked him under the table, while Harry nudged him with his elbow, interrupting his lengthy discourse. Hermione, what are you doing? Ron asked, bewildered and somewhat disgruntled, struggling to comprehend the reactions of his companions. Harry? What's wrong? Shut it, Ronald. Do you really need to recount your heroics yet again? It was ages ago. Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation, patting Elle on the back. Elle. Don't mind Ron. He has just been bragging since he encountered Black once. Black? Does she resemble Sirius Black? Elle mused. Elle. What's the matter? Hermione's voice brought her back to the moment, and she realized all three were watching her, especially Harry, whose expression was particularly complex. She instinctively averted her gaze and quickly spoke. Sorry, Weasley, have you met Black? Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, staring at Elle with surprise. You don't know? Ron exclaimed, sounding incredulous, as if Elle had overlooked the fact that he was the sole witness to the infamous Azkaban escapee. Elle. You haven't heard that Sirius Black entered Gryffindor's common room? He nearly attacked Ron. Hermione explained, he got in by using Neville's password, which Neville had written on a scrap of paper, and Black found it. This happened at the beginning of the term. I thought you knew since all the students were asleep in their sleeping bags. At the start of this term? At that time, her mind had been preoccupied with matters concerning her grandmother, leaving little room for anything else. Why did he target Weasley? Perhaps he mistook him for someone else. Maybe he confused Harry and my sleeping positions, Ron shrugged. Are you so certain that Black would seek out Potter instead of Weasley? Elle asked hesitantly. The three Gryffindors fell silent at once. Oh, Elle. We must devise a solution for Buckbeak. Hermione abruptly shifted the topic, while Harry lowered his head, appearing guilty. And Ron pretended to read, holding the book upside down until Hermione kicked him again. It was evident that they were concealing something from her. Everyone harbors a few secrets, don't they? Even she had her own matters she kept from Hermione and Hannah. Though intrigued, Elle chose not to pry further, instead following Hermione's lead. All right then. Hermione, is there any possibility of persuading Malfoy to drop the charges? Elle, rounding it up, the chances are virtually zero, Hermione replied exasperatedly. Harry shook his head in refusal, while Ron scowled, pleading with that Malfoy would be akin to courting death. Just look at him. He isn't even hurt. And we're expected to assist him with his demands. But only Malfoy can accomplish this, Harry asserted firmly. Elle felt increasingly disheartened. After spending an entire afternoon poring over books and gathering materials, it seemed there was little they could do. As she prepared to rise and leave, she caught a glimpse of the flat, empty pouch in Ron's pocket. By the way, Weasley, how is Scabbers? He was quite startled last time. Don't even mention it. Vincent. Scabbers is dead, thanks to that cat. It's not Crookshank's fault, Ron. Before Al could fully process her words, Hermione abruptly slammed the book shut, creating a loud noise. Her face contorted with anger as she glared at Ron. She then pulled her chair away with a harsh scrape and stormed off, while Ron, equally furious, departed in the opposite direction. This left Al and Harry in an awkward silence, exchanging uneasy glances. It seemed that Al had inadvertently broached a sensitive topic. She hastily bid farewell to Harry and returned to her dormitory that night. Lying on her bed as she began to reflect on the day's events, and those that had transpired before. Had Scabbers truly died? She had always found that rat peculiar. From the moment she first laid eyes on it, she sensed something was amiss. Its coarse gray fur, timid demeanor, and the peculiar absence of a finger. None of it resembled an ordinary rodent. During her first year, Al had been enchanted by the myriad of magical creatures. Was Scabbers one of them? It was unlikely for any rat to live for 12 years, and clearly, it had suffered greatly, as evidenced by its missing digit. It was Peter's rat. We must catch him, we must capture Peter. Sirius's words immediately came to mind. Al found it bewildering. How could the deceased Peter Pettigrew, who had perished 12 years ago, possibly relate to a rat that had lived for 12 years? Was it merely a coincidence of duration? Had Pettigrew left behind a finger, which Scabbers just happened to lack? Beyond that, there was no other connection unless Scabbers was indeed Peter Pettigrew? Magic was wondrous. It could transform humans into animals, just like Professor McGonagall's tabby cat or an animagus. Yet, Peter Pettigrew was not listed among the known animagi. Al felt this was too far-fetched. There were thousands of rats in the world, and perhaps some bore similarities to Scabbers. She could only attribute it to coincidence. Lacking any tangible evidence, all of which stemmed from her absurd dreams. She was perplexed as to why she would dream such things. Why in her dream did Black claim it was unjustly he who had blown up a street? And why had he spent a full 12 years in Azkaban before escaping? Why had he come to Hogwarts? Was it because Scabbers was there? Why did he attack the Weasley family? Was it because they had Scabbers with them? How did Sirius Black know that Scabbers was at Hogwarts? There were far too many coincidences and unanswered questions. I was unable to make sense of it all. Furthermore, Hermione and the others had reacted oddly, rigidly diverting the conversation away from Black. Had Potter perhaps revealed something to them? Had he mentioned that his father was likely Sirius Black? No, that didn't seem right. Al shook her head. It should have nothing to do with her. Elriz felt that most of the events unfolding were largely unrelated to her. Perhaps he didn't even know he had a daughter? She bitterly mocked herself. 12 years had passed, and her parents had never sought her out. No one had ever come looking for her, unlike Harry. Though Harry the Savior was a well-known figure. He knew his parents, possessed their photographs. What about her? All she had was a wanted poster of a man she suspected to be her father. And she didn't even know her mother's name. She had no definitive answers regarding whether her biological parents were indeed Gryffindor Black and Ravenclaw Vincent. All she possessed were the elusive words of the Sorting Hat, and her inexplicable nightmares. Thinking of Potter, Elle felt an odd sense of envy. The protagonist is the protagonist. Even Sirius could be linked to him. The Weasleys were certain that Sirius would come looking for Potter. Potter had a close relationship with Professor Lupin. He even called him Remus. Potter had also witnessed the ominous signs. Elriz always felt something strange, but she couldn't quite articulate it. She believed Hermione and Harry were likely more knowledgeable about Sirius than she was. But why were they so certain that Sirius would seek out Harry Potter? The questions were overwhelming, like a dense fog enveloping her, obscuring the truth and preventing her from seeing beyond the haze. Everything she knew stemmed from her inexplicable dreams. Dreams, absurd and irrational dreams. Why did she have to dream about Black? Elriz shut her eyes, suddenly feeling exhausted, wishing she could drift into a deep slumber. Unfortunately, before she could succumb to sleep, Hannah excitedly pulled her from her bed, urging her to come outside. Hannah? What's going on? Al. Let us go cheer for Cedric Diggory. Cedric Diggory, the new seeker for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. This year, Hufflepuff had a strong chance of winning the House Cup. Especially after their impressive victory against Gryffindor in their last match despite the inclement weather. That match had been a challenging one, with heavy rain obscuring visibility for all competitors, and the pitch swarming with Dementors, which resulted in Harry falling, his broom shattered by the Whomping Willow. Although his broom was destroyed, Elle later heard from Hermione that Harry received an anonymous gift, an expensive firebolt, which Professor McGonagall had confiscated. This incident only fueled Ron's anger toward Hermione. Their already strained relationship had worsened due to Scabbers, and now Hermione felt guilty, believing Crookshanks had devoured Scabbers. Elle comforted her. Elle asked Hermione why it had been confiscated. Because I think it might have been sent by Sirius Black. There could be dark magic on it. Elle was taken aback. Why would Hermione assume Black would send Harry a gift? Hermione hesitated, quickly changing the subject back to Ron's anger. When it came to anger, Elriz's most vivid memory was of Dumbledore's wrath. She had never seen the usually kind-hearted headmaster display such fury, his expression impassive, radiating an aura that drove away countless Dementors. Ron claimed that if it weren't for the Dementors, Harry could have caught it, and Gryffindor would have won. Sometimes, Al felt a twinge of resentment towards the Weasleys. Hannah pointed out that Cedric had also competed under the same dreadful conditions, nearly identical to Harry's. Cedric had showcased his abilities, catching the golden snitch simultaneously when Harry was struck by lightning. Without a doubt, Cedric believed the match was unfair and sought a rematch. But Gryffindor accepted the outcome. Cedric Diggory had truly embodied the spirit of Hufflepuff, fairness and justice. Whether it was Al, Hannah, or any other Hufflepuff student, they all felt immense pride for their house. That was the essence of honor. As a badger, embodying kindness, loyalty and fairness, Hufflepuff took pride in its identity, regardless of victory or defeat. Naturally, securing the house cup would only elevate their joy. Ow! I see him. Upon entering the grand hall, following Hannah's, Al gazed upon Cedric, encircled by a throng of students who had gathered to offer their heartfelt congratulations and encouragement for his forthcoming match against Slytherin. Go on, Hannah. Aren't you going? Alinko ayer. You can cheer for him on my behalf, Hannah. I find myself uncomfortable in crowded places. Deep within, Al wished fervently for Hufflepuff's victory. The notion that Hufflepuff was a lesser house was merely a prejudice. Their house had produced remarkable talents, such as Newt Scamander, a distinguished alumnus whom Al admired immensely, often perusing his published works to gain deeper insights into the enchanting creatures of the world, fostering a greater understanding and care for them. As she watched Hannah cheering for Cedric, her gaze fell upon the warm hues of their yellow and black scarves, and she glanced down at the badger emblem on her own robe, a black and white badger smiling back. A gentle smile graced her lips, for she believed Hufflepuff deserved honor, standing unyielding alongside the other three houses. Chapter 10. The details determine the outcome. Al found Hermione to be rather peculiar. Observing Hermione diligently engaged in her studies, she seemed no different at first glance from the Hermione he knew, yet there was an inexplicable oddity about her. It was as if her excessive dedication to her studies had rendered her somewhat unusual. Upon exiting the astronomy classroom, she encountered the ever-curious Miss Granger, who had just emerged from the arithmancy classroom. However, before she could greet her, Hermione hurried away as if pressed by urgent matters. Al was left in a state of confusion, sensing a dissonance. Just earlier, during Ancient Runes class, she had distinctly seen Hermione in attendance. Ron had once mentioned that Hermione practically enrolled in every subject, even managing to take 3 classes that coincided. Was there perhaps more than one Hermione? Al scratched her head. Bewildered by the hasty figure disappearing into the distance, her mind clouded with questions. If Ron and Harry were unaware, it seemed futile to inquire of Hermione herself. And so she continued with Hannah to complete their last class of the day. Strangeness did not rest solely upon Hermione. Professor Snape was equally enigmatic. Today, Al and Hannah arrived early for potions class, deliberately selecting seats in the back row to avoid drawing Snape's ire. This particular lesson was shared with Gryffindor. In Snape's presence, inter-house classes often yielded unexpected outcomes. For instance, when Hufflepuff faced Slytherin, the former typically bore the brunt of deducted points and scorn. Similarly, while paired with Ravenclaw, they still lost numerous points, overshadowed by the cunning of Slytherin and the intellect of Ravenclaw. Yet Gryffindor was a different matter entirely. All of Hogwarts knew of Professor Severus Snape's notorious disdain for Gryffindor. Whenever Hufflepuff shared a class with them, the latter consistently drew the majority of Snape's wrath. Al observed Harry being called upon time and again, while Neville, terrified of Snape, often faltered in his potions, sometimes even exploding his cauldron. Weasley, I suspect you might possess the intellect of a troll, given your inability to comprehend the basics of potion stirring. Ron's face turned as red as his hair. Longbottom, might I inquire if your mind is filled with dandelion fluff? Neville trembled even more at that. Our savior, Mr. Potter, do enlighten us on the precautions needed when brewing a shrinking solution. Harry's response was fragmented. I dare say you lack knowledge in this regard, as evidenced by your summer essay. Snape approached the blackboard. Put your hand down, Miss Granger, and do not let me catch you prompting him. Hermione reluctantly lowered her hand. 5 points from Gryffindor for Mr. Potter's abysmal essay. Now who will answer next? As Harry slumped in defeat, Hermione raised her hand high once more, eager to reclaim some points. Do not make me repeat myself, Miss Granger, Snape stated coldly, surveying the classroom like a serpent seeking its next target. All heads bowed in trepidation. Fearing Snape would call upon anyone but Hermione, who was among the more academically proficient students. The silence in the air was palpable. Even the sound of a pin dropping was acutely discernible. Yet Hermione remained steadfast. "Miss Vincent, you will answer." In an unprecedented turn of events, Professor Snape called upon Elriz. Al froze, convinced she must have misheard, instinctively glancing at the stunned Hannah, only to find her classmates regarding her with pitying eyes. "Al. Merlin help you." Al had always taken pride in her ability to remain unnoticed, as professors seldom called upon her, especially Snape, who had previously disregarded her. However, it appeared that things had shifted since the Christmas feast's theatrical performance. Snape's demeanor toward her had altered. Slowly Al stood, bracing herself against Snape's dark, disdainful gaze. When preparing a shrinking solution, the root of daisies must be uniformly chopped, and one must refrain from adding excessive rat spleen, lest it transform into a toxic orange potion. She stammered, her nerves overwhelming her. "I believe, Miss Vincent, that you should practice speaking fluently for your next answer. Even if your response is correct, I shall not hesitate to find fault. Sit down. What are you all doing if not taking notes?" She promptly complied, lowering her gaze, unwilling to meet Snape's eyes. Al was perplexed by the turn of events. Had she erred at the Christmas feast? Why was it that during potions class, she received treatment akin to that of the famed Harry Potter? Snape consistently called upon her, scrutinizing her with various criticisms, so many, in fact, that she often wondered if he was deliberately seeking to provoke her. Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin, was reputed to be the youngest professor at Hogwarts, having assumed the role of headmaster at the tender age of 21. Elle found this hard to fathom. A Slytherin acquaintance had informed her that Professor Snape was exceptionally skilled, a prodigy in potion-making who fully lived up to the title of Master of Potions, also excelling in the dark arts, with a remarkable track record. He had truly achieved success through merit. Elle recalled her initial impression of him, somber, complex. She could not articulate what made him complex. Professor Snape's eyes were black as coal, unfathomably deep, rendering anything beneath their gaze invisible. At times, Elle felt Snape's scrutiny of Harry to be peculiar, just as his gaze towards her carried an oddity. Though unlike Harry, there seemed to be an additional layer of disdain, perhaps even pity. She genuinely could not recall any significant interaction between herself and this enigmatic professor. Professor Snape is not akin to Professor Lupin. While Lupin possesses a certain subtlety and is evidently a man of depth, Snape, on the other hand, conceals his narrative profoundly, rendering it nearly imperceptible, like one perpetually adorned with a mask of deception, leaving one to rely solely on intuition for assessment. Describing him as a mere supporting character feels insufficient. To label him a protagonist would be an exaggeration. Al believes that Snape embodies a sense of an unexpected twist, albeit in a manner that is not overtly apparent. Were he to exist within a play, he would occupy an ambiguous role, yet remain strikingly authentic and intricate. "Miss Vincent, is my class truly so tedious as to induce daydreaming?" Professor Snape's voice resonated, deep and sonorous, reminiscent of an elegant, ancient cello, yet imbued with a suffocating, serpentine magnetism that sent chills down one's spine. "No, Professor," she replied, averting her gaze, a hint of guilt shadowing her expression. "Instead of daydreaming in class, why not assist Miss Ibel with her materials? For a lack of focus in class, Hufflepuffs lose 3 points." Hannah, suddenly summoned by name, shivered. At times, Al found Snape's rationale for deducting points irrefutable, engendering an irksome sense of helplessness. She genuinely could not comprehend what actions of hers might have irked the professor lately, even as she suspected he wasn't the type to hold grudges. Was it due to his disdain for Muggle dramas? Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed, as Hannah had not been singled out with alarming frequency, making Al feel as though she was the sole target. Pondering the situation proved futile, so she relinquished her thoughts, opting instead to help Hannah prepare daisy roots. After class, Hannah inquired why Snape had recently been calling on her so often. Al herself was at a loss. After the final potions class, Elle ventured to Hagrid's hut to visit Buckbeak, as the Ministry of Magic had confirmed the date of execution. "Hey Beak," she exclaimed, stroking the head of the hippogriff as it lowered itself, tossing it a ferret high into the air. Having played with Buckbeak frequently, there was a day when, as Al prepared to bow, Buckbeak nuzzled her hair, showcasing its unwavering trust. That moment filled her with delight, and they soared through the skies together for quite some time. It was precisely this bond that made her reluctant to part with her friend, unable to fathom the reality of its impending death. "Do you wish to fly further, Beak?" The hippogriff tilted its head in confusion, emitting a series of crisp calls. "It's all right, don't worry about Hagrid, nor about me, Beak," Elle chuckled helplessly. "What should I do? What can be done?" Regardless of the circumstances, She could never bear to witness Buckbeak's demise. However, a clandestine escape was not an option. Hagrid had mentioned that Professor Dumbledore would also be present, and if she were to release Buckbeak at that moment, not only would Hagrid face blame, but the headmaster would also encounter trouble. Thus, Elle devised a plan in her mind, one she herself deemed impulsive and reckless, a plan distinctly reminiscent of Gryffindor spirit. The following day marked the day of execution. With no classes, Elle donned inconspicuous casual attire and set out early. As she passed through the garden, she spotted the executioner sharpening his axe, casting a sinister glance, the blade glinting ominously in the light, razor-sharp. Buckbeak will not die, Elle resolutely thought, quickening her pace. Upon reaching the pumpkin patch near Hagrid's hut, Elle chose not to meet with Hagrid or Buckbeak, instead hiding in the nearby forest, concealed behind a tree, awaiting the arrival of Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic. She could not divulge her intentions to Hagrid, for his straightforward and innocent nature would surely betray her plans, making it easy for the executioner and the minister to discern her scheme. Elle simply needed to wait for their arrival. According to Hagrid, a signing process would ensue, where all would be summoned to the hut, granting her the opportunity to lead Buckbeak away during the commotion, allowing them to believe it was a result of faulty chains, that Buckbeak had flown away on its own. This way, neither Hagrid nor Professor Dumbledore would attract suspicion. Elle waited, and waited, until she thought the executioners had arrived. Peering out, she was unexpectedly greeted by several familiar figures. Hermione? She called involuntarily. At that moment, a sudden crack of branches echoed behind her, causing Elle to turn in alarm, expecting someone to be there. However, upon inspection, she found nothing but rustling leaves, likely a trick of the wind. Turning back, she saw Hermione, Harry, and Ron entering Hagrid's hut, engaging in casual conversation. This was troubling, for not far off, Dumbledore was leading the Minister of Magic and the executioner toward the hut. Elle pondered her next move. Should she wait until Dumbledore and the others entered before acting? But what of Hermione and the others still inside? This dilemma gnawed at her, prompting her to frequently glance out the window to gauge the situation. By Merlin's socks, Elle Rice beheld an incomprehensible sight. She instinctively rubbed her eyes, convinced she must be mistaken. How could there be two Hermiones, two Harrys, and one Weasley? She stared in horror at the three within the hut, then back at the two behind the pumpkin, oscillating between the two scenes. One person could not possibly exist in the same space as another. She watched the Hermione behind the pumpkin hurl a stone at the Harry inside the hut, prompting the Harry within to turn, noticing the approaching Dumbledore and his entourage, leading the Hermione and Harry behind the pumpkin to rush toward Elle, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, the Hermione inside the hut concealed herself behind the pumpkin. At present, Elle was silenced by Hermione's hand over her mouth, while Harry signaled for quiet. After a long pause, once the Hermione and Harry, along with Ron, had departed, Elle finally drew deep breaths as Hermione released her grip. Hermione, you. Elle gasped stunned, but was swiftly interrupted by Harry. Vincent. Buckbeak is what matters now. We will explain everything shortly. Harry and Hermione spoke in unison. Upon mention of Buckbeak, Elle momentarily cast aside her thoughts, hastily peering out to see Dumbledore and the others had entered the hut and commenced signing. Silently. Close your ears and listen. Elle cautiously advanced, with Harry and Hermione closely following, casting silencing charms along the way to avoid drawing attention from those inside. Wait. Vincent. You need to bow. As Elle Rice approached to lead the hippogriff, Harry intended to caution her, but suddenly fell silent, along with Hermione, both wide-eyed in astonishment. For Elle had simply strode forward. What Harry and Hermione had not anticipated was that the hippogriff remained remarkably docile. Even without a bow, Buckbeak exhibited no signs of wariness, lazily seated on the ground, nuzzling Elle as she undid the chains from the pillar. Once freed, Buckbeak surprisingly followed her obediently. The process unfolded astonishingly smoothly, and Elle, along with Harry and Hermione, dashed into the depths of the forest, finally finding a secluded spot to rest for a moment. Hermione, you must explain yourself. Elle slumped on the grass, panting heavily, leaning against Buckbeak. Ow. I never imagined you would bond so well with Buckbeak. Vincent exclaimed. Thank you so much for that, really, Elle replied, trying to catch her breath. But now, Hermione Potter, I require an explanation. Why were there two of you just now? Well, Elle, it's the time turner, Hermione explained, producing a device that resembled a pocket watch from her clothing. This is how I managed to attend 3 classes simultaneously. We used it to travel back in time to rescue Buckbeak. It seems we had the same idea, Elle. I didn't expect you to act even before Harry and I. Elle looked helplessly at her loquacious friend. Yes, Hermione, but why do you possess a time turner? Hermione, There's no time for explanations. Harry interjected urgently, interrupting their conversation. Vincent. You must return. Tonight is perilous. Al. You need to leave first. We will take care of Buckbeak. Buckbeak? He cannot remain here indefinitely. Al glanced back and forth between Harry and Hermione's serious expressions, bewildered by their sudden urgency. Buckbeak must fly away, for the Ministry will eventually search this area. Wait, Hermione. Potter, are you hiding something? Al stood up, puzzled by their anxiety. Is something going to happen tonight? Al. Please, for the love of all that is good, go back. I will explain later, but not now. Shouldn't we all return together, Hermione? Al. Trust us. We come from the future and know what to do next. Please. Despite their fervent pleas, Hermione and Harry were adamant about not letting Al stay. Fine, Al sighed, taking a deep breath. I trust you, Hermione Potter. I will return for now, but you must remain safe. Chapter 11, Scene 2. Under the watchful gaze of Hermione and Harry, the silhouette of the girl gradually faded from the edge of the forest. Only then could they feel at ease to attend to the unfinished business with the Whomping Willow. Al indeed returned, but rather than heading back to the Hufflepuff dormitory, she made her way to Hagrid's hut. She wondered how Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic would react after Buckbeak's release. Al knocked on Hagrid's door, waiting for a considerable time without a response. She repeated the knocking, but still no sound. On the third knock, a clattering noise echoed from inside, as if something had fallen to the ground. The heavy wooden door swung open with force, revealing a towering figure standing before her. Hagrid. Before Al could utter a single word, she found herself enveloped in a large, powerful embrace, the strong sense of brandy and mead swirling around her, nearly overwhelming her senses and prompting a small cough as she struggled for breath. Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant, was unlike any ordinary human. As the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, gamekeeper, and care of magical creatures professor, he possessed enough strength to lift 3 people with ease, let alone a relatively slender girl. Standing at 3 meters tall, Hagrid effortlessly lifted Al, who was only about 1.7 meters, off the ground, leaving her feet dangling several centimeters above the floor, making her appear even smaller. Whenever Harry, Ron, or Al stood beside Hagrid, they seemed diminutive in comparison. Oh no, Hagrid, I can hardly breathe. Al managed to gasp. Oh dear. Little Al. Hagrid exclaimed, hastily setting her down before exuberantly ushering her inside, and slamming the heavy door shut behind them. What a splendid day. Little Al. Buckbeak has flown away, Hagrid exclaimed, wiping his nose with a loud sniffle. It must be because I didn't secure him tightly enough. How clever he is. Buckbeak. Hagrid continued to sob while handing her a steaming mug of hot cocoa. I hope he flies far away so he won't be caught. He proudly raised his mead, occasionally sniffling and mumbling to himself, surrounded by empty bottles strewn across the floor. I miss Buckbeak, little Al. He will return, Hagrid. Perhaps he will come back quietly. Al reassured him. Although Buckbeak was nearby in the forest, Al felt it was not the right moment to divulge the truth to Hagrid. Nevertheless, she was undeniably relieved that Buckbeak was safe. No, he mustn't come back. What if he gets captured? The gamekeeper's mood did not brighten. Instead, he despondently downed another cup of mead, staggering over to the large armchair and plopping down, refilling his cup with brandy. Where could he be now? Buckbeak must be hungry. I didn't have time to feed him the ferret he loves. It appeared that even after flying away, the death sentence for Buckbeak had not been rescinded. It was only a matter of time before the Ministry would capture him. Now, as Al gazed out the window, the sky had turned completely dark. A full moon rising slowly over the horizon, while crows flew restlessly over the pumpkin patch, their hoarse caws seemingly foretelling an unspeakable curse. A sense of unease settled within her. Through the window, she could see the place where the hippogriff had been tethered, now an empty space. Upon closer inspection, she noticed several dead ferrets fluttering in the breeze not far from the railing, which would have been Buckbeak's dinner. Al was struck by a foreboding feeling. Setting aside her concerns about Buckbeak, it was Hermione and Harry who truly occupied her thoughts. It was hard to believe they came from the future. How far into the future could it be? Hermione was still wearing the casual outfit she had on when they first met, and so was Harry. Did they arrive tonight or tomorrow? Al found it impossible to feel at ease. How could she? She noticed the small cuts and bruises adorning their faces, barely scabbed over, compounded by their anxious demeanor and tense expressions. She couldn't help but wonder what calamity awaited them. They had already saved Buckbeak, so what more could they need to do? Would Hermione and Harry be in danger? Hagrid, I must go back, Al cried, bursting through the door, hastily grabbing a ferret from the pumpkin patch, and sprinting back into the forest. Hermione had only asked to return. She hadn't said anything about not being able to come back, And besides, she could bring Buckbeak dinner. Elle concocted a makeshift excuse for her actions. Buckbeak. I'm back. What are you eating? Where are Harry and Hermione? Elle arrived at the previous location but saw neither Hermione nor Harry. Instead, she spotted a restless Buckbeak, pecking at the ground, darting this way and that, seemingly intent on catching something. Was Buckbeak hungry and trying to catch a ferret or some other prey? Buckbeak. Elle called out. At the sound of her voice, the hippogriff suddenly took flight, revealing that it had indeed caught its target, a bleeding rat. What prey? Elle gasped in horror, realizing it was none other than Ron's pet rat. Elle's gaze sharpened, and as she discerned the scene before her, her expression shifted abruptly. In a flurry of panic, she rushed forward, urging Buckbeak to release the struggling rat, Scabbers. Buckbeak. You mustn't eat him. Scabbers is not for you. Look. Here's your favorite, a ferret. Buckbeak let out a long, piercing cry and seized the ferret tossed into the air, while Elle hastily caught the plummeting Scabbers, who was writhing and squeaking incessantly in her grasp. It was a challenge to keep him still. In her moment of distraction, a sharp pain shot through her hand. Scabbers had bitten her and slipped from her grasp, darting away into the depths of the forbidden forest. Wait. Don't run, Scabbers. Don't eat him, Buckbeak. Yet Buckbeak, undeterred by the chaos, lunged at Scabbers once more, sending the startled rat scurrying through the underbrush in a frantic bid for safety from the griffin's beak. Elle, in a flurry, fumbled for her wand from her pocket and pointed it at Scabbers, exclaiming, Petrificus totalis. The spell missed its mark, and Scabbers accelerated his escape. Elle, determined, sprinted after Buckbeak, knowing that if Buckbeak truly devoured Scabbers, she would never be able to face Ron again. Oh no, Buckbeak. In a flash of instinct, Elle dove forward, managing to snatch Scabbers just before Buckbeak could snap him up, and didn't forget to cast the petrification spell again, rendering him immobile. She lightly tapped Buckbeak, who still had the inclination to peck at Scabbers. Buckbeak, you cannot eat Scabbers. Ron would be devastated. If you're hungry, I can bring you a ferret instead. Buckbeak emitted a plaintive sound, nuzzling her affectionately. Elle stumbled to her feet, her knees scraped and dust-covered, with a cut on her face from her earlier dive that had caught on a branch. She examined the rigid form of the petrified rat in her hand, noting the wounds from Buckbeak's earlier grip, which were still oozing blood. She hastily bandaged Scabbers, administering a rudimentary treatment, yet resolved not to lift the spell, for fear he would flee again. It was far too late in the day, and Mrs. Pomfrey was likely resting. She couldn't even procure a potion to heal the rat. Elle planned to return Scabbers to Ron the following day, believing that doing so would resolve the misunderstandings between Ron and Hermione, mending their strained relationship, and relieving Ron from blaming Crookshanks, while also sparing Hermione any guilt. Wait, Buckbeak. Where are Hermione and Potter? Aren't they with you? Elle suddenly realized. At that moment, a distant, haunting howl echoed through the air, accompanied by a peculiar sound that bore a resemblance to Hermione's voice, emanating from the depths of the forbidden forest. Were there wolves at Hogwarts? Had Hermione and Potter ventured deep into the forest? Buckbeak. Quickly go to Hermione and Potter. I beg you. As soon as Elle uttered these words, Buckbeak appeared to comprehend, turning sharply and racing towards the source of the sounds, disappearing in a flash. Buckbeak was formidable. He could ensure Hermione and Harry's safety, and perhaps even bring them back to the castle in time. Elle fervently hoped they were all safe. Hermione, Harry, and Buckbeak, please be unharmed, she silently prayed. The forbidden forest at night was particularly perilous, starkly contrasting with the daylight hours, especially during this sensitive period following Sirius's escape, where Dementors could appear at any moment. Elle understood all too well that she should not linger any longer. The forest posed significant dangers, including the risk of getting lost or encountering Dementors. Moreover, curfew was approaching, and not only would she risk crossing paths with Filch, but Hannah would also be worried about her. Elle hurried back, carefully placing the immobile Scabbers into her jacket pocket, mindful that Hannah was frightened of rodents. It would be disastrous if she were to see it. Upon reaching the Hufflepuff common room, her suspicions were confirmed. Do you have any idea how late it is, dear Elle? Hannah stood there, arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression. Hannah, Elle began. What happened to your knees and your face? Hannah keenly observed Elle's dusty appearance, noting the blood on her face and the wound on her leg that was still oozing. You didn't go after Buckbeak, did you? Elle felt a wave of guilt wash over her, unable to meet Hannah's gaze. I almost suspect you've been infected by the Gryffindor courage of Hermione and Harry. Elle, Hannah remarked, raising an eyebrow and letting out a resigned sigh as she pulled Elle back to their dormitory, insisting she sit on the bed while she rummaged for something that could serve as a bandage or healing potion. Is Buckbeak all right? Elle inquired. Yes, fine. He flew away. However, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery hasn't been revoked. The Ministry will inevitably catch up with Buckbeak unless Malfoy's order is rescinded, Hannah replied, her brow furrowed with concern. You've done remarkably well, Elle. Hannah smiled gently. I'll ask around for more potions, but Mrs. Pomfrey is likely resting now. Just stay put. As she finished speaking, Hannah stepped out of the room, and Elle noticed a stirring in her pocket. It was Scabbers. The spell's effect was beginning to wane. Oh no, I need to find a place to secure Scabbers. I can't let Hannah discover him. She is terrified of mice. Elle swiftly grasped the squirming rat, who was determined to escape, and he bit her hand, eliciting a yelp of pain from her. Only after casting the stunning spell once more did Scabbers finally settle down. She glanced around, her eyes settling on a small gray satchel. Without a second thought, she placed Scabbers inside. As the bag had been enchanted with a permanent extension charm and a warming charm, providing ample space for Scabbers to move about, along with a chicken leg and sandwich for sustenance. Yet there was still a concern. The stunning spell was time-sensitive, and Scabbers could awaken at any moment, potentially creating a hole in the satchel to escape. Elle layered several protective and binding charms over the bag, including a silencing charm. In case he stirred and squeaked during the night, she and Hannah would not fare well. Once everything was secured, she collapsed onto her bed, a wave of relief washing over her as she gazed at the little satchel, lost in thought. She never imagined she would end up with Ron's rat. But why was Scabbers in the Forbidden Forest? Buckbeak had nearly devoured him. Were Hermione and the others safe? Elle pondered about the future versions of Hermione and Harry. Speaking of which, where was Ron? It was unusual for them to be separated. Unless something had happened to Ron that only Harry and Hermione could handle? But with Buckbeak's situation temporarily resolved, what else could they be doing? Elle noticed her satchel shaking again. It was Scabbers. Did he truly fear her? The numerous bite marks on her hand were testament to that. Could he really be Peter Pettigrew? No matter how she viewed it, Scabbers appeared to be an ordinary rat. And Elle couldn't comprehend why Sirius in her dreams insisted on capturing him. If he truly were Peter Pettigrew, then Black was innocent? What was Sirius Black doing now? Hiding somewhere within the castle? The more she thought, the more tangled her thoughts became, questions spiraling one after another. At that moment, Hannah returned, quickly tending to Elle's wounds and casting the healing charm, reminding her that they would need to visit the hospital wing the following day. Elle nodded in agreement. Before succumbing to slumber, she gazed intently at the incessantly writhing little handbag, clearly perceiving that the creature inside was most unwilling to remain there. Perhaps it would be best to return the creature to Ron. Elle raised a resigned sigh, for at present, all that occupied her mind were absurd conjectures devoid of reason or substantial foundation, accompanied solely by her inexplicable nightmares. The following noon, she arrived at the Gryffindor common room with the gray handbag, where the creature continued to squirm restlessly within. After locating Neville and Ginny, she intended to inquire about Hermione and Ron's whereabouts, only to be met with unexpected news. Hermione Granger was currently in the hospital wing, while Harry Potter had succumbed to unconsciousness after an encounter with a Dementor, and Ron Weasley had suffered a broken leg, lying helplessly in the hospital wing. All these events transpired the previous night, and it was rumored that a werewolf was on the loose at Hogwarts, with Professor Snape having captured Sirius Black, only for him to escape once more. Undoubtedly, Hermione and her companions were entangled in these affairs, and even Buckbeak had vanished. How could so many events transpire in a single night? Why, it was said that Harry was found in the company of Sirius, discovered and escorted back by Professor Snape. Why? Elriz hurried toward the hospital wing, her mind in a tumultuous state, her heart feeling as though it were being tightly gripped. She was compelled to ask questions, for she found herself enveloped in a fog of ignorance concerning Potter, Hermione, Ron, and that prisoner, Sirius Black. The haze thickened, concealing ever more facts and truths. Upon reaching the entrance of the hospital wing, she pushed the door open, only to collide with the back of a man before she even stepped inside. My apologies, sir. Are you all right? Elle hastily apologized, lifting her gaze, only to freeze, instinctively clutching the handbag containing the creature. The man slowly turned around, and upon seeing her, exhibited a momentary surprise, followed swiftly by a countenance of disdain and scorn, lifting his chin and regarding Elle with a look of contempt. He possessed impeccably maintained platinum hair, radiating an air of noble elegance, clad in an expensive black suit, and wielding a gold serpent-headed cane. Elriz recognized him. She had previously researched the Black family. In addition to Sirius Black, she had two cousins she had never met. One was Andromeda Black, now married and known as Andromeda Tonks. The other was Narcissa Black, Narcissa Malfoy, who was also the wife of the man before her. Elriz had never considered that one day she would find herself related by blood to Draco Malfoy. At least in name. Draco Malfoy was in fact her cousin. Lucius, what is it? Has someone arrived? Inquired a man beside him, turning to regard her as well. And who might you be? I apologize, but we are currently in a meeting. Could you kindly step outside? The man before her was Lucius Malfoy. Chapter 12. The dramatic developments, miss. Might I request that you step outside? A gentleman nearby addressed her with polite formality, devoid of emotion. While Lucius surveyed Elriz with a detached gaze, scanning her face and attire before disdainfully turning away, evidently reluctant to remain in proximity to her. Had the fleeting surprise she detected merely been an illusion? El sensed that Lucius had mistaken her for someone else, for his expression bore an unmistakable disdain akin to that of Professor Snape. Miss, the gentleman prompted again. She regained her composure, nodding hastily as she prepared to leave. Albus, could you not postpone your discussions for another time? Look, my patients are on the verge of being chased away. A voice from afar interrupted, causing Al to halt and glance back. My apologies, Pomfrey, it will be resolved shortly. She not only spotted the headmaster and Madame Pomfrey, but also several familiar faces. Ron lay on a bed with his right leg encased in plaster. Harry and Hermione were nearby, seemingly embroiled in a heated debate with Professor Snape. Professor Snape had arrived as well? The atmosphere was chaotic, ill-suited for her entry. Present were the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Draco's father Lucius Malfoy, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, and numerous unfamiliar faces. Presumably ministry officials gathered due to the events concerning Sirius from the previous night. Before Al could make her exit, Madame Pomfrey, in a fit of anger, ushered her inside. Albus, I can no longer tolerate this. You may hold your meeting, but I must attend to my patients. Elriz found herself abruptly seated on a bed beside a dazed Ron, their eyes meeting in mutual astonishment. Simultaneously, Madame Pomfrey drew the curtains, isolating Ron and Al from the discussions outside. The soundproofing charm must have been at play. After all, it would not do to let an uninformed student overhear, even if Al was eager to learn about Sirius, her potentially biological father. Come now, Weasley. You must drink your potion thoroughly. Madame Pomfrey produced a vial of peculiar-colored potion. Ron had no choice but to drink it, his face contorting in distaste. Clearly, the potion was unpleasant. Pomfrey, Madame Pomfrey, the healer of the hospital wing. Al recalled hearing Hannah speak of her healing skills, potions, and herbology, with Hannah often expressing a desire to become a healer like her. Stern yet gentle, Madame Pomfrey ruled the infirmary with an iron fist. Even Dumbledore had been unceremoniously dismissed, as Al had just witnessed. So where does it hurt? Before Al could respond, Madame Pomfrey had already begun her examination, quickly noticing the bloodstains on her face and the wounds on her knees. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded appreciatively, stating, "It seems you have already applied a healing potion. What is your name?" Elriz Vincent. The healing potion was administered by Hannah Abbott. She assisted me. Oh. Miss Abbott's handling is quite commendable. Hannah will undoubtedly be pleased to hear this. Al mused inwardly. Where were you injured? I stumbled in the Forbidden Forest, madam. There may be toxic plants in the Forbidden Forest. Your wounds could become infected. Allow me to provide you with a potion. Without awaiting a response, the swift Madame Pomfrey exited, while Ron finished the distasteful potion, his complexion turning a shade of purple as he coughed repeatedly, lying weakly on the bed. Al couldn't help but glance at Ron's despondent expression. Weasley, are you all right? Not at all, Vincent. What happened? I mean last night. Gently. Don't even mention it, Vincent. It was a dreadful night. Ron appeared reluctant to elaborate. Elriz found herself at a loss for words, yet her curiosity regarding Hermione, Potter, and the events surrounding Sirius Black surged within her. She suddenly remembered that the creature was still nestled in her handbag. Weasley. That creature isn't Hermione's and Crookshank's fault. What? Ron looked utterly bewildered. Indeed, the rat is alive, Al exclaimed, lowering his gaze to the satchel, intending to extract the mouse. Suddenly, he was bitten by the rat, causing him to instinctively retract his hand. Vincent? What do you mean? Ron's expression shifted to one of confusion as he questioned Al, hastily rising from the bed and fixating on Al's subsequent actions. I found the rat. It is still alive. It is neither Hermione's fault nor Crookshank's, Weasley. I apologize, Weasley. I used the petrifying and stunning spells on it. It is injured. After considerable effort, Al finally grasped the elusive rat from the satchel, carefully extracting it. The rat was still squirming, emitting high-pitched squeaks and clinging tightly to his hand. Al had to endure the sharp pain and exert more force to prevent the rat from escaping, then extended it toward Ron. Weasley. Harry. Hermione. Ron interrupted Al's words in a panic, shouting loudly. Wait, Weasley, what are you doing? Al looked bewilderedly at Ron's reaction, while the rat struggled even more vigorously. Ron. Stop shouting. The curtain was abruptly drawn back, revealing Hermione, who was expressing her impatience, with Harry following closely behind. Al noticed that Dumbledore and everyone else present had halted their discussions, all turning their attention toward her and Ron. Madame Pomfrey appeared quite agitated, and was about to rush over. Look. Ron nervously pointed at Al. Yet, Al remained perplexed, gazing at Ron with confusion. As he spoke, Harry and Hermione followed Ron's gesture, noticing the squirming rat in Al's hand. Al observed their expressions shift to one of grave concern, and both of them promptly drew their wands, ready to strike at any moment. Al. Put down that mouse. Hermione stated sternly. Vincent. Don't move. Professor Dumbledore. Peter is right here. Look. Right here. Harry shouted loudly. Al found herself somewhat taken aback, retreating repeatedly as the rat struggled even more forcefully. She was still trying to comprehend the situation and the tense atmosphere, feeling awkward being targeted by wands. Ron nervously watched the rat in Al's hand, while Harry and Hermione pointed their wands at it. Professor Snape, Minister Fudge, and Professor McGonagall all looked on with curiosity, and the other ministry members cast skeptical glances. Lucius regarded the scene with a dispassionate gaze. Finally, Dumbledore slowly approached, his demeanor serious, the sharp glint behind his crescent-shaped glasses obscured, leaving unclear whether his focus was on Al or the rat. In any case, his piercing gaze seemed to scrutinize her thoroughly. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Al felt increasingly helpless, perceiving the rat in her hand as a proverbial hot potato. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally offered her a faint smile, feigning ease. Miss Vincent. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, please lower your wands. Harry and Hermione gradually complied. Of course, Miss Vincent. May I kindly ask you to release it? I understand you are quite bewildered. Given Dumbledore's words, Al reluctantly placed the rat on the ground, bewildered as it prepared to scurry into a corner. At which point the headmaster waved his wand. Where the rat had been, a strange wizard appeared, cowering in the corner, trembling uncontrollably, his clothing tattered and filthy, resembling the mouse, with a long gash bleeding profusely, likely inflicted by claws. Merlin, is that you? Professor McGonagall uttered in disbelief, trembling as she pointed at the wizard. The infirmary fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, the crowd erupted into a commotion. Harry excitedly declared Sirius innocent, while Hermione hurriedly attempted to calm him down. Professor Snape's expression darkened further. The hero who was supposed to have perished 12 years ago had suddenly appeared in the infirmary, undoubtedly stirring a significant uproar. Peter Pettigrew. Al realized that the rat truly was Peter Pettigrew. Her dream had materialized into reality. Al felt her mind go blank, ceasing to function as she stood there, staring at the trembling wizard who was nervously nibbling his nails. Look, he has indeed lost a finger. It appears we must revisit the previous case, Minister, Dumbledore stated coldly, his severe gaze fixed on the quaking wizard. Peter, do you have anything to say? Dumbledore, please. Don't throw me into Azkaban. Peter pleaded desperately as two approaching ministry members prepared to cast a binding spell on him. Ron. Do you remember me? Good master. It's me, the rat. Ha, Harry, your parents, James and Lily, would not want this. It was all Black's doing. I did nothing. Upon hearing this, Ron grimaced in disdain, instinctively taking a step back, while Harry angrily shouted in response, You betrayed my parents. Sirius is innocent. You have no right to lie here. Peter appeared increasingly pitiful, ultimately casting a desperate glance at Snape and Lucius. Snape's expression remained impassive, his eyes vacant of emotion, while Lucius regarded him with indifference, continuously stroking his serpent-headed wand. Finally, he scanned the room, allowing his gaze to settle on the frozen Al. Good girl, you saved me. As Peter spoke, the attention of the crowd shifted to Al. Please, your name is Al, right? You wouldn't want to see me die, would you? I know you saved me. I am a good friend of your father's. Good girl, you resemble your father so much. Peter stammered, struggling to remain upright, his head nearly touching the ground. Your mother is a wonderful person. You wouldn't want to see me die, would you? Father? Mother? You knew my parents? Al asked incredulously, while Peter seized the opportunity to clutch her clothing tightly, nodding vigorously as if grasping a lifeline. Save me, good girl. Peter Pettigrew continued to plead. Enough, Minister. I believe we can take him back for questioning. As soon as the words left his lips, Hermione immediately stepped forward to pull the dazed girl away from Peter, creating distance between them, while Dumbledore waved his hand to interrupt Peter's words. The two ministry members, upon receiving orders, swiftly approached to drag the still struggling wizard away. Dumbledore. I think we should also question that girl, Fudge stated, referring to Al. Wait. Minister. She has nothing to do with this. Hermione urgently protested. Miss Granger. Did you not hear what was said just now? Fudge slightly raised his head, casting a sidelong glance at Dumbledore. Just now. Peter Pettigrew said that girl saved him and mentioned her father is that black. It is necessary to question her, is it not? Hermione was momentarily rendered speechless. And how does a 13-year-old child capture an animagus, an experienced wizard? Simultaneously, Lucius Malfoy casually interjected, his scrutinizing gaze piercing into Alice being like a needle, while Harry and Hermione immediately shielded her from view. Mr. Malfoy, Minister, let us wait until she is ready to speak. I believe Miss Vincent has been quite shaken. And it is up to Poppy to decide how to proceed, wouldn't you agree? Dumbledore offered a gentle smile to Al. She is now my patient. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in displeasure, her voice laced with irritation. You all should leave. Out. Only students remain. In no time, the once crowded infirmary transformed into a desolate space, with professors and ministry officials departing, leaving only the incapacitated Ron, Harry, Al, and the solemn Hermione. Al, what happened? Hermione inquired, her tone stern and grave. How did you capture Scabbers? Do you not realize that Peter could kill you at any moment? This is perilous. And what is your connection with Sirius Black? Merlin's beard. The ministry will certainly come after you, perhaps even hold a hearing regarding Sirius's innocence, as you are one of the witnesses and his daughter. Al. Why did you not tell me your father was Sirius? Hermione's words tumbled out at a rapid pace. Wait, Hermione, Harry attempted to interrupt her relentless questioning. I had no idea Sirius had a daughter. Ron interjected. I do not know, Hermione, Elriz said flatly, observing the three in front of her who were rendered speechless. I know nothing. She impatiently reiterated. I only suspected Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew. I merely believed he was an ordinary rat, just a pet of the Weasleys. I have only a cursory understanding of the case from 12 years ago, and have pondered Sirius's innocence. As for what you did last night and your relationship with Black, I am equally in the dark about the truth. If you wish to know how Scabbers was captured, it was Buckbeak who seized him. I returned once last night, concerned for your safety, and upon finding you absent, I sent Buckbeak to your location. He could protect you and bring you back from the Forbidden Forest, teeming with Dementors. The only thing I know is that Sirius Black might be my father. I learned this in my first year, and only saw what he looked like in my third year from a wanted poster clipped from the Daily Prophet. Beyond that, I am unaware. For as long as I can remember, my life has never included figures named father or mother. That is all, Hermione. You know far more about Black than I do. As for him, I am merely afraid. He manifests as my boggart, nothing more. Moreover, he likely does not even know he has a daughter, Elle said, self-deprecatingly. I do not even know my mother's name. Is Buckbeak all right, Hermione? Of course he is, Elle. Hermione hesitated, gazing at her with complexity, before Harry added, we used Buckbeak to rescue Sirius Vincent, so both Sirius and Buckbeak escaped, and he is innocent. Harry's voice dwindled to a whisper. Silence enveloped the room. Elriz gazed at the three before her, who remained mute. Chapter 13. Elriz's monologa. The prophecy of Sybil Trelawney is remarkably accurate. Indeed, noble blood courses through my veins. The ancient lineage of pure-blood wizards, the blood of the Black family flows within me. I have indeed paid a price. I cannot lead a mundane existence, subjected to the scrutiny of many, for I am the daughter of Sirius Black. My fate is undeniably dramatic and tumultuous. All revolves around a mere word. The axis upon which my academic journey, my experiences, and my destiny oscillate. Black. After Elriz exited the infirmary, she wandered aimlessly, lost in thought. She descended the stairs, passed the library and the great hall, traversed the long corridors. She did not return to the Hufflepuff dormitory to see Hannah, nor did she visit the herbology classroom to meet Neville, nor did she venture into the Forbidden Forest to meet Luna, who watched the Thestrals, nor did she return to the infirmary where Hermione was. She walked past Hagrid's hut, ventured into the Forbidden Forest, and circled the edge of the Black Lake. Ultimately, she halted at the boundary of the Forbidden Forest, pausing before the Whomping Willow. Not out of fatigue, but because she beheld something. It was the food she had left for the black dog yesterday, a ham sandwich and a chicken leg, still placed at the designated spot agreed upon with the black dog. Due to the wind or perhaps other creatures, it had become a chaotic mess, littered with fragments all around. Elle knew that although the black dog had been avoiding her, it usually consumed everything she brought with it. Yesterday, however, the black dog had not eaten the food she provided. Elriz lay down on the grass, staring up at the azure sky, lost in thought. How could the black dog have eaten? It was occupied. Was it not busy avenging Peter Pettigrew in the shrieking shack? What a twist it was. The black dog was black. The large black dog was indeed Sirius Black, in his animagus form, which explained everything regarding the abrupt change in the black dog's demeanor and its avoidance of her. The timeline returns to the infirmary, to the moment Elriz remained silent, back to when Harry had revealed everything to her, from beginning to end. Harry said his father was close friends with Black. He spoke of Professor Lupin, of Peter Pettigrew, and Sirius, as well as Harry's father, James Potter. The four were inseparable friends at Hogwarts, collectively known as the Marauders, each with their own nickname. Harry hesitated for a moment but continued, Professor Lupin is a werewolf. Harry explained that because Lupin was a werewolf, his friends found a way to become animagi to accompany him through the torment of the full moon. Harry's father transformed into a stag, Ael's father into a large black dog, and Peter Pettigrew into a rat. Elriz had heard mention of this during her first encounter with the boggart, and had dreamt of the moon-faced figure, that of Professor Lupin in his wolf form. This could clarify why Professor Lupin had cast her peculiar glances. Harry also mentioned that Sirius Black was his godfather, and that Professor Lupin was his father's close friend, which explained why Harry could address Lupin by his first name rather than as Professor, as well as why Harry often practiced spells against Dementors in Lupin's office. Harry recounted all that had transpired in the Shrieking Shack the previous night, detailing how Ron had been dragged into the Whomping Willow's passage by the transformed black dog. Ron had even lifted his injured leg, now encased in a cast, only to be shushed by Hermione to continue listening to Harry's narrative. He recounted the torment they endured from the Whomping Willow, how Sirius and Lupin had met, and how they had knocked Professor Snape unconscious. Thus, El knew the hidden truths of that fateful year, understanding how Harry's parents had met their demise at the hands of Voldemort. He learned that their secret keeper had been Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius Black. El became aware of how Pettigrew had betrayed his friends, blowing up a street of muggles and framing Black for the crime. He understood that Pettigrew had masqueraded as a rat in the Weasley household for 12 years, while Black had languished in Azkaban for the same duration. Ron, ever the jester, remarked with disgust about having once shared a bed with Scabbers, expressing relief that the rodent had not been passed on to his sister Ginny. When discussing the attempt to capture Pettigrew, they recalled the chaos that ensued that fateful night, coinciding with the full moon when Professor Lupin had forgotten to take his wolfsbane potion, and transformed into an uncontrollable werewolf. In the ensuing pandemonium, Pettigrew had fled, and Sirius, in his animagus form as a great black dog, had engaged Lupin in a desperate struggle to protect Harry, facing hundreds of Dementors alongside him. Ultimately, Harry had succumbed to unconsciousness, and Sirius was delivered to the tower by Professor Snape, awaiting the dread kiss of the Dementor. The following day, in a bid to save the falsely accused Sirius, Harry and Hermione had employed a time-turner to venture into the past, with Ron incapacitated due to a broken leg. This was the very moment Al had witnessed, 2 Harrys and 2 Hermiones along with 1 Ron. They had returned to rescue Buckbeak, distracting the werewolf, and were ultimately saved by Buckbeak himself. As Hermione embraced Al, expressing gratitude for summoning Buckbeak, Harry continued his tale, recounting how they had repelled the Dementors and how they had flown to the tower on Buckbeak's back to rescue Sirius. They had all believed that they would never capture Pettigrew again, nor could they ever prove Black's innocence. The arrival of Elriz shattered this impasse. What followed was as you have witnessed. Pettigrew was apprehended, and soon a retrial would overturn the wrongful conviction from 12 years prior, allowing Sirius to emerge free and vindicated, while Pettigrew would be imprisoned in Azkaban. Vincent, I have concluded my narrative. Elriz listened intently as Harry recounted the long saga, finally finishing his tale. Harry awaited her response with bated breath. Had Elle still possessed the mindset of a first or second year, merely a spectator, she might have applauded the exquisite unfolding of events and the unforeseen resolution. However, Elriz was no longer an audience member. She was the daughter of Sirius Black. She felt as though she had been kept in the dark. After a prolonged silence, Elriz remained contemplative. The longer she was quiet, the more anxious Harry and Hermione became, while Ron felt an inexplicable tension. I'm sorry, I need to step outside for a moment, if that is all right? Al interrupti Hermione abruptly, addressing Madame Pomfrey. Upon receiving permission, she exited without a backward glance. Hermione and Harry intended to follow, but Madame Pomfrey halted them, insisting they needed to rest. Elle stepped outside alone, lying on the grass near the Whomping Willow, reflecting on everything. Why, the mist had largely cleared, revealing vast swathes of truth, yet there remained a small portion still shrouded in dense fog, hidden from view. Why? She had not anticipated that her biological father was the very great black dog she had once fed, Surely he must know she is his daughter. Why did he continue to hide from her? Why avoid his own child? Elriz longed to confront him, to grasp his collar, and demand an answer directly from Sirius. For 13 long years, Elle had endured the absence of her father and mother, with only Grandma Stephen by her side. Before meeting Harry, Elle felt her experiences mirrored his. Both had been deprived of their parents from birth. Yet, after becoming acquainted with Harry, she recognized how starkly different their experiences were. Harry knew the names of his parents. He had an aunt and uncle, photographs of them, and a multitude of individuals, Hagrid, Dumbledore, Lupin, who sought him out, including his godfather, Sirius Black. He was the protagonist, the chosen one, and thus it was entirely natural. But why had no one sought out Elriz? Elriz Vincent was distinct from Harry Potter, not merely in the context of vanquishing Voldemort, nor in the accolades Harry received. What she truly meant was, why had no one come for her? It was as if she did not exist. She knew nothing and felt akin to an abandoned child. The truth eluded her. When the Sorting Hat had mentioned her parents, she had spent considerable time searching for them, delving into the Black family history, inquiring of many, consulting portraits, ghosts, and even the somewhat distant Grey Lady for information about her Ravenclaw mother. She eventually discovered that her father was an inmate of Azkaban, that she had an aunt, Andromeda, and another, Narcissa, but Elle had never met them, nor had they sought her out. Bellatrix was also confined in Azkaban alongside Sirius. And there was Regulus Black, who had passed away too soon. Elriz knew that Draco Malfoy of Slytherin was her cousin. During her second year, she had secretly approached Draco, accompanied by Slytherin friends, subtly inquiring whether he had a cousin. Draco had disdainfully snorted, calling her a Hufflepuff wastrel. Despite the presence of Slytherin friends, and given the generally strained relations between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, he had answered, no, with resolute finality. What about Nymphadora Tonks? Alincoayer. Nymphadora Tonks, Andromeda's daughter, her cousin, a Hufflepuff who had already graduated, was someone Elle had no idea where to ask about. That filthy Muggle-born Tonks. She is not my cousin. Draco had appeared quite angry. Mother says Andromeda married a Muggle. Disowned. And what of Sirius Black? His child. Altentetible proud. Who? I only know of one person. Draco had replied, his impatience evident as he walked away. Upon hearing this, Elriz felt her heart sink. Sirius Black was a pureblood traitor, disowned by the Black family. Much like Andromeda. Yet Draco Malfoy only knew of Andromeda and not of Sirius, perhaps due to his notoriety as a convicted criminal. Regarding her mother, a Ravenclaw like Vincent, she could find no information, as if searching for a needle in a haystack. Elle had exhausted every avenue of inquiry. In her third year, while preparing to take the night bus to the train station during summer vacation, she learned of Sirius's escape from the pages of the Daily Prophet. Her biological father had become the first to successfully flee from Azkaban. That was the first time she had seen his face in the newspaper. As she sat on the bus, the conductor had even gossiped with her, saying, "He is a murderer, isn't he?" Elriz felt paralyzed. The fact that such a person had managed to escape from Azkaban was truly terrifying. Yet, she had contemplated disputing this notion. Gripping the Daily Prophet tightly, her gaze lowered. The newspaper crumpled and tattered in her grasp, its relentless force leaving it wrinkled. The image of Sirius in the photograph seemed to be incessantly shouting at her, replaying over and over again, as Elriz fixated on that face, familiar yet alien. The first photograph of her father she had ever seen was his wanted poster, plastered throughout every street and alley. When she learned that Sirius Black had come to Hogwarts, her initial reaction was one of anticipation, quickly followed by a wave of dread. She harbored a flicker of hope that he had come in search of her, that he might know of her existence as his daughter. She had often envisioned him declaring, "I am your father." Simultaneously, she feared the revelation of her lineage as the daughter of a murderer, terrified that her father might even wish her harm. Yearning for her parents yet trembling in fear, such was her contradiction. Elriz pondered, closing her eyes. She instinctively loathed this version of herself. Harry had mentioned that during the recent play, with her hair cut short, Elriz bore a striking resemblance to a younger Sirius, prompting both Harry and Lupin to affirm her as his daughter. "Indeed, Vincent, after your haircut, both Remus and I were utterly astonished. I have a photograph of him in his youth, and you bear an uncanny likeness," Remus had confided, asserting that it was then he was convinced of her lineage. What did this imply? Was it merely her resemblance to Black that led to this conclusion? Did Lupin truly remain unaware of Sirius having a daughter? Was the confirmation following her haircut the reason for the Christmas gift? Was Professor Snape's recent scrutiny of her a result of this? Did Lucius Malfoy's initial shock followed by scrutiny stem from the same? Did she truly resemble Black to such an extent? Just as the Sorting Hat had proclaimed, Elriz was engulfed in uncertainty regarding her origins, which had become an increasingly intricate enigma. Sirius avoided her, and Professor Lupin had once doubted her claims. Draco had mentioned only one cousin, and Lucius and Narcissa likely remained oblivious. Andromeda and Nymphadora had never met her either. Relatives and friends of her father seemed entirely unaware, dismissing and questioning Elriz's very existence. The first to acknowledge her parentage openly was none other than Peter Pettigrew. Upon hearing it from the diminutive traitor, Elriz admitted to feeling a fleeting sense of relief, no longer plagued by doubts about being Black's daughter. Yet upon further reflection, a wave of sorrow and anguish washed over her, nearly causing her to suffocate. If she were truly Black's daughter, why then did he hide from her? What was the reason? Was it because she was a forsaken child? Did Black have clandestine affairs outside? Or was there another reason altogether? The more she contemplated, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Amidst her tumultuous reflections, Elriz recalled a small parchment gifted to her by Grandmother Stephen, stained with faded blood, a testament to her mother's love and awareness of her existence. Yet the name bestowed upon her was Elriz Vincent, not Elriz Black. How she longed to confront her father, to demand answers, rather than learning of her identity through his protege, Harry. I am your daughter, Sirius. Am I not worthy of your attention compared to your godson? Why does Harry know more than I do? Are you aware of my existence? After learning I am your daughter, why do you continue to evade me? Why do Lupin and Malfoy, among others, remain uncertain of my lineage? Have you forsaken me? Is your avoidance rooted in guilt? It dawned upon her then that she knew nothing of him, his story, his character, his essence. Her interactions with him were limited to fleeting moments when he transformed into a large black dog, during which she would bring him food and pet him. All of this paled in comparison to what Harry seemed to know. Am I truly Sirius Black's daughter? Elriz questioned herself, teetering on the brink of despair. She wept. Chapter 14 Behind the Scenes. Do not be anxious, Miss Vincent. As Hermione had stated, the Ministry of Magic officials had indeed come for Elriz to conduct an inquiry. Recently, the Ministry had begun reviewing the 12-year-old case, particularly concerning Sirius Black's innocence, which had stirred considerable commotion within the British wizarding community, even occupying an entire page of the Daily Prophet. The headline, penned by Rita Skeeter, read, Sirius Black, Madman or Lone Hero? Hermione dismissed Skeeter as a madwoman spouting nonsense. Due to Rita's ludicrous gossip column, the Prophet had become a sudden bestseller. And that morning, the owls had been relentless, delivering messages without pause. The great hall buzzed with chatter, everyone discussing the exaggerated and fictitious article, much like in their first and second years, with Harry once again becoming the focal point of conversation. Not just Harry, but Hermione, Ron and Vincent, the daughter of Black. Whispers regarding Elriz being Sirius's daughter began to circulate throughout Hogwarts, the origin of which remained unclear. During this time, Elriz had taken to walking with her head bowed, attempting to avoid the most crowded areas. More often, she found solace in her dormitory. Hannah said nothing, simply embracing her for a long while before showering her with treats. Neville, though somewhat evasive, gifted her a lovely flower, eliciting a bittersweet smile from her. Luna remained her usual self, engaging in discussions about the enigmatic crumple-horned Snorkack. Hermione, hesitant yet concerned, held her hand tightly. Since Peter's capture, Hermione and Harry frequently sought out Elriz, explaining the nature of the inquiry, and urging her to prepare herself mentally. Elriz was grateful for their support. However, she soon felt reluctant to face Harry, averting her gaze the moment their eyes met, rendering their relationship awkward. She was troubled by the fact that Harry was Sirius's godson, her biological father being Harry's godfather. Elriz recognized that she needed time to come to terms with everything, the transformations in her identity, the acceptance of being known as Sirius's daughter, and reconciling the image of her father as both a murderer and a hero. Yet, she was uncertain how much time she would require. Early one morning, while she lethargically consumed breakfast in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall summoned her, stating that Headmaster Dumbledore wished to speak with her. As she made her way there, the whispers grew louder, and curious gazes intensified. The voices clear enough to reach her ears, compelling her to keep her head down. Look, that's Black's daughter. The pureblood Black? What was her name again? Elriz Vincent. All of this was inevitable. She would have to confront it eventually. Approaching the headmaster's office for the first time, she took several deep breaths to calm herself before following Professor McGonagall inside. The office was bustling with people. Not only was Dumbledore present, but there were also many unfamiliar faces whose identities Elle could surmise. To her surprise, however, Professor Lupin was also there, offering her a silent, gentle smile. Instinctively, She lowered her head and clutched her palms tightly. Miss Vincent, would you care for a cup of tea? Please have a seat, Dumbledore said. Tea can be dispensed with. We should address the matter at hand first, as time is of the essence, came the retort. Dumbledore, however, dismissed that remark, pouring a warm cup of honey lemon tea for Elle, cheerfully inviting her to sit. Elle felt an increasing sense of unease, for the person who had been ignored appeared quite displeased, seemingly irked by Dumbledore's disregard. Miss Vincent, I am Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He introduced himself. Elle regarded the impeccably dressed man before her, his short gray hair meticulously combed, clearly a person of great rigor. According to Hermione, he was currently one of the most esteemed officials in the Ministry of Magic. She felt unworthy of scrutiny from such a prominent figure, as if it were an overreaction. Hermione had mentioned that it was he who had incarcerated Sirius Black in Azkaban without trial years ago. Crouch was ambitious, and now, the injustice surrounding Sirius could tarnish his reputation. It stood to reason that he would go to great lengths to protect his position and power, hence his personal involvement in this matter. My colleagues will pose some basic questions regarding the situation. May we commence? Old Barty appeared rather impatient. She hastily set down her teacup and nodded slightly, at which point his expression softened just a tad. Soon after, a sharply dressed woman in a tailored black suit approached, followed closely by a man wielding a magical pen for recording. The woman settled in front of her and began the inquiry. What is your name? Elriz Vincent. Concerning your testimony about Peter Pettigrew, you claim to have rescued him. Do you contest this? No, ma'am. Regarding the wounds on Peter Pettigrew, did you inflict them? Elle hesitated, unsure whether to reveal Buckbeak's existence, uncertain if it would lead to a death sentence or prompt Malfoy to withdraw the charges. Perhaps there was a chance to spare Buckbeak from such a fate? Miss Vincent? The woman across from her frowned, rapping her fingers on the table. My answer is no. Who did it? Buckbeak. Could you elaborate, Miss Vincent? Elle decided to respond honestly. After all, flimsy lies would eventually unravel, especially in front of seasoned interrogators. She recounted how she had discovered Buckbeak capturing Peter, detailing how she had treated the rat-turned-Peter, laying out the entire sequence of events and rationale. She focused solely on the questions posed, avoiding mention of Harry and Hermione's presence, and refraining from divulging that it was she who had led Buckbeak away during the execution. The general circumstances surrounding Peter Pettigrew were becoming clear, and the woman indicated that she had further inquiries to make. She glanced at Barty, receiving a nod of approval from him. Is Sirius Black your father? At this, Elle's pupils dilated momentarily, her nails pressing into her palms, leaving red marks. She felt a lump in her throat, as if a heavy stone was lodged there, the incendiary word swirling in her mouth, refusing to emerge. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Yes, ma'am. He is my father. The last words escaped her lips softly, almost as if meant for herself. The tension in her shoulders seemed to dissipate, and she anxiously observed the expression of the woman before her and the surroundings. She sensed the staff behind Barty whispering amongst themselves. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Dumbledore and Professor Lupin. Lupin merely smiled faintly, his expression laden with unspoken emotions. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, inscrutable, as if he had seen through her. Have you met him? Yes, ma'am. When? Where? Why did you not report it? Shortly after the school year began, in the Forbidden Forest. I encountered him at that time. He was in his animagus form, a regular dog, and I did not recognize him. Have you met with Black since? No, ma'am. When was the last time you saw him? Approximately mid-November. The woman in charge of the questioning nodded, occasionally glancing at her notes, before standing to whisper something to Barty. Elle's heart raced, her nails digging deeper into her palms as she watched Barty converse quietly with Dumbledore. The woman returned to her. Miss Vincent, I have gathered your basic information. Your testimony will be presented in court. Therefore, please sign this form. Considering you are only 13 years old and still a student, we have conferred with Dumbledore, and your temporary guardian will represent you in court. She handed Elle a form and a pen, which Elle caught in a daze, scribbling her name. Temporary guardian? Since Grandma Stephen is no longer here, that cannot be right. Who is the temporary guardian? Excuse me? Elle returned the form in a fluster, asking helplessly, who is my temporary guardian? It is Mr. Lupin, Remus John Lupin. You were not aware? The woman raised an eyebrow at Elle's bewildered expression. I did not know. I apologize. You truly are an honest Hufflepuff. Elle looked up, taken aback, as the woman playfully winked at her, quickly finishing her words before resuming her impassive demeanor, and vanishing with Barty and the other staff from the headmaster's office. Only she, Dumbledore, and Lupin remained. Please. Take a seat, Miss Vincent. I imagine the questioning has been quite exhausting. Would you care for some delightful honey sweets? They are quite delectable, Dumbledore said kindly, offering her a handful of candies seemingly from nowhere. Before brewing another cup of tea and inviting Lupin to sit beside Elle, Lupin calmly accepted a teacup, thanking him. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. Elle carefully unwrapped the candy, placing it in her mouth. May I call you Elriz? Just Professor will suffice. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. Professor Dumbledore. This was Elle's first occasion speaking face-to-face with Dumbledore. I believe you must have many questions. Feel free to ask me or Remus. We are more than willing to clarify any uncertainties for you. Do not be anxious, Elriz. We are not as fearsome as you might think. The headmaster said with a smile, pouring another cup of honey grapefruit tea. Likewise, Dumbledore and Lupin had numerous inquiries for Elriz. After all, it had been 13 years since they had first taken notice of her, and they chose to allow the child to pose questions first. Professor Dumbledore, what is this matter regarding a temporary guardian? Elle inquired. Oh, that. After discussing with Remus and considering your circumstances, it is deemed unsuitable for you to appear in court. Please forgive us for making this decision on your behalf, Elriz, Dumbledore said, feigning contemplation as he tilted his head towards Remus. As Elle listened to Dumbledore's words, she turned her gaze towards Lupin, who offered a wry smile and said, I apologize, Elriz, for not informing you beforehand. Oh, it's quite all right, Professor Lupin, she replied, averting her eyes and lowering her head to continue nibbling on her sweets, staring blankly at the teacup on the table in silence. Meanwhile, Lupin sipped his tea, while Dumbledore produced an assortment of candies, munching on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and raising an eyebrow at both Lupin and Al. It was evident to both Dumbledore and Lupin that Al remained quite uncomfortable and at a loss. For a moment, the atmosphere was steeped in silence. It was Remus Lupin who first broke the stillness. I heard from Harry that he has already shared everything with you. Do you have any questions? Lupin inquired gently, setting down his teacup and glancing at the silent girl beside him. It's perfectly fine, feel free to ask, Elriz. There's no rush. I will wait patiently, he encouraged. Al hesitated, deep in thought. Much of what she had learned from Harry had been relayed through Lupin. As a friend of Sirius Black, Remus Lupin undoubtedly held more answers, and Al had countless questions. However, the abruptness of the situation rendered her speechless. Initially brimming with inquiries, she now found herself unsure of what to ask. Al opened her mouth but could not articulate her thoughts, while Lupin looked at her with encouraging eyes. When will I be able to see him? She finally ventured. You mean Sirius? Al-Nadith. You won't be able to see him before the trial. But don't worry. Elriz, after it concludes, you should be able to catch the Quidditch final at school, Lupin replied kindly. At that time, we can chat while watching the match. He used to adore seeing James in action. Is that so? Al murmured, her gaze fixed on the teacup in her hands as she fell into a prolonged silence. After a while, she posed another question. What is my mother's name? Lupin observed Al's evident anxiety, noting her evasive eyes that seemed uncertain of where to rest. Her eyes, reminiscent of his youthful friend S, were strikingly blue and pure, evoking a sense of nostalgia and sorrow within him. He softened his tone, leaning a bit closer to Al. Teresa. Your mother's name is Teresa Black. Before marriage, she was known as Elriz Vincent. You bear a striking resemblance to her. Al listened intently as he spoke each word. Teresa. That is my mother's name. She was a Ravenclaw, right? Vincent of Ravenclaw? Al continued to probe, as if seeking to affirm her thoughts, receiving a nod from Lupin in response. That is sufficient, Professor Lupin, thank you. Noticing that Lupin seemed poised to divulge more about her mother, Al quickly interjected, gesturing for him to halt. For reasons unknown, her voice quivered with unshed tears, and the tumult of emotions within her threatened to spill over, prompting her to hastily wipe her eyes with the back of her hand, striving to maintain her composure. From Dumbledore and Lupin's perspective, it was evident that Al was struggling to contain her emotions, rendering her even more pitiable. Thank you, Professor Lupin. I do not wish to continue questioning for now. Both Lupin and Dumbledore were momentarily taken aback. Dumbledore's gaze took on a more inquisitive quality, while Lupin appeared puzzled as to why Al would not want to know more. Did she not have further inquiries? Elriz, it's all right, you can ask more questions. We would be more than happy to answer, Lupin urged earnestly. Can I ask later, Professor Lupin? Al knew her heart was laden with questions. Aware that the answers were within reach, yet the deepest, most troubling inquiries lay buried within her. Although Professor Lupin could possibly provide those answers, the first person she wished to ask was neither Lupin nor Dumbledore. I do have many uncertainties and some questions for you, Professor Lupin. But I wish to ask him first. In an instant, both Remus Lupin and Albus Dumbledore realized who Al was referring to. She yearned to hear the answers directly from Sirius Black himself. Chapter 15. Side story beyond the main plot. Epilogue. Hermione's perspective. What is the Daily Prophet about? Hermione exclaimed in exasperation, slamming the newspaper down onto the table. What a lunatic. She was referring to the article titled Sirius, Madman or Lone Hero. It doesn't mention a shred of truth. Nonsense. Ron remarked, perplexed. Utter rubbish. Harry echoed, equally incensed. By the way, Hermione, how's Vincent doing lately? Hermione cast a glance towards the Hufflepuff table, still unable to spot her friend Al. Hannah was absent as well. She must not have arrived yet. So she shook her head at Harry, continuing to wait while craning her neck toward the entrance. Harry, Al is coming. Hermione exclaimed upon spotting her friend Elriz entering, looking even more haggard. As she sat down at the Hufflepuff table alongside Hannah, Hermione quickly urged Harry and Ron to join her, but before they could reach her, Professor McGonagall summoned her friend away. Hermione Granger had never imagined that Elriz would be entangled with Sirius. Elle had once confided in her that she had never met her parents. The only family she had known growing up was her grandmother, Stephen. In Hermione's memory, Elle seemed like a gentle and interesting ordinary girl, embodying the quintessential Hufflepuff spirit. They often collaborated on essays, and she always shared delicious treats brought from the kitchen, with the Christmas gift of muffins being particularly delightful. Hermione Granger truly believed that Elriz Vincent was an unremarkable, good-hearted girl, with average academic performance, and an utterly low profile in the eyes of Harry and Ron. It was only after the absurd prophecy in their third year that people began to take notice of Elriz. The Boggart in Defense Against the Dark Arts transformed into Sirius Black for her, and this news spread rapidly, even garnering more attention than Neville's encounter with Professor Snape. Hermione grew increasingly concerned and planned to find a moment to speak with Al, to discuss Buckbeak's situation together. Once, Ron unwittingly remarked that Al wielded a dagger much like Sirius. Here we go again. Ronald Weasley, who rarely found himself the center of attention, was once more recounting the peculiar night he had with Black, constantly bringing him up and embellishing unnecessary details, nearly convincing first-year students. Thus, Hermione paid little heed to it. Then, after that night, when she learned of Black's innocence, she and Harry traveled back in time and witnessed Elriz hiding behind a tree, preparing to rescue Buckbeak. After saving Buckbeak, Hermione urged Al to return quickly, as she did not want to involve Al in Sirius's affairs. This was not something she should be entangled in. However, Hermione never anticipated that Sirius Black was, in fact, Elriz's biological father. When she heard Peter's pleas in the hospital wing, Hermione was stunned, as were Ron and Harry. Though Harry seemed less surprised. Was Al also? How long have you known Al? Since first year, Hermione. But I think Black should be unaware, haha. Hermione observed her friend's forced laughter, her expression devoid of emotion, and even her voice had lost its usual warmth. Hermione could only hear her friend's flat, unremarkable words as she spoke. I suppose he doesn't even know he has a daughter. At that moment, Hermione felt a wave of sadness wash over her. She was profoundly concerned for her friend, and began to question the origins of Al, harboring doubts about Black's character. Together with Harry and Ron, she had approached Professor Lupin more than once. However, Lupin merely offered a wry smile, the dark circles under his eyes growing more pronounced. Hermione, there is no doubt that Sirius is a good man, he asserted. Yet, how could Elle not even know her parents' names? She claimed to have been orphaned since childhood. Merely adopted. Hermione exclaimed angrily, Professor Lupin, are you unaware that Sirius has a daughter? Why is it that you only know about Harry? The astute Hermione had taken note of everything. She was acutely aware that throughout all their conversations, neither Lupin nor Black had ever mentioned Al's name. Even on that fateful night in the Shrieking Shack, when the discussion had solely revolved around Harry. You know, don't you, Professor Lupin? Hermione pressed. Of course I do, he replied. Then how he once had a child. Hermione suddenly grasped the implication of Lupin's words. In Hannah's perspective, she had previously speculated that Al might have some connection to Black. Being the closest companion to Al, she had noticed the changes in her friend, who was no longer the same as in their first and second years. Hannah observed Al's unusual fascination with Sirius, as well as her penchant for poring over newspapers. She had even engaged in an astonishing act, cutting out Black's wanted poster, which was decidedly peculiar, especially since she had done so covertly. She had concealed this from everyone, including Hannah. Yet Hannah was aware of it. One morning, after waking up and washing her face, she found Al still sleeping, initially intending to rouse her. Hannah instead overheard Al mumbling in her sleep, her voice tinged with fear. Hannah couldn't help but lean in closer, hearing Al repeatedly whispering Black's name. At that moment, Hannah felt that Al and Sirius shared a connection far deeper than mere coincidence, especially as a boggart had even transformed into Sirius himself. Hannah frequently pondered the nature of Al's relationship with Sirius, bewildered by Al's palpable fear of the Azkaban prisoner. Regarding Sirius's arrival at Hogwarts, Hannah, like most students, felt no real connection. He was simply a figure in the papers. While she felt a slight trepidation, it certainly did not compare to Al's extreme reaction, which troubled Hannah deeply. At the Christmas feast, when they were to perform a play, Al suggested she wanted to cut her hair short for the role. Hannah agreed, seeing it as a new beginning in the spirit of the season. She inquired how short Al wished to cut it. Al replied she wanted shoulder-length hair. Shoulder length? Is that akin to Black S? Hannah paused, wondering if she was overthinking it. However, when Al donned a false mustache, Hannah realized with startling clarity that her friend bore a striking resemblance to Black, in hair color, curl, and facial structure. Once Al affixed the mustache, she looked as if she had been sculpted from the same mold as Black. The strikingly familiar features sparked a bold thought in Hannah's mind. Could Black be Al's father? Yet Al had stated she had never met her parents and had been raised by her grandmother, Stephen. After a whirlwind of thoughts, Hannah returned to reality upon hearing her friend's urgent calls, causing her to blush and hurriedly remove Al's fake mustache. Although she couldn't quite comprehend why she felt compelled to do so, she merely wished to shield Al from anyone discovering the connection to Black. Soon after, the tale of Sirius's wrongful conviction spread rapidly throughout Hogwarts. Concurrently, Hannah received unexpected yet anticipated news from her friend Ernie Macmillan, who rushed over with a startling revelation. Hannah, did you know? Your friend is Black's daughter. Unlike the frenzied Ernie, Hannah remained surprisingly calm, feeling less troubled than before. Thank you, Ernie. I shall seek out Al now. Consequently, Hannah awaited Al's return in the dormitory, brimming with questions. However, upon seeing her friend's despondent state, all her inquiries dissipated. Hannah refrained from asking Al anything, instead embracing her tightly. It's all right, Al, she whispered, holding her friend close. Al's eyes were bloodshot, swollen, and red at the corners, clearly having been rubbed raw with a rough cloth numerous times. Without needing to speak, Hannah understood that her friend had been crying for quite some time, her spirit fragile and sensitive. The only thing Hannah could do was to hold her tightly. Once Al seemed a bit better, Hannah promptly went to the kitchen to fetch an abundance of treats, bringing them back for Al. She watched as Al, amidst tears, gradually consumed the food. Al attempted to smile, mentioning a visit to Madame Pomfrey, who praised her swift recovery. Yet Hannah could not share in the happiness, her heart aching for Al. I will wait for you, Al. I will listen intently whenever you are ready to share, she promised. In the case of Lucius, he was a staunch blood purist, much like his wife Narcissa. As the heir to the Malfoy legacy, Abraxas Malfoy imparted much wisdom to Lucius. He became a Slytherin, embodying the Malfoy lineage. During his 3rd and 4th years at Hogwarts, his father frequently hosted grand soirees at Malfoy Manor, inviting various pureblood families, not only the Malfoys but also the Blacks, Greengrasses, Not Family, and the Lestranges, among others. Lucius understood his father's intentions well. The soirees were not merely social gatherings for pureblood families. They were rife with intrigue, hidden machinations for power and profit. It was during these events that Lucius learned to navigate the political landscape and hone his skills as a businessman. Furthermore, these gatherings served to facilitate marriages among families, preserving the nobility of bloodlines. At one Christmas gala, he noticed Narcissa Black. Although many families engaged in alliances devoid of love, driven solely by self-interest, much like Bellatrix's marriage to the Lestranges, Lucius and Narcissa genuinely fell in love. When he ascended to the position of Slytherin prefect at Hogwarts, their engagement was solidified, garnering congratulations from numerous pureblood families. After graduating, Lucius ventured into politics and business, while Narcissa Black became Narcissa Malfoy. Their love was subtle, restrained, yet profoundly genuine, and soon Narcissa gave birth to a son, naming him Draco, a name signifying the dragon. Born into the Malfoy lineage, Draco was inevitably imbued with the ideology of pureblood supremacy. As he matured, Lucius contemplated sending Draco to Durmstrang for his education, yet ultimately heeded Narcissa's counsel, resulting in Draco's enrollment at Hogwarts, where he naturally gravitated towards Slytherin. Like his forebear, Lucius meticulously selected suitable pureblood families for Draco to consider in potential matches, orchestrating his future. Although Narcissa expressed concerns over the premature nature of such plans, the increasing prevalence of half-bloods in Slytherin had become undeniable, especially following the conclusion of the First Wizarding War, which had seen the decline of several ancient pureblood families, such as the Blacks. The Black family, now devoid of heirs, had devolved into a mere shell of its former self. Narcissa found herself engulfed in melancholic reflections, with her sister Bellatrix imprisoned in Azkaban as a Death Eater. Her cousin Regulus mysteriously vanished, and the traitors Andromeda and Sirius disowned. During the Christmas holidays of his second year, Draco innocently inquired, "Mother, do I have a cousin?" Narcissa, slightly perturbed, patiently explained that Andromeda had been disowned, thus rendering the half-blood Tonks irrelevant. Lucius, curious, asked Draco the source of his question. Someone mentioned that filthy Tonks and a Sirius Black. Lucius, momentarily at a loss for words, admonished Draco not to divulge this to Narcissa, and inquired about the individual. Draco simply stated it was a Hufflepuff, though he couldn't recall the name, only that the surname was Vincent. Utilizing his influence and connections within the Ministry of Magic and the school board, Lucius effortlessly uncovered the identity of this individual, Elriz Vincent, an inconspicuous figure. An orphan with little to investigate, the surname Vincent was commonplace in the Muggle world. Nevertheless, he instructed his associates to continue their inquiries. Upon receiving news of Sirius Black's escape from prison, Lucius was consumed with derision for the traitor, yet there lingered a sliver of admiration for his audacity in escaping from the confines of Azkaban after 12 long years. Lucius himself had narrowly avoided a similar fate. A Death Eater, he had deftly extricated himself from culpability through his cunning and influence, preserving the Malfoy family's status and reputation, and continuing to reside with Narcissa and Draco at Malfoy Manor. His loyalty did not lie with Voldemort, but rather with the Malfoys. Weighing the consequences, he leveraged Buckbeak's death sentence to undermine Dumbledore. However, upon learning of Sirius's and Buckbeak's flight from Hogwarts, his plans were thwarted, and he seized every opportunity to deepen Sirius's guilt, dismissing the testimonies of Harry and Hermione with a scoff. Peter Pettigrew had already fled. There was no need to waste energy on such matters. As he intended to exit, Lucius was unexpectedly collided with by a girl at the door. Instinctively, he frowned in displeasure, observing the girl as she repeatedly apologized, her tattered Muggle garments further exacerbating his irritation, making him feel as though his own attire had been sullied. When she lifted her head and he discerned her features, he was momentarily taken aback. She bore a striking resemblance to the detestable Sirius Black. His surprise morphed into overt disdain, and he regarded her with a dismissive nod. A colleague, noticing the unwelcome guest, courteously requested she leave. Lucius scrutinized the girl. While her appearance indeed mirrored that of Black, she lacked any semblance of aristocratic upbringing, devoid of the youthful recklessness that characterized Sirius, instead presenting as meek and evidently accustomed to a Muggle existence. Displeased by her Muggle attire, he turned away, distancing himself from her. The girl's expression was unmistakable. Lucius perceived her mild embarrassment, likely stemming from her recognition of him, or some connection to Draco. When this unexpected visitor was escorted by Madame Pomfrey to the infirmary, Lucius decided to linger a while longer, curious to observe what the Sirius doppelganger would do next. To his astonishment, she managed to capture Peter Pettigrew. The girl, resembling Black, was named Elriz Vincent, and she had come to inquire about the cousin she had mentioned. Lucius quickly grasped the implications. If she were indeed Sirius's daughter, she would nominally qualify as Draco's cousin. Thus, one issue was resolved, yet a far greater conundrum emerged. Suddenly, Lucius recalled a long-forgotten memory, dating back to a time before Draco's birth, when the First Wizarding War was still raging, and Voldemort had yet to be vanquished. He was a Death Eater then, dutifully serving their master alongside Bellatrix, who had descended into a mindless fanaticism, obsessively fixated on their Dark Lord, incessantly prattling about when Sissy would join their ranks, much to Lucius's chagrin, as he did not wish for Narcissa to become entangled in such darkness. He preferred her to remain at Malfoy Manor, focusing on her health as she carried Draco. On one occasion, Bellatrix, in her manic pride, boasted before Voldemort of having slain a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and the offspring of a pureblood traitor, which delighted their master. In her fervor to broadcast her exploits, Lucius recalled the name of the slain member, Teresa Jones Vincent. A Death Eater informant had brought word that Teresa Vincent had wed Sirius Black and was with child, due to be born by the end of March. Upon learning this, Voldemort assigned Bellatrix a task, urging her to unleash chaos. It seems the ancient black blood has been tainted, has it not, my Bella? Of course. Bellatrix executed her mission with aplomb, as Severus later recounted in a blood-soaked memory, which she presented to the Dark Lord, proving her success. The mere thought of this caused Lucius to cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the girl who had apprehended the rat, narrowing his eyes while absently stroking the chilled serpent-headed wand in his hand. Vincent, how did you manage to deceive Bella and the Dark Lord and survive? Chapter 15, Side Story 2, Interlude. In the case of Remus, when Dumbledore approached him with the offer to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, he hesitated for quite some time, but ultimately resolved to return to his alma mater as an instructor. Remus Lupin was a werewolf, and he had always struggled to find work due to the low societal standing of werewolves. He was destitute, and the potion for wolfsbane was exorbitantly priced, with only his former classmate Severus capable of brewing such a comparable remedy. Among the terms of employment, Dumbledore assured him of an equitable salary alongside the other professors, as well as a monthly supply of wolfsbane potion. This was one of the reasons Remus agreed. However, the other compelling factor was the son of James and Lily, Harry. Harry's appearance was strikingly reminiscent of James, though his eyes bore a closer resemblance to Lily's verdant gaze. Remus, gazing upon him, was filled with nostalgia. Thus, within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, he paid particular attention to Harry, sharing tales of his parents and teaching him the Patronus charm. Equally, he was vigilant in safeguarding Harry from any attempts by Sirius Black to approach him. Sirius Black had escaped from prison, and Remus's initial reaction was a tumultuous blend of emotions. After conducting a lesson on boggots for Gryffindor and Slytherin, he moved on to the classes for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, perusing the names of all his students when one name caught his attention: Elriz Vincent. He lingered on that name for a moment longer before shaking his head, exhaling deeply, and turning to the window, reminiscing about the cherished moments of his youth at Hogwarts. Those were the most beautiful, significant, and indelible memories of his life. In the past, James and Sirius had reveled in mischief, while he and Peter were often left to clean up the aftermath. As usual, he watched James and Sirius excel in their flying lessons. As usual, he borrowed James's invisibility cloak to join the marauders on their nocturnal escapades, exploring secret passages. As usual, they visited Hagrid's hut and occasionally ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The daring spirit of Gryffindor was vividly embodied in their adventures. Remus relished such a life, lying on the grass with friends, sharing hearty laughter. Indeed, friends, his fellow marauders, James, Sirius, and Peter. They cared not for his lycanthropic condition, mastering the art of animagus to accompany him through the long, arduous nights of the full moon. With their support, Remus gradually improved, forging friendships with Lily and Teresa, and many others, eventually becoming a prefect. Lily and James had become a couple, and similarly, Sirius had fallen for Teresa. Then, Lily became pregnant, and James excitedly insisted that Sirius be their child's godfather. Teresa echoed this sentiment, and Sirius, brimming with enthusiasm like a child, bounced about, urging Remus to take on the role of godfather as well. "Are you certain? I am but a werewolf." Remus hesitated, overwhelmed by self-doubt and loathing that had long been etched into his very soul. How could a downtrodden werewolf become a godfather? Upon hearing this, Sirius erupted in anger, unleashing all his pent-up emotions in a fierce confrontation, with various grievances surfacing during the altercation. Ultimately, it was Teresa who intervened to quell the tumult. "It is my desire for you to be the godfather of our child, Remus. Enough of your hesitations. Why must you be so overly cautious?" Faced with Sirius's dissatisfaction and Teresa's warm, understanding smile, Remus reluctantly acquiesced, unable to stifle his burgeoning anticipation of what kind of child he would eventually come to know. At that moment, the infant lay quietly within Teresa's womb. In an era shrouded in war and darkness, new life undeniably instilled within them a sense of hope, fueling their courage and determination to fight. During these turbulent times, Voldemort grew increasingly brazen, and Death Eaters rampaged against Muggles as well as wizards who opposed him. The Order of the Phoenix became ever more occupied, and their meetings grew infrequent. Remus accepted a long-term undercover assignment from Dumbledore within the werewolf community. This arduous mission took its toll, and although he could not return to the Order immediately, he remained committed to fulfilling his promise to Teresa. As her child neared birth, the Order instructed her to hide in a secluded cabin to protect her from potential Death Eater attacks. Amidst the challenges of his demanding task, Remus finally carved out a brief moment to hastily perform the baptism for the infant. Yet he had no time to gaze upon his goddaughter, who had been born less than 2 days prior, before returning to his undercover duties. A week after Teresa's child was safely born, Remus, still entrenched in his obligations, managed to join Sirius and James in visiting Teresa's hidden refuge, eager to see the precious new life. Along the way, Sirius exhibited palpable anxiety, walking briskly while James insisted he slow his pace. However, upon their arduous arrival, they were met with devastation, ruins and pools of blood, the bodies of medical personnel littering the scene. Yet Teresa was nowhere to be found. They had no time to restrain Sirius, who rushed forward, and they followed him aimlessly through the forest, casting silent spells and cloaking themselves while desperately searching for Teresa. The forest was cloaked in darkness, The haunting laughter of Bellatrix echoed ominously. James and Remus froze at the sound, while Sirius, heedless of the danger, quickened his pace towards the fading laughter, panic weighing heavily upon them. James reached the location first, but his instinctive reaction was to tackle Sirius to the ground. "What are you doing? James, wait." Remus knew that James had glimpsed something dreadful. As soon as he noticed James's alarming reaction, Sirius struggled against him, landing a punch on James and breaking free, prompting Remus to follow closely behind. Then they beheld Sirius kneeling, cradling the lifeless body of Teresa in a pool of blood, weeping uncontrollably. The infant was nowhere to be seen, and the prospects appeared grim, for Bellatrix's methods were exceedingly cruel and devoid of mercy. There were no remains to be found. Despair enveloped them all. Upon hearing the news, Dumbledore and Alastor's eyes dimmed, while other members of the Order wept silently. Lily, in James's embrace, wept loudly, and James offered continuous comfort, while Sirius descended into a month-long depression, remaining mute. Hope turned to despair. Teresa's funeral was hastily arranged, with Sirius personally inscribing the names on 2 gravestones. One a nameless marker for the child who had perished shortly after birth, placed beside Teresa's grave. Teresa Jones Black. 1951 to 1981 nameless. 1980 to 1981. Sirius had contemplated numerous names for the child, both male and female, but Teresa had wished to wait until the baby was born to decide. Yet they would never reach that moment. In the aftermath, James and Lily were slain, leaving only Harry. Rumors spread that Sirius Black had betrayed them, having sold them to Voldemort, as the secret keeper was he. Simultaneously, Peter Pettigrew met his demise at Sirius's hands. Upon learning this, Remus could hardly believe it, exclaiming that it was impossible. Sirius could not have done such a thing. He would never betray Voldemort, for his wife and child had fallen victim to the Dark Lord. When Remus arrived at the scene, he found his friend laughing maniacally, and in that moment, having lost 3 dear friends, the string of his sanity snapped. He charged at the still laughing Sirius, demanding, "How could you do this? How could you betray Lily and James? How could you kill Peter? Have you forgotten about Teresa? How can you still find joy?" Sirius Black has succumbed to madness, incessantly rambling and incoherence. Subsequently, with the fall of Voldemort, the Marauders too disbanded, leaving behind precious memories now etched indelibly in the mind. Remus is engulfed in bitterness. While confronting a boggart for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, Remus Lupin never anticipated that Elriz boggart would take the form of Sirius, nor did he foresee that this manifestation would utter, "You are my daughter, Elriz Black." How could this be? It seems utterly implausible. Aware of Bellatrix's merciless cruelty, he promptly reported to Dumbledore, who too was incredulous, suggesting they observe further, mentioning a particularly unsettling point. As the defense against the dark arts professor, Remus well understood the nature and characteristics of a boggart. Its fundamental essence is to manifest one's deepest fears. However, Elriz boggart indicated that her fears transcend mere apprehension of Black. Remus surmised that Elriz feared acknowledging her identity as Sirius Black's daughter. How could it be that this revelation had eluded discovery for 13 years? 13 years prior. On a fateful night, the infant who should have perished alongside her mother, his goddaughter, had inexplicably survived. Yet, upon reflection, the absence of the child's remains had always seemed quite strange. Remus Lupin remained skeptical. At the Christmas feast, upon seeing Elriz, who had cut her hair and donned the guise of Macbeth, he almost thought he was seeing a youthful, proud Sirius, which led him to ponder whether Dumbledore shared similar thoughts. How could Bellatrix possibly allow her to escape? Dumbledore confirmed that a prisoner in Azkaban had indeed confessed, with Bella brazenly claiming to have personally slain Teresa and the infant, and having undergone the use of the Veritaserum. Her truthfulness was unassailable, her memories untainted. Who then is Elriz Vincent? How did she survive? Her lineage is shrouded in mystery. Both her heritage and records reveal no parents, her guardian being her late grandmother, Stephen, who had just passed away, leaving the investigation at an impasse. Mere resemblance was insufficient. Dumbledore even consulted the Sorting Hat, including the true traitor of the past 12 years. In the courtroom of Wizengamot, Remus sat quietly in the witness stand, listening intently as Dumbledore defended Sirius and sought to prove his innocence, while also interrogating Peter. "Peter, how can you be certain that she is Sirius's daughter?" Dumbledore pressed. "Look how much she resembles him." Remus silently begged Dumbledore not to confine him to Azkaban, for the true murderer was indeed Sirius. "Pettigrew." Dumbledore's voice remained as calm as still waters. "Regarding Teresa's demise and the Dark Lord's mission, how deeply were you involved?" Yet, his former friend faltered, unable to articulate a single word. Remus felt a conflagration igniting within his chest. his promises to Teresa, the smiles of James and Lily, and the 12 years of Sirius's imprisonment in Azkaban, all reduced to ashes in this inferno of anguish. To this day, he remained unrepentant Wormtail. This would be the last time he addressed him thus. He had grievously misjudged a true friend, and mourned a genuine traitor. Remus felt himself being overwhelmed by a tide of regret and loathing. Once Peter's interrogation was momentarily set aside, scrutiny of Elriz ensued. As Lucius Malfoy sought various means within the Ministry to undermine Dumbledore, while the Ministry examined her, Remus observed from the sidelines. He watched Elriz respond anxiously to question after question, one of which inquired about her father's identity as Black. He saw her pause in silence, hesitating for an extended moment before ultimately nodding, her nerves palpable as she discreetly gauged the expressions of those around her. Remus gazed into the girl's eyes, seeing echoes of Teresa within them. A hope, long turned to ash, reignited within him. Now, Remus Lupin yearned to understand more about Elriz. How did she come to learn of her parents? How had she been faring? Did she share any hobbies reminiscent of Sirius and Teresa? Like Dumbledore, his mind was rife with questions, and undoubtedly, the girl before him was equally inquisitive. Elriz expressed her desire to first inquire of Sirius, then of herself, and he acquiesced. According to Harry, he had divulged everything to Elriz, believing it her right to know. Not solely because she was Sirius's daughter, but also because she had rescued Buckbeak and captured Scabbers. In the quest to vindicate Black, Elriz had undoubtedly played a pivotal role. Remus, I'm sorry, but I also revealed your werewolf identity to Vincent, Harry stammered. Remus was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of amusement and trepidation washing over him. For it had been James who inadvertently disclosed his secret to Teresa years ago. He found himself at a loss as to how to face her. Unexpectedly, he and Teresa had become good friends. I knew all along in my first year, dear Lupin, she had remarked nonchalantly, recalling her nonchalant demeanor as she had quipped. You see, I am a Ravenclaw of exceptional intellect. Your furry little secret holds no weight in my eyes. James and Sirius had laughed heartily at the description. Similarly, Elriz exhibited no disdain or fear towards Remus's identity, treating him with the same normality as before, albeit with a touch of reservation and unease. However, Remus discerned that her discomfort stemmed not from his lycanthropy, but rather from her association with Sirius. Watching the girl awkwardly consuming the sweets Dumbledore had provided, he couldn't help but smile gently. If time permits, I shall regale you with countless tales of our past, recounting the fragments of our youth, the promises made with Teresa, and how Sirius and Teresa came to be together. I shall also reveal to you that I am your godfather. Chapter 17. A preview of the next act. Delayed justice, after a full 12 years, finally resonated with finality in the courtroom of Wizengamot. The latest edition of The Prophet was being printed incessantly, as thousands of owls flitted throughout the hall, ceaselessly searching for their owners, ultimately dropping newspapers and parcels in a dazzling display. Star. The moment the elegant brown owl entered, Elriz recognized it at once, eagerly waving it down to settle on her arm, patiently waiting as Star extended its foot to relinquish the newspaper, finally allowing it to nuzzle affectionately against her. What does it say? Hannah inquired impatiently after receiving the paper. Elriz swiftly flipped through The Prophet, effortlessly locating the information she sought, prominently displayed on the front page, featuring an exceedingly conspicuous black and white photograph alongside a bold headline. The truth revealed. The wrongfully accused hero. Upon gazing at the serene yet striking image of the once infamous Azkaban prisoner, now a celebrated hero, Elle gazed intently, unsure whether to feel joy or something more complex. A myriad of events had recently unfolded, leaving her with little time to process them all. She found herself entranced by the photograph, where the former fugitive bore little resemblance to the deranged figure depicted in the wanted posters. Strangely enough, the image was animated. His attire remained tattered, the same black and white striped prison garb, and he still appeared gaunt, with deep shadows marking his cheeks. His hair and beard were as unkempt as ever, yet his expression exuded a calmness, a silent serenity that was a stark contrast to the terror he once instilled. There was an undeniable difference. For the first time, Elle regarded the composed visage of Black with a sense of unfamiliarity, as if he were drifting further from her grasp of understanding. But how well could she truly know the man in the wanted poster? The Black from her dreams? The Boggart that morphed into Black? Or the animagus form of Black? None of these. He was not the obedient creature munching on chicken legs and sandwiches. Wait, had she once treated her father as if he were a mere dog, patted his head, fed him sandwiches, even embraced him? At the thought, Elle flushed with embarrassment. Hastily covering her face with the newspaper, overwhelmed by a wave of shame, releasing a sigh that elicited a puzzled glance from Hannah. "What's wrong, Al?" Hannah inquired. Her brow furrowed as Al merely shook her head, cheeks still aflame. Now, with Black's name cleared, he was free to appear openly at Hogwarts. Professor Lupin had mentioned that he would attend the Quidditch final to witness his beloved godson Harry compete against Slytherin, where Harry intended to take the field with the firebolt. Hermione's conjecture proved correct. It was indeed Sirius who gifted Harry that splendid broomstick. Suddenly, Elle found herself questioning how much she truly desired to see him. Feeling rather indifferent at the moment. Yet, inevitably, she would encounter him. Encouraged by Hannah's persistent persuasion, Elle reluctantly steeled herself to catch a glimpse of her so-called biological father. Under Neville's guidance, they endeavored to navigate through the throngs of jubilant supporters celebrating Gryffindor's glorious victory in the match. The atmosphere was electric, with Ron shouting excitedly that Harry had caught the golden snitch almost instantaneously. Hermione was all smiles, laughter spilling forth. Fred and George soared above on their brooms, displaying their Weasley products. Wood was in a state of euphoria, and Angelina attempted to hit a bludger towards Fred. Al and Hannah felt the exuberance of Gryffindor enveloping them. As they approached, they were instantly surrounded by a sea of gold and red, the deafening roars of little lions echoing around them. Two peculiar badgers nearly got swept away by the crowd, but thanks to Hermione and Ron, they managed to disperse the throng just in time to keep Al from losing sight of Harry. Why did they need to find Harry? Because Sirius was with him. Harry Potter, the Seeker, who had just caught the snitch, was undoubtedly the center of attention, hoisted aloft by his fellow Quidditch players in a manner befitting a hero. Some students even envied him for having the golden snitch in his grasp. Ron rushed over, only to be playfully kicked by Ginny. And Professor Lupin observed with a bemused smile. Elriz, too, spotted that man, the proud godfather Sirius, who had haunted her dreams as the prisoner from Azkaban. Now, he stood beside Professor Lupin, watching Harry with a broad smile, leaning in to whisper to Lupin, "Look at him, Moony. He resembles a dandelion." James and Lily would surely be delighted by this sight. Al halted, gazing from a distance. He appeared transformed from the disheveled figure she had seen in the Daily Prophet. His hair and beard were neatly groomed, shedding the previous untidiness. He wore a tailored suit, exuding elegance and sophistication, yet bearing the unmistakable marks of his harrowing 12 years in Azkaban. At this moment, he was graciously smiling at the surrounding girls, who were drawn to him, squealing in admiration. It suddenly struck Elle that the Black family was a pure-blood lineage, and the ancient, refined aristocratic manners were vividly embodied in Sirius. This realization made him feel even more unfamiliar. Was that truly her father? Elle struggled to articulate the tumult of emotions swelling within her. Once the crowd had gathered, Hermione and Ron tactfully intervened to extricate Harry from the throng of fervent admirers, managing to set the exuberant students free. Sirius, observing Harry's embarrassment, erupted into hearty laughter, clutching Professor Lupin's shoulder, unable to compose himself, so he could laugh. Elriz found herself increasingly hesitant. She sensed she was unprepared, filled with questions and discontent, yearning to converse with him. Yet, upon witnessing his joyful laughter, she felt utterly flustered, even contemplating an escape from the scene. But before she could retreat, Hannah interrupted her, resolutely fixing her gaze on Al. "You will have to face this sooner or later." Simultaneously, Hermione seemed to say something, prompting the crowd to disperse rapidly. Now, apart from Hermione and Ron, only Harry, Lupin, and Sirius remained, exchanging a few words before their attention shifted, casting fiery glances in Al's direction. "Al." Hermione beckoned her over. Yet she suddenly found herself staring down at the grass, feeling the intensity of Sirius's gaze upon her, as if it could bore a hole through her. "Go on, Elriz," Hannah urged from behind, nudging her forward step by step. For the first time, Elle felt as though she was trudging through molasses, time stretching infinitely and painfully. At last she stood before them mere steps away. With her head bowed, she focused on her shoes, muddied with dirt and grass, her anxious fingers nervously clutching at the hem of her unkempt robes. It's all right," she reassured herself internally. Summoning her courage, she slowly lifted her gaze, only to meet those eyes she had envisioned countless times in her dreams. Suddenly, breathing became laborious, and she diverted her gaze elsewhere, feeling an overwhelming self-consciousness. How had she not realized that the color of Sirius's eyes mirrored that of her own? Vincent. Harry greeted first. Potter. Congratulations on catching the snitch, Elle stammered, hastily looking down again. A heavy silence enveloped them. Ron, usually the chatterbox, seemed restrained, poised to break the tension when Hermione stepped on his foot. Meanwhile, Harry and Lupin exchanged sidelong glances at the silent Sirius, who remained quiet, his intense gaze fixed on the girl who stood before him, lost in silence. At that moment, Hannah gently nudged her friend forward, encouraging her to take a step ahead. Harry also gave a slight push to his dazed godfather, causing the man to stumble forward a bit. Finally, they were face to face. Lupin observed the two long-separated but still silent father and daughter, and couldn't help but clear his throat, prompting his bewildered friend to regain his senses. "Hello, Elriz." The first to act was Sirius, who scratched his head, his hands fidgeting restlessly in a somewhat comical manner that elicited quiet chuckles from Harry and Lupin behind him. Intensifying his anxiety, he straightened his posture, held his breath, and looked expectantly at the girl before him. Hearing the voice, Al raised her head slowly. Meeting Sirius's gaze filled with a complex mix of anticipation and apprehension, momentarily stunned, she gazed at him, transfixed. Noting how he differed so greatly from the Sirius of her dreams, who had been pleading and frantic, repeatedly declaring her to be Elriz Black. The real him, however, appeared anxious, expectant, yearning for her response. How should she even begin to speak? What should she say? "Speak, Elriz. Did you not long to see him? Were you not eager to confront him about everything? Did you not wish to grasp his collar and demand answers? Did you not wish to hear him utter the truth with his own lips? Did you not want to ask why he had been avoiding you?" Yet, as he stood there, so palpably in front of her, she felt as though her ability to articulate had vanished. Her throat and heart burned, and she completely forgot her intentions. All the rehearsed plans had crumbled to dust. "He called your name. Why do you not respond, Elriz? What should you say? An introduction? A greeting? Should you call him father? Or papa?" Al despised her own indecision. She found herself unable to utter a word. She had never called anyone father or mother. Only grandmother. For 13 years, those two simple nouns had been excised from her vocabulary, gathering dust in the corners of her mind. "Elriz, may I call you that?" Sirius ventured again. "Of course," she replied. "Father? Dad? Black?" How should she address him? "Mr. Black?" The man before her stiffened at the unfamiliar address, as if it drew a stark line in their father-daughter relationship. Al looked helplessly at the silent Sirius, who remained in a state of daze, his mouth set in a rigid arc. She began to worry that her choice of address might be too distant, too estranged. After all, he was her father. Yet, she simply could not bring herself to utter that word to someone who had been a stranger, who had been avoiding his own daughter. Lupin raised an eyebrow, observing the two once again mired in silence. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, surprised by Al's choice to address his friend Sirius in such a manner. Ron and Harry were now exceedingly awkward, heads bowed, practically digging their feet into the ground, and every time they almost spoke, they were silenced by Hermione's sharp glare. Hermione and Hannah watched quietly. Lupin felt compelled to clear his throat once more. He had coughed far too many times today. "Oh, Elriz, thank you for capturing that traitor Peter." Sirius snapped back to reality, speaking dryly. "Hey, well, I mean, let us go home together this summer." "Home?" Al was confused by his sudden declaration, her expression one of bewilderment. She lifted her gaze, seeing the cautious Sirius, who bore no resemblance to the frenzied figure of her dreams. Instead, he seemed tentative, even fearful, as he leaned in, waiting for her next words. The emotions swirling in his gray eyes seemed to carry a weight of sadness, melancholy, and hope. Unable to resist, Sirius wanted to drape an arm around her shoulder, but as he raised his hand, he hesitated, ultimately letting it fall. Al noticed this gesture, her heart sinking a little. "Yes, home. Our home. You, me, and Harry." "Harry?" Al instinctively glanced at Harry, who was anxiously watching her. Of course, he was his godson, the orphan of his dear friend. It was all very normal, very natural. Yet, Al couldn't shake the feeling of unease settling in her chest. "Potter?" She spoke flatly. "Yes, Harry." Sirius eagerly beckoned his godson over, naturally putting an arm around his shoulders. Quickly explaining, growing more animated as he spoke, "The Dursleys have treated him poorly. Hey, Harry, just wait until I have a word with them. See if I don't blow them away for daring to treat the child of James and Lily like that. So, Elriz, we three will return home together." "Home? Our home?" She hesitantly inquired, trying her best to ignore the hand resting on Harry's shoulder. So glaring, so jarring, though it was merely an innocent gesture. "Yes, our home. At number 12 Grimmauld Place. You can move in and live with us." Sirius reiterated, seemingly elated. "3 people? What about her mother? Mr. Black?" Al took a deep breath, hesitating for a moment before asking again. "May I ask you some questions?" "Of course, Elriz. What would you like to know? Is she there too?" "Who are you referring to?" "My mother, Teresa." As Al uttered her mother's name, her gaze remained fixed on the subtle changes in the man's expression, not daring to look away. "Teresa? The moon face? Did you not speak with her?" Sirius's voice faltered slightly. Al did not miss the complexity of emotion that flickered in his eyes at the mention of her mother. Sadness? Guilt? Regret? This stirred something deep within her. For the blood-stained parchment from years past was hardly a promising sign. I did not speak with her because Elriz wanted to ask you first. The last time Dumbledore summoned Al and Lupin, their conversation had been brief. On one hand, they were unsure how to explain the events of the past, having believed that Black's daughter had been killed by Bellatrix. On the other hand, Al wanted to hear it from him before discussing it further with Lupin and Dumbledore. Lupin sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he walked over, tilting his head slightly to communicate silently with his friend. She wants to hear you say it. Sirius slowly opened his mouth, meeting the girl's inquisitive gaze, his voice noticeably hoarser than before. Teresa. She has passed away. I see. Al lowered her head, unable to articulate her feelings. She had never met her mother. All she possessed were the scant words inscribed on that parchment, her only fragment of maternal love. The bitterness in her heart expanded. The note read that her mother loved her. But what of her father? How did Sirius Black perceive her? She realized she knew far too little. Why did you avoid me before? Al asked, hesitantly summoning her courage. Sirius stammered for a moment. Vincent. I was likely preoccupied with capturing Peter Pettigrew. Harry felt a touch of awkwardness and couldn't help but speak up to lighten the atmosphere. So Hermione, does it hurt? Before he could finish his sentence, Hermione pinched him, pulling him back. Harry, don't interrupt, she said discontentedly. Al raised her eyes, taking a deep breath, seemingly resolved to borrow a measure of Gryffindor courage. She was determined to expend all the bravery she possessed in confronting the questions that had long plagued her. Questions that had haunted her in the hollow space beneath the Whomping Willow. After a prolonged moment, she reopened her eyes, shifting from a state of evasion and uncertainty to one of unwavering resolve as she faced the nightmare that had troubled her. Much like confronting a boggart in Lupin's class. Do you know I am your daughter? She asked. Of course I know, he replied. Before you came to Hogwarts. After escaping from Azkaban, did you know of my existence? Al interrupted him for the first time, posing this piercing question. Silence ensued. Al found a grim amusement in the realization that Sirius Black was indeed unaware of her existence. Staring blankly, she felt a burning sensation in her chest. Her feet numb and cold, her mind a chaotic whirl, questions and speculations weighing heavily upon her, making it difficult to breathe. She felt akin to Hamlet, rife with confusion and dissatisfaction, struggling to comprehend why her mother had hastily married her uncle Claudius merely a month after her father's death. Al, like Hamlet, was equally bewildered. The manner in which her biological father treated Harry contrasted starkly with his demeanor towards her. He embraced Harry warmly, yet was distant with her. Despite the fact that both she and Harry had encountered Sirius at nearly the same time. Witnessing the disparate treatment, Al felt her chest constricting. A sense of ignorance and narrowness enveloping her, her heart pounding and ribs aching. Emotions threatening to overflow. Reason was eclipsed by feeling. She attempted to inhale deeply once more, but failed. Stepping forward, she grasped her father's collar. Have you truly abandoned me, Mr. Black? The moment her words left her lips, a palpable tension engulfed the gathering. Sirius and Lupin were momentarily taken aback. Hermione, Harry, and Ron's expressions transformed into ones of disbelief, astonished that the usually gentle Al would act in such a manner. Even her close friend Hannah was stunned, instinctively wanting to intervene. Due to the abruptness of the situation, the man whose collar she grasped remained motionless, which only served to infuriate Al further. You abandoned me, you don't even know me, she cried. No, Al, it's not like that, you're misunderstanding. Lupin hurriedly interjected, aware that Al was oblivious to the circumstances of years past, unaware of the truth. Misunderstanding? Professor Lupin, then why am I Vincent and not a Black? She demanded, her voice rising uncontrollably. Lupin fell silent. Why did my mother's only note to me fail to mention you, Mr. Black? Setting that aside, I should have told you that I am your daughter. You transformed into an animagus, and little Padfoot is you, isn't he? Why do you hide from me? Al relentlessly posed questions, each one cascading like innocent tears, leaving traces on her cheeks. Her voice quivered with emotion. Did you not recognize me? You even ate the sandwiches and drumsticks I brought you. I waited for you all day. Even Professor Lupin recognized me as your daughter, because I cut my hair and resemble you so closely. No, Al, Sirius finally managed to speak. No, she retorted. I even inquired with that Slytherin Draco Malfoy. He had no idea I was his cousin. He only knew about Nymphadora Tonks. Wait, Vincent? You're Malfoy's cousin? Harry and Ron interjected, horror etched on their faces, Ron's expression resembling someone who'd just eaten a slug, while Hermione looked as if struck by lightning. Yet Elle had no inclination to address them. Why does everyone, including Professor Lupin and Malfoy, question my existence? Why has no one sought me out? Should I believe that my biological parents abandoned me, or that I am merely an unwanted accident? A secret child left to languish? Is there any reasonable explanation for this, Mr. Black? But Sirius remained silent. Elle stared at the stunned man, observing the face that resembled her own, and unconsciously released her grip on his collar. Her cheeks streaked with tears, her vision blurring. She staggered back, and Hannah quickly supported her. She shook her head in disbelief, wiping her tears frantically until her skin was red and raw. Yet her eyes continued to betray her, spilling tears uncontrollably. Sirius wanted to reach out and wipe her tears away, but she instinctively recoiled from his hand. I'm sorry, Mr. Black, I lost control today. I apologize. Elle gasped for breath, struggling to suppress the sobs that threatened to erupt, her tears falling like scattered beads, disappearing upon contact with the ground. Oh Merlin! I've behaved so childishly. How could I let my emotions overwhelm me? I should have approached this calmly, should have sought the truth with composure. Yet I found myself unable to do so. None of the questions I posed were answered. Look, Sirius Black had nothing to say. I'm sorry. But I probably want to return with you all for the summer. You should go with Potter, Mr. Black. As for number 12 Grimmauld Place, it is not our home. It is yours. I was unaware of how profoundly sorrowful her tone had become. My home is at Charing Cross in London. Even though Grandma Stephen is gone, it remains my home for 13 years, raised solely by my grandmother. Sirius understood the weight of her words, as did Lupin. While Hannah and Hermione comprehended the gravity of Al's situation, Harry gazed downward, lost in thought, while Ron looked bewildered, glancing around at the suddenly somber atmosphere. It was evident to all that Al's 13 years had been marked by the absence of her parents, who had never been present. I'm sorry. I can't remain calm. I'm not fit to speak right now. Can we talk later? Goodbye, Mr. Black. Elle looked at Sirius, who remained motionless, before turning away and running off, wiping her face as she went. Hannah quickly said her goodbyes to Hermione and hurried after Al. Something began to fade into darkness. Chapter 19 Behind the Scenes. Sirius Black had originally believed that his child had ascended to heaven alongside Teresa. 12 years later, everything commenced with the daily prophet brought forth by Fudge. Upon glimpsing a photograph of the Weasley family vacationing in Egypt, Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, driven by a singular purpose: to eliminate the traitor, Peter Pettigrew. Crossing the ocean and evading the grasp of Dementors, he finally arrived at Hogwarts to reunite with his godson, Harry, only to learn that his child still lived. After reaching Hogwarts, he transformed into his animagus form, masquerading as an ordinary stray dog, meandering through the school. He was intimately familiar with every secret passage, having traversed them during his adventurous escapades with the Marauders, who had also crafted the Marauders map together. The Marauders, Prongs Mooney Padfoot, and Wormtail, the loathsome fat lady, merely a portrait, dared to deny him entry. The flames of vengeance within him intensified as he left behind a few scratch marks on the painting in his fury. Subsequently, utilizing Neville's password, Sirius eagerly slipped into the Gryffindor common room, making his way to the dormitory. He knew precisely where Peter was. He was aware that Peter had transformed into the rat Scabbers, residing with Ron Weasley. Armed with a glimmering dagger, he resolutely parted the curtains. Damn Wormtail. Cunning Peter. He failed to slay Peter, inadvertently fortifying the defenses of the Dementors. He was forced to remain in his animagus form throughout the day, struggling even to procure food. The meager offerings from Crookshanks were insufficient. Sirius had to admit that Ginger Cat was quite astute. Famished, he awaited the cat's arrival in the Forbidden Forest for some meager morsels, only to encounter Elriz. Sirius Black's initial instinct was to be wary, barking incessantly at the girl in an attempt to shoo her away. After all, it was ill-fated for a young girl to wander into the Forbidden Forest. To his surprise, he observed her cautiously placing food on the ground, still warm and fragrant sandwiches. He twitched his nose, the aroma of ham and cheese tantalizing his senses. And his growling stomach compelled him to momentarily lower his guard and accept her offering. Once satiated, he noticed the girl sitting quietly beside him, producing a chicken leg and waving it enticingly, her gaze filled with expectation. He succumbed, lured by the delectable treat. How much food did her bag contain? He had to admit, the Hogwarts chicken legs were nostalgically delightful. After filling his belly, he forged a friendship with the girl, discovering her name was Elriz, which she introduced herself with a certain charm. It was peculiar that someone would converse with a dog. From the yellow lining of her tie, it was evident she belonged to Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff was conveniently located near the kitchens, alleviating Sirius's worries about daily sustenance. "May I give you a name?" she asked. And he agreed, thinking that if he could endear himself to this little badger, she might usher him into the school, granting him a chance to capture Peter. Alas, she never took him inside. Little Black. Blackie. Almost instinctively, he leaped up, barking wildly, believing his identity had been uncovered, only to realize she was merely bestowing a name upon him because of his pitch-black fur. Resigned, he accepted the moniker. The girl giggled, using her wand to cast a cleaning charm, and Sirius felt the dust and dirt being whisked away, leaves and small insects tumbling off him. Most gratifyingly, he was liberated from those wretched fleas. Oh, what a kind Hufflepuff she was. Elriz adored him, visiting almost daily, bringing delicious treats, petting him, or attempting to embrace him. He would rather forego the latter. He wasn't truly a dog. Feigning ignorance to her pouty, pleading expressions, he reluctantly allowed the little girl to hug him. Sirius noticed that this small girl also shared a close bond with the hippogriff. Her visits to the Forbidden Forest were not solely to see him. She also sought out the Thestral and played with various magical creatures, even captivating that ginger cat. But how could such a young child see the Thestral? That was concerning. In any case, she had a remarkable affinity for animals. No wonder. Sirius was uncertain why he so easily let down his guard around her. Every time he saw Elriz, a sense of familiarity and comfort washed over him, perhaps due to his animagus nature. As a large black dog, he was influenced by the girl's innate animal affinity. Or so he believed. "Hey, Little Black, today is your favorite," Elriz exclaimed, running over, sitting on the ground, and extracting delicacies from her magically enlarged bag, placing them down one by one. Sirius leisurely chewed on the food, entirely unconcerned by Elriz's eager gaze. "Little Black, you look like a noble dog." He nearly choked mid-bite. Caught off guard by her teasing tone. Staring into her playful eyes, he was momentarily dazed, even allowing her to pet him. Elriz's eyes were the color of the sky, a blue reminiscent of Teresa. Sirius lowered his head, continuing to indulge in his meal, shaking it as if to dismiss the fleeting thought. Blue eyes were common and unremarkable. But curse be it, her eyes were strikingly similar to Teresa's. Sirius endeavored to suppress memories of that fateful day, the cold body, the congealed blood. His wife lay motionless in his arms, unresponsive to his anguished cries. Their child vanished. James and Remus quietly sat beside him, wordlessly sharing his grief. It had to be that rat, that traitor. He must have revealed Teresa's hiding place. Sirius struggled to avoid recalling the gravestones in Godric's Hollow. He fought against remembering his dear friends, James and Lily, who had perished there due to his oversight in the change of secret keeper. "Traitor, I will capture you." One day, Elriz lamented to him that she could no longer visit the Forbidden Forest frequently, as the Dementors had become increasingly active. Sirius was well aware of this, so he took Elriz to the Whomping Willow. He demonstrated how to calm the tree, and led her to the secret passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. The young girl seemed hesitant and ultimately chose not to descend. After that, Sirius and Elriz agreed to meet near the Whomping Willow, where she would bring him food. The Whomping Willow was not an ideal location either, as every full moon, his good friend Remus would arrive to transform into a werewolf within the Shrieking Shack. Fortunately, Elriz did not come by at night. Sirius concealed himself in the Forbidden Forest, listening to Remus's anguished howls. His dear friend had become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Remus must be teaching splendidly, and he surely paid attention to Harry. Perhaps he would share stories about James and Lily with Harry. "Wait for me, Harry Mooney. I shall capture that loathsome worm-tail." He scoffed at the thought of Peter Pettigrew. After a while, hunger gnawed at Sirius once more, prompting him to return to the Whomping Willow, anticipating Elriz's food. To his surprise, she was already there. Sprawled on the grass, asleep. Sirius prodded her awake. As usual, Elriz brought forth the food, and the ravenous Sirius, too famished to consider much else, devoured it with abandon. Only after he had finished did he notice something amiss. The young girl was particularly subdued today, unable to suppress his concern. He called out to her a few times and reached out to pat her head, attempting to lift her spirits. He then listened intently as Elriz recounted her tale. She spoke of her grandmother's passing, struggling to come to terms with death. "It's quite natural," he reassured her. "The elderly must eventually depart, and you shall grow accustomed to it." She continued, revealing that she had never known her parents and that so much had transpired since her arrival at Hogwarts. "What? You've never met your parents?" he inquired, incredulous. She explained that the Sorting Hat had informed her that her father was a Gryffindor and her mother a Ravenclaw. Sirius, sensing the weight of her words, patiently awaited Elriz to finish, observing the way her tone elongated and the unnatural pauses she took. "It said I am a black." "Oh. You are a Black, are you? He replied, momentarily taken aback. Wait. Black? Sirius stared at Elriz, as though encountering her for the first time. Her reaction elicited a soft laugh from the young girl, and he watched, somewhat dazed, as she continued her monologue about how the Boggart had transformed into Sirius, and her investigations into the Black family. Doubt not at his mind. Such a revelation seemed impossible. Elriz expressed her concern, suggesting that Sirius Black might indeed be her father. She said her father was the first Gryffindor from a Slytherin lineage. This simply could not be. His child. Was she still alive? Since that fateful day, he had avoided her. For he could not fathom confronting the sudden emergence of a daughter he had believed dead for 12 years. Sirius was all too aware that within the confines of Azkaban, he had spent 12 long years enduring the nonsensical rants of his mad cousin, filled with derision and accusations. Sirius Black. You wretched pureblood traitor, ha. You murdered Teresa. What have you done with my child? Across the prison bars, the two Blacks glared at one another, one seething at the other's disgrace to the family, the other furious over the loss of his wife and daughter. That mudblood, and the little mudblood, are both dead. How pitiful, Sirius. You have descended to allow mudbloods to taint the Black bloodline. Haha, you deserve it. For 12 years Bella's taunts, the haunting memory of Teresa's lifeless form, and the torment of Dementors rendered him an empty shell. The deaths of Teresa and their child, the departure of his friends, these incessantly gnawed at his sanity until he had become numb. He could only harbor selective doubts. Perhaps Elriz was Regulus's child? Yet, her eyes were unmistakably reminiscent of Teresa's. He watched as the young girl came to him daily, and he chose to hide in the forbidden forest. Gazing at her from afar, he was at a loss for how to face her. On a snowy day, Elriz waited all day long, from morning until night. Sirius too had spent the day watching her, noting how the delicate layers of snow blanketed her. He witnessed her despondent departure, and that day, for the first time, he consumed cold food. Elriz would no longer wait for him but would still bring food, leaving it by the Whomping Willow before walking away. As Christmas approached, he had watched a Quidditch match and saw his godson Harry soaring through the rain, reminiscent of James and his exceptional flying skills. He also noticed Elriz cheering loudly for Hufflepuff. When Harry fell, his broom shattered, and Sirius, determined, procured funds to buy him an expensive firebolt as a Christmas gift. The Black Vault was ample enough. However, he remained uncertain about what to gift Elriz. After Christmas, he saw the girl with a newly cut hairstyle, resembling a miniature Sirius, with certain features reminiscent of Teresa. Sirius understood. He knew she was his daughter. After much hesitation, he removed a bracelet once gifted by Teresa and offered it to Elriz as a Christmas present, hoping she would cherish it. Finally, he awaited Peter Pettigrew, eventually capturing him and encountering Remus and Harry in the Shrieking Shack. Oh, and that rat. I must say, my godson has done remarkably well to knock him out, he exclaimed. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Peter cunningly escaped when Remus transformed into a werewolf. He was then attacked by Dementors and fell unconscious, only to be rescued by Snape, who brought him to the tower. Harry and that Granger rode in on Buckbeak and managed to save him, thanks to Dumbledore's intervention. James. Harry resembles you so much, Sirius mused. I owe you both a debt of gratitude. After fleeing on Buckbeak, Sirius did not venture elsewhere, but went to Godric's Hollow to pay tribute to his fallen friends. Before the graves of Lily and James, he spoke of how much Harry resembled them, how he embodied the courage and honor of a true Gryffindor. He then approached Teresa's gravestone, kneeling before the unmarked plot. Dear Teresa, our child yet lives. Do you hear me? Elriz, her name is Elriz. You must see her. Her eyes mirror yours. Although she has inherited more of my handsome features, and she is a Hufflepuff, a kind and gentle girl. Do you think, Teresa, that I can still be a good father? Sirius lingered by the two gravestones for what felt like an eternity, before finally mounting Buckbeak and vanishing into the night, seeking a place to hide while attempting to catch the traitorous Peter. Before he could take any action, Dumbledore and Remus appeared with an apparition. They informed him that Peter Pettigrew had been captured, and would soon be brought to trial. Shocked, he pressed for details on how it had happened. Sirius. It was a girl named Elriz. Quite unexpectedly, she was the one who apprehended Peter. I presume you have met her. I must say, that child bears a striking resemblance to you, with eyes reminiscent of Teresa's, Dumbledore remarked, stroking his graying beard. At the same time, I must pay a visit to Azkaban. Sirius. Remus. You mean my mad cousin? I am curious how she managed to survive the Death Eaters. Furthermore, we had not noticed her for 13 years. Her background is remarkably simple, having grown up on an ordinary Muggle street, with no indication of her true nature, Dumbledore stated, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Indeed. Why was that? Moreover, Lucius has investigated her. Dumbledore added casually, while it remains an unknown. I suspect Lucius likely harbors the same concerns as we do. Do not worry. Elriz is still your daughter, Remus comforted, placing a hand on his shoulder. Of course I know, Moony. You are her godfather, Sirius replied in kind. Remus chuckled wryly. I fear I am not a competent godfather. Nor am I. I am an equally unfit father. Do not worry, Sirius. It is merely a matter of time. And everything will turn out well. Let us hope so. After the trial concluded, he could finally walk in the light of day. He adjusted his attire, trimmed his hair and beard, and attended the Quidditch final at Hogwarts, cheering for Harry's spectacular performance while incessantly inquiring with Remus about when Elriz would arrive. However, the first meeting between father and daughter ended in discord. Sirius Orion Black. Elriz grasped his meticulously arranged tie, tears streaming down her face. Sirius was acutely aware that a void had always existed in Elriz's heart. His past avoidance had exacerbated her wounds, and her words pierced his heart like a dagger. This sensation was dreadful, even more so than the first encounter with his godson, or when Harry had gripped his throat. His friend Remus's words echoed once more. Sirius, you simply need time. Everything will improve. Chapter 20, Behind the Scenes 3. Elriz was filled with regret, an overwhelming sense of remorse. She felt that their last meeting had been far too impulsive, and she should not have treated Sirius so rudely by clutching his collar and shouting at him. The next encounter would undoubtedly be even more awkward. With this thought, she buried her head in her arms and let out a deep sigh. Before she could emerge from this regret, the end-of-term exams loomed. In preparation for the final sprint, her friend Hannah had recently been busy practicing her potions homework, as was Neville, hoping to pass under Professor Snape's scrutiny. Hermione, aiming for the top of their year, was equally diligent, while Luna often vanished from sight. Yet, when she happened upon Harry, he seemed hesitant to speak, as if there were words unuttered, but he found it difficult to voice them. Elriz understood this unspoken sentiment. Whether it was Hannah, Hermione, or Harry and Ron, they all tactfully avoided mentioning Sirius. Except for Professor Lupin. After a defense against the dark arts lesson, Professor Lupin asked her to stay for 10 minutes. Elriz, you are welcome to join me for tea, or perhaps indulge in a delectable chocolate. Lupin bent slightly, smiling gently at her. I always welcome you. Thus, she frequently found herself invited to Lupin's office. Elriz sat in silence, listening attentively as Lupin reminisced about their youthful escapades, sharing tales of their raucous days as marauders, and recounting the story of how young Sirius met Teresa. In that moment, he seemed less a professor and more a long-lost friend. Lupin even produced an old photograph for her, carefully preserved. It depicted a moving image of Sirius and Teresa on their wedding day. Elriz gazed at the youthful Sirius in the photograph, so different from the weathered man she saw now in his 30s. He looked young and handsome, his face lit up with a rebellious smile, a flicker of black pride evident, yet emanating a genuine warmth as he gazed at his bride, adorned in a pristine wedding gown. He truly loved Teresa, and she loved him in return. Elriz stared at the woman in the photograph, who smiled back, waving her bouquet. With chestnut hair and blue eyes, her face was sprinkled with freckles, exuding warmth akin to the gentle sun of winter, her eyes shimmering with love for the groom beside her. This was the first time she beheld her mother. On that day, in that photograph, Elriz Vincent became Elriz Black. Lupin, gazing at the photograph, was filled with nostalgia, unable to suppress a smile as he recalled a humorous anecdote, pointing at the image and teasingly saying, I remember well. It was Sirius who pursued Teresa first. Much to James's chagrin. He spent 7 years chasing Lily, while your father succeeded in just 3 confessions. They must have loved each other deeply, Elriz mused, her eyes fixed on the photograph. Lupin nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Would you care for some hot cocoa, Elriz? With a casual flick of his wand, 2 teacups floated over, and with a tap rich aromatic chocolate wafted from within. Professor Lupin had a particular fondness for chocolate. The chocolate brownie cake he received last Christmas had been a resounding hit. Elriz accepted the teacup, savoring the thick, sweet flavor that melted in her mouth. A warm sensation enveloping her, relaxing her body. Thank you, Professor. You may call me Remus. But you are still a professor. I am your godfather, Elriz. She paused, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. The warmth from the chocolate had dissipated, and she blinked in astonishment, casting a puzzled glance at Lupin, questioning if her ears had deceived her. Pardon? Professor? Did you just say? Lupin merely smiled and repeated, while sipping his cocoa, his demeanor slightly restless as he absent-mindedly touched the faint scar on his face, raising an eyebrow, waiting for Elriz's response. Remus Lupin was indeed her godfather? She gasped, still reeling from the revelation as the professor's identity shifted to that of a godfather. This is so sudden, Professor. Elriz instinctively straightened, her fingers nervously caressing the teacup. What I mean is, I didn't know I had a godfather. No, I don't know what to say. Elriz, it's perfectly all right. You just need a bit of time. Lupin reassured her softly, akin to how Sirius would comfort her. People always require time to digest such revelations. I was quite surprised as well, believing my goddaughter had perished. When I hastily baptized you, Teresa had just given birth to you 2 days prior. You were but a tiny thing. Lupin gestured with his hands to illustrate her size. Recalling vague memories, Elriz stared at Lupin, though the smile on his face grew even broader. Resolute, Elriz decided to cast aside any thoughts of her estranged father, Sirius, and the implications of Professor Lupin's new identity. She intended to focus solely on her studies, convinced that even if Lupin was her godfather, he would not allow any distractions. Due to the impending exams, Hogwarts was far quieter than usual. Even the notoriously boisterous Weasley twins were subdued for the sake of their studies. Hannah continued to pray fervently, hoping to pass her potions exam, prompting Elriz to give her a chocolate frog card featuring Professor Snape for good luck. On the card, Professor Snape glared menacingly at them, only to vanish moments later. Regardless of how they attempted to manipulate it, he hardly seemed a suitable object of prayer. The following morning, Hannah tumbled out of bed, claiming to have dreamt that Snape had given her one, and she quietly tucked away the Snape card, hoping for a night of pleasant dreams. Elriz, what a terrifying nightmare! Hannah exclaimed, still shaken. Speaking of dreams, since the capture of Peter Pettigrew, Elriz had not dreamt of Sirius again. Similarly, she had ceased to dream altogether. Indeed, there were no dreams. Upon falling asleep, it was an abyss of darkness, and before she knew it, a night had passed and she awoke. Concerned about this phenomenon, she consulted Hermione, who cheerfully informed her that it was a good sign. Muggle studies suggest that dreaming is a result of significant mental stress. Not dreaming indicates a healthy mental state, Hermione assured her, and Elriz understood this notion. However, Ron, standing nearby, seemed unable to grasp the nuances of their conversation, regarding them with an expression akin to that of a gaping troll, which earned him a scathing glare from Hermione. Have you ever experienced peculiar dreams, Vincent? Harry inquired with curiosity. I have, Elle replied. Since the beginning of this term, I have often been visited by dreams, though they have recently ceased. Perhaps that is an ominous sign. Ron interjected immediately. Ronald Weasley. Hermione scolded, giving him a sharp nudge. Ron in turn grumbled, I know, Hermione. This is Muggle research. But we are wizards. Wizards. Hermione. Dreams hold significance in our magical realm. They can serve as prophecies or something else. I was momentarily taken aback. Ron's seemingly careless comment jolted her awareness, for the dreams she had experienced were indeed exceedingly strange. Sirius's wrongful accusations, Pettigrew's treachery, events she had been previously unaware of, and curiously, the occurrences within her dreams had materialized into reality. Nevertheless, Elriz chose not to confide in Hannah or Hermione, nor did she disclose these matters to anyone. As the end-of-term examinations approached, Al and Hannah placed all their hopes for the top spot in their year on Hermione. For Hermione had previously claimed the first position in both first and second years. Elriz believed Hermione surpassed even the most brilliant Ravenclaw, possessing an enviable intellect. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley thought Hermione was on the brink of madness, as she was nearly shouldering the entirety of the examinations. Al worried that Hermione might be overwhelmed. However, when it came to the examinations that caused Al the most trepidation, they were none other than potions and defense against the dark arts. The potions exam was manageable. Snape still awarded her a grand, vivid scarlet mark that would never fade, albeit with additional challenges compared to her first and second years. Ever since she had revealed her identity as the daughter of Black, Professor Snape had adopted a markedly different demeanor, becoming increasingly critical and unkind. During the exam, he would consistently linger near Al, releasing his pent-up frustration, and after grading her work he would not hesitate to offer a feigned smile, casting a brooding glance in her direction. Miss Vincent, I am delighted that your intellect is not akin to your father's, as it is neither monstrous nor filled with fluff. How truly touching. Touching, such a seemingly fine word, yet it came across as so sarcastic and infuriating. Elle found herself pondering whether Professor Snape harbored a deep-seated grudge against Sirius. Why did he reference Sirius in nearly every other sentence? Truly, Severus Snape could discern even the briefest moments of her distraction. Miss Vincent, if you intend to daydream further, I fear your next examination will certainly be a... Snape flicked his long, black robe and, with a look of disdain, pointed decisively towards the door, barking, "Now leave." After hastily bidding farewell to Professor Snape, Al and Hannah made their way to their next examination venue. Hannah meticulously examined the examination schedule in her hands, then slowly lifted her gaze to Al, revealing an expression of despair. "Al, we are heading to Professor Trelawney's." "Oh, Merlin," Al sighed. The divination exam was likely the most eccentric of all at Hogwarts. No one could predict what Sybil Trelawney would utter while gazing into her crystal ball. Some, particularly Hermione, found the entire concept utterly absurd, while Neville would emerge trembling, and Harry appeared utterly dumbfounded. When it was Al's turn, she instinctively held her breath. Sybil Trelawney's glasses were peculiar, with thick, round lenses that magnified her eyes to an uncomfortable degree. Few could comprehend her cryptic utterances. "Oh dear child, tell me," she cooed, her voice a blend of haziness and sweet aroma. Trelawney first pretended to stroke the transparent crystal ball, speaking in an ethereal tone. "What do you see within the crystal, my dear?" Following Trelawney's gesture, Al gazed into the now opaque sphere, which appeared even more obscured than before. "All I see is a fog, Professor," she replied honestly, shrugging her shoulders. "Indeed, your future is quite inscrutable, isn't it?" Trelawney seemed to marvel. In an effort to pass, Al scrutinized the crystal ball as intently as possible, narrowing her eyes. Within the mist, she thought she discerned a familiar dark shape, though it quickly became indistinct again. "Is that a black object? Perhaps a dog?" An ominous presence continued to envelop her. "Very well, poor friend. And there is more." Trelawney's tone now held a note of pity. The crystal ball remained shrouded in fog, as if cloaked in mist, within which a face faintly emerged. Al strained to identify it. It appeared to be a woman's face, with disheveled hair, thin and strangely familiar, reminiscent of Sirius's previous insanity. She felt as though she ought to recognize her, accompanied by a barely audible laugh. Al wondered if she was experiencing oral hallucinations. "Professor, I only see a woman's face, and she seems to be smiling." Al tentatively lifted her gaze, diverting her attention from the crystal ball to meet Trelawney's vacant stare, as if her spirit had drifted elsewhere. "Professor Trelawney? Oh. Sybil Trelawney suddenly grasped Al's hand, her eyes vacant yet murmuring, "You possess great talent. Your dreams, they frighten you." Al's expression shifted, for she comprehended Trelawney's words. "Do not worry, child. You cannot refuse it. You must embrace it. What you dreamt of was the future, was it not?" Trelawney tilted her head deliberately, her curly hair appearing more voluminous, yet her grip tightened ominously. No matter how Al attempted to pull away, it was in vain. "What was once the future, tonight you shall dream of the past, my dear." "But that is merely a dream, Professor." "Perhaps it is, yet who can truly determine? Yet it has manifested into reality, has it not?" "This is a dream?" Elriz remained silent, lowering her gaze, blinking in confusion as she stared into the increasingly dense white mist within the crystal ball. Ultimately, Sybil Trelawney bestowed upon her an unexpected revelation, beyond her expectations. Chapter 21, Act 3, Scene 2. Al experienced a long-awaited bout of insomnia, awoken by her biological clock. Hannah groggily sat up in bed, stretching laboriously, and just as she was about to draw back the bed curtains, she spotted her friend Al, engrossed in note-taking. With her head drooping as she sat at the center table, facing away from her, it appeared that she was silently reciting exam spells or mumbling some indistinct phrases. At that moment, Hannah noticed that the small table was piled high with books, nearly all of which were related to spells for defense against the dark arts. Hannah paid little mind to it, assuming Al was preparing for the day's examination. She glanced out the window. The glaring light made her squint, leaving her puzzled as her gaze returned to her studying friend. Dawn had only just broken. How long had Al been awake? "Al," Hannah quietly called. "Ah, Hannah, good morning. What brings you up so early?" Hannah glimpsed her friend turning back to her with a faint smile, while Alaric appeared quite fatigued. He stood up and lightly waved his slender fir-wood wand, causing the books on the table to soar into the nightstand. Among them, she noticed an old copy of the Daily Prophet that had also just flown over. However, Hannah's attention was quickly drawn back to Alaric's heavy dark circles beneath his eyes. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such pronounced shadows. "Are you unable to sleep, Alaric? Did you have another nightmare?" Anxiously, Hannah scrambled out of bed, her concern for her friend palpable, but Alaric merely shook his head and offered a gentle push towards the bathroom, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic. "It's nothing, Hannah. I just woke up a bit too early. Go wash up." Nightmares. Hannah was right. Alaric had indeed dreamt a brief yet terrifying nightmare. Trelawney's words had proven prophetic. As Alaric listened to the sounds from the bathroom, she slowly walked back to the table, picking up her notebook. a tome she had been compiling since her first year, chronicling everything about the Black family, alongside some information and words regarding her parents. Initially, it was the sorting hat that had offered a glimmer of hope, prompting her to continuously dig for information about Gryffindor's Blacks and Ravenclaw's Vincents. After meeting her father, Black, and learning about her mother, Vincent, Elric had not touched the notebook again. But now she flipped to the latest page, where one name was heavily circled in red ink, the ink still fresh, the thick circle quite conspicuous. Beside it lay a black and white photograph clipped from the Daily Prophet over a decade ago. It depicted a woman in Azkaban, clad in prison garb, her hands shackled with heavy iron cuffs, laughing hoarsely within the moving image. Elric stared at the photograph for an interminable time, long enough for her eyes to grow weary, before finally placing it with the other books into the nightstand. She then wandered to the window, gazing vacantly at the sky. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the window ledge. Her eyes filled with a profound melancholy. Only the soft murmurs of her thoughts drifted away in the wind. When Hannah emerged from the bathroom, she was met with this somewhat sorrowful scene. "Elric, are you all right?" Hannah received only a nonchalant smile in response. Her unease intensified. Although her friend had been downcast for quite some time after meeting Sirius, Hannah understood that Elric was grappling with how to face her father, a burden that had weighed heavily on her recently. It wasn't until Professor Lupin had a heart-to-heart with her that things improved slightly, though Elric had grown even more taciturn than before. Nonetheless, Hannah was acutely aware that the Elric of old was calm yet restless, but today felt distinctly different. Elric seemed unusually despondent, perhaps even angry? Hannah struggled to comprehend this emotional shift, feeling that her friend had become a stranger. Elric had undoubtedly experienced a nightmare. Hannah was certain. As her roommate, she knew that after every nightmare, Elric tended to eat very little. And today was no exception. She had barely touched her food, and her eyes were shadowed with dark circles. The fact that Elric had woken unusually early was also troubling for Hannah. In the past, Elric would be trapped in her dreams, unable to awaken unless Hannah called her. So why had she arisen so early today? Hannah pondered, perplexed. "Elric, you should eat more." She gently pushed a vegetable and ham sandwich along with a glass of pumpkin juice toward Elric, speaking in a soothing tone. "Today is the last day of exams. There are 2 more to go, and you need to eat to have the energy." Hannah gestured discreetly to the badger beside her, who was devouring his meal hungrily. Elric understood Hannah's implication, but merely pushed the food away, forcing a smile. "I'm sorry, Hannah, but I really can't eat today. Elric, would you mind sharing what happened?" "Thank you, Hannah." Hearing this, Hannah felt a surge of anger. Angry that Elric was saying nothing, angry that she was eating nothing, which only heightened her worry. Furthermore, Elric had not mentioned yesterday's divination exam at all, despite Hannah having poured her heart out about it. Hannah was dissatisfied with the lack of feedback. If Elric still considered her a friend, she ought to reciprocate this precious friendship instead of remaining silent and withdrawn. Hannah detested this overly intimate estrangement. As for Elric, she observed Hannah's sulky expression and smiled wryly, linking her arm with Hannah's as they headed to Professor Flitwick's charms exam, discussing how to cast spells in an attempt to divert the topic in Hannah's attention, despite the latter giving her an annoyed glare. Fortunately, they remained steadfast in their camaraderie. Professor Flitwick's exam was quite enjoyable, involving making a pair dance a jig. However, amongst the most intriguing exams at Hogwarts, Professor Lupin's defense against the dark arts stood unrivaled in the hearts of the students. Gryffindor students found it exhilarating, even expressing eagerness for the exam. Slytherin students offered high praise with precise evaluations, and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were no exception to the acclaim. "I hope I perform well. I heard there will be many dark magical creatures," Hannah remarked, anxiously flipping through the pages of her comprehensive guide to dark magical creatures as she observed the chattering students around her. The next candidate was soon to be called, and Elric watched as Hannah hesitantly approached the tent, which served as Professor Lupin's examination venue. The previous student emerged, still marveling at the fresh and novel experience of the exam, recounting encounters with various creatures that had been taught in class, including the Redcaps, Grindylows, and even a boggart from a wardrobe. Fellow students reminisced about how, within a tent enhanced by the extension charm, Professor Lupin had set up numerous challenges, some even falling into muddy pitfalls. It seemed that Professor Lupin had invested considerable effort into this examination. Next, Elric Rwizy. After a while, Remus Lupin called her name, and Hannah, still shaken, quietly gave Elric a victorious hand gesture, indicating that she had performed reasonably well. Elric smiled knowingly. "Now it's your turn. Think carefully about what you've learned." Lupin smiled at Elric, tilting his head as he held back the tent flap, waiting for her to enter. Alaric cast a nervous glance at Lupin and cautiously stepped inside. However, Lupin misinterpreted her unease as a reaction to his new role as her godfather. Remus Lupin sat at a distant table, his roster before him, assessing the student's performance as he had done in the past. He continued to play a vinyl record, leisurely munching on an apple, while observing the student's subsequent actions and reactions. If one were to glance at Professor Lupin, they would notice his hand resting against his wand, an act of precaution, motivated by the concern for an old friend, who had recently asked him to look after his daughter. Yet perhaps he was overthinking it. From a Professor's perspective, Alaric Ryz's response to stress seemed quite commendable. With a successful dispelling charm against the red cap, Lupin observed as the diminutive creature stormed away in frustration. His knowledge of Grindelwald was substantial, including an awareness of their vulnerabilities, those slender and fragile claws. He remained rational, resisting the temptation to be lured into the bog by Hinkypunk. She was sufficiently equipped to handle one. Remus Lupin nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the outcome hinged on the final challenge. Upon Elriz's emergence from the mire, Lupin released a trembling wardrobe. With a flick of his wand, the oak cabinet containing the boggart swung open, his brows raised in curiosity as he awaited the revelation within. Would his dear friend Sirius make an appearance? However, he felt a twinge of confusion at Elriz's overly rigid demeanor. Was she still afraid of Sirius? Lupin couldn't help but ponder as he glanced towards her. In the next moment, Remus Lupin nearly leaped to his feet, the chair clattering to the ground, his face a mask of shock. His eyes were fixed on the lifeless body that had inexplicably manifested on the floor, starkly visible before Elriz and himself. Lupin recognized the features of the corpse, which eerily began to resemble that of his friend who had passed 13 years prior. Teresa? It was impossible for Lupin to forget how his friend had lain still in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, Elriz remained transfixed, gazing at the motionless figure, her mother. The object of her terror had shifted once more, the boggart transforming from the deranged Sirius into the deceased Teresa. Yet deep down, Elriz understood that this was not the most terrifying aspect. The true horror was yet to come. The boggart morphed again, conjuring another figure. Lupin instinctively pointed his wand at this unexpected apparition without hesitation. While Elriz appeared somewhat forewarned, her reaction more composed than his. She diverted her gaze from Teresa's corpse to the woman standing opposite, laughing maniacally. The moment the deranged woman pointed her wand at her, Elriz swiftly aimed her own wand in retaliation, denying her the opportunity to continue her raucous laughter. Ridiculous! Elriz decisively uttered the incantation, accurately striking the boggart, causing the corpse to vanish, replaced by a disheveled woman in prison garb, cackling incessantly. Unlike the previous boggart that had taken the form of Sirius Black, this time there was no hesitation. Lupin hurriedly brandished his wand, forcing the boggart back into the wardrobe with a decisive click of the lock, and then turned to Elriz in disbelief, hanging on her next words. Professor, I've completed the exam. May I leave? Elriz's voice trembled slightly with fear. Elriz. Lupin approached urgently, grasping the girl's shoulders, disregarding his own composure. He only wished to comprehend the situation, scrutinizing her pale face and the way she averted his gaze. You shouldn't have seen Teresa like that, and you could not have encountered that woman. It's impossible. Why is the boggart Bellatrix? What is happening, Elriz? Lupin questioned loudly. Professor Lupin? A new student, unable to contain himself after waiting too long, interrupted Lupin's unfinished inquiry, startled by the tense atmosphere and bowing repeatedly. After dinner tonight. Come to my office, Elriz Remus Lupin instructed, leaning closer to whisper in her ear. Then gestured to the newcomer, inquiring about his name and explaining the exam requirements. Stealing a discreet glance at the downcast Elriz, the girl departed, dejected. Chapter 22, Behind the Scenes. Wait, Vincent. Harry called out as he hurried towards Elriz after her dinner with Hannah. After parting ways with Hannah, she had intended to visit Professor Lupin's office alone. Upon hearing that Lupin was in the headmaster's office, Elriz instinctively sensed trouble. It seemed Lupin had informed Dumbledore about the boggart incident. However, reflecting on the bizarre transformations, the boggart turning into Sirius and then Teresa's corpse, seemed too strange, and it was understandable that Professor Lupin had concerns. After thanking Harry, Elriz sensed that he was hiding something, but she dismissed the thought. She climbed the stairs slowly, arriving at the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Uttering the password for Dumbledore's favorite candy, patiently waiting for the solemn gargoyle to move aside. As the door opened, Elriz hesitated, feeling reluctant to enter, but ultimately steeled herself and stepped inside. Professor Lupin? Elriz tentatively greeted, scanning the room only to find the elderly headmaster leisurely brewing tea at his desk. The vast office was seemingly devoid of anyone but Albus Dumbledore. Oh. Elriz, Remus has not arrived yet. Please have a seat. Dumbledore beckoned with a warm smile, casually adjusting his large purple bow tie, while offering her sweets and honeyed tea. Professor Lupin isn't here yet? Elriz inquired, perplexed. As this was her second face-to-face encounter with the headmaster, she fidgeted nervously, fixating on the reflection in her teacup while occasionally casting curious glances around the office, which she had yet to properly explore. Hermione had mentioned a phoenix named Fawkes residing in Dumbledore's office, but Elriz was disappointed not to see it. She redirected her attention to the portraits adorning the walls, some of which appeared empty while others rested with closed eyes, as though even the slightest sound might disturb them. Albus, who is that? One of the portraits suddenly broke the silence. The unexpected voice startled Elriz, and she turned to see a familiar visage, serious and grave, whose piercing gaze made her uneasy, as the surrounding portraits frowned in displeasure at the interruption. Phineas, this is Elriz, Dumbledore said without glancing at the speaking portrait, leaning closer to Elriz with a hint of mystery. Do you know him? He can be rather stern, he added with a playful wink. Elriz felt a bit flustered, oscillating her gaze between the smiling Dumbledore and the stern portrait, ultimately opting to respond quietly to Dumbledore's inquiry while sneakily glancing at Phineas, who scrutinized her with a sharp gaze. Black, the headmaster? Elriz whispered. Oh, you know him. Perhaps he is famous for being rather unpopular, Dumbledore replied, lowering his voice in kind. Albus. The portrait warned sharply. Dumbledore pouted slightly, still smiling, as he reclined back in his chair, continuing to groom his white beard. Through his half-moon glasses he regarded Elriz, eventually introducing Phineas in a calm manner. He is Phineas Nigellus Black, nominally your great-great-grandfather, Elriz. Phineas regarded Dumbledore with a cold glance, leaving Ella momentarily speechless. The immense and ancient lineage of the Blacks often engendered numerous awkward relationships, akin to her own with Draco Malfoy, whose expressions grew complex and unpleasant whenever they crossed paths, leading him to ignore her entirely, as though she were a mere figment of air. Similarly, Ron, Hermione, and Harry regarded her with peculiar expressions, much like Draco, struggling to accept that Elriz was his cousin. Hannah and Neville were similarly astonished at their newfound association with the Malfoy family, while some classmates were taken aback to discover she was the daughter of Sirius Black. Consequently, she endured whispers from some students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, particularly those hailing from venerable pureblood families. Not to mention, her great-grandfather was a former headmaster of Hogwarts. What is your full name? Phineas inquired once more. I am Elriz Vincent, Headmaster Black, she stammered. The portrait of Phineas appeared increasingly displeased, his expression growing more severe, and the abyss-like depth of his eyes unsettled Al. With an air of arrogance, he posed another question. Why do you not bear the surname Black? He seemed to disapprove. Al, momentarily taken aback, stuttered but could not articulate a single word. By the way, Elriz, did your grandmother bestow that name upon you? Dumbledore, sipping his tea, interjected, breaking the stalemate with an air of innocent curiosity. It is a fine name, with much symbolic significance for an Aries. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, Al replied instinctively, but it was my mother who named me. Teresa named you. Oh, I recall her well. She was quite a clever girl. Have you met her? Al shook her head. Dumbledore's glasses gleamed as he continued. Then how do you know it was your mother who chose your name? He smiled gently. Al paused, realizing Dumbledore was trying to elicit a response from her. She straightened her back and grasped her robes tightly, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts when fortuitously, someone entered the office. Oh, Remus. It must be exhausting to administer exams to students. Come sit and rest. Dumbledore refrained from pursuing his previous question, instead inviting Lupin to take a seat beside Al. With a flick of his wand, he conjured 2 chairs on either side of the empty spaces at the table, along with a few other items. Al stared blankly at the 2 teacups Dumbledore had conjured, realizing that it meant more than just Lupin's presence. Indeed. She stiffly turned her head to see Remus Lupin approaching her with a gentle smile, alongside Sirius Black, who was engaged in a debate with the portrait of Phineas. Merlin. Rascal, not an ounce of decorum. The portrait of Phineas scolded, his face darkening. Yes, my great-great-grandfather. Perhaps you should return to your ancestral home, Sirius replied impatiently. This felt decidedly ominous. Elriz, my apologies for keeping you waiting, Lupin said with an apologetic smile as he pulled out a chair and sat down to Al's left. He casually picked up the already brewed tea, completely devoid of the stern demeanor he had exhibited during the exam, now appearing warm and amiable. I haven't waited long. Professor Lupin, Al murmured, her grip on her robes tightening as she sensed someone approaching from behind, the rhythmic sound of footsteps halting at her right side. A momentary silence ensued, followed by the soft sound of a chair scraping against the floor. Sirius Black took a seat. "Ah, Mr. Black." Phineas scoffed, while Dumbledore's smile widened. "Hello, Elriz." Sirius ignored Phineas's derisive laughter and greeted Al as he picked up his teacup, seemingly undeterred by the slight pause at the mention of her name, and the pacing he had engaged in before entering the office. Lupin raised an eyebrow, sipping his tea without interjecting. "What does Professor Lupin wish to discuss with me?" Al, feeling exceedingly awkward, sought to divert the topic, turning to face Lupin while inadvertently missing the fleeting sorrow that crossed Sirius's face. "You haven't had a chance to speak at all," Lupin noted, observing Sirius's dark gaze upon him, offering a resigned smile. Yet they indeed had a significant matter to address. "Elriz, we wish to discuss your boggart. If that is acceptable?" Lupin's tone softened. Unbeknownst to Sirius, he was still in the dark about the boggart incident during the exam, gazing at Dumbledore in confusion, not grasping why Lupin and Dumbledore sought him out. "What is going on, Remus?" Sirius inquired. Upon hearing this, Al disregarded Lupin and Sirius's conversation, not responding but instead directing her gaze back to her teacup, which was now empty, save for some tea leaves, as she stared vacantly at the remnants. Strangely, the leaves had formed the shape of a skull. Perhaps it was an illusion. "Elriz?" Dumbledore noted her peculiar demeanor. "My boggart transformed into Vincent, my mother." Al began to murmur, her voice barely audible, yet clear enough for all present to hear, including the portraits on the wall, who had closed their eyes in an attempt to eavesdrop. She gradually lifted her head, tilting it to regard the astonished Sirius. "And my Aunt Bellatrix. That madwoman has nothing to do with us. She is not your aunt. Andromeda is," Sirius shouted, slamming his hand on the table, causing tea to spill, his thunderous voice startling Al, who turned pale. Fortunately, Remus soothed her. "Calm down, Bigfoot. You're scaring her." Phineas appeared decidedly displeased, closing his eyes, while the other portraits observed with rapt attention. Al lowered her head once more, and only then did Sirius realize he had become overly agitated. Unsure how to comfort the frightened girl, he began to fumble. "No, Elriz, I apologize for earlier. I may understand your perspective, Mr. Black." "I do," Al replied, fixating on the tea leaves in her cup, caressing the now cold vessel, as the skull-shaped remnants seemed to gaze back at her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Was my birth entwined with death?" "Elriz, do not dwell on such thoughts." Sirius had somehow left his chair and knelt beside her, gripping her slender shoulders with concern. This was an instinctive action on his part, one he had not deliberated. "Mr. Black," Alabama called softly, her voice slightly hoarse. She found herself unaccustomed to this close proximity with Sirius, hesitating to pull away, rendering her momentarily still. "You do not know," she whispered. "You cannot fathom how I cannot help but think." "Then you may confide in me," Sirius said firmly. Al hesitated, yet Sirius remained steadfast, unwilling to relent. She finally closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly uttered, "I had a dream yesterday. A terrifying dream." No one interrupted her, neither Dumbledore nor the portraits, nor Sirius and Remus. Everyone in the office was attentively listening to the girl's confession, which was neither too loud nor too soft. "Where should I begin?" Elriz pondered. Last night had been exceedingly exhausting, particularly after a day filled with examinations, and she had intended to retire early to prepare for the defense against the dark arts exam scheduled for the following day. Just before the weight of sleep enveloped her, ethereal whispers echoed in her mind. Then darkness engulfed her. Sybil Trelawney had once foretold that she would dream of the past that night. Initially, Elriz had struggled to comprehend what Trelawney meant by the past. In the pitch-black dream, she found herself in an unknown place, shrouded in darkness so profound that it obscured her outstretched fingers. After what felt like an eternity, the dream began to shift, transforming from an abyss of blackness into a star-studded night sky, with sporadic moonlight illuminating the scene, albeit faintly. With great effort, Elriz discerned that she was in a forest. Within the dream's woodland, two women appeared. One was clad in blood-soaked garments, lying on the ground like a shattered doll, cradling an infant. The other wore dark attire, her wild, curly hair cascading around her, wielding a curvaceous wand, her eyes filled with madness, flanked by a throng of shadowy followers. Elriz was bewildered. Why was she experiencing such a dream? After a long pause, the beleaguered woman slowly lifted her head, revealing a pair of pure blue eyes, her face etched with defiance. Seemingly oblivious to the other woman's maniacal laughter as she fixed her gaze upon Elriz, the infant in her arms wailing relentlessly. That was Vincent, her mother. Teresa was pleading for mercy, her body convulsing as she clung fiercely to the baby, enduring the onslaught of green curses hurled at her by the other woman. Despite her hands being crushed underfoot, her body racked with agony, emitting sporadic cries of pain. Elriz was unaware of how long this torment lasted. Regardless, Teresa was suffering immensely. The more Teresa writhed in pain, the louder the other woman's shrill laughter echoed throughout the space, incessantly assaulting Elriz's eardrums. Yet, within the dream, she found herself paralyzed, unable to voice her distress, merely a spectator to the unfolding tragedy, struggling to grasp the connection to her own past. Elriz failed to catch the specific curse uttered by the tormentor, but it was clear that Teresa had grown motionless. Her once vibrant blue eyes now devoid of focus and light, blurring into obscurity, her head and neck hanging at a grotesque angle. She watched helplessly as Teresa succumbed to death. Then the woman, still laughing, cast the same curse upon the infant, silencing its cries. Elriz beheld the woman's face as she turned towards her, exposing a sickly grin with yellowed teeth, twisting her lips into a grotesque smile. It was a visage that instilled both revulsion and terror. In the next instant, the wand was pointed at her, and the piercing green curse sliced through the air, undoubtedly striking her. By the time she realized it, she was awake, sitting upright in bed, clutching her collar, gasping for breath. Elriz recalled how the madwoman had uttered that unforgivable curse, a chilling reminder of her lineage, one of the Black family, her cousin Bellatrix. Fear gripped Elriz, her body trembling uncontrollably, the terror from the dream etched indelibly in her memory, transforming into an unforgettable nightmare. Even if she tried to return to bed, no matter how long she lay there, she tossed and turned, unable to find solace. The moment she closed her eyes, Bellatrix's malevolent laughter echoed in her mind. Sleep evaded her. Closing her eyes felt as though she could still see Teresa's lifeless visage, and hear Bellatrix's piercing laughter, rendering any attempt to muffle her ears with a pillow futile. Resigned, she sat up and cautiously peeked through the curtains, observing her friend Hannah deeply asleep. The moon remained suspended in the night sky, signaling that the evening was far from over. For hours remained until dawn. Last night, Elriz had suffered from insomnia. For a full 4 hours, she rose from her bed, making every effort not to disturb the slumbering Hannah, poring over spells and defense against the dark arts material, believing that perhaps immersing herself in her studies would provide an escape from the nightmare. Thus she studied diligently for those 4 hours, which enabled her to navigate Lupin's exam with ease and face the boggart without hesitation, employing the comedic spell. She was well aware that her boggart would manifest as her nightmare. Thus she had rehearsed the comedic spell in her mind numerous times to confront the boggart transformed by her fears. The first boggart had stemmed from a nightmare she had experienced, and this instance was no different. Professor Trelawney had warned her that she would dream of the past. And so it was. Silence enveloped the room. After a lengthy pause, Elriz finally opened her eyes to find Sirius gripping her shoulder with increasing intensity, nearly crushing her bones. She bit her lower lip, stifling the surge of pain radiating from her shoulder, quietly observing Sirius, who remained half-kneeling and silent, appearing as though he had been struck by some heavy burden. Professor Lupin bore a similar expression, while Dumbledore remained lost in thought. Perhaps no one could describe the circumstances of Teresa's death in such vivid detail, except for her. Elriz managed a wry smile. After what felt like an eternity, Dumbledore finally stirred, lightly tapping the now-cold teacup, which soon emitted steam once more. With a wave of his wand, he summoned the warm teacup to the silent trio before him. "Stop kneeling." Phineas's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed through the room. "Sit back down." The remark was clearly directed at Sirius. Chapter 35, A Brief Interlude. Elriz could not ascertain how long the air had remained heavy with silence. This continued until the portrait of her great-grandfather, Phineas, spoke, at which point she felt the pressure on her shoulder diminish slightly, allowing her to exhale in relief. However, the next moment, she held her breath as she was enveloped in a stronger embrace. Sirius Black had wrapped his arms around her. In that instant, Elriz experienced a fleeting moment of hesitation. Though no words were exchanged, she could palpably sense the silent yet fervent emotions emanating from the man before her. Feeling the erratic rhythm of his heartbeat resonating through the embrace. It was merely a hug, yet it was the first time she had been held by a man she had only met a few times. She believed she should feel anxious, but the delicate scent of cologne wafting from him was soothing, and the warmth that permeated through his clothing made it impossible for her to reject Sirius Black's embrace. Is this what it feels like to be held by a father? The fabric of his attire was exquisite and soft, not at all prickly against her skin. It was undoubtedly an expensive suit, while his hair felt slightly itchy, and his stubble seemed a tad abrasive. Elriz's thoughts wandered. Unbeknownst to her, a mere embrace, seemingly simple, became a poignant moment when she realized it was a hug that had been 13 years in the making. A lump formed in her throat. An inexplicable urge to cry welled within her, but she stifled it, inhaling deeply. Al stood there, striving to maintain her composure, quietly seated, allowing Sirius to hold her. Yet, remaining in this position for too long grew awkward, her neck began to ache. Mr. Black? She cleared her throat. No response came, only a silent tightening of the embrace, leaving Al feeling a bit lost. I'm nearly out of breath, she thought. Remus, ever perceptive, suggested, perhaps you should loosen your grip a little? Oh, of course, Sirius rasped, reluctantly releasing his hold. Yet he remained half-kneeling, transitioning from an embrace to gripping the girl's shoulders, gazing intently into her bewildered blue eyes. Elriz. Sirius pronounced her name slowly. Upon hearing it, Al instinctively averted her gaze, feeling a surge of anxiety as she did so, turning her eyes elsewhere only to meet the wise eyes behind crescent-shaped glasses. Dumbledore was watching her, deep in thought. What could he be contemplating? Al felt an inexplicable sensation creeping up her spine, akin to a prickling needle. As Dumbledore's silence and scrutiny instilled a profound sense of unease and anxiety within her. Regarding her strange yet undeniably real dream, Al pondered what Dumbledore might think. She was nervously awaiting the headmaster's words, yet her attention was swiftly diverted as Sirius Black once more firmly grasped her hand. Her palm must be clammy, she mused. Sirius's hand was large, capable of enveloping hers entirely, with prominent knuckles, a cool temperature, and a somewhat rigid texture, marked by uneven calluses and faint scars, new and old. Had these all been inflicted during his time in Azkaban? Elriz's mind wandered, a torrent of questions surfacing, each one deepening her understanding of Sirius Black. Elriz, look at me. The man, once teetering on the brink of madness, spoke, his gaze locked onto her nostalgic eyes. Look into my eyes, listen to me, will you? Perhaps it was the gentleness of his tone that compelled her to comply, though she remained haunted by the outcome of their last encounter. Unish met Sirius gaze. Those gray pupils somewhat vacant and melancholic, devoid of madness or hatred, only endless sorrow and reminiscence. Trust me, Elriz. No one will blame you. Sirius spoke with unwavering conviction. Your birth is the greatest gift bestowed upon me and Teresa. Your mother and I have always loved you, regardless of the circumstances. Do not overthink it, alright? Just know that our love for you is all that matters. Love. Al momentarily lost her focus. Before she could gather her thoughts, Sirius's words continued to resonate deeply within her, a solemn promise. I swear by Merlin, Elriz, I would willingly lay down my life for you. Had it been me instead of Teresa, I would have taken the same measures to protect you. Such fervent declarations. In truth, there was no need for such sacrifices. She did not wish to witness anyone's death. Al felt a wave of guilt wash over her, gently squeezing his hand in acknowledgement, knowing she could not bear such promises. The figures of Teresa and Bellatrix from her dreams heightened her fear of death. Very well, Elriz, Sirius responded, his mood seemingly lifted as he elongated his tone. Then I vow to live for you. The man before her, so carefree, merely smiled. Yet Al felt the corners of her eyes prickling with moisture. Her biological father knelt before her, firmly holding her hand, smiling at her without fear, despite having endured countless storms and 12 years of emotional turmoil. From that smile, she glimpsed her father's youthful exuberance, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her, prompting her to withdraw her hand to wipe away the impending tears. However, Sirius anticipated her move, gently brushing away her tears with utmost care. Thank you, Al attempted to speak, but the words faltered. She could no longer refer to him as the distant Mr. Black. Doing so felt wrong to her heart. Congratulations, congratulations, Remus and Dumbledore, who had been quietly observing without interruption, witnessed the entire exchange. Particularly, Remus smiled with contentment, pleased to see this strained father-daughter relationship take its first tentative step. But aren't you curious? Al timidly inquired. I dreamt of Teresa's death? At that moment, the headmaster cleared his throat. Sirius, please sit down. I have some questions for Elriz. Dumbledore's tone remained as calm and composed as ever. Elriz, do not worry, we will assist you. Dumbledore offered her a gentle smile, and Sirius stumbled back into his seat. Dreams can be quite extraordinary, particularly those of wizards, Dumbledore explained, gesturing with his hands. Some wizards experience incredible dreams that can rival prophecies. Sybil has already informed me of this, and I wholeheartedly believe it. He mused, I should return to give dear Sybil a raise, congratulating her for uncovering another promising young witch. Prophetic dreams? Al felt a mix of understanding and confusion. They are dreams that reveal events yet to occur, even if you have never witnessed them, much like your first boggart. Dumbledore gestured towards Remus. Your dream foresaw events in my lesson with Remus. At that time, I didn't comprehend why your boggart referred to me as Moonface, Remus interjected. It even reacted to my subsequent actions. I thought it truly was the real thing. And did your dream mention Peter Pettigrew? Dumbledore's gaze locked onto Al. Both Sirius and Remus were momentarily taken aback. How do you know Professor Dumbledore? Al exclaimed incredulously. Yes. It did touch upon something regarding little Peter, she confirmed. Could you share the details? Dumbledore picked up a steaming cup of tea. I dreamt of Sirius. He told me he was innocent. Sirius shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He mentioned capturing that rat with a missing finger. I'm referring to Scabbers, but I couldn't fathom how a rat could prove his innocence, unless little Peter is still alive. And Scabbers is Peter. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, seemingly impressed. That sounds utterly absurd, hard to believe, yet everything that has transpired is far too coincidental. Especially upon hearing that Black attacked the Weasleys at Hogwarts. A reasonable hypothesis, Elriz. After taking a sip of tea, Dumbledore continued, his words imbued with a soothing calmness. As for Teresa's dream, I regret to inform you that your dream is undoubtedly accurate. Then why am I still alive? Elle questioned in confusion, voicing her doubts. Was the baby in Teresa's arms me? Why did Bellatrix wish to kill Teresa? What I mean is, could she be considered a distant relative by blood? She hesitated. Her tone imbued with uncertainty, clearly lacking a comprehensive understanding of the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord's circumstances. She remained oblivious to the darkness, madness, and despair of those bygone days. A peculiar silence enveloped the gathering. Whether it was Dumbledore, Sirius, or Remus, each bore their own unspoken burdens. Having lived through that tumultuous era, the lines were starkly drawn between the Dark Lord and the Order of the Phoenix, with only two factions, Dumbledore's side and Voldemort's. Engaged in a relentless cycle of mutual slaughter, even the bonds of friendship, love, and kinship became trivial in light of such divisions. Albus Dumbledore sipped his tea, his expression and the contours of his wrinkles remaining unchanged, save for a fleeting glint in his glasses, perhaps a veil to conceal the nostalgia for past events. Perhaps he longed for a tankard of butterbeer from Aberforth, the boisterous innkeeper. Remus Lupin remained silent, the gentle professor quietly observing his goddaughter in a daze. Eventually tenderly ruffling her hair, though many moons had passed, an ache in his scarred face lingered. Sirius Black, on the verge of forgetting the time spent with his brother Regulus before entering Hogwarts, felt the chill of those memories, now cold and distant since Regulus had become a Death Eater, leaving him with a heavy heart. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he remembered that Regulus was gone. His fate unknown. Burdened with thoughts, Sirius watched his still confused daughter all rise, offering a soft chuckle. He understood that she had grown up in the Muggle world, a realm devoid of the pureblood ideology and the constraints of the Black family, unacquainted with the complexities of the wizarding world. Moreover, he believed that the wizarding realm was not necessarily superior to the Muggle one. Sirius harbored no desire to unveil the harsh realities of their past to all rise. Nor did he wish to recount the corruption of the Black family, or mention that loathsome mad cousin. None of that matters, Elriz Sirius feigned nonchalance. What is important is that you are alive, and that is enough. Chapter 24, Intermission. At last, summer vacation had arrived at Hogwarts. Elriz felt as if her third year had stretched into eternity, as though she had traversed a third of her life. After all, so much had transpired. Prior to their temporary summer separation, she and her friends exchanged heartfelt farewells. Elriz, I will write to you over the summer. Hannah was the first to express her reluctance. Amidst the throngs at King's Cross Station, Elriz smiled and waved goodbye to Hannah, nodding in agreement to continue their correspondence via owl. Soon after, Hannah's parents arrived to greet her. Next was Hermione, who enthusiastically invited Elriz to visit her during the summer, as they both resided in the Muggle world, making communication convenient. Elriz often visited Hermione, and her parents were kind and welcoming. They had even assisted in checking her dental health during the previous summer. Then came Neville, who delighted in gifting various potted plants, mentioning that his grandmother Longbottom was equally eager to welcome Elriz. With a smile, Elriz promised to visit when she had the time. However, she found herself puzzled by one thing. Why did Neville appear somewhat flustered and hesitant when asking for Hannah's contact address? Why didn't he simply inquire directly? Despite her confusion, Elriz willingly provided Hannah's contact details on a piece of parchment, ensuring to cast a tracking charm on it, just in case the forgetful Neville misplaced it. That way, even if Neville overlooked it, Grandmother Longbottom would surely notice. Luna, too, expressed regret, stating that she could not invite Elriz over during the summer, as she would be traveling to South Africa with Mr. Lovegood to explore the existence of the mysterious crumple-horned Snorkack. Observing the ethereal girl, Elriz could easily surmise what kind of person Mr. Lovegood must be. When it came time to part, Luna gazed at her for an extended moment, prompting Elriz to inquire, Luna? Is the Raxpert still around? Have a wonderful summer, Elriz. Luna replied, her voice light as she shook her head and departed, humming an unknown tune. Elriz watched Luna's retreating figure. Noting the blue eagle earrings that peeked out from her hair, her Christmas gift to Luna. In turn, Luna cherished Elriz's pocket watch. After bidding farewell to her 4 close friends, Elriz felt quite elated and decided to traverse the platform. However, while riding the Muggle subway home alone, she unexpectedly encountered someone. It was none other than her cousin, Draco Malfoy. Vincent, wait a moment, Draco Malfoy called out for the first time. The notorious Slytherin, known for his rivalry with Potter, appeared quite unwell. He seemed paler and wore an awkward expression, his speech even more stilted than usual, as he gestured for her to approach, feigning arrogance despite being only slightly taller than Elriz. Bewildered, she followed him, though Draco offered no explanation, ultimately leading her to the Malfoy family. Lucius appeared somewhat impatient, while Draco seemed exceedingly awkward. An exceptionally elegant lady embraced Draco warmly, tousling his hair. After Draco uttered something, Lucius and another woman directed their gaze toward Elriz. Lucius's scrutinizing stare was still unsettling. The other lady must certainly be Draco's mother, Narcissa Malfoy. Elriz felt the weight of the Malfoy's aloof demeanor, a touch of embarrassment washing over her. Perhaps only she and Draco felt the tension in the air. This is my mother, Narcissa Malfoy. She wishes to speak with you, Draco stated still awkwardly. Even without Draco's introduction, Elriz was well aware that Narcissa's maiden name was Black, making her a cousin of Sirius Black by blood. Narcissa Malfoy exhibited a cold demeanor, her expression mirroring Lucius's barely concealed disdain. Her elegant attire complemented by meticulously arranged light blonde hair and a refined makeup, her features inheriting the Black family's trademark haughtiness. You are Vincent? Narcissa inquired, her voice devoid of any emotional inflection. Elriz found herself at a loss for words, as Sirius had never mentioned Narcissa, often discussing Aunt Andromeda instead. Feeling too shy to ask, she was also uncertain of the proper titles among pure-blood families, much like how Draco had never referred to her as cousin. Thus, she hesitantly offered a quiet greeting, her voice barely audible to avoid detection by Lucius and Draco nearby. Aunt. Narcissa appeared momentarily taken aback, but the surprise quickly faded as her expression regained its customary indifference. She slowly retrieved a letter from her bag, embossed with the Malfoy family crest featuring a white peacock. Elriz cautiously accepted the letter from Narcissa. Just call me Mrs. Malfoy, we have matters to attend to, so we must be on our way. Without any pleasantries or polite exchanges, Aunt Narcissa, whom I had only met once, departed, disappearing into the carriage alongside Draco and Lucius. I was left standing there in a daze, gazing at the invitation envelope in my hand, which appeared to be crafted from exquisite parchment. It all felt so distant, profoundly, overwhelmingly distant. Whether it was the haughty Draco, who looked down on everyone, or the aloof Narcissa and Lucius, I realized that despite a tenuous blood connection through my father, Sirius Black, I and the Malfoys belonged to entirely different realms. In that fleeting moment, I could comprehend Draco's demeanor. I silently watched the spot where the carriage had vanished for a long while before finally stowing the letter into my small satchel, and, with considerable effort, lifting my suitcase before turning to head back. I navigated through the red brick walls of King's Cross Station, where the Muggles passing by remained blissfully unaware of this magical barrier. Upon reaching the bustling station, I boarded the subway, making my way back to the home of Stephen, the place I had resided in for the entirety of 13 years, all the while returning alone. What difference did it make now that I had both a godfather and a father? Life remained as busy as ever. Professor Lupin had resigned from his position teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, and was preoccupied with finding a new job, while Sirius Black continued his work at the Ministry of Magic and the Wisengamot, dealing with unfinished business. I understood this well enough, shrugging it off, as it was no great matter. However, Sirius seemed to carry a heavier burden of guilt and disappointment. As I returned home, laden with bags, I spotted a boy waiting at my doorstep. Hi, Al. You're finally back. It was Tom, my neighbor and childhood friend. Tall with brown hair and a face sprinkled with freckles, he had been a great help in tidying up the house during my absence, especially since Grandma Stephen was no longer around. Among my few Muggle friends, he was the only one who believed I was a witch. I just finished cleaning, but I didn't touch your room, Al. You look a bit thinner. Thank you, Tom. You seem to have gained a bit of weight, I replied with a smile, inviting him to come over again the next day. After a whole year away from Hogwarts, I returned to this empty house, once a home for my grandmother, then shared with her, and now a solitary abode, seemingly cursed to forever escape the clutches of loneliness. Oh, my head hurts. I sighed softly, lying on my bed, staring blankly at the letter Narcissa had given me. I found myself increasingly perplexed, unable to decipher Aunt Narcissa's attitude or Lucius's scrutinizing gaze. The invitation to the Malfoy estate was inscribed with the words, "You may come or not. Should I go or not?" My understanding of Narcissa Malfoy was quite limited. Among the 3 blood relatives, my father had expressed clear disdain for Bellatrix, indifference towards Narcissa, and warmth for Andromeda. This left me with many questions, which I found quite distressing. Whenever my father spoke of Andromeda Tonks, his face lit up with joy, creating a stark contrast to the cold demeanor I recalled of Narcissa. I began to hesitate, wondering what my second aunt would be like. "You must meet Andromeda." My father had eagerly recounted tales of how Andromeda was disowned by the Black family, her unwavering decision to marry Ted Tonks, and how he regarded her as one of the bravest individuals he admired, mentioning plans to invite the Tonks family over during the summer. I just didn't know when. To my surprise, just the day after summer began, the Tonks family arrived. That morning, I had planned to host my friend Tom for afternoon tea, and share stories of my Hogwarts experiences, albeit in a somewhat fantastical manner, due to the secrecy of the wizarding world. "Tom, I'll go make some treats in the kitchen, wait here." "Of course, Al. I have all the time in the world." Ever since I began attending Hogwarts, I often brought back souvenirs for Tom, especially his favorites. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and chocolate frogs. No matter how many times he saw the animated chocolate frogs, he remained endlessly fascinated by the magic. We both shared a love for delightful treats. "I'm so glad your house is near the kitchen in your college. I wish I could go to Hogwarts," I exclaimed. "Oh, someone's at the door again. It must be my dad." I rushed to open the door, while Tom set down his beans and sprang to his feet. I continued my work in the kitchen, crafting fruit tarts and chocolate cookies, only to realize after some time that Tom had yet to return, and there were raised voices coming from the entrance, growing increasingly loud. "What is happening?" I hurried to the door. I said, "I am Elriz's father. Who are you?" "Wait, big fellow, don't be hasty. I haven't heard that Al has a father. Isn't she orphaned? Uncle, should we use a memory charm? Ted Andromeda. Would you like some lemon drops? They're delicious." I gazed at the group at the door, nearly fainting. Sirius Black had been eagerly anticipating this summer reunion with Elriz. He was striving to become a good father. But how? Each time he was to meet Al, he would meticulously prepare himself, wishing to leave a good impression. He was well aware of his former chaotic and disheveled persona as a prisoner of Azkaban, a murderer. After 12 years, he had transitioned from a criminal to a wrongfully accused hero, a change that was undoubtedly overwhelming for Elriz. The crux of the matter was the 13 years of absence. He needed to find a way to bridge the vast chasm of emptiness and solitude that had accumulated over time. Yet upon being declared innocent, he became ensnared in the mundane affairs of the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot, with tasks multiplying far beyond his expectations, leaving him with little time to spend with his daughter. Elriz still had school to attend. "Look, Remus, you once said that everything is a matter of time. But how much time do I truly have? First, I must interrogate Peter Pettigrew. I would gladly kill that traitor myself, but I need information about the Death Eaters. Then there's the matter of the long-absent Bellatrix, and finally, I must meet Andromeda. Lastly, I need to tend to some paperwork at the Ministry, as I intend to continue as an Auror, which includes a guardianship document. I must become a legitimate father. Unlike his godson Harry, Elriz is currently without a guardian. Ever since the passing of the Muggle grandmother who raised her, his dear friend Remus has assumed the role of temporary guardian. Sirius is burdened with an indescribable guilt, for he owes far too much. After 12 long years in prison, a slew of trivial troubles has followed in quick succession. Sirius had initially planned to retrieve Elriz from Grimmauld Place before going to the Dursleys to fetch Harry, and finally heading to the Ministry of Magic to complete the paperwork required for him to officially become her legal guardian. The bureaucracy proved troublesome, making it impossible to bring her back in a timely manner over the summer. He has privately vented his frustrations on numerous occasions regarding the Ministry's inefficiency, far too sluggish for his liking. There is little he can do, as his sensitive identity complicates matters. As Remus has pointed out, at long last he found a sliver of time to visit Andromeda. Look, his most beloved and courageous cousin is living a fulfilling and happy life with Ted Tonks. Ted has certainly treated Andromeda well, and Nymphadora has become the youngest and most promising Auror, albeit still an intern. Upon seeing him, Andromeda was overwhelmed and embraced him in tears. "Al, I want to introduce you to my daughter." Andromeda was astonished. She had not anticipated that Sirius had a daughter, given that they all believed the child and Teresa had perished years ago. After a lengthy explanation, Both Andromeda and Ted were eager to meet Elriz, as was Nymphadora, who was excited to see what her cousin would be like. Thus, the following day Sirius, accompanied by the Tonks family, followed Remus and Dumbledore as they apparat to Elriz's residence. Everyone tacitly agreed to let Sirius knock first. He eagerly anticipated that upon opening the door, Elriz would see him first and perhaps even call him father. However, when the door swung open, it was not the familiar girl he expected, but rather a boy. Sirius Black initially found himself bewildered, questioning whether he had perhaps approached the wrong house. He glanced back at Remus and Dumbledore, who both wore puzzled expressions. While the Tonks family patiently awaited nearby, Dumbledore, as usual, was indulging in some sweets, nodding affirmatively that this was indeed the correct location. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" the Muggle boy asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he scanned the peculiar group, particularly Dumbledore, whose flamboyant purple starry robes were conspicuously out of place among both wizards and Muggles alike. "I am looking for Elriz. You want to see El? Who are you?" Upon uttering those words, Sirius noticed the boy's wariness, especially as he had affectionately referred to his daughter by her nickname. Being alone with her in her home suddenly filled him with an unnameable sense of unease, prompting him to explain impatiently, "I am her father," he declared openly. "But I've never heard of this person." The unfamiliar Muggle boy remained obstinate, refusing to allow them entry. Frustration bubbled within Sirius. He had no desire to reason with a Muggle, only to see his daughter Elriz. Remus, standing nearby, offered gentle counsel, while Nymphadora suggested using a memory charm. "I've already told you that I am Elriz's father. Who are you?" Sirius's patience wore thin. "Calm down, mate. I've never heard of El having a father. Isn't she orphaned?" The boy retorted defiantly, which only served to escalate Sirius's anger, as he assumed the boy was cut from the same cloth as the Dursleys, ignorant and unreasonable. He was on the verge of drawing his wand to cast a forgetfulness charm, when a voice interrupted. "Tom, what's going on?" But upon seeing Elriz, Sirius abruptly halted his motion to retrieve his wand. Chapter 25. Behind the scenes, Elriz stood frozen, staring at the group congregated at the door, struggling to comprehend what was unfolding. As she reached the threshold, she noticed her friend embroiled in a dispute with her father, while her godfather Remus attempted to mediate, and three unfamiliar individuals trailed behind, presumably the Tonks family. However, what astonished Elriz the most was the presence of someone quietly enjoying candy. "Professor Dumbledore is here?" Elriz exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising in pitch. "There's no need for such formality, simply call me Professor." "Elriz, would you care for some lemon drops?" Dumbledore replied with a warm smile, adjusting his wispy white beard and playfully winking at Elriz, all the while holding a few gleaming candies. The stars on his robe seemed to shine even more brightly. Tom," Elriz murmured, feeling a headache coming on. "They are people I know. There's no need for concern. You can let them in." "Professor? The headmaster of Hogwarts?" Tom, her friend, still did not lower his guard, pointing at the peculiar man before him. "This strange fellow claims to be your father?" Sirius looked at her with an innocent expression. Elriz found herself at a loss for words, eventually nodding resignedly. She pulled the boy aside, whispering that she would explain later, and urged him to let their guests in. It would be inconsiderate to keep them waiting. The living room, once spacious, now felt a tad cramped. The modest leather sofa was filled with Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus and the Tonks couple. Nymphadora wandered about, curiously examining her surroundings and fiddling with various Muggle trinkets. Meanwhile, Elriz busied herself, having yet to greet the Tonks family. "Professor Dumbledore, here is some lemon iced tea." "It cannot take any more sugar," she said, flustered as she poured tea into cups and arranged chocolate cookies and fruit tarts, treats meant for her and Tom's afternoon tea. After completing her tasks, Sirius and Andromeda observed her curiously, while Ted casually indulged in the snacks. "What's the matter?" Elriz questioned, feeling slightly uncomfortable under their gazes. Unbeknownst to her, Sirius and Andromeda, having been raised in the privileged Black family, believed that serving tea was a task meant for house elves. Sirius found himself reminiscing about their own ugly house elf, Creature, who always dutifully completed any household chore. His daughter, Elriz, displayed none of the haughty demeanor characteristic of the Blacks. Strangely, this thought brought a sense of relief to Sirius. Yet his expression darkened as he glanced at the Muggle boy standing off to the side. When Elriz returned from the kitchen with more snacks, he immediately confronted the boy, questioning why he was still present. "Why can't I be here?" The boy shot back defiantly, before turning his attention to the chocolate cookie-eating headmaster. "So are you really the headmaster of Hogwarts?" "I want to attend Hogwarts. Could you consider me?" "Muggles cannot attend Hogwarts." Sirius glared at the boy, irritation evident in his voice. Dumbledore continued sipping his tea, enjoying the perfectly balanced sweet and sour flavor, as he observed the exchanges between the boy and Sirius, leisurely sampling a piece of fruit tart that was simply delightful. You certainly have a lot to say. Are you truly Elle's father? You cannot call her by her nickname. Why not? I am her father. This unfruitful dialogue came to an abrupt halt as the subject of the conversation entered, bearing a delectable honey cake, which was promptly placed on the coffee table. Dumbledore swiftly seized a piece with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in disbelief, while he himself merely smiled. Likely the first time I'll seem to witness such a jovial expression from the headmaster. Thank you, your dessert is exquisite, Al. Would you kindly introduce us to this gentleman? Are you referring to Tom? Albus Dumbledore did not respond immediately. The name Tom was rather common, coincidentally shared by the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron. However, it evoked distant memories, reminiscent of his days at Hogwarts and that ambitious young boy from Slytherin. Now, that lad's legacy lingered in the wizarding world as a series of notorious titles. The Dark Lord Voldemort, while his true name remained known to but a few. Dumbledore quickly regained his composure, and no one noticed his brief pause. He tilted his head and smiled at the seemingly cheerful Muggle boy, akin to an elder bestowing affection upon a younger counterpart. Your name is Tom? A splendid name. Oh no, that's not my real name, the boy casually shrugged. It's a nickname that Al has given me. Sirius appeared quite dissatisfied, insisting on referring to Al as Elriz, while the boy pretended to be oblivious, inching a tad closer to Al. A nickname? Lupin inquired curiously, leaning forward as he picked up a chocolate cookie. Why Tom? You'll have to ask, the boy replied. Sirius grumbled, straightening his back and frowning in discontent, suspecting yet another boy was involved. The boy merely raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly draping an arm around Al's shoulders, easily accomplished given his height, and teasingly turned to the bewildered girl beside him. My dear, haven't you told them the story? I thought you might never call me that again. Although Al felt a bit perplexed, not entirely understanding the sudden shift in topic, she maintained a radiant smile, unperturbed by their intimate gestures. To her, the boy beside her was not merely a childhood friend, but also played the role of an older brother in her early years. Puffed. Ted Tonks couldn't contain his laughter at that moment, prompting Andromeda and Lupin to cast him surprised glances, while Nymphadora quietly inquired of her father. Seemingly the only one in the know, Dumbledore, though puzzled, continued sipping his tea as if nothing were amiss. Suddenly, Sirius sprang to his feet, striding towards them. Keep your hands to yourself, he barked, forcibly separating them and positioning himself between the two, his teeth clenched as he uttered those words, glaring with hostility at the boy. Sirius always misjudged him, subconsciously intensifying his protective instincts. Regardless of whether he was called Tom or anything else, Sirius harbored no fondness for the boy before him, and disliked witnessing him so close to his daughter. Elriz remained utterly bewildered. After retrieving the warm honey sponge cake from the kitchen oven, and placing it on the table, she sensed an odd atmosphere enveloping the living room. Initially fearing her dessert had not turned out well, stealing glances at everyone's expressions yielded no clarity. When the boy beside her joked and draped an arm over her shoulder, her father suddenly rose, striding forward, forcing his way between them, leading Al to realize the source of the discomfort. Had Sirius misunderstood something? He appeared to harbor significant animosity, the tension palpable, almost escalating into confrontation. Fortunately, the awkward situation did not linger long, as the doorbell rang just then, signaling the arrival of their neighbor to escort Tom home, prompting Al to walk him to the entrance. Sorry, I wanted to spend more time with you today. That's all right. There's plenty of time during the summer. Al offered him a generous handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and honeydew sweets for the journey. Before departing, the boy could not resist cracking one last joke, albeit a somewhat cryptic one. You're rather feisty, aren't you? He said conspiratorially, then turned away satisfied. Sirius? Al was left in a fog. Upon returning to the living room, she found Sirius back on the sofa, leisurely sipping his tea, feigning normalcy. Though he occasionally cast wary glances her way, Lupin and Andromeda appeared on the verge of bursting into laughter. Elriz, sit down and take a breather. You too, Tonks. Dumbledore said, his smile warm. With a flick of his wand, he transformed two delicate teacups into two plush, comfortable chairs. An astonishing feat that made Al marvel at the wonders of magic, regretting her inability to use it outside of school due to her age. Once seated, Sirius introduced her to her aunt, Andromeda Tonks. Al gazed at the woman seated beside Dumbledore, recognizing Mrs. Tonks. The moment she locked eyes with Andromeda, a shiver ran down her spine. For an instant, she felt a disorienting resemblance to her sister Bellatrix, though upon further scrutiny, such thoughts dissipated. Unlike the Bellatrix of her dreams, Andromeda bore no resemblance to the Narcissa she had encountered at the station. Andromeda exuded warmth and kindness. Her second cousin possessed soft, light brown hair and large, expressive eyes, appearing slightly reserved yet approachable and benevolent, a stark contrast to Narcissa's frosty demeanor. In Ael's eyes, Andromeda and Narcissa seemed like antithetical beings. Narcissa, undeniably elegant and haughty, was rather indifferent towards her, while Andromeda radiated a bright, friendly smile. Both hailed from the ancient, noble house of Black, yet their dispositions were worlds apart. "Hello, Mrs. Tonks." This time, Elle spoke without hesitation, extending a polite greeting, her mind still fresh with the memory of Narcissa insisting she address her as Mrs. Malfoy, uncertain of Andromeda's preferences. As the words left her lips, Andromeda's expression momentarily stiffened. Sirius shifted awkwardly, and Lupin's hand holding his teacup froze mid-air. Ted and Nymphadora also paused in unison. Elle feared she had misspoken once more. However, to her surprise, Andromeda reacted in a manner entirely different from Narcissa. "Just call me Aunt, no need for formality, Elriz. You resemble Sirius so much." Andromeda's overwhelming warmth and smile enveloped Elle, leaving her astonished. It was quite remarkable, considering she had heard that Andromeda hailed from Slytherin. Yet she too was a pureblood witch, part of House Black. "And have you met Narcissa?" Andromeda inquired, her curiosity piqued. Elle raised her awareness, noticing the heavy silence in the air. She began to scan her surroundings, realizing that the others were all regarding her with similarly complex expressions, particularly Sirius, who seemed especially eager to stand up and inquire. Lupin wore an expression of astonishment, while Dumbledore continued to sip his tea. "You just said it, that my mother is different from Aunt Narcissa," remarked a brown-haired girl across from her, who discerned her confusion and smiled as she explained. Elle was taken aback. She distinctly remembered that the girl's hair had been pink not long ago. As she listened to the girl's elucidation, it became clear that she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts aloud. "I'm sorry, Aunt, I didn't mean to compare," Elle said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. "Actually, I met Mrs. Malfoy yesterday." "Mrs. Malfoy? Did Narcissa ask you to call her that?" Andromeda did not seem surprised, as if she had anticipated this. "Don't worry, dear. Is there something troubling you? You can talk to me, or Sirius if you prefer." Somehow, Elle found herself recalling a letter from Narcissa, an invitation to a soirée at Malfoy Manor, which indeed was a source of distress. I'm quite torn about whether to attend the Malfoy gathering," Elle hesitated to admit. "Why would you go?" Sirius frowned, his expression revealing a hint of disdain. "You didn't receive an invitation, did you? That has nothing to concern yourself with." "Sirius," Andromeda gently reprimanded, interrupting him. "It's all right, Elriz. Sirius and I will help you figure it out later," Andromeda assured her. "By the way, this is my husband, Ted." Andromeda clapped her hands together in a cheerful gesture as if just remembering, sharing a smile with the man beside her, then gesturing toward the girl seated on the armchair. "How peculiar, her hair color has changed again. It's now a striking shade of violet, quite enchanting. This is my daughter, Dora, your cousin." Elle greeted the two of them warmly. Ted Tonks was gentle and unpretentious, exuding a sense of reliability. She could perceive the profound love between him and Aunt Andromeda. Their attire was reminiscent of Muggle fashion, yet it was Dora Tonks who left the most vivid impression. Such a fashionable style, Elle mused, puzzled by her cousin's ever-changing hair color. Dora was undeniably beautiful, with a heart-shaped face, dark eyes, and an eclectic outfit comprising mismatched clothing and patched jeans. Particularly her glossy black Doc Martens, which were strikingly eye-catching. Her fashion sense is quite unique, Elle thought, realizing her cousin seemed to be quite remarkable, a young Auror and a natural metamorphmagus. Elle observed as Dora effortlessly transformed her appearance into that of an animal, easily altering her hair color, even morphing into another person. It was an extraordinary talent, advantageous for an Auror's work. Feeling a sudden itch of curiosity, she contemplated learning to become an animagus. "Just call me Tonks," her cousin said playfully, winking at her as her hair shifted back to a bubblegum pink. "I don't like being called Nymphadora. Can I call you Little Al?" "Of course, Cousin Tonks." "Oh, you're so sweet." "Little Al," Nymphadora replied with lively exuberance. A stark contrast to the aloof Draco. Elle felt an inexplicable familiarity with Ted and Nymphadora, perhaps due to their Hufflepuff heritage, and the Tonks family's style was indeed a world apart from the Malfoys. Elle reflected deeply on the differences, Andromeda marrying a Muggle-born like Ted, while Narcissa wed Lucius Malfoy. The contrasting personalities of their children highlighted how familial environments shape one's character. After exchanging pleasantries, the Tonks family took their leave, as their visit had been hurried. Ted mentioned they had other commitments, and Nymphadora had work to attend to. Andromeda embraced Elle tightly, cheerfully inviting her to visit their home, before they disapparated away. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, Lupin, and Sirius remained in place. Indeed, merely introducing the Tonks family would not suffice to warrant the personal visit of Hogwarts headmaster. Elle was astute enough to comprehend Dumbledore's intentions and understood why he had come. The previous dream had revealed to her that her mother, Teresa, had been murdered by Bella shortly after giving birth to her. After their conversation in the headmaster's office, Elle had sought out Lupin to inquire about the events of that time. Learning the full truth, they had all mistakenly believed she had met the same fate as Teresa at Bella's hands, even to the extent of having a gravestone erected for her. Lupin had mentioned that Sirius had returned to dismantle that very gravestone. She found herself bemused by this revelation. So if neither her mother Teresa nor her father Sirius had sent her to Grandma Stephen, who had? This question lingered in the minds of all present. Chapter 25, Interlude. You have a wonderful grandmother, Dumbledore began. Yes, she is splendid, Elle replied somewhat vacantly. Did she adopt you? More or less, Professor. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces around her, Elle realized her explanation had been somewhat vague, so she kindly elaborated. My grandmother said she found me right at her doorstep, not like a traditional adoption from an orphanage. At the doorstep? Dumbledore appeared slightly astonished, continuing to inquire. Yes. She said she heard urgent knocking, opened the door, and found me on the ground. She took me in when I was just a newborn. Dumbledore fell silent, lowering his head in contemplation, while Sirius's expression turned grave, his hands nervously rubbing together as he leaned forward, wholly focused, afraid to miss a single word. Elriz, did your grandmother mention seeing anyone outside the door? No, Professor, she replied honestly, shaking her head. Do you remember a question I asked you before? The elderly man on the sofa paused, his crescent-shaped glasses glinting briefly. Dumbledore set down his teacup, his expression neutral, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. Lupin, looking worried, kept glancing back and forth, while Sirius remained fixated on Elle. Professor. Elle instinctively straightened her posture. The name, regarding your name, Dumbledore spoke slowly, his voice soft as he stroked his beard. Dumbledore, what is going on? Sirius asked impatiently, but the headmaster merely raised a hand, signaling for Sirius to remain silent. Reluctantly, he complied, visibly struggling to contain himself, nearly leaping from the sofa. How did you know? Your name was given to you by your mother? I suddenly realized, recalling that Dumbledore had indeed asked this once before, but she had not provided a clear answer at that time. Hearing the headmaster's question again, Elle pondered for a moment, then rose and ascended the stairs to her room. She retrieved her gray leather coat hanging in the wardrobe and obediently returned to the living room to present it to Dumbledore as her answer. What is this? The headmaster inquired, somewhat perplexed. My grandmother told me that when she found me, I was wrapped in this leather coat. As Elle explained, he carefully retrieved a small parchment from the coat's pocket, its fragile and antiquated surface a testament to the passage of time, and handed it to Dumbledore with utmost caution. While Sirius took possession of the coat, Dumbledore gazed at the parchment for a long moment, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Meanwhile, Sirius examined the leather coat from various angles, leaving Remus and Elle feeling somewhat perplexed. A men's coat? Sirius remarked abruptly, his tone surprisingly calm. Remus appeared to have an epiphany, nodding and opening his mouth to speak. Could it possibly belong to your brother? Sirius shook his head resolutely, denying the notion. No. The quality of this garment is decent, but it could never be his. He paused, showing the coat to Remus. The Black family possesses far superior clothing than this. Besides, Remus, you know well that my dear brother returned with that mad cousin of his. The last sentence was murmured, almost conspiratorially. Remus understood the implication, which referred to the memory extracted from Bella, indicating that after killing Teresa, Regulus had indeed returned to Riddle House alongside Bellatrix, taking no further action. Sirius was convinced that his brother was not the type to engage in such behavior. There was simply no reason, given his status as a Death Eater. Elle observed the heavy atmosphere enveloping them, feeling increasingly restless. As she listened to the conversation between Sirius and Remus, her curiosity about the brother they mentioned grew, but Dumbledore's subsequent actions left her bewildered, prompting her to speak. Professor Dumbledore? Elle's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the headmaster slowly lift his wand, pointing it at the parchment while muttering what seemed to be an incantation of unknown origin. She felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Dumbledore might destroy the only message her mother had left her, for the parchment was already too frail to withstand much more. Sirius, Dumbledore gently waved his wand, sending the parchment floating toward him. Do you recognize this handwriting? Is it not Teresa's? It was evident, as Al could discern from Sirius's moved expression. Then Elriz. Dumbledore inquired, do you recall the contents of the note? Al was uncertain of the headmaster's intentions, feeling utterly perplexed. Yet she nodded obediently. Her expression still clouded with confusion, as she awaited his next words. Can you recite it from memory? Of course, Professor, though this is rather sudden. She complied. As it was an easy task. After all, she had read its contents countless times before. The parchments were a result of her constant handling. My daughter. Al began slowly, and she had to admit, reading her own words aloud in front of others felt remarkably novel, infusing her voice with a palpable tension. Taking a deep breath, she continued, Elriz Vincent. Sirius suddenly turned his head, his gaze shifting from the small parchment, appearing utterly astonished. As though her words had detonated a monumental bomb. I will always love her. Forgive me for my abrupt departure. Mother will always watch over you. Happy birthday. In less than a minute, she concluded, yet Sirius remained frozen, his complexion turning pale. Remus snatched the parchment from Sirius's grasp, and soon his expression mirrored that of shock. Glancing at her, which only deepened Al's confusion. That's it. That's all there is? Sirius questioned incredulously, repeatedly asking, how could this be? Elriz, are you sure this is the content of the note? He barked, his voice hoarse and low, suddenly rising to his feet, his gray eyes wide with disbelief. Resembling a man returned to the madness of Azkaban, which sent a shiver through Al, making her instinctively shrink back, nodding slightly to affirm. She had anticipated that Sirius might say more, yet he fell silent, lowering his head, fists clenched, then released, his gaze fixated once more on the tattered parchment, as if attempting to see through it. He scrutinized the hastily scrawled letters, and the faint brown stains of blood. Al sensed his sorrow. Was it the sight of Teresa's handwriting that evoked such nostalgia? He murmured her name repeatedly, and after a prolonged silence, Sirius finally lifted his eyes to the elder before him. Dumbledore, what on earth is happening? He rasped. The headmaster closed his eyes, appearing quite troubled, releasing a sigh that tensed the air around them. The parchment employs a minor enchantment, a rather advanced obscuring spell, combined with some complex incantations, such as a sustaining charm. Dumbledore elucidated. However, Elriz, I can assure you that the words you just recited are not the genuine content of the note. Sirius suddenly shouted. You were originally named Elriz Black. You are Elriz Black. His outburst was startling, and Al felt a pang of fear at his intensity. Sirius. Calm down. Al stared at Sirius, his words eerily familiar, evoking memories of her nightmares. The same sorrowful and furious gestures were mirrored by the prisoner of Azkaban, and Sirius Black had uttered the very same phrases to her. Observing his expression now, it bore a striking resemblance to that of their first lesson with the boggart, and an overwhelming dread seized her heart. You were originally named Elriz Black. I told you Teresa could not have acted in that manner. His hoarse shouts echoed with frustration and helplessness, his voice gradually becoming weak and faltering. Who did this? Who is responsible? After a considerable time, Sirius finally calmed himself, reseating himself on the sofa and began reciting the words on the parchment fervently, a behavior that astonished Al, and left her even more astounded. The content of the parchment had changed. My daughter, Elriz Black. I will always love her. Forgive me for my abrupt departure. Mother will always watch over you. Happy birthday. Your father is Sirius Black. He articulated each word clearly, enunciating with great emphasis. How could this be? This is the true content of the note. I was meant to bear the surname Black? I was supposed to know of my father's existence? Al stared in disbelief at the floating parchment, extending her hand to grasp it, recognizing the familiar handwriting and the discrepancies in the earlier content. Dumbledore watched Elriz, who appeared utterly dazed, as she processed the revelations. He instinctively reached for his teacup, raising it to his lips, but paused, shaking his head in resignation and placing the cup back on the table. Alas! The tea is now cold. He simply tapped it, and a warming charm brought steam back to the cup. Everyone, please remain calm, especially you, Sirius. What we can ascertain at this moment is that whoever this person is, they undoubtedly rescued Elriz. The venerable headmaster reflected deeply, analyzing the motivations behind this individual's decision to raise Al within the Muggle world, shielding her from the wizarding realm, and preventing others from seeking her out, allowing her a concealed and secure existence for 13 years. This was Dumbledore's conviction, due to Al's experiences being remarkably similar to Harry's. Albus Dumbledore had given considerable thought to this matter. When he entrusted Harry to the Dursleys, he pondered numerous factors, including their existence within the Muggle world, and their distance from the wizarding community. regarding the alteration of the surname from Black to Vincent, and the decision to conceal her father's existence from her. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment, aware of the myriad motivations at play. He took into account the complexities of the situation at that time, gradually dismissing less plausible notions. From Bellatrix's memories, it became evident that the task of eliminating Teresa and her daughter was assigned by Voldemort, with Bellatrix merely executing the mission to eradicate the tainted Black bloodline. At that juncture, Voldemort's power was particularly formidable, inching ever closer to glory. No one would willingly risk such peril to save an infant. Yet this individual was Regulus. Dumbledore squinted, his expression grave. Regulus's actions left many perplexed. He had deceived Voldemort and Bellatrix, concealing the fact that Elriz was still alive. Was it because Elriz was the child of his brother Sirius? Or perhaps due to her possessing half of the Black bloodline? Did he act out of a sense of conscience? Or was it simply that the infant's survival had gone unnoticed during the inspection? Or could it be that Regulus had forsaken his loyalty to Voldemort? Given Regulus's identity, embarking on a mission to rescue an infant would be exceedingly conspicuous, likely attracting the scrutiny of Voldemort and Bellatrix. Dumbledore surmised that it was not solely Regulus who had saved Al. There was likely another individual involved, possibly an unknown wizard, whose allegiance to the Death Eaters remained uncertain. However, Dumbledore was confident that this person did not belong to the Order of the Phoenix. This individual not only possessed knowledge of the Black family, but also held significant intelligence, likely stemming from a pureblood lineage. Crucially, he had managed to rescue Elriz just before Sirius and Remus arrived. According to Remus's recollection, they had approached shortly after Teresa's demise, leaving only a brief window of time. Thus, this person might have been shadowing either Bellatrix or Teresa. Yet why did he not save Teresa, opting instead to rescue the infant? What motivated this choice? Did he share a close relationship with Sirius or Teresa? Or was he acting on someone else's behalf? What was his true identity and allegiance? Was he a Death Eater? The misleading note was likely his doing, suggesting that this stranger's intentions might have been benevolent. Nevertheless, numerous uncertainties plagued Dumbledore, causing him considerable distress. He reached up to massage his temples, appearing even older than before, and could not suppress a soft sigh. Chapter 27. Hidden Subplot. Extra. I am a Death Eater. Piercing and agonizing. Haha. You filthy mudblood. Do you still wish to taint our Black blood? I watched as Bellatrix yanked the woman's hair, forcefully throwing her to the ground, looking disdainfully at her. Look, a mudblood has given birth to another filthy mudblood. How befitting. Oh my dear master. Let me unleash my fury. Bellatrix cackled madly. With a flick of her wand, a flash of green light erupted as another Cruciatus curse was aimed directly at the infant in the woman's arms, causing the child to wail uncontrollably. The louder the cries became, the more Bellatrix reveled in this cruel torment, her heart growing ever colder. The woman's body continued to shield the infant, her pleading gaze directed towards me. I saw her mouth open as if to speak, only to be struck by another Cruciatus curse, rendering her unable to articulate, her body convulsing in agony. Yet her eyes remained bright, still fixed on me. I averted my gaze, tightly closing my eyes. Beneath the skull mask lay a face filled with guilt and compassion. I am sorry, Teresa. The woman, struggling to protect her child, was Elriz Vincent, once my friend, my classmate, and now my opponent and enemy. In the First Wizarding War, she chose Dumbledore's side, becoming a member of the Order of the Phoenix, while I aligned myself with the Dark Lord, becoming a Death Eater. You ask me why? Because I bear the surname Avery, because I hail from a pureblood family, because my father followed the Dark Lord from an early age, because he is a steadfast Death Eater, and because I am a Slytherin, with no choice in the matter. Voldemort's ideology of blood purity, combined with his growing ambition, and as a descendant of the Gaunt family, he undoubtedly aligned with the greater interests of our pureblood lineage. His captivating rhetoric had reduced my father to a servile dog, perpetually bowing to him. The Avery family was on the brink of collapse. In contrast, Voldemort's power had expanded. By the time I realized his ambitions extended beyond Muggles to all opposing wizards, even pureblood wizards were not spared by that madman. When I sought to extricate myself, I realized it was too late. The venomous serpent in the swamp had already constricted around my throat. I chose survival. Beyond that, I had no other path to tread. My hands were already stained with blood and lives. All that awaited me was hell, an unfathomable abyss. Bellatrix continued to unleash Cruciatus curses, while Teresa suffered in agony. Boredom set in. I suddenly jolted awake, finding Bellatrix idly playing with her wand, incessantly trampling Teresa with her sharp stiletto heels, mercilessly crushing her hands. The infant in her arms continued to cry, yet Teresa's gaze remained fixed on me, her eyes ablaze as if they would incinerate me. Though I wore the skull mask, she still knew where I was. Instinctively, I locked eyes with her, only to be met with a past memory and a singular thought. I cast legilimency upon her. As death loomed near, the final memory she offered was one of her time with Black. Are you still thinking of Black? Your love for him is truly profound, Teresa. Save my child, I beg you, my Elriz, please, Avery. I am sorry, Teresa, I am so sorry. Avada Kedavra. The green light, the crimson blood, pierced my eyes deeply. I am sorry. Her blue eyes dilated, the blackness engulfing the pure blue, transforming into lifeless orbs. She lay there on the ground, her blood pooling around her, ceasing her resistance, her pleas, her convulsions, her breath, her body motionless, still in a protective posture over the child. I could no longer penetrate her mind. Teresa was dead. Bellatrix unleashed yet another unhesitating killing curse, this time silencing the infant. Merely a week old, cradled in Teresa's arms, Bellatrix, bored, wandered about, observing the motionless bodies of Teresa and little Al with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for refuse, utterly contemptuous of Black's pride. Such a loyal servant to the master, who would dare approach to inspect? This madwoman slowly turned, revealing her waxy yellow teeth in a grin. Whether to reward you all depends on you. Following closely behind Bella, the Death Eaters raised their hands in unison, a cacophony erupting around me. I too lifted my hand, fully aware that the arrogant, deranged woman would not call our names. She regarded us with utter disdain. For she was a Black. Oh, Regulus. Bella chose Regulus Black, her cousin. Behold, nearly all the ancient pureblood families have fallen under the Dark Lord's dominion. Whether it be the Avery, the Malfoy, or Regulus Black, you and I have long been mired in this quagmire. The serpent began to reveal its deadly fangs. I watched as Regulus stepped forward to assess the life status of Teresa and the infant, then leisurely rose, his expression impassive as he approached Bella's side. She was dead. Indeed. How could one struck by Avada Kedavra possibly survive? I gazed at Teresa. She continued to look in my direction, her eyes wide open in eternal slumber. A pang of anguish seized my heart, as if half of it had been excavated, pulsating painfully while bleeding profusely. Yes, Teresa was gone. I had merely stood by, a silent witness to her demise. I watched Bella extolling Regulus while inciting the Death Eaters' frenzy, their frenzied shouts echoing in my ears. Regulus remained quiet, his gaze fixed on me, and our eyes met, his dark orbs devoid of any emotional turbulence. You're looking at me? What do you mean, Regulus? I stared in horror at his unflinching expression, as he too, like Teresa, directed his gaze towards me. Only the two of us remained in this unsettling silence, while the surrounding Death Eaters cheered, Bella's laughter resonating throughout. And you fix your eyes upon me, seeking my thoughts, Regulus? If that is your desire, so be it. I realized then that Regulus's response to Bella was that she was dead. Indeed, Teresa was truly dead. Yet, the infant in her arms still lived. How could this be? That child had been struck by Bella's lethal Avada Kedavra. And Regulus, why did you do this? Why deceive Bella? Why reveal all this to me? Once I had delved into my final thought, Regulus swiftly turned away, his face calm, no longer looking at me, but rather following Bella as they disapparated together. The other Death Eaters departed as well, leaving me standing there in a daze. How absurd it was. Our master, the Dark Lord, whom my father loyally followed, turned out to be a half-blood? What does that make us? What does the Avery family amount to? What of my father's incessant groveling? What glory does Slytherin hold? What of that fearsome Dark Duke? Will you too choose to forsake past friendships, Avery? How could you, a mudblood, possibly understand me? Vincent. Above pureblood, above pureblood. How ironic, how absurd. Suddenly, I comprehended Regulus's intent. I realized he was no longer unwaveringly loyal to the Dark Lord, for I understood his character. He was first a Black, then Regulus. After the last Death Eater had departed, I hurried to Teresa's side. Indeed, it was unbelievable. The infant was still alive. I could hear her faint, yet fading heartbeat. Without a moment's thought, I removed my gray coat and cradled the child from Teresa's arms. I could not fathom why I did this. I looked at Teresa, gently placing my hand upon her lifeless eyes. She closed them. Farewell, Teresa. Disapparate. I left that place, uncertain of my destination. My only desire to distance myself from Bella and her ilk. I surveyed my surroundings and found that I had arrived on a Muggle street, a considerable distance from the Death Eaters. I began to examine the infant closely. Her body was frail, and setting aside the Avada Kedavra, even a Cruciatus curse could prove fatal. I performed a minor healing spell on her body, then noticed she wore a pocket watch around her neck. One I recognized all too well. It was the talisman I had given to Teresa, back when Teresa and I had not yet been sorted into Hogwarts. We were childhood sweethearts, akin to Severus and Lily Evans. Yet I was a Slytherin, she a Ravenclaw. Our different houses, different lineages, and surnames had forced us onto divergent paths. I removed the watch from the infant's neck. It had once been my father's masterpiece. It contained numerous intricate spells, including rebound and confusion charms, along with various dark magics. Father always said that white magic could not thwart dark magic. Only dark magic could contend with dark magic, even against Avada Kedavra, and it appeared to have succeeded. I had given it to Teresa because I cared for her, wishing to protect her from the Dark Lord's grasp. Yet Teresa had passed it on to her child with a black, allowing her to evade Avada Kedavra, diminishing some of its excruciating effects. Teresa, you truly are a Ravenclaw. I opened the watch, aware of its mechanisms, as did Teresa. Inside, I found a small piece of parchment and a photograph of her in black, both smiling joyfully, their names inscribed on the back. Tsk Black. On the bloodstained parchment, it read, "My daughter, Elriz Black, I will love her forever. Forgive your mother for her abrupt departure. I will always watch over you. Happy birthday. Your father's name is Sirius Black." The handwriting was hasty. "Elriz, is it?" I lowered my gaze to the sleeping infant in my arms. "Elriz Black. Your birthday is also the anniversary of your mother's death. Your life is truly unfortunate. You are a black, your father is a black. The one who killed you and your mother is also a black, and the one who saved you is yet another black. I despise the blacks. Damn it." I drew my wand, silently competing with fate, casting a simple confundus charm upon the parchment, making a subtle alteration to conceal the final line regarding the blacks. "You shall be named Elriz Vincent. The name Black will burden your life with turmoil. The ancient pureblood surname will bring you misfortune. I understand this well. For the Avery name has led me down a path I do not wish to tread. Therefore you must bear the surname Vincent. You shall not be shackled by the past, but rather live to see another day. Inherit your mother's name." I took the watch and photograph, leaving the infant with only the piece of parchment. I wrapped her in my gray coat, knocked on the door of a nearby house, and placed the still sleeping little Elriz on the doorstep, then hid at a distance, watching as an old man opened the door and looked around. Muggles cannot see wizards. I observed as the old man took her in, and it seemed she would find a home with this family, safe and sound, never to be sought after. She need not inherit the black name. Thus, let her grow up joyfully in the Muggle world, just as your mother did in her childhood. Teresa. I closed my eyes and gazed deeply into the distance, my hand tightly clutching the pocket watch with great force. I was acutely aware that this path led only to oblivion, and so it would be for Regulus as well. I knew his intentions, and if that were the case, neither of us would survive. Elriz, you must hold on to life. Let this be my penance for Vincent. My final words end here. Chapter 25, A Time for Rest. The unacknowledged truth, a continuous web of conjecture. Just there, amidst the nameless gray coat. No one knows who rescued Elriz, and it is likely that they never will. The answer has already chosen to vanish, and pursuing it further would prove exceedingly arduous. Moreover, who could have foreseen that a wayward Death Eater would return to the fold? Let it rest here. Albus Dumbledore was well aware of this. It was time to let go. Elriz. Dumbledore reassured the girl, still clutching the parchment, gently tapping the now cold teacup with his wand, which promptly exhaled steam once more. Yet the crisp sound failed to capture her wandering attention. She merely stared blankly at the parchment. Although she understood Dumbledore's insistence not to worry or overthink, how could one possibly disregard such weighty matters? She endeavored to dismiss the chaotic thoughts, striving to avert her gaze from the fresh words on the parchment that pierced her eyes. Where Vincent's name should have been, it now read Black, a word that seemed to incessantly remind her of grim realities. Black, black, black. She held the parchment motionless in her hand. The Sorting Hat had once remarked that she resembled a black. Past nightmares had also branded her as one. The voices of society further proclaimed her to be a black. So who then was she? Elriz. At that moment, Dumbledore offered her a gentle smile. She slowly lifted her gaze, uncertain of how to respond to the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. Do not dwell too heavily on your past, Elriz. Why not contemplate your present and future instead? The kindly headmaster stroked his beard as he offered this comfort before vanishing with Lupin in a swirl of apparition. Do not dwell too heavily? Elriz lowered her head, lost in thought. Perhaps Dumbledore was right. She should not become ensnared by her past. After all, ruminating endlessly on unresolved questions would yield no answers. Why then? Did she persist in pondering such a question? Regardless of who had cast the confundus charm upon the note, She would always remain Elriz. Yet, what then did her future signify? As she contemplated Dumbledore's metaphor, she walked back into the house, only to be taken aback upon seeing Sirius still lingering there. He mentioned that he would be staying for a time during the summer. Elriz felt a wave of curiosity wash over her, and inquired why he did not reside at his old home in Grimmauld Place, or even with Professor Lupin. However, he responded, looking guilty and resigned, that he could not return home just yet. The ministry's paperwork had yet to be completed. As for Remus, he had declined the offer. Elriz remained skeptical, unaware that this arrangement had been orchestrated by Dumbledore and Lupin. "Is this room suitable?" she asked, opening the door to the former study, which was well stocked with everything necessary. If Sirius was satisfied, this would serve as his sleeping quarters. Elriz tried not to notice the upward curve of his lips, unable to shake the suspicion that this was all part of Dumbledore's design. Of course. Elriz," he exclaimed. "Very well." She managed to squeeze out a single word. She watched as her father, brimming with enthusiasm, explored every corner of the house, enamored with peculiar Muggle trinkets, engaging her in a myriad of conversations ranging from the kitchen's hearth to the television on the table, delving into all manner of odd topics. Clearly, this still immature father sought to forge a closer bond with his daughter, believing that their conversations would strengthen their relationship, while she perceived it merely as a troublesome, nonsensical distraction. "Elriz, do not worry. I assure you my culinary skills are exceptional," Sirius proclaimed, determined to prepare his daughter's first breakfast. To anyone unfamiliar with him, they would never guess that this man had once been a prisoner. Soon enough, Elriz deeply regretted having believed his words. For anyone could discern that a pampered scion of the Black family, a prisoner tormented by dementors for 12 years, could hardly be expected to master the art of cooking overnight. Merlin's beard. If only Creature were here. Before she could further ponder who Creature was, she stepped into the kitchen and was taken aback. The immaculate state of the room had vanished, replaced by a wrecked toaster, a charred frying pan, a chaotic stove splattered with egg batter, oil, eggshells, and breadcrumbs. "Oh, great Helga Hufflepuff!" She gasped in horror as she caught sight of the peculiar bread in a small dish, a charred lump that resembled blackened charcoal, exuding the distinct odor of overcooked protein. Consuming that could very well be lethal. "Elriz, why are you here? I haven't finished yet." At that moment, Sirius was frantically explaining himself. Elriz observed the smudged black marks on his face, remnants from the scorched frying pan, and the image of a grown man stammering in the disaster zone of a kitchen, made for a rather comical sight. Neither crying nor laughing seemed appropriate. With an impassive expression, Elriz pushed the flustered Sirius out of the kitchen. "Elriz, listen to me, a damned rat has come in to cause trouble." Anyone could tell that this was a ludicrous excuse. "Be silent, Mr. Black." Sirius abruptly stopped speaking, casting a pitiful glance at the girl as she entered, watching her shut the kitchen door behind her. Guilt washed over him as he listened to her tidy up the mess he had left behind. Poor Sirius, lost in his despondency, had forgotten to clean up properly. When Elriz finally emerged with fragrant toast, buttery scrambled eggs, and roasted cherry tomatoes, they managed to have a peaceful breakfast, and the man no longer ventured into the kitchen to tamper with those bewildering Muggle contraptions. Yet, Sirius Black was not one to concede defeat so easily. He stubbornly sought to maintain conversation, incessantly expressing his curiosity about Muggle appliances, even stating that should he inadvertently break something, it could easily be fixed with a simple repair spell. "What is this? A large horn? That is a gramophone. You can play vinyl records on it, and music will emanate from it. And this one? A washing machine. You can place dirty clothes in here. Why not clean it up? I cannot use magic." "Elriz, you could move to Grimmauld Place where you can use magic freely." Elriz understood Sirius's implication, yet she politely declined, stating that she was fond of this place, and would visit him occasionally when time permitted. "And what is this?" "A video game console. Would you like to play?" As Al gazed at Sirius, who had been engrossed in a marathon of video games such as Super Mario, Wreck-It Ralph, and Pac-Man, she observed him becoming increasingly exasperated after yet another loss. With a resigned sigh, she sometimes pondered whether her father was more akin to a childish adult. Had he truly spent time in Azkaban? Al found herself doubtful. "Alaric, what are you up to?" Sirius inquired, initiating another conversation with her. After a week of interaction, their dialogues flowed with the ease of friendship. "I'm writing an essay for potions class," Al replied. Sirius remained silent, curious about the sudden stillness. Al shifted her gaze from her unfinished paper to find Sirius looking somewhat unwell, prompting her to ask what was amiss. "Nothing. Is there anything you don't understand?" "I performed quite well at Hogwarts," he shrugged nonchalantly, casually pulling out a chair to sit beside her, glancing at her paper, which was about the Felix Felicis potion. Al paused to consider, realizing she had numerous questions. How did you master becoming an animagus? Do you wish to learn? It's not an easy feat, he replied. Anything else? The Patronus charm? Why do you want to learn that? After a moment's reflection, she recalled Hermione's words about how Professor Lupin had taught Harry, enabling him to successfully conjure a stag Patronus to ward off a swarm of Dementors, a feat that left Hermione troubled for quite some time, as she had not been able to achieve it herself. Sirius promised to teach her, when she visited the old house at Grimmauld Place, sharing some principles of animagus transformation and demonstrating it. Al beheld the formidable black dog from his past, her expression shifting with complexity. However, he quickly transformed back, conjuring a Patronus that initially appeared as a white mist but gradually took on a semi-transparent form resembling a canine, closely akin to the shape of his animagus. She mentally noted the principles and the incantation movements. True to his word, Sirius indeed possessed commendable academic prowess, which helped alleviate many of the challenges posed by her summer assignments and various queries regarding minor spells. Alaric's home was adorned with numerous photographs, the walls festooned with them, all personally taken by her grandmother, Stephen. They captured her at various ages, from infancy to moments of slumber, laughter, tears, and school days. A collection that persisted until her grandmother's passing last year. Sirius was captivated by these photographs, even secretly keeping a few to himself, having missed out on Alaric's childhood. May I see more? Upon hearing her father's request, Al reluctantly retrieved a large, heavy album, along with several boxes of home videos. She instructed Sirius on how to insert the tapes into the television, explaining how to treat the fragile metal box with care, plug it in, and press the button to play. If a snowy screen appeared, all they needed to do was wait a moment for the image to materialize. It was quite peculiar. Al found it hard to reconcile the image of a wanted man from Azkaban, now engrossed in watching home videos, sitting obediently in front of the television. The contrast was indeed stark. After he returned from shopping for necessities and groceries, Sirius remained blissfully absorbed in the electronic screen, fixated on the footage of his younger self. Watching for nearly an entire day, now nearing the end of the third tape. What are you watching? He asked. Al casually glanced at the television, where a 6-year-old version of herself, clad in oversized mittens, was joyfully clutching a small ball and laughing heartily. Oh, that's a recording of my first time catching a ball. That's baseball, one of the Muggle sports. I personally find it quite entertaining. Upon hearing the term sports, Sirius' interest piqued, and memories of the annual Quidditch matches at Hogwarts flooded his mind. He had excelled in those games, as had his friend James. Eagerly, he turned to Al with an eager tone. Do you like Quidditch? Yes, it's exhilarating and thrilling, Al replied candidly. Do you want to fly? I'm quite adept at it. I can teach you many moves. Honestly, I prefer watching others fly, she admitted. Sirius was momentarily taken aback, for Alaric's sentiment mirrored his own. Although he was an excellent flyer, he had always relished watching James soar through the air. As if struck by a sudden thought, Sirius remembered the Owl correspondence from earlier in the summer and his exchanges with Harry, who mentioned he was temporarily staying at number 12 Grimmauld Place. Arthur had kindly invited him to watch the Quidditch World Cup, and he had heard that Remus had also received an invitation. Alaric, would you like to join me to watch the Quidditch World Cup? Chapter 29, Interlude Narration. Would she accept? Sirius Black could not be certain. He anxiously watched the girl before him, her head bowed, holding his breath as he awaited Alaric's response. During this brief summer, Sirius had exerted considerable effort, and the results were beginning to manifest like a gentle stream, as the tension in his relationship with Alaric had noticeably eased. Yet it was far from sufficient. They still lacked the intimacy and normalcy of a typical father-daughter relationship. Remus was right, they needed time. Nevertheless, what encouraged him most was that Alaric no longer referred to him as Mr. Black. That incident in the kitchen aside, she had ceased using that formal title. Perhaps it was a positive sign, Sirius mused. They might indeed be able to look forward. The thought ignited a hopeful smile on his face as he envisioned a long future with Alaric, living together at Grimmauld Place, seated on the sofa, watching Muggle films alongside Harry. Much to the chagrin of his portrait of the late mother, Walburga, he vowed to be a good father and a good godfather. Having made his silent pledge, he straightened himself, glancing at Alaric, who remained deep in thought, eagerly awaiting her answer. Such a rare opportunity. Should we seize it? Unable to contain his excitement, Sirius added eagerly, I've received an invitation from Arthur. While I'm not sure if Luna will come, Harry will definitely be there. Ron and Hermione too. We can take this chance to have a grand time together. He enthusiastically extended the invitation, mentioning Harry, then Remus, and including Hermione and Ron. Yet he remained oblivious to Alaric's prolonged silence. Al gazed at the man before her, her biological father, who was also the godfather of the savior, Harry Potter. In truth, upon hearing Harry's name, she had nearly formulated her refusal, only pretending to contemplate the invitation to the Quidditch World Cup to spare Sirius feelings. She consciously chose to overlook the inexplicable pang of disappointment that accompanied that moment, not realizing she was harboring jealousy towards Harry. It was entirely normal to mention Harry. Elle repeated this mantra in her mind, having recited it several times a day to reassure herself against her inexplicable restlessness. With her head lowered, she fidgeted with her fingers. In the end, he merely shook his head, observing the unmistakable disappointment in his father's eyes. Elle raised a twinge of guilt within her. Perhaps her words had been too forthright. Thus, she supplemented her reasoning with ample justification. I wish to take up part-time work to earn some pocket money and engage in community service. I also have some homework to attend to, and I might struggle to manage everything. Noticing that Sirius seemed poised to speak further, Elle hastily interjected. Aren't you concerned? Your house at Grimmauld Place hasn't been finalized yet, has it? You mentioned you would be taking me and Potter with you, and I am eager to see what it is like there. She recalled that Professor Lupin had mentioned that the Ministry of Magic still had numerous procedures awaiting your attention. Upon witnessing the man's sudden despondency, she couldn't suppress a chuckle. Hastily procuring some red tea and pastries to pass the afternoon hours before the piercing gaze of his reproach, Elriz Sirius suddenly called out. Confused, she responded, assuming he disapproved of the pastries, and popped a small bun into her mouth to savor its flavor. Yet, finding nothing amiss, she was startled when Sirius hurriedly clarified that it was nothing, nodding repeatedly while exclaiming how delicious it was, quickly devouring several more pastries. Thanks to Elriz's culinary skills, the once gaunt and pallid prisoner of Azkaban now appeared rejuvenated and robust. Elriz. What is it? The girl, engrossed in her snack and the television, remained oblivious to the tumult of thoughts swirling within Sirius Black. He called her name repeatedly, his impatience palpable, as if attempting to compensate for the years of absence. It was both his regret and his yearning. He had long awaited the sound of that appellation, hoping to hear the words father or dad. I certainly haven't done enough, Sirius mused. How to articulate it? Primarily, Elriz was far too mature. Since the passing of her grandmother Stephen, she had learned to navigate life independently, leaving no avenue for Sirius to extend his assistance. Rather, it was he who found himself increasingly cared for. Would you like some cola? With ice? Yes. Sirius exclaimed eagerly. Who is this creature? Upon hearing the name, Sirius, while sipping his chilled cola, suddenly fell into a fit of coughing, his shock evident as he stared at Al. His face flushed crimson from the effort until she patted his back, helping to quell the violent cough. Earlier in the kitchen, I heard you mention Creature. Oh, I see. Relieved at the source of her inquiry, Sirius explained that Creature was a house elf belonging to the Black family, responsible for all the household chores and errands. I haven't seen Creature in ages and haven't returned there in far too long. The place is nearly deserted now. Only Creature remains to keep watch. As Sirius spoke, his words were tinged with a sense of weariness, laced with a hint of melancholy, as if he were reminiscing about dusty, long-buried memories, tales that had been interred with him but were now unearthed. Afterward, an extended silence enveloped them. Sirius ceased to speak, his expression blank, his gray eyes vacantly fixed on the television screen, devoid of any discernible emotion. Seeing him in such a state, Elle felt a flicker of apprehension. Unbidden, she recalled the sharp words of the Sorting Hat from her first year. Tisk Tsk, the first Gryffindor from the Slytherin lineage. Since arriving at Hogwarts, Elriz had naturally encountered various truths, such as the differing ideologies and values between the wizarding world and the Muggle realm, particularly the Slytherin glorification of blood purity. She found it perplexing and distasteful. As one of Hermione's close friends, Elle had witnessed the ignorance of Ron towards Hermione, as well as Draco's constant jabs and slurs against Muggleborns. Mudblood, an exceedingly derogatory term, epitomized disdain and hostility towards all Muggles. Hermione had been deeply hurt by it. Elle recalled how, during their first year, she had consoled her friend in Hagrid's hut, gently patting Hermione's back as she gasped for breath, while Ron, indignant on Hermione's behalf, had simultaneously spat a shiny slug into a bucket. Nearly every dark wizard hails from Slytherin. All Slytherins are despicable. At times, as a Hufflepuff, Elle found herself at odds with Ron's perspective, for not every Slytherin was malevolent. One could not generalize. After all, she had a Slytherin friend. Yet, how could the biases of houses, the prejudices of wizards, be swiftly altered? Now Elriz gazed intently at the man before her, Sirius Black, who sat silently watching a replay on the television, his expression vacant and lost. Sirius Black, indeed a scion of the illustrious Black family, born into an ancient lineage of Slytherins, a staunch proponent of blood purity. What would happen if such a family bore a Gryffindor? The thought was unthinkable. Elle was unaware of the environment her biological father had emerged from, ignorant of the extent of the prejudice and scorn he had endured, and oblivious to the emotions of loathing and the desire to escape that had propelled him from the Black household in his youth. Tentatively, she leaned in, cautiously observing the man lost in memories, seemingly oblivious to her curious and concerned gaze. "Are you all right?" Elle ventured, gently prodding him. At her touch, Sirius finally snapped back to the present, gazing at her in a daze, his expression momentarily bewildered. Yet he quickly feigned composure, offering a forced smile and exhaling contentedly as he sipped his cola, as if to convey his enjoyment of the fizzy drink. "Iemme fine, Alrie, iemme fine," he murmured softly. Throughout the holiday, Sirius Black had not remained confined to the house, for the ever-kind Lupin frequently visited to reminisce, bringing him and Al along to the Ministry of Magic to address the necessary paperwork. It was through this that Al finally acquired a legally recognized guardian. He was, at long last, Elriz's father in earnest. The former prisoner of Azkaban was elated, laughing heartily, even contemplating using his wand to unleash chaos upon the ministry in a fit of frustration over the tedious bureaucratic procedures. Lupin, however, had to employ some persuasive words to temper his fervor. Naturally, as a godfather, he remained vigilant regarding Harry's situation, writing to him daily about the Dursleys' treatment of Harry, which could hardly be described as kind, as they denied him any opportunity to complete his summer homework. The poor savior was relegated to a cupboard beneath the stairs. How could they, how dare they, treat Harry as if he were a house elf? Upon receiving the letter, Sirius erupted in exasperation, prompting a weary Lupin to intervene once more to quell his impulsiveness. Fortunately, Arthur and Molly had managed to retrieve Harry from the Dursleys in a timely manner. With Harry now away from the Dursley household, his owl Hedwig frequently came to deliver letters. As the correspondence became increasingly bustling, Elriz took the time to extend her hospitality to Hedwig, the beautiful snow-white owl that had flown through her window. This polite creature often pecked at her hand in gratitude. However, her own little owl Star was less than pleased, turning away with a huff and refusing to acknowledge her. Elriz patiently coaxed Star for quite a while. Hedwig's visits grew more frequent, as did the letters from Harry. Concurrently, Sirius's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Upon reading Harry's latest letter, he hurriedly dashed out, disappearing with a swift flicker of magic. Elriz understood his sudden departure well. After all, he would always be Harry's godfather. Yet, she found herself rather curious about what Harry had written that had so profoundly affected Sirius's expression. Elriz sometimes couldn't help but ruminate, unwittingly comparing herself to Harry, reflecting on their respective births and backgrounds, and the public attention they commanded. Here was an unremarkable girl juxtaposed against the illustrious savior, Harry Potter, who had vanquished the legendary dark wizard Voldemort, and forever remained the protagonist of their tale. She pondered why Harry. In their first year, he had triumphed over Professor Quirrell, securing the prestigious House Cup for Gryffindor. In the second year, he had repelled the fabled basilisk, saving the life of Ginny Weasley, who was in dire peril. And then in the third year, the truth of Sirius's wrongful imprisonment was revealed, while Peter Pettigrew was confined to Azkaban. Although Elriz had played a role in the case of Pettigrew, and even held a pivotal part, she instinctively felt that most attention was directed toward Harry Potter. Why was it always Harry? Wasn't it too coincidental? She found herself mulling over these thoughts persistently. Furthermore, judging by Sirius's stern expression, Hedwig's delivered letter seemed to pertain to matters of life and death. Yet, Voldemort had already been defeated. The Dark Lord had fallen. Were they not living in a time of peace and tranquility? It dawned upon Elriz that the magical world was rife with complexities. She returned to her room, opened the drawer of her desk, and retrieved a crumpled parchment, carefully preserved within a glass box. It was the only message left to her by her mother. I was originally Elriz Black. The surname Black seemed to conceal an abundance of unspoken significance. Whether it pertained to the wizarding world's pureblood ideology, the Malfoy family's invitation to their lavish gatherings, or the notorious figures of the British magical community, Sirius, who had spent 12 years imprisoned in Azkaban, and her Aunt Bellatrix, who had killed her mother. I was originally Elriz Black. The premonitions in her dreams, the manifestations of Boggart's, Professor Trelawney's prophecies, the frowns of the portraits of former headmasters, and finally Sirius's uncontrollable exclamation of his rightful surname, Black. He should have been aware of his existence, just as it had been in her dreams. Elriz could never forget that moment. It seemed she and Harry were not so different, both burdened with extraordinary lineages and experiences. With a bittersweet smile, she carefully preserved the parchment and returned to her potion homework assigned by Professor Snape. Whenever the topic of her fearsome potions professor arose, Elriz couldn't help but reminisce about their summer days together. Due to her average knowledge and consistently mediocre grades, she occasionally consulted Sirius with potion-related queries. However, his expression was always subtly unappealing, as if he harbored a strong dislike for Professor Snape. Our relationship with Severus is rather strained, Lupin had confided to her, a look of resignation on his face. We made some irreparable mistakes in our youth. Elriz awaited further elaboration from Lupin, yet he disclosed nothing more. She couldn't resist casting furtive glances at her father. At that moment, Sirius was diligently preparing to elucidate potion knowledge for her, deeply engrossed in reviewing key points from scholarly articles. Why did he hold such animosity toward Professor Snape? Did this animosity extend to her as well? Was Harry affected due to his connection to Harry as his godfather? Suddenly, a wave of curiosity washed over Elriz as Lupin's hint lingered in her mind. In the past, she had often found herself remaining after class, sipping hot cocoa in Lupin's office as she listened to him recount tales of his youth, including how her mother had met and befriended Sirius. Now she yearned to directly inquire about her father's student life, his family experiences, the nature of the Marauders, and the reasons behind his love for her mother. There were so many questions she wished to explore and understand. Chapter 30. Behind the scenes. Ever since Hedwig had delivered Harry's letter, Sirius had not returned. As the summer drew to a close, Elriz found herself increasingly worried by his abrupt departure. She even took it upon herself to write to Lupin, pacing back and forth in her room, then sitting by the window, anxiously awaiting the return of her little owl. Soon Lupin replied, reassuring her not to worry, though he remained unclear about the reasons behind Sirius's absence. Elriz had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Sirius was merely staying with them temporarily, and it was only natural for him to be busy. She wouldn't allow herself to feel disheartened, she adamantly told herself. However, during this holiday, she had grown accustomed to the lively atmosphere that came with Sirius's presence. She had become used to the incessant chatter that filled their home. The sudden silence felt disconcerting. At every breakfast, lunch, and dinner, she had grown accustomed to preparing meals for two, only to realize afterward that Sirius was not returning anytime soon. She stood in a daze for quite a while before finally sitting down alone to finish her meal in silence. As the holiday neared its end, Elriz hurriedly penned letter after letter to her friends. She wrote to Luna, who had reported a significant discovery with her father, Xenophilius, in South Africa, and had even sent along some unknown ancient shell fossils. Luna mentioned her father was eager to examine his transparent nuisance fly. She wrote to Neville, who expressed gratitude for her tracking charm that helped him find Hannah's address, which he had forgotten, and sent along some seeds of plants, wondering what they might grow into. She also wrote to Hannah, who shared her aspirations of becoming a healer, while also dreaming of owning a pub, and had sent her some exquisite little gifts and charming trinkets. Elriz meticulously inscribed her letters on parchment, ensuring to share her own updates, including her reflections on having Sirius stay with them. After completing Hannah's letter, she picked up Hermione's envelope, feeling a sense of intrigue at its heft compared to the others. What had Hermione written that was so substantial? Before opening it, Elriz's imagination raced, speculating that Hermione might have included an extensive list of book recommendations, or perhaps some tales from the Quidditch World Cup. She leisurely opened the envelope and solemnly extracted the first parchment scroll. Elle stared at each word with meticulous attention, tracing from one word to the next. And before her lay a series of densely packed English letters, written in the same exquisite and sharp style that mirrored her usual academic papers, an unmistakable hallmark of Hermione Granger. True to form, Hermione had penned that she had been reading several books recently, remarking on their profound insights, and had thoughtfully listed the titles, recommending them for AL's perusal. Hermione's tireless dedication was evident. After stifling a quiet chuckle, Elle continued to read. The letter flowed with exuberance, and it was clear that Hermione was thoroughly enjoying the jovial atmosphere of the Weasley family, reveling in the excitement of the Quidditch World Cup, and even recounted some amusing mishaps involving Ron and Harry. Hermione also cautioned Elle about some sweets from Fred and George, warning that they might have unforeseen effects, such as the mysteriously potent toffee, although she assured her the taste would be delightful. Elle finished the first parchment with a smile, and began to read the next letter. However, in stark contrast to the light-hearted tone of the first, the second bore a weightier and more somber air. In her letter, Hermione recounted some unexpected incidents during the World Cup. All the tents had been engulfed in flames, and chaos ensued as people fled in panic. She mentioned the appearance of the dark mark in the sky, suggesting that tranquility might soon be elusive. Moreover, she noted that Harry seemed somewhat peculiar, mentioning that his scar ached and that he was experiencing strange dreams. Upon reading this, Elle was momentarily taken aback. A throbbing scar? Was it the lightning-shaped scar left by the Dark Lord? This detail struck her profoundly, as it was nearly synonymous with the identity of the savior, Harry Potter, a mark of his escape from Voldemort's killing curse. After all, no one had ever survived the Avada Kedavra curse before. As for the dreams, she was uncertain whether Harry's dreams bore any resemblance to her own prophetic visions. She reflected that she hadn't had many dreams lately, sleeping rather soundly. Yet something felt amiss. Hogwarts was about to commence its term again. This year, Elle would also be a fourth-year student. She began to pack her belongings and tidy up her home, ensuring everything was spotless before heading out to take the night bus to King's Cross Station alone. Just before her departure, a boy rushed over to her. It was her youthful friend, with whom she had recently quarreled over Sirius. The boy hurried up to her, breathless. "Are you leaving? School is starting." In response to their silent camaraderie, reminiscent of Tom and Jerry, Elle smiled gently and retrieved her house key from her pocket, handing it to him. "I'm counting on you to keep an eye on things." "Of course. By the way, where's your father?" he inquired. "He's busy with something," Elle replied, waving goodbye to her friend as she struggled to carry her suitcase and took small steps forward. Indeed, Sirius had not yet returned. But he had not fallen silent either. He had specifically sent an owl to Elle, explaining that he was preoccupied with some troublesome matters at the Ministry of Magic, and would soon be involved with Auror-related duties, particularly concerning the Dark Mark at the Quidditch World Cup. In his letter, Sirius expressed his profound apologies, stating he could not escort Elle to the Hogwarts station. He felt guilty but promised with unwavering conviction that he would personally meet her at the train station during the holidays. Elle understood completely. Out of courtesy, she penned a reply to Sirius, rewriting it several times before sending it off, urging him to take care, and including some of his favorite snacks and drinks. Afterward, she boarded the night bus. Despite her attempts to shield her face with a newspaper, the conductor, Stan, recognized her and even engaged in small talk, forcing her to endure the nauseating sensation of motion sickness. Soon after, she boarded the Hogwarts Express. After an entire holiday apart, she finally reunited with her long-missed friends, Hannah and Neville, embracing each other warmly. Hannah proudly shared her accomplishments over the summer, puffing out her chest and offering her assistance should anyone sustain injuries, claiming it was to prepare for her future as a healer. Elle then informed Neville about the condition of the plants she had nurtured, which visibly delighted him, indicating her care had flourished. Neville, who had always shown a talent for herbology, offered several suggestions, all of which Elle diligently noted. "Neville, have you and Hannah been writing to each other?" "Inquired innocently." However, Neville blushed, stammered, and fled without providing a coherent answer. Puzzled, Elle scratched her head but continued her stroll down the train corridor in search of her friends, Luna and Hermione. As expected, she found Luna alone in a quiet compartment and joyfully opened the door. As anticipated, the whimsical girl turned to her with a mysterious smile. Luna still wore her blue eagle earrings, her ethereal gaze lingering above Alice's head. "Is the Nargle still around, Luna?" "Happy school year, Al," she replied. As the words left Alice's lips, both girls laughed, their bond seemingly unchanged, filled with the same magical understanding. Luna gifted her some fossils and spoke of the remarkable discovery of the crumple-horned snorkack, while Al listened intently, reciprocating with a golden, fluffy treat. After reminiscing with Luna, Al thoughtfully closed the compartment door and set off to find Hermione. Upon locating Hermione's compartment and opening the door, she was greeted by Ron, who was munching on licorice, and Harry, who was engrossed in writing a letter. She greeted them one by one. "Hermione, how are you?" "Bien me fine, Al. How are you?" In stark contrast to their usual joyous reunions, Hermione appeared anxious, directing Al's attention to the daily prophet in her hands, particularly highlighting the dark mark, and expressed her deep concerns, analyzing what actions the ministry might take next, leaving Ron utterly flabbergasted. "Do you think Voldemort will return, Hermione?" Elle found herself asking, noting Hermione's perpetually furrowed brow, a question that also caught Harry and Ron's attention, the latter instinctively shivering at the mention of the name. "Vincent. You mean you know who?" Ron blurted out. "Could you keep your voice down and not say his name?" Elle nodded slowly, momentarily taken aback. "By the way, how is Sirius?" Harry paused from his writing, eagerly inquiring. "Vincent, I heard he stayed with you over the summer?" "He's well, but different from what I expected," Elle pondered, recalling Sirius's recent circumstances. "He has been quite busy," After staying with us for a while, he returned to work. I think he's with the Aurors? Sorry, I'm not entirely sure. However, he did mention to be cautious. Things aren't very peaceful right now. Indeed, Harry agreed, looking troubled. Are you okay, Potter? Hermione remarked. Observing Harry, who was still focused on his letter, she explained that he had been corresponding with Sirius, writing about some of his recent strange dreams. Out of curiosity, Elle cautiously asked a question. Harry recounted the dream he had experienced, a nightmarish vision that defied comprehension and sent chills down the spine. This recollection stirred within Elle a long-buried memory of her mother's demise and the haunting laughter of her Aunt Bellatrix, that malevolent, waxen smile forever etched in her mind, an inescapable shadow of dread that would plague her life. She vividly remembered the boggart in Lupin's class, which morphed into the lifeless form of her mother, Teresa. Vincent? Vincent? Elle, what's the matter? Harry's concerned inquiries jolted Elle from her reverie. She merely replied with a dry, I'm fine, attempting to dismiss the unsettling thoughts that had intruded upon her. Potter, I'm unsure how to articulate this, but it feels less like a dream and more like a fragment of someone else's memory, a genuine experience. She stammered. Vincent, you can't possibly believe this has really happened, can you? Harry's expression was one of deep conflict. Potter, perhaps you should consider asking Professor Dumbledore? He might offer some helpful insights. Elle, troubled by her prophetic dreams, recalled how Lupin had sought Dumbledore's assistance to unravel the mysteries that had ensnared her. With his head bowed, Harry resumed his correspondence with Sirius, while Elle quietly observed the faint lightning scar beneath his tousled hair, reminiscent of the mark left by the Dark Lord, as Hermione had previously mentioned in her letters. Harry noted that the scar had been aching persistently of late. Elle gazed at him, her heart weighed down by an inexplicable foreboding. Were you born in winter? She blurted out, only to find Harry momentarily taken aback. No. My birthday is in July, he replied instinctively. Not only was Harry perplexed, but Elle herself was bewildered by the question that had escaped her lips, as though it had been uttered without her conscious volition. Sensing something amiss within herself, she could only shake her head in response to Harry's inquisitive gaze. Be careful. Potter. Chapter 31. The curtain rises. The fourth year at Hogwarts unfolded with the same lively fervor as in years past. After disembarking from the train, Elle settled into the familiar old spot at the long table with Hannah, eagerly anticipating the sorting ceremony for the new first years, and counting how many would be placed into Hufflepuff. Once the sorting concluded and Dumbledore had tapped his glass, they could indulge in the sumptuous feast that Hogwarts had to offer. After a hearty meal, Dumbledore snapped his fingers, and the remnants of food vanished from the plates, likely aided by the house elves working behind the scenes. Elle and Hannah were well aware of the routine, yet the dinner was far from over. Following the start of the school year, Dumbledore would announce several important matters to introduce the first years, including the customary yearly change of the defense against the dark arts professor. Elle was disheartened to learn that Remus Lupin had resigned from his position. The new appointee was a renowned and aged Auror named Alastor Moody, whom Elle had heard Sirius mention as a comrade during the era of Voldemort, a seasoned member of the Order of the Phoenix. From a distance, Elle observed the new instructor, whose visage was marred by deep scars, resembling decayed wood weathered by countless storms. His right eye bore a magical glass eye that could swivel, and his hands were similarly battered, while one leg was a claw-like prosthesis. This was Mad-Eye Moody. The sight of the fearsome new teacher rendered the hall eerily silent as he was introduced, with only the meager applause from Dumbledore and Hagrid breaking the stillness. Elle pondered what the defense against the dark arts class would entail this year. Surely Professor Moody, as an Auror, possessed remarkable skills. She regarded the incessantly drinking Mad-Eye from afar, recognizing him as a pivotal character, filled with stories and utterly indispensable. For reasons unknown, the terrifying scars on Moody's face reminded her of Lupin's gentle demeanor, which also bore faint, faded scars. Elle harbored a deep admiration and respect for Lupin, not solely for his role as a professor but as a mentor, unfazed by his hidden identity as a werewolf. Lupin exemplified patience, kindness, and a profound sense of responsibility. Last year, among her peers in Hufflepuff, Elle had been the only one to falter against the boggart. It was Lupin who had sought her out and patiently taught her how to confront her fears. Each day after class, while sipping hot cocoa and nibbling on chocolate, Lupin had shared tales of her parents and the youthful escapades of Sirius and Teresa, revealing fragments of her past that she had never known. Some of her happiest moments during her third year, she found herself missing Lupin. Although he was no longer teaching at Hogwarts, they could still meet during the holidays, and Elle would visit him with Sirius. Lupin remained ever patient, guiding her in conjuring a Patronus. Undoubtedly, Remus was an exceptional teacher. The former defense against the dark arts professor had continued his gentle, whispered guidance. When Al raised her wand, Lupin would advise her to take her time, emphasizing that the key to conjuring a Patronus was to focus on the happiest and most beautiful memory of her life. This was the secret to success. Thus, Al recalled her grandmother Stephen and the ethereal smile she missed dearly. Her fur wand began to emit white mist. Encouraged by Lupin, she endeavored to reminisce about joyful moments spent with friends, conversations with Hannah, discussions with Hermione, herbology with Neville, and nighttime strolls with Luna. Her wand began to radiate a brighter light. She thought of her father, Sirius, who was right beside her, cheering her on, urging her that she was almost there. The silvery mist from her wand began to take shape. She envisioned Dumbledore's office, the delightful lemon tea, and Sirius Black's promise that his existence was the greatest gift from above, that he and her mother loved her, and that he would live for her. In that moment, her wand erupted with a brilliant light. "Is that a Bigfoot?" Lupin exclaimed, astonished. "Did you know? When facing a Dementor, Harry's Patronus took the form of a stag, akin to his father James's Animagus form. Al, your Patronus is quite a counterpart." Her Patronus materialized as a dog, identical to Padfoot, precisely matching Sirius's Animagus form, a large black dog, nearly indistinguishable except for its transparency and silvery hue. Upon witnessing this, Lupin couldn't contain his laughter, doubling over in amusement, while Sirius stood in stunned silence, as if petrified, resembling a marble statue. Meanwhile, Ael's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing fervently to vanish or erase her existence. She would never forget the look in Sirius's eyes, first bewildered, then filled with exuberant joy, as he enveloped her in his embrace, her face ablaze with embarrassment. Lupin, observing this tender moment, felt a sense of satisfaction. During the summer vacation, she practiced the art of summoning guardians. However, due to certain commitments of Sirius and Remus, her training in becoming an Animagus was postponed until the next holiday. I was somewhat intrigued about what the class on defense against the dark arts would entail under the tutelage of the illustrious former Auror, and a renowned member of the Order of the Phoenix. Mad-Eye Moody. His false eye occasionally swiveled about, adding to his eccentricity. After introducing the new professor, Dumbledore's lengthy oration was far from over. The mischievous old man even ventured a jest, which was fortunately curtailed by Professor McGonagall before the speech veered off course. "Now quiet down, everyone," Dumbledore said, shaking his head in mock regret as his purple bow tie shimmered atop his grizzled beard, his half-moon spectacles sparkling with a shrewd glint that left no one certain of his current thoughts. "It is with great regret that I must announce that Hogwarts will not host Quidditch this year, but instead will hold the Triwizard Tournament, an event not seen in centuries." Merlin's socks. At that moment, as the last word dissipated into the air, Al could have sworn it was her first experience witnessing so many voices simultaneously exclaiming the name of the great Merlin. In stark contrast to the silence that accompanied the announcement of the new teacher, the news of the Triwizard Tournament unleashed a cacophony of cheers from the students, nearly threatening to lift the very roof off Hogwarts and echo throughout the entire wizarding world of Britain. "I can't be hearing this right." "No way," exclaimed Hannah, who was practically shaking Al by the shoulders in her excitement. "Hannah, that hurts." Al winced as Hannah's grip tightened. "You must be joking." Fred and George chimed in unison, their expressions a mirror of disbelief. "So many people have died." Hermione's reaction starkly contrasted the jubilance around her, her face etched with anxiety and astonishment. "1,000 galleons," Neville murmured, lost in thought, accompanied by Ron and Harry, whose faces were blank, evidently ensnared in the fantasies of Gryffindor. "I want to be a champion." "For 1,000 galleons." Fred and George harmonized, seemingly undeterred by Dumbledore's age restrictions, their determination palpable as they hurried out the door, fervently debating how to circumvent such a formidable obstacle. As the gathering dispersed, students trickled back to their respective common rooms, their excitement unabated as they speculated on who would emerge as Hogwarts champion, who will embody the pride of Hogwarts. "Cedric, you must enter." Al and Hannah overheard some upperclassmen discussing, with Hannah nodding in agreement. "I think so too, Al. Diggory is undoubtedly the finest Hufflepuff." At this, Al instinctively glanced at the center of attention, Cedric Diggory, who was surrounded by admirers, his face obscured by the throng, the air thick with cheers proclaiming his suitability as Hogwarts champion. Hogwarts champion? Al was uncertain about the selection process for the Triwizard Tournament, especially since Dumbledore had mentioned that everything hinged on the arrival of representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Frankly, if champions were to be chosen, everyone would hope it would be from their own house. "I truly wish the champion were from Hufflepuff," Al mused. "I think so too. Hannah, let us cheer for Diggory tomorrow." "Wait. It's not confirmed yet, Hannah." once back in their dormitory and the lights were extinguished. Hannah seemed unable to calm her overly excited heart, chattering incessantly about the Triwizard Tournament. Time for sleep, Hannah. I can't sleep, Al. She continued to babble on about what it would be like to participate in the tournament, how she would become Hogwarts champion, the pride of Hufflepuff, and win 1,000 galleons. If only there were no age restrictions. Hannah appeared thoroughly animated, continuing to elaborate on her grand plans for the future, oblivious to her friend's increasingly steady breathing. If I had the money, I would open a tavern. Al. Hannah, puzzled, sat upright in bed and peeked out from her curtains, unsurprised to find her friend fast asleep, tranquil and quiet. Good night, Al. Chapter 32, Act 1, Scene 1. The weather at Hogwarts today was rather pleasant. Neither bathed in brilliant sunshine, nor shrouded in dismal clouds. Al strained her neck, gazing up at the expansive, whitewashed ceiling of the great hall, where a lively flock of owls was soaring through the air, their cheerful hoots filling the atmosphere. First came Neville's, an enormous tawny owl, which swooped towards the Gryffindor table, dropping a substantial parcel onto Neville's lap, causing him to emit a yelp, likely some forgotten luggage, considering Neville's notorious tendency to misplace belongings, which had caused his grandmother much concern. Then came Hannah's, a cream-colored bird that landed gracefully on the table before her. Al watched as Hannah eagerly tore open her package, revealing a bountiful assortment of clothing and food sent by her parents, a dazzling array that was almost overwhelming. When Hannah unveiled a beautiful dress, her classmates could not help but gasp in admiration. Naturally, apart from Hannah, other students also received dresses, as Hogwarts was preparing for an unprecedentedly grand Christmas ball in light of the Triwizard Tournament, with both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang participating. Ha ha ha. Just then, a burst of laughter erupted from the Gryffindor table. Al turned to see Hermione struggling to contain her laughter while the Weasley twins were doubled over in mirth. They were laughing at Ron, who had received an extravagant, frilly, and somewhat old-fashioned gown, mistakenly assuming it belonged to his younger sister Ginny. He received a withering look from Ginny when he approached her with the dress. Ron. That's not Ginny's. It's your dress. Upon hearing Hermione's words, Ron's face turned as crimson as his hair, his expression a mix of disdain and confusion as he muttered about why his mother would send him such a garment. Clearly vexed, Harry, nearby, could only chuckle, urging Ron to sit down while also looking up, seemingly in search of his own owl, Hedwig. Sure enough, Al spotted the beautiful white owl, Hedwig, descending gracefully with a package and a letter, landing smoothly on Harry's outstretched arm. She watched as the boy's green eyes lit up with anticipation while he eagerly opened the envelope. That must be a letter from Sirius, Al concluded with certainty. She was aware that Harry and Sirius had been corresponding regularly. Even at home, she often witnessed Sirius writing letters, and sometimes her father appeared quite pleased, sending gifts, while at other times he looked grave with concern, calling upon Remus to discuss matters in hushed tones. Al could not ascertain the exact content of Harry's letters. Perhaps they included updates on his life, or perhaps he mentioned the pain in his scar, or even those peculiar dreams he had spoken of. Yet, she made a concerted effort to suppress her curiosity, striving not to observe Harry's expressions while reading, attempting to dismiss the peculiar feelings within her. She continued to search for her little owl, Star. Over here, Al exclaimed as she spotted her small brown owl, vigorously waving her arms. The owl landed gracefully on her shoulder, extending its left foot to nibble on the bits of nuts she had prepared as a reward, before emitting a satisfied and loud hoot. With care, Al unwrapped the parcel, which was far lighter than the cumbersome packages Hannah often received. Upon opening it, she discovered an envelope, her reply from Sirius to the letter she had previously sent. Dear Elriz, do not worry, everything is well here. It's merely that the work at the ministry is excessively tedious and inefficient. Oh, I heard that the school is to host the Triwizard Tournament, is that right? Do not concern yourself with me. Enjoy your time as a student to the fullest. I certainly did. By the way, is there to be a ball? I will assist Remus in selecting your gown. Trust my judgment. I promise. And if you find yourself a dance partner, please do let me know who that lucky individual is. Thank you for the soda and snacks. Muggle food is truly fascinating and delicious. With love, your father, Sirius. After a considerable moment, Al earnestly read through the letter. A smile crept upon her lips as she gently traced the delicate parchment with her fingers, her gaze lingering on the final line, fixated on the word love. The letter from her father, Sirius, felt akin to the lone note left by her mother, Teresa. Her mother had said she would always love her and watch over her. Sirius expressed the same sentiment, proclaiming his love for her. The word love indeed held a certain magic, though she merely mouthed the words without uttering them aloud. Al felt as though her father had cast an invisible spell upon the letter, a magic that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She suddenly realized how fortunate she was to have a father who loved her. What a profound feeling it was to experience that love. For the first time in 13 years, this was the love her father, Sirius, had penned for her. With utmost care, Al folded Sirius's letter and placed it back into the envelope, tucking it securely into the inner pocket of her robe. She found herself less preoccupied with Harry's letter. "Let us go, Al." After finishing breakfast and unwrapping the owl's letter and parcel, Al and Hannah set off to class, both feeling quite satisfied. As they traversed the damp vegetable patches of Hogwarts, they arrived at Greenhouse 3, where Professor Sprout conducted herbology. This class was shared with Gryffindor, so they unhesitatingly stood beside Neville, who excelled in herbology. "Hello, Neville," Al greeted cheerfully, with Hannah waving amicably from behind. Neville, clearly delighted by their presence, blushed slightly and lowered his gaze, quietly informing them that Professor Sprout would be teaching them about a rather unattractive creature resembling a black, slimy slug, covered in glistening bumps filled with pus, which was still wriggling. Hannah recoiled slightly, clearly repulsed. Professor Sprout enthusiastically explained that they would need to squeeze the bumps on the bubotuber to collect the pus. She emphasized the importance of not wasting it, as the pus was highly valuable and served as an excellent remedy for stubborn acne, capable of clearing up students' blemishes. "Oh, Al. Poor Eloise Midgen would have benefited from this information," Hannah whispered conspiratorially. "I heard she has been trying to use spells to get rid of her acne. But Madame Pomfrey ended up fixing her nose instead." "Be careful," Hannah, Neville cautioned, his face reddening as he stammered. "You should wear dragonhide gloves. Otherwise, your skin could get harmed." "Thank you, Neville," Hannah responded, promptly tightening her gloves and wrapping her hands securely before taking a deep breath, her expression resolute as she approached the task of squeezing the bubotubers. Al also secured her dragonhide gloves and, under Professor Sprout's instructions, emulated Neville, squeezing the bumps of the tubers and collecting the oozing pus in a bottle. Soon, she had filled a container with a viscous, yellow-green liquid that emitted a pungent, gasoline-like odor. "Strangely enough, squeezing the bumps feels quite relieving," Al remarked, her thoughts conflicted, while both Neville and Hannah nodded in agreement, sharing a moment of joyous laughter. As the low bell signaling the end of class rang, Al and Hannah waved goodbye to Neville, who was heading to Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class, while they proceeded to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. Before parting, Al offered Neville a piece of advice. Given Neville's proficiency in herbology, he had been a great help to Al and Hannah, whereas Al excelled in Care of Magical Creatures, often assisting the somewhat clumsy Neville. "Neville, I think Hagrid will teach you about blast-ended scroots. Be careful. Their tails can explode, and if you hear a hissing sound, make sure to dodge." "I'll remember that." "Thank you, Al," Neville replied earnestly, though his clumsy nature might still lead him into trouble. Al sincerely hoped he would avoid any mishaps. Watching Neville join the throng of Gryffindors departing the greenhouse, she turned to walk up the stone steps with Hannah toward Transfiguration class. Time in class always seemed to pass swiftly, and before they knew it, the morning had slipped away. "Time flies so quickly," Al mused, to which Hannah nodded in agreement. Handing her a piece of bread spread with strawberry jam, they were having lunch. As they ate, Hannah pulled out the schedule to glance at their next class. Discovering that they were to have divination next, just like last semester, the enigmatic Sybil Trelawney, Al remarked. "We're in this class with Gryffindor." Hannah suddenly recalled. "What about Hermione? I remember she really disliked this class." Hermione said she dropped it to take arithmancy instead. "It's more scholarly. She's quite clever, and arithmancy suits her well." Al nodded, taking a bite of her bread and glancing in Hermione's direction, not surprised to see her wolfing down food, accompanied by an incredulous Harry and Ron. As the afternoon bell rang, Al and Hannah leisurely rose and made their way to the northern tower, entering Trelawney's divination classroom. The classroom of Sybil Trelawney is perpetually peculiar, adorned with tightly drawn curtains, lamps draped with scarves, disorderly patterned seats and cushions, and an array of divination tools. Once elegant teacups with beautiful designs and a massive transparent crystal ball. This time, however, the classroom is filled only with the warmth of the fire, which emits a familiar, sweet aroma. Each encounter feels disconcerting, Hannah remarked, glancing around restlessly, and after selecting a suitable spot with Al, she settled down. The stifling heat from the fire made Hannah drowsy after a hearty meal, while Al continued to peruse the textbook for this divination lesson. Through the mist to see the future. It was incomprehensible. Hannah frowned, visibly disheartened. Al chuckled helplessly. It was curious that she understood it well, especially since her grades in divination were surprisingly good. She could decipher the tea leaves in the cups and perceive the images within the crystal ball, even receiving a prediction herself. Moreover, having experienced prophetic dreams previously, Dumbledore had remarked that she resembled a younger version of Professor Trelawney. Perhaps I possess a gift for prophecy, Al mused. Soon, the classroom gradually filled with students, and just before class commenced, Professor Trelawney appeared at the back, greeting everyone with her ethereal, haunting voice. Fate has guided you all to this moment. At that instant, Sybil Trelawney resembled a genuine fantastical wizard from a Muggle fairy tale, or perhaps a mysterious seer. She always donned oversized, intimidating glasses, her hair excessively curled and voluminous, adorned with strands of beads and bracelets that shimmered in the firelight. Al observed her gliding towards Harry, her gaze wandering, her steps somewhat unsteady. Uncertain of what the enigmatic Trelawney had uttered, Al only heard a chorus of hushed disapproval from that direction. She noticed Ron rolling his eyes while Harry maintained a stoic expression, shrugging as if accustomed to it. After a lengthy discourse filled with nebulous prophecies, Trelawney lightly drifted away to the armchair before the hearth, commencing the lesson on divination. Let us study the stars, Sybil Trelawney intoned languidly, her intentionally affected tone undoubtedly piquing Al's interest, although the other students appeared indifferent. Hannah wore an expression of utter boredom. Harry looked on the verge of slumber, and Ron had even begun to daydream. Trelawney continued in an exaggeratedly cryptic manner, stating that the trajectories of the planets would reveal mysterious signs. Al listened intently. Her usually diligent disposition allowed her to commit every word to memory. Perhaps she would need to spend more time at the astronomy tower or the Ullery stargazing in the future, and she could invite Luna along. For Luna cherished stargazing with Al. The destinies of certain individuals could be deciphered through the radiance of the planets. For instance, dear one, you were evidently marked by an ominous portent at the moment of your birth, Saturn casting its shadow upon you. At the mention of ominous portents, all eyes turned to the drowsy Harry. The students exchanged glances at the sleepily drifting Harry, prompting Ron to urgently rouse him, while Trelawney's gaze grew increasingly disapproving, displeased with Harry's lack of attention. Unsurprisingly, Harry's nonchalant demeanor sparked Trelawney's irritation, her tone shifting to one of anger as she elaborated on how, at his birth, Saturn was positioned in a ruling aspect, commenting on his dark hair and slender frame, and mentioning how Harry had lost his parents in infancy. These were all well-known details, as the tale of the boy who lived was common knowledge within the wizarding world. Yet, the next statement left Al momentarily stunned. Dear boy, you were born in winter, were you not? Sybil Trelawney asserted. Upon hearing this, Harry appeared puzzled, for he had encountered this question before on the Hogwarts Express, the very same inquiry posed to Al. Harry glanced at Al in bewilderment, their eyes meeting. No, Professor, Harry replied decisively, akin to how he had answered Al's question previously, addressing Sybil Trelawney. My birthday is in July. Ron, overhearing, could not contain a snicker, quickly stifling his laughter into a fit of coughs as Trelawney's displeasure deepened. Harry had always regarded Sybil Trelawney as a charlatan. Each time she encountered him, she would prattle on in a tone that seemed absurdly ludicrous, predicting doom and death perpetually shadowing him. This incessant drivel began to irritate Harry, causing him to ruffle his untidy black hair. Trelawney's divination classes were eternally the same. They involved consuming a peculiar-tasting tea and interpreting minuscule remnants of tea leaves for fortune-telling, with examinations requiring gazing into a crystal ball that merely reflected one's own image. Would gazing at the stars truly unveil the future? In his third year, Trelawney had specifically noted ominous signs, and he had spent a period of anxiety worrying about it. Each time he encountered a large black dog, whether before the Dursleys' home on Privet Drive, in Diagon Alley near Flourish and Blotts, or close to the Whomping Willow at Hogwarts, Harry could not suppress his spiraling thoughts. Fortunately, Trelawney had been mistaken. The ominous black dog was actually his godfather. How could Sirius Black possibly signify a portent of doom? Hermione might have been correct. Perhaps Sybil Trelawney was merely an old fraud, a professor who understood a bit about unreliable fortune-telling and the tricks of the trade. Yet, Harry hesitated. During the divination exam in his third year, which occurred near the end of the term, he had returned the fallen crystal ball prop to Trelawney and was startled when she made a prophecy. He had witnessed the entire process. She foretold that the Dark Lord would rise again. Harry was thoroughly frightened, swiftly seeking out Dumbledore to share this revelation. Surprisingly, even Dumbledore's demeanor was grave, suggesting that Trelawney was not merely pretending, although the prophecy seemed ludicrous. Would the Dark Lord truly return? Was Trelawney mad? Yet later, the dark mark at the Quidditch World Cup, his peculiar dreams, and the throbbing scar on his forehead. Ever since defeating Quirrell and Voldemort, the scar had never ached so fiercely, sending tingles across his scalp. Harry was anxious, troubled by his dreams and the pain of his scar, fearful that the Dark Lord might indeed make a resurgence. You harbor worries, dear one, Sybil Trelawney reiterated impatiently, her gaze tinged with sorrow. I perceive your restless spirit. I see your days fraught with hardship. I fear that what you dread may come to pass sooner than you anticipate. Although Harry maintained a stoic exterior, his heart was gripped by an unnamed dread. An unsettling feeling churning within him. Could it be true? Would Voldemort truly return? How could he explain his dreams? Thus, Harry confided his peculiar feelings to his trusted godfather, hoping that Sirius's response would offer some solace. A heightened sense of assurance indeed enveloped him. Sirius had assured him that he had informed Dumbledore, and that an investigation would ensue, advising him to exercise caution. This revelation only added to the tension simmering within him. As for Sybil Trelawney, Harry held no particular fondness or aversion towards her, though he perhaps harbored a modicum of respect for her peculiar prophecies. Nevertheless, the divination class was excruciatingly dull. He could scarcely absorb a single word from Professor Trelawney's discourse, each term laden with esoteric profundity. And the very aroma of the fire's warmth was enough to make his eyelids heavy. At least she was a significant improvement over that loathsome old bat. Wasn't she? Severus Snape was undoubtedly Harry's most detested professor. That old bat seemed perpetually eager to seize upon the slightest infraction, magnifying it into a grand affair, all the while seizing the opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. His lackadaisical attitude during class had drawn Trelawney's ire. Thus, Harry endeavored to muster his focus, attempting to echo her sentiments before her tone shifted to one of displeasure. Excuse me, what did you say? He inquired. Well, Sybil Trelawney, in her typically neurotic manner, spoke of the trajectory of Saturn, mentioning her own loss of parents in infancy, a narrative well known throughout the wizarding world, as it mirrored the tale of the boy who lived. Harry Potter. What relevance did Saturn's orbit hold? My dear, you were born in winter, were you not? Harry nearly burst into laughter. His birthday was actually in July. Yet, as he chuckled, the mirth suddenly evaporated, for he recalled having encountered this very question on the Hogwarts Express. A girl had once posed it to him. Vincent? Harry muttered in astonishment. What was happening? Why was Professor Trelawney echoing the same nonsensical inquiry as Vincent? Instinctively, driven by the sudden emergence of curiosity, Harry glanced towards Elrind, only to find her visage etched with shock. Why did Vincent appear even more astonished than he? Confusion filled Harry's mind, compelling him to resolve to inquire further after class, not of that eccentric Trelawney, but of her. Yet before long, this resolve slipped from his mind as Professor Trelawney assigned a plethora of tedious homework, an overwhelming burden, laden with incomprehensible circular charts and the positions of various stars. Who would squander so much time calculating the celestial alignments of their birth? At long last, the class concluded, and Hermione, freshly finished, approached him and Ron. Harry had initially intended to enlist Hermione's assistance in seeking out Elrind, but Malfoy had returned to provoke them, an incessant annoyance. Draco Malfoy was perpetually insufferable, seeking to create trouble for him and Ron, and even berating Hermione, persistently antagonizing them. Weasley. Hey, Weasley, your father made the papers. Quite amusing. They couldn't even spell your father's name correctly. Arnold Weasley, ha ha ha. Just think, Weasley, your father is a trivial little man, isn't he? Malfoy's gleeful mockery was unbearable. It had been this way since their first year, and it remained unchanged. Draco Malfoy was unrepentant, continually belittling Ron's humble abode and mocking his mother, Molly, for her weight. His friend trembled with indignation. Get lost, Malfoy. And what about your mother? Look at her expression, as if she has dung beneath her nose. Malfoy. Is she always like that? You dare insult my mother, Potter. Shut your fat mouth, Malfoy. Arguing with Malfoy soured his mood entirely. Harry contemplated walking away, but before he could turn, Professor Moody suddenly appeared, transforming Draco Malfoy into a white ferret. The ferret leaped and bounded due to Moody's levitation charm, darting into Crabbe's trousers. That would surely be a source of embarrassment for Malfoy for the rest of his life. Eventually, Professor McGonagall intervened to halt Moody's antics. It was utterly hilarious. Harry could swear it was the first time he felt such profound satisfaction witnessing Malfoy in a state of bewilderment. Ron had even closed his eyes, desperately trying to etch the moment into his memory forever. However, Hermione quickly interrupted Ron, noting that McGonagall's arrival was timely. Otherwise, Malfoy could have been harmed. Upon hearing this, Ron began to fume, and Harry could only chuckle helplessly. Just then, the absurd words of Professor Trelawney struck Harry, reminding him that he had intended to ask Vincent something. He had wanted to approach Hermione together, but Malfoy's interruption had nearly made him forget. Hermione. Harry hesitated to ask. Hermione merely grumbled impatiently, devouring her meal. Observing her ravenous appetite, Harry tentatively inquired, "You're not planning to head to the library, are you, Hermione? Didn't your professor assign no homework?" "Harry, I have a mountain of work waiting for me in the library," Hermione mumbled, her mouth full, rendering her speech unclear. "Not schoolwork. Goodbye, Harry. Goodbye, Ron. Hermione, but I need to talk to Vincent." Hermione Granger had already gathered her belongings, and was just stepping out when she abruptly halted at the mention of Harry seeking Elrond, turning back with a puzzled expression, Ron mirroring her confusion. "What do you need Vincent for, Harry? Why do you want to see Elrond, Harry?" Hermione and Ron queried in unison, their questions identical. Harry had no choice but to offer a dry explanation to his two friends, recounting how Trelawney and Vincent had both posed the same question regarding his birth in winter. Had Vincent not asked this question before Trelawney, Harry would have been indifferent. Hermione, too, usually expressed impatience at the mere mention of Sybil Trelawney. However, upon hearing Harry's account, Hermione hesitated, wavering, for while she could dismiss Trelawney as a charlatan, she could not discount her friend's words as false. "I'll find a time to ask Elrond. Please do, Hermione." Though Hermione assented, she appeared preoccupied with more pressing matters, leaving Harry puzzled as to why she was so engrossed in her studies in the library. Ron regarded her with a look akin to one seeing a wondrous creature, certain that if Hermione noticed, she would respond with an exasperated eye roll. "I truly don't understand," Ron muttered repeatedly, his expression one of confusion. "Hermione has already achieved top marks in her year. She works diligently, but even after all that, she still studies. Does she aim to be the best in the school?" "Speaking of which, Harry," Ron turned his head, "why don't you just ask Vincent directly? That would be far more efficient, wouldn't it?" Harry sat down, contemplating for a moment. He could indeed inquire directly of Vincent, but their relationship was not particularly close, and there was an underlying awkwardness. He vividly remembered Vincent's silence during their third year in the infirmary, a moment etched in his mind. In truth, he knew little about Elriz Vincent, their interactions being sparse compared to Hermione, who had formed a deeper bond with her. In their first and second years, Harry had occasionally observed a Hufflepuff girl frequently seeking Hermione's company, engaging in conversation and collaborating on assignments, yet he had paid little attention, and Ron had done likewise. What truly captured attention was during the third year, in Professor Sybil Trelawney's class, when Harry once again became the focal point due to the ominous prophecy of death, rendering him acutely uncomfortable, as if he were a thorn in everyone's side, and he fidgeted restlessly under the weighty gaze that accompanied his role as the savior. Another ominous portent, indeed, was quite burdensome. However, Professor Trelawney moved on, directing her attention to the next person's teacup. She announced aloud that another individual also bore an ominous sign, and Harry distinctly felt that on that day, all eyes in the classroom shifted away from him, including Ron's puzzled expression and Hermione's furious glare, all converging instead upon the vacant gaze of Vincent. Did she possess an ominous sign as well? At that moment, Harry often stole glances at Elriz, more out of curiosity, and soon realized that she was the girl who frequently played with Hermione, an unremarkable Hufflepuff. Strangely, a significant portion of his anxiety dissipated, leading Harry to exhale in relief, as he suddenly perceived that the ominous portent was not as fearsome as he had imagined. For it was not solely his burden. Vincent bore one too. Ron continued to grumble beside him, lamenting that he did not even know her name, which Harry also admitted to. However, this only served to infuriate Hermione further, who chattered incessantly, "Ron, I've told you numerous times. She is my friend Elriz, and you didn't listen at all." At present, Harry had committed her name to memory. It was not solely due to the fact that Vincent shared his ominous sign. Rather, Harry truly remembered her after witnessing her boggart. In Lupin's office, he observed her boggart transform into Sirius, who proclaimed her to be Elriz Black. Harry bore witness to her desperate cries as she asserted that her surname was Vincent, not Black. Later, she listlessly consumed the chocolate that Remus had offered, claiming to be Sirius's daughter and imploring them to keep it a secret, which left Harry in deep suspicion, as did Lupin. Subsequently, she inadvertently released Buckbeak, capturing the struggling, squeaking rat Scabbers, who turned out to be Peter Pettigrew, the traitor who had betrayed her parents. Later still, she sat silently on the hospital bed as Hermione anxiously inquired why she had not mentioned that Sirius was her father. She responded to the questions with an emotionless demeanor, effectively silencing Hermione's subsequent inquiries. As Harry observed the girl's tranquil and silent eyes, he inexplicably recalled the deranged visage of Sirius, their faces momentarily overlapping. Vincent, the daughter of Sirius. During that period, nearly all the students referred to her in such a manner, discussing her in hushed tones as they spotted her trailing behind Professor McGonagall, her head bowed low, fixated on the floor, deliberately ignoring the peculiar glances and whispers of others. In that instant, Harry profoundly empathized with her feelings, for he too felt the same. He was the boy who lived, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, a savior of unparalleled renown. Yet none of this had been a choice he had made. Perhaps Vincent was equally troubled? Harry suddenly realized that they shared many commonalities. Their similarities surprisingly profound. Perhaps they could find common ground. Perhaps they had many topics to discuss, such as the sudden attention they both received, the legacy of their parents, the peculiar content of their dreams, and moreover, they both bore ominous signs, having both uttered strange words akin to Trelawney. Harry recalled Hermione mentioning during a conversation that Vincent had also experienced odd dreams, which sparked a fleeting thought in his mind. He found himself contemplating that not only Dumbledore, but perhaps Vincent could also assist him in unraveling some of his questions. Thus, on the Hogwarts Express, Harry confided in her the entirety of his dreams, hoping for enlightenment, wishing for answers to these perplexing questions. Chapter 35. Interlude. The divination class passed swiftly, almost in the blink of an eye. Now Elle, clutching the assignment given by Trelawney, a collection of parchment sheets filled with numbers and symbols, featuring a lengthy array of formulas, was preparing to descend to the great hall for dinner, when Trelawney unexpectedly called out to her. "My dear, it is you indeed, you still bear an ominous sign." The enigmatic divination professor spoke in her indistinct voice, her enormous, glittering eyes shimmering with an increasingly profound light, a gaze that was both obscure and complex. Was it pity? Madness? What exactly did Sybil Trelawney wish to convey? Elle felt a bit bewildered, compelled to bid farewell to her friends, and in an effort to alleviate Hannah's worries, she managed to present a reassuring smile before gritting her teeth and walking in the opposite direction, slowly entering the empty divination classroom. "Professor? Did you call for me?" Trelawney said nothing, merely standing by the fragrant fire, where a few sparks leapt towards her hand, yet she displayed no reaction, only the flickering red flames reflecting upon the large glass. At that moment, she could not see Trelawney's expression. "Professor?" Elriz involuntarily raised her voice slightly to be heard over the crackling firewood, which caught the attention of the daydreaming professor. Trelawney abruptly turned her head, the red glow enveloping her voluminous, curly hair and gaunt cheeks, her overly magnified eyes fixating intently on Elle. "You possess great talent, my dear," Trelawney murmured. "Thank you, Professor." Elle instinctively tightened her grip on the parchment, her palms slick with cold sweat. Well, anyone would be nervous and sweaty, she thought. It was only natural to feel flustered in the presence of Sybil Trelawney. She patiently awaited the professor's words, sitting in tense silence. Finally, as the long, sonorous chime of the clock resonated throughout Hogwarts, the professor, still in a daze, finally began to speak, yet her ethereal voice was drowned out by the bell, compelling Elle to lean forward, intently watching her lips, striving to listen. "Dear, fate cannot be denied. Professor Trelawney? How can one refuse the call of fate? Whatever you see in your dreams or hear will inevitably become our destiny." This revelation left Elriz utterly stunned, for she had never witnessed Trelawney in such a trance. As if possessed, her low voice gradually rising in pitch. Yet in one breath she was in a daze, and in the next she reverted to her usual self. "Do you have any questions, child?" "No, I must be going, Professor." Under the professor's bewildered yet innocent gaze, Elle hurriedly departed, hastily descending the several flights of stairs. How strange it was. Trelawney had called her over first, and now she was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend, leaving her with a sense of unease. This was merely a minor interlude. Elriz, breathless, descended the staircase and finally arrived at the great hall, where she spotted Hannah, who had thoughtfully arranged for the house elf to prepare dinner, waving eagerly from the center of the Hufflepuff table. "Elle, are you all right?" Hannah's tone was filled with concern as she immediately pushed a mountain of food towards her. "I'm fine, Hannah." Elle hurriedly took a seat, placing the crumpled parchment and textbook aside, with a hint of apprehension in her voice. "I thought I had something to worry about, but it turns out nothing happened. Or perhaps Professor Trelawney's assignments left me a bit dazed. She assigned so much work." "Indeed, Hannah. I can't make heads or tails of any of it." "I shall assist you, Hannah." You truly understand me, Elle." Hannah chuckled shyly, sticking out her tongue playfully. Noticing Elle's resigned yet calm expression, she quickly linked her arm with hers, giving it a gentle shake, and urged her to eat before the food grew cold. As Elle chewed her food, Hannah recounted the day's events, from Malfoy transforming into a stoat to the enigmatic Professor Trelawney, the fierce Professor Moody, and the impending Triwizard Tournament. Hannah spoke while Elle listened, embodying the unremarkable yet genuine life at Hogwarts. In Professor McGonagall's class, they diligently waved their wands to perform transfiguration, transforming a hedgehog into a soft pincushion. before seeking advice from the only successful student, Hermione. In Professor Flitwick's class, she remained focused, dodging the incorrect spells that Hannah and Neville often miscast. During Professor Bin's lecture, she propped up her book to shield the sleeping Hannah from the professor's gaze, while she herself battled against drowsiness to pay attention. Perhaps due to the impending arrival of the other two schools, Elle felt the workload had become significantly more burdensome, despite the professors insisting it was for exam preparation. Hogwarts seemed to be enveloped in a palpable tension. For instance, Hannah was distressed by the lengthy divination assignment. Hermione was striving to complete Professor Bin's essay on goblins within a short time frame, while also reading 3 books. And Luna, though in her 3rd year, was equally occupied with her transfiguration homework. Her friend Neville had been feeling rather downcast lately, as Professor McGonagall criticized his transfiguration spell, especially after he accidentally grafted an ear onto a cactus and received a barrage of reprimands, leaving him quite disheartened. Oh, poor Neville. The sudden increase in assignments perhaps left Neville struggling to keep pace, feeling overwhelmed. He consistently made errors in Professor Snape's potions class, and by the 3rd week, he had already ruined several cauldrons, often being detained by Professor Snape for chopping up wolfsbane. Elle, too, was feeling the strain. She had to devote an inordinate amount of time to Trelawney's divination homework, while also finding moments to assist Hannah in calculating the movements of stars, such as the conjunction of Mars and Jupiter, which foretold that Hannah had a wish that would be fulfilled. Really, Elle? Hannah asked skeptically, pressing for clarification. What wish? I have so many. Elle, somewhat uncertain herself, noticed Hannah struggled with Trelawney's intricate calculations. She hesitated, simplifying her explanation as she lowered her head to continue deciphering her own fate. What will your fate be? Hannah inquired. Elle paused, glancing at her paper, her brow furrowing as she examined the ominous results. It seemed to suggest unfortunate outcomes, such as a broken leg, encounters with dark magic, and being embroiled in arguments, a veritable cascade of ill fortune. Yet, this was what the stars had revealed to her. How dreadful, Elle. Perhaps I've miscalculated, Hannah. After all, predicting fate is notoriously unreliable. Destiny is far too capricious for anyone to truly know what the future holds. She reassured herself, hoping the results were erroneous. Elle. At that moment, someone called her name. She looked up to see Hermione standing just outside the Hufflepuff common room, cradling a box in her arms. Hermione? What's the matter? Elle, it's this. Harry has a bit of a problem and wants to consult you. Of course, I have something to discuss with you as well. Oh, I see. Harry? Elle thought, almost forgetting the peculiar question she had blurted out earlier, which was likely why Harry was concerned, as Professor Trelawney had posed a similar inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, she realized she was unsure how to respond to Hermione, so she tucked the question away in her mind. Hermione, I can't provide an answer just yet. She shyly rubbed her cheek and promised, I assure you, if I come up with an answer, I'll definitely let Potter know. By the way, Elle. Hermione appeared quite animated as she eagerly opened the box and handed it to Elle. Elle looked inside, slightly puzzled. At Hermione's urging, she reached in and pulled out a yellow badge, nearly bursting into laughter at the words emblazoned upon it. Who would have a badge that read vomit? Hermione? What is this? The Society for the Promotion of House Elf Welfare. If someone poses a question, then someone else will immediately provide an answer. Where there's a question, there's an answer, such as Hermione Granger. Elle listened in astonishment as Hermione passionately expounded on her plans, producing several sheets of parchment detailing the Society's mission and background on house elves. So this was why she had been holed up in the library. Elle found herself speechless, as Hermione's seriousness was palpable. I can't believe it, Elle. It's unbelievable, Hermione exclaimed, expressing frustration that Hogwarts housed hundreds of house elves while no one had ever taken action on their behalf. Now perhaps we can. Elle, you can join us. It only costs 2 sickles. Of course, I'll use that money for printing flyers to raise awareness and encourage participation. Ron is the treasurer, and Harry is the secretary. Elle gazed at the badge in silence, swallowing hard, deeply admiring Hermione's decisive and rapid initiative. However, Hermione, this will be exceedingly challenging. I know, Elle. Elle hesitated, struggling to voice any discouraging words, knowing the stark truth, that the ingrained subservience of house elves could not change overnight. Even the Free Dobby was not an exception. Their thoughts, behaviors, and beliefs were so deeply entrenched that transformation could not be achieved in a moment. I support you, Hermione. Elle. As she looked at the 2 sickles Hermione offered, the latter appeared momentarily taken aback, especially after Ron and Harry had dampened her enthusiasm before she arrived at the Hufflepuff common room. Elle's support was a delightful surprise for her. However, Hermione, We must proceed gradually. Perhaps we could start by understanding the house elves in the kitchen, asking them how they feel. I think this is too extreme. Elle smiled wryly, explaining, I'm not accustomed to their way of expressing gratitude. That needs to change. Bowing until they bleed is not right. Nevertheless, I can't speak too much about house elves. My knowledge is limited. It's reasonable that no one has taken action thus far, as their magic is far beyond our comprehension. Wizards harbor a certain trepidation towards house elves. If it were Dobby, well, should he possess a level of knowledge and cognitive ability akin to ours? Perhaps he could vanquish a Voldemort. This is merely a metaphor, so do not take it to heart. It is not solely house elves that invoke such apprehension. Other beings do as well, giants, werewolves, fairies. Humans have always been wary of their formidable magic and capabilities, often suppressing them, resulting in their consistently low societal status. Professor Lupin epitomizes this reality. Elle considered Lupin. During the summer, she had accompanied Sirius on a visit to Lupin's abode. To her surprise, she discovered that Lupin's existence was even more arduous and precarious than she had imagined. The exorbitant costs of werewolf potions, coupled with his severely diminished social standing, rendered him unable to secure a decent job. It was truly unjust. Professor Lupin had always been a man of great talent, and it was a lamentable situation. Do you remember, Hermione, how Lupin's robes were patched in several places, and the initials on his suitcase were barely legible? Hermione nodded affirmatively. She certainly recalled that moment. She had been in the same train compartment as Lupin, and after the Hogwarts Express came to a halt, she witnessed firsthand how Lupin's Patronus repelled a Dementor, ultimately sharing several pieces of chocolate with her, Ron, and Harry. Hagrid, too, was in a similar predicament. Being a half-giant is something to keep under wraps, preferably away from prying eyes, alright? Hermione, for many parents and students do not harbor fondness for Hagrid. Were it not for Professor Dumbledore, I am uncertain whether Hagrid would still be allowed to teach at Hogwarts. Whether it be Lupin, Hagrid, or Dobby, their struggles are immense. This world is fraught with challenges, both unfair and unequal. It is indeed a treacherous path. Yet I believe if you wish to aid house elves, I will hold you in high regard for standing against this unjust world. I will support you, Hermione. You will accomplish great things. Hermione found herself lost in thought as she accepted the 2 silver sickles that Al had offered. She had never considered the liberation of house elves from this perspective, nor had she contemplated many other issues. Al's words were like a revelation, illuminating the complexities of the matter. At that moment, she felt an unwavering resolve coursing through her. Thank you, Al. Hermione Granger said sincerely. Chapter 35, Act 4, Scene 2. In the ensuing weeks, everyone became increasingly occupied. As the Triwizard Tournament approached, an air of subtle tension enveloped Hogwarts. Students were overwhelmed with excessive homework, lamenting their burdens, and naturally, the professors were considerably more anxious as well. Elle quickly noticed the changes in her friends. First, there was Hermione. Recently, Hermione appeared invigorated, as if she had made a momentous decision, scarcely leaving the library. Were it not for the striking Gryffindor scarlet of her robes, one might have mistaken this diligent young woman for a Ravenclaw. Then there was Hannah. Hannah often wore a frown, burdened by her nearly failing grade on her History of Magic essay about fairies. And she had yet to complete Professor McGonagall's 2 parchment scrolls on transfiguration theory. The assignments were becoming increasingly arduous, and her size seemed to rival Neville's in frequency. Next was Luna. Although third-year assignments were lighter and less numerous than those of the fourth year, Luna was visibly busier, even declining Al's invitation to stargaze, claiming in her whimsical manner that she was beset by an increasing number of pesky insects that required dispersing. Finally, there was Neville. Undoubtedly, Neville bore the brunt of the workload. In every McGonagall class, he stayed behind to practice simple transformation spells, and in potions, he frequently exploded a cauldron, only to be sent to the hospital wing by the irate Professor Snape. Is your head entirely empty, Longbottom? What on earth is inside it? Alas, Neville's frequency of errors was alarmingly high, leading to a situation where few were willing to partner with him in potions class. For no one wished to risk being blown up by a cauldron, or endure a tongue lashing from Professor Snape. Even the clever Hermione found herself powerless in this regard. For reasons unknown, Professor Snape consistently overlooked Hermione's raised hand. Just moments ago, he had disregarded her eager gesture, his sullen gaze sweeping over each student who intentionally averted their eyes, selecting a hapless victim to partner with Neville in salvaging the precarious potion and cauldron. He first cast a disdainful glance at Ron, impatiently instructing Hermione to lower her arm, before finally fixing a malevolent stare on Harry for an uncomfortably long time. Long enough for Harry to believe he would stand up to assist Neville. Sit down, Potter. Vincent, go help Longbottom. Elle froze, slowly lifting her head, incredulously meeting his hollow gaze. Ever since Professor Snape learned of her parentage as Sirius Black's daughter, he could no longer ignore her as he once had. The frequency with which he called her name during roll call was nearly on par with Harry's. In every potions class, Severus Snape would invariably call upon Elriz, a routine that had become commonplace. Her assignments remained the same, yet he increasingly nitpicked, his acerbic remarks becoming more frequent, such as, "I am truly delighted that your head did not inherit the brain of a troll." He even casually insulted her father, Sirius. "Are you deaf, Miss Vincent? I suggest you stand up immediately before Longbottom's cauldron explodes." Hearing that uncompromising command, Elle had no choice but to abandon Hannah and quickly jog over. Taking a seat beside Neville, she frantically grabbed a porcupine quill and added it to Neville's cauldron, which was on the verge of explosion, bubbling violently and emitting thick smoke. After what felt like an eternity, the cauldron finally calmed down, and they breathed a sigh of relief in unison. "Thank you, Al. Don't mention it, Neville." Elle smiled, secretly fist-bumping Neville beneath the table. However, her elation was short-lived as Professor Snape swiftly approached, wrapping their heads with a piece of parchment for their abysmal potion failure. "Mr. Longbottom, Miss Vincent," Severus Snape articulated through gritted teeth, his disdainful gaze never leaving Elriz's face, as though he were regarding an adversary or a troll. "I am pleased you do not need to visit the hospital wing, for you have concocted a unique brand of waste water, incapable of being classified as a potion. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor each lose 3 points. Mr. Longbottom, detention for you. As for you, Miss Vincent, report to Filch for community service." Merlin's beard, Elle muttered under her breath. Following Snape's decree, both Al and Neville's expressions soured instantly. Neville appeared utterly despondent, while Al accepted Snape's incessant torment with a resigned attitude, akin to the calluses forming on her fingers from incessantly writing with a quill. Yet there was a singular silver lining. It was all right, it was all right. Elle repeatedly reassured herself, for her potion skills had improved. Still Merlin's beard, she lamented. As a result of Professor Snape's unreasonable punishment, Elriz now found herself lugging a heavy bucket in one hand and a cumbersome mop in the other, tasked with cleaning the corridors on the 8th floor of the castle, a punishment assigned by Filch. Filch was in high spirits, indulging in a few more affectionate touches towards Madame Loris. With the imminent arrival of the Triwizard Tournament, representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were set to arrive at Hogwarts, necessitating the castle to make a splendid impression. Thus, a grand cleaning operation was in order. Elra also observed that several soiled portraits in the corridors had been thoroughly cleaned, their subjects' faces now sporting a rosy hue and the once dull suits of armor gleaming brightly, testament to Filch's diligent efforts, having wiped them down multiple times with a cloth. However, for such a vast and historical castle, Filch could not manage alone. Therefore, Professor Snape lent considerable assistance by assigning numerous students to aid Filch in his cleaning endeavors. Thanks to Professor Snape, Elra gained her first experience of obligatory labor. After all, she had seldom received demerits, always compliant and maintaining modestly average grades as an ordinary Hufflepuff. Now she was embarking on her inaugural foray into community service. Breathless, Elra finally ascended from the Hufflepuff dormitory in the basement to the 8th floor of the castle, where she silently regarded a tapestry depicting a troll mercilessly battering a hapless Barnaby. In her ears echoed Professor Snape's coldly sarcastic remark, "I am quite glad that your head did not inherit the troll's intellect, Miss Vincent." Resigned to her fate, Elra inhaled deeply, set down her bucket, and picked up a mop to commence her task of scrubbing the lengthy corridor, aware that Filch would soon arrive to inspect her work for any speck of dust. But she could not leave it spotless, otherwise, it would not truly be considered community service. Madame Loris was watching her closely. While Elra had a natural affinity for animals, Madame Loris, being Filch's feline companion, shared her master's disposition, compelling Elra to diligently commence her cleaning. She persistently wet the mop, scrubbing the floors of Hogwarts repeatedly. She traversed back and forth, dragging the mop from the west end of the corridor to the eastern staircase. Again and again, she filled her bucket with pristine water, tirelessly refreshing the dirty water until the sun began to set on Sunday. At last, she completed the arduous task of mopping the interminable corridor. Madame Loris let out a satisfied meow. As if in perfect synchrony with her feline companion, Filch soon arrived, inspecting the floor with a finger to ascertain that Elra's work was indeed commendable, devoid of dust. Yet unwilling to relinquish free labor, the notoriously irritable Filch scanned the vicinity, and, perhaps noticing other rooms in the corridor, unlocked several doors with his key, peered inside for a moment, then emerged to order that those rooms must also be cleaned before her community service could conclude. Merlin, for Madame Loris's sake, Elra now had to clean 3 more rooms before she could finish. I long to return to the dormitory. I miss my soft bed, and wish to lie down and never rise again. Meow. I know, Madame Loris. I shall be diligent. Meow. Yearning for rest. Elra entered the first room, where she confronted a significant accumulation of dust, causing her to cough several times as she toiled to tidy up. I feel so weary. Madame Loris. Meow. She proceeded to the second room, which required little more than a quick mopping of the floor. Yet Madame Loris insisted that all the empty picture frames within the room be perfectly aligned, the portraits long since vanished. This was the last task. Without awaiting Madame Loris's meow, she pushed open the door and stepped in with her mop, driven by exhaustion and a desire to complete her work swiftly and return to sleep. However, Elra failed to notice that she had entered the wrong room. This smooth door did not belong to Filch. Only Madame Loris, observing from the side, recognized that this door had mysteriously appeared upon the wall. Oh. It is quite disorganized here. Elra surveyed the oddly arranged room, perplexed. Every detail, from the floor to the ceiling, and even the windows, felt hauntingly familiar. Look. There was even a soft bed in the corner, adorned with a yellow and black badger pattern bedspread. Why is there a bed here? Elra pondered in astonishment, for this bed resembled her own in the dormitory. Why would there be a Hufflepuff bed in an 8th floor room that sees no visitors? Meow. She snapped back to reality, glancing behind her to find Madame Loris, who tugged at her cloak and continued to hiss and meow, leading her towards another corner of the room. Goodness. That corner was even messier, cluttered with a dozen teaching books, quills, and pairs of dirty wool socks. Madame Loris would be busy for quite some time. Meow. With no other choice, Elra diligently organized the assorted debris, investing considerable time and effort until Madame Loris finally expressed her satisfaction with a meow, permitting Elra to return to her dormitory for a well-deserved rest. Yet, as Elra pushed the door open to exit, upon seeing the sight beyond, she instinctively shut the door behind her and gasped. A transparent, ethereal ghost floated in the air. Lady Grey? Elra recognized the pale, translucent apparition as Ravenclaw's Lady Grey, a notably tall ghost steeped in history, rumored to have known the 4 founders of Hogwarts, a fact Luna had shared with her. Is there something you need? Lady Grey? Elra timidly raised her gaze to the stately, pale spectre, her tone imbued with newfound respect. Despite Lady Grey's youthful appearance, she was of an age that could very well be a grandmother to many. You entered this room? The ghost's gaze was peculiar, never granting Elra a glance as her eyes remained fixated on the smooth door behind Elra. Is this your room? I apologize, Lady Grey. I didn't know. I just went in to tidy up. I'm sorry if I disturbed your belongings. Upon hearing the mention of tidying, Lady Grey cast a surprised glance at Elra. Did you see a crown? The pale, transparent ghost inquired with palpable anxiety. Not that I recall, Elra replied honestly, shaking her head, for she remembered sorting through various items, including clothing, magical artifacts, books, and assorted knickknacks, but she had not encountered a crown. Noticing the ghost's eager expression, Elra guessed that the lost item might hold great significance for her. Would you like me to go back in and help you search for it, Lady Grey? What does the crown look like? But the ghost offered no response. In an instant, Lady Grey's demeanor shifted back to one of haughty indifference. Her gaze returning to the door, silent and inscrutable. The atmosphere grew heavy with tension, prompting Elra to glance around, only to realize that Madame Loris had slipped away, leaving only one living person and one ghost in the empty corridor. Lady Grey? Helena. Elra intended to inquire further, yet suddenly, a distant, ethereal voice echoed, drawing nearer. It was the voice of the slithering ghost, the Bloody Baron. Strangely enough, as the voices drew nearer, Elle found that the once haughty ghost had become flustered. No. Helena. Where are you, Mrs. Grey? Elle was still in a state of confusion, uncertain how to soothe the ghost's emotions, especially since Mrs. Grey appeared genuinely frightened of the sanguine Barrow. Shall we hide inside for a moment? Mrs. Grey? Chapter 35. The dust-covered stage. Helena. The voice of Barrow grew increasingly closer, sounding as if he were about to reach their floor. Elle exchanged bewildered glances with the tall, pale lady before her. The typically composed ghost of Ravenclaw Tower was no longer serene, and Mrs. Grey seemed somewhat panicked, her ethereal form growing more indistinct, as if she might dissipate at any moment. Elle instinctively felt the urge to assist the ghost. Do you want to hide in here, Mrs. Grey? She reopened the smooth door behind her, creating a gap just large enough for a person. Though there was no response, the ghost swiftly glided inside, and Elle hurriedly closed the door behind them, shutting out Barrow's booming voice. Wait, ghosts have no corporeal form. Thus, they can traverse every corner and wall of Hogwarts at will. Apologies. And Mrs. Gray, I sense that Mr. Barrow will find us here soon, Al stammered, a shiver coursing through her as the ghost's cold presence enveloped her. Yet the Ravenclaw ghost continued to regard her with an air of lofty disdain. He shan't. The ghost replied calmly, affirming her statement. What? Al instinctively queried. He shan't. This is a room of requirement. The ghost replied matter-of-factly. Al remained perplexed. Her response left her filled with confusion, as if Mrs. Gray had offered an answer while simultaneously posing a question. This exchange reminded her of the eagle knocker at the Ravenclaw common room, which always posed profound and perplexing inquiries. Then Mr. Barrow cannot enter? It was evident. The tone of the Ravenclaw Tower ghost conveyed a hint of disdain, as if Al were stating a self-evident truth. Subsequently, she turned and began to glide about the room, casting furtive glances and whispering softly to herself. I did wonder how this place could possibly exist. The translucent ghost murmured. Al stood still, uncertain of what to say to dissipate the chill and awkwardness in the air. It felt as though a multitude of thoughts had suddenly surged forth, leaving her no time to process. First, there was Filch's community service. Then, she accidentally entered the room of requirement. Next, there was Mrs. Gray and Mr. Barrow. Mrs. Gray was afraid of Mr. Barrow? Was there a conflict between them? Was Mrs. Gray searching for a diadem? Her name was Helena? Elriz gazed curiously at the drifting, translucent figure of Mrs. Gray, who appeared both youthful and beautiful, with a tall and slender physique. A sense of pity welled up within her, lamenting the ghost's untimely demise. Though she was unaware of the circumstances surrounding it, it was evident that she had perished in the bloom of her youth. Death had frozen her exquisite visage in time. The Ravenclaw Tower ghost continued to glide, her expression less frantic now, merely furrowing her brow slightly in contemplation, as she seemed poised to drift away. She glanced down at Elriz, silently indicating that it was permissible to open the door. Is there anything I can do for you, Mrs. Gray? The ghost appeared somewhat taken aback, observing her intently. Are you searching for the diadem? I could attempt to assist you. This room harbors many items. Perhaps I overlooked something. Al spoke nervously, her tone becoming cautious as she pointed to the cluttered belongings behind Mrs. Gray. The ghost remained silent, lost in thought for a considerable time. You will not find it. Do not even contemplate it. No one should covet it. I have witnessed countless students' myriad reasons and facades. Though I appreciate your effort in sparing me from encountering Barrow. The tone of the Ravenclaw Tower ghost seemed to grow irate, her voice becoming even more ethereal and distant, leaving Al unable to detect any trace of gratitude. Mrs. Gray appeared to have misunderstood her, assuming she sought the lost diadem. And no, I don't. I have no knowledge of that diadem. Mrs. Gray, I am merely acting out of goodwill, as you seem to have misplaced it. Al earnestly stated. If it is within this room, I shall do my utmost to help you find it. The diadem must be of great significance to you. The ghost remained quiet, her eyes flickering momentarily. The diadem will not be found here, for so much time has passed. No one knows its whereabouts. The ghost's demeanor seemed less tranquil, as if she had much to express but ultimately shook her head. Thank you, kind Hufflepuff. In the end, Mrs. Gray gently floated away, leaving Al to watch her translucent figure vanish at the corridor's end, scratching her head in confusion. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, she turned and re-entered the room of requirement. The room of requirement appeared to be an enchanted space. Elriz settled onto the bed in the corner of the room, feeling its texture was indistinguishable from that of her own dormitory bed. It was peculiar. Why would there be a bed in an abandoned room on the 8th floor? She was wide awake, her mind racing with thoughts of everything she had just encountered, all thanks to the Ravenclaw Tower ghost, which had successfully piqued her curiosity about the diadem and the room of requirement. Bored, she reclined on the bed and gazed at the ceiling of the room, marveling at the familiar black and yellow pattern designs, interspersed with delicate green leaf motifs, and the black badger smiling silently in the center. Even the ceiling bore an uncanny resemblance to her dormitory. Had she not known she was in some room on the 8th floor, Al would have believed she was in the Hufflepuff common room. As was her custom during moments of leisure, she began to close her eyes and contemplate various matters. Elriz often engaged in such musings. She pondered Harry's peculiar dreams, the renewed pain in his scar. She reflected on Trelawney's nonsensical utterances, particularly that bewildering question. She considered Professor Snape's growing disdain for her, as the daughter of Black. Elriz had countless concerns weighing on her mind. She imagined what the Triwizard Tournament would entail, speculating on what Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be like, and considering who the champions of Hogwarts might be. She contemplated Trelawney's words, and the trajectories of the stars, fearing she might become unlucky. She was intrigued by the story of Mrs. Gray and the Sanguine Barrow, yearning to uncover their history from centuries past. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the diadem spoken of by the ghost. Surely, it must be beautiful and shimmering? Unbeknownst to her, Elle rose and walked toward the pile of clutter. Even though she had already sorted through it once, she felt compelled to search again for now. She had ample time on her hands. Perhaps she might stumble upon the diadem? She continued to rummage through a pile of boxes, some of which were empty wooden crates, others rusted tin containers that refused to budge, and still others filled with a haphazard assortment of trinkets, all coated in dust and cobwebs. The scene was cluttered with many forgotten items that appeared to be of no value to anyone. Perhaps the diadem truly was not here? Suddenly, with a loud clap, Elriz was startled, trembling as she turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. This magical abode had, unbeknownst to her, undergone some transformation. A door had inexplicably emerged from the wall, one that Elriz distinctly remembered was not there before. Hesitantly, she approached the door, glancing about for any indication of its uniqueness. After a moment of exploration, she could not discern any mechanism that might unlock it. Perhaps it was enchanted with ancient magic as profound as the castle's storied history? Is anyone there? She called apprehensively, tapping on the door and straining to hear any response from within, but silence greeted her. Ultimately, she grasped the doorknob, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation, and slowly opened the door. Well, this new room was even more chaotic. Elriz could confidently assert that if Filch were to stumble upon this mess, he might very well faint from exasperation, only to summon more miscreant students to clean for an entire week. No, perhaps even a semester would not suffice. If one were to describe it with words, it resembled a chamber overflowing with an immense heap of refuse. This new room was vast, immensely so, filled with countless discarded remnants from students long gone, as if the majority of them had chosen to hide their unwanted belongings here. She even spotted 2 parchment scrolls trampled underfoot. Bending down to retrieve one, she examined it closely. It was a potion essay, graded by none other than Professor Snape, bearing the name of George Weasley. Gazing at the towering piles of clutter, Elriz abandoned any notion of tidying this room, for it was utterly beyond organization. Instead, she continued her slow exploration of this new space. As she passed by a remarkably lifelike troll specimen, she found herself recalling Snape's words. The term troll had been mentioned with unusual frequency today. Perhaps it was a sign of some sort. She proceeded cautiously, navigating past an ancient, creaking cabinet that seemed to contain a boggart, as evidenced by the incessant clattering of its lock. With care, she avoided stepping on the rolling teacups and books scattered beneath her feet, alongside numerous small boxes that were securely locked. She noticed several dilapidated chairs and sofas, their surfaces piled high with dusty black robes. The passage of time had rendered the Gryffindor colors, a deep crimson, almost indistinguishable, and the house crest's lion emblem had long since faded away. She observed several broken brooms, once used for Quidditch matches, and a few dull suits of armor that likely had stood sentinel since the founding of Hogwarts. Truth be told, this room resembled a historical labyrinth, composed of a myriad of unwanted items that formed towering walls of old picture frames, empty bottles, and a collection of quite ancient notebooks. Some even suggested small house elves had taken up residence here. Elriz also spotted several half-length portraits of wizards, including a man in a suit with slicked-back hair, a fierce-looking witch with a crooked nose, and a speckled wizard adorned with a dusty wig and crown. Wait a moment. A crown? Elriz halted in her tracks, her expression one of astonishment as she approached the speckled wizard's portrait. Though still a few steps away, she could clearly see the slightly weathered crown with its familiar eagle motif, encrusted with gems of various sizes, the largest sapphire still emitting a faint glow. With utmost care, she lifted the crown, discovering an elegantly inscribed phrase along its base. The greatest wealth of humanity is unmatched wisdom. Yes, Elriz had heard this saying before, spoken by the eccentric Luna Lovegood, and she had also read it in Hogwarts history. It was a maxim left by Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the founders of the school. Could this be Ravenclaw's diadem? Chapter 37. A Turning Point. Elriz, did you know? My father once attempted to replicate a crown Luna had shared one evening while wandering through the Forbidden Forest. Elriz had confided her thoughts on Sirius Black, and in return, Luna had introduced her to her father, Xenophilius. Recounting a particular tale, she had told Elriz that the 4 founders of Hogwarts had each left treasures for their descendants. Gryffindor's was a sword, and Ravenclaw's was a diadem. As for Slytherin and Hufflepuff, their treasures remained a mystery, known to no one. You see, this is crafted by my father, molded in the likeness of the beautiful Rowena Ravenclaw. Truly fitting, for unmatched wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. Elriz recalled the diadem Luna had shown her, handcrafted by old Mr. Lovegood. Rather than a traditional crown, it had appeared more like a whimsical headpiece, with golden curlicues resembling hearing aids extending on either side, and a pair of sparkling blue wings perched atop a strap, while a small orange carrot was affixed to the other side. A most peculiar crown indeed, perfectly suited for Luna. This is a harassment fly siphon, capable of eliminating thought disturbances. This is a luminescent accelerator, designed to induce elevated states of thought. And this is a balloonery, enhancing the ability to accept extraordinary phenomena. Luna had earnestly yet mysteriously described her father's inventions, leaving a lasting impression on Elriz, as if she could easily envision Xenophilius, a man as quirky and fascinating as Luna herself. Now Elriz stood transfixed, gazing at the exquisite diadem in her hands. It sparkled brilliantly, the dazzling gems captivating her attention, starkly contrasting with Luna's previous creation. The one she held was undeniably more noble and traditional. The blue gems, the eagle form, and the inscribed maxim all pointed to its deep connection with Ravenclaw. Yet Elriz remained uncertain. Was this the diadem lost by the Grey Lady of the Tower? Or had it been the one belonging to Rowena, lost for centuries? If it were neither, to whom did this diadem truly belong? Why was it in the room of requirement? And what was she to do with it now? Leave it be? Elriz pondered for quite some time, her mind rife with indecision. After deliberation, she resolved to take the diadem to the Grey Lady. If it indeed belonged to her, she could return it. If not, and if its rightful owner remained a mystery, she would simply return it to its previous resting place. Thus, Elriz selected an appropriately sized empty box, carefully placed the diadem within, and armed with Filch's cleaning tools, she departed from the room of requirement. Her duty had finally come to an end. The next day, Elriz rose early, clutching a small gray satchel, and without hesitation, followed the guidance of the Hufflepuff ghost, Fat Friar, directly to Ravenclaw Tower, in search of the translucent young spectre. Running from the subterranean Hufflepuff dormitory to the Ravenclaw Tower was undeniably exhausting, as it involved traversing a multitude of stairs, a feat that demanded considerable physical exertion. Consequently, Elle gasped for breath, her lungs struggling, when she finally located Luna. After inquiring with Luna, she hastily ascended to the higher, deserted staircases. Madame Grey, at long last, after an incessant search, she caught sight of the ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, who was now drifting languidly down an empty corridor. Elle rushed to call out to her before the spectre vanished through the walls, and upon hearing her summons, the ghost halted and awaited her approach. Madame Grey. The ghost recognized her, raising her brows in surprise. I believe I may have found the lost diadem you seek, though I am uncertain. Finally managing to steady her breathing, Elle straightened up, filled with elation, gazing at the young woman before her, whose exquisite visage bore an expression of disbelief, her eyes scrutinizing Elle intently. What do you mean? The ghost shook her head repeatedly. It cannot be here. Mention of the diadem seemed to irk the Ravenclaw Tower ghost, her tone laced with impatience, as she surely recalled the countless students who had incessantly sought her counsel regarding the diadem's whereabouts. But I'm not certain it's the diadem you are looking for, Madame Grey. I discovered it in the room of requirement. I entered a peculiar chamber, and saw a crown perched atop the head of a statue of a spotted wizard. Elle hurriedly endeavored to succinctly explain the previous night's events, her hands gesticulating animatedly to vividly depict the location and circumstances of her discovery. Nevertheless, the ghost appeared increasingly impatient, restlessly hovering in the air. You are utterly mistaken. It is not the diadem I lost, the ghost declared haughtily, scoffing as she turned her head away. But is it shaped like the Ravenclaw eagle? Elle quickly interjected, offering a description of the diadem's features. As anticipated, the ghost ceased her drifting, prompting Elle to elaborate. The crown is adorned with numerous dazzling gemstones, with a large sapphire at its center. The ghost turned around, her expression of astonishment rendering her less transparent than before. Indeed, there is an inscription beneath the diadem. I recall it. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Upon hearing this, the Ravenclaw Tower ghost lost her previous composure, her urgency propelling her closer, muttering incantations as she approached. The sudden proximity made Elle instinctively retreat, for the ghost's frigid presence sent shivers coursing through her. You found it, you truly found it? The ghost exclaimed, her demeanor uncharacteristically animated. Elle now comprehended to whom the precious diadem truly belonged. Yes, Madame Grey, I have found your diadem, she proclaimed, promptly lowering her head to rummage through her belongings. Having stored the diadem within her gray handbag, an enchanted bag capable of spatial extension, which had previously contained a chicken leg sandwich for Sirius, Ron's pet rat Scabbers, and now, a rare diadem. The ghost's eyes remained fixed on Elle's actions, unblinking, as she anxiously awaited the revelation. Finally, Al produced a box from her bag and opened it with a soft click. It's real, Madame Grey thought to herself, her heart racing. The eagle-shaped diadem, embellished with sapphires and inscribed with the cherished maxim, despite its slight wear and fading, was unmistakable to her. She could never forget it, for her desire for it had been profound. It's true, it is real, the ghost murmured softly. The Ravenclaw diadem was indeed nestled within, and this kind-hearted girl had truly recovered it. The artifact that had been lost for centuries. It had been many hundreds of years. She could scarcely remember the last time she had seen it. Was it when her mother wore it? Or when she had taken it? Or perhaps in that forest where she had perished, the Albanian forest? Yes. The last time she had seen it was within a hollow tree, for she herself had placed the diadem inside. She had assumed she would never lay eyes on the diadem again, having not known its fate since confiding in Tom Riddle, for any inquiries made thereafter yielded naught. Questioning Riddle again proved futile, leading her to believe it was irretrievably lost. The last time she encountered Riddle was decades ago. Indeed, he had returned to Hogwarts for recruitment, but he had refused to divulge anything. Riddle, oh Riddle! She had thought him understanding, believing he would empathize with her feelings. He was so charming with his eloquent words. And once he learned of the diadem's whereabouts, he must have taken it. He had sullied the diadem. Madame Grey? Surely the diadem is no longer where it once was. Could it be at Hogwarts? I saw Riddle return to Hogwarts, his movements furtive. Yet despite my lengthy search, I found nothing. After Riddle, Voldemort perished. I thought it was lost forever. Madame Grey? Your diadem. My diadem? No, it is not mine. Oh, how foolish I am. I have committed a most unfilial act. I am so sorry. I fled. I betrayed my mother. She kept this secret from me. Even in her grave illness, she longed to see me. Madame Grey? What shall we do with the diadem? It is not my diadem. It is not mine. It belongs to my mother. It is my mother's diadem. Your mother-s? Yes. My mother-s. This is my mother, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. I am her daughter. When I lived, I was known as Helena Ravenclaw. I am Helena Ravenclaw. Al was taken aback. She had never seen Madame Grey so animated before. The ghost of Ravenclaw Tower, upon witnessing the diadem, appeared less ethereal. Her once indistinct features now vividly pronounced. She seemed to be lost in a reverie, murmuring to herself, alternating between shock, regret, and ultimately, anger directed at the diadem. It was truly astonishing. Madame Grey was indeed Rowena's daughter, Helena. So, this truly was Ravenclaw's diadem? Al suddenly felt the weight of the box in her hand. Instinctively adjusting her grip, fearing that a moment's carelessness might shatter this invaluable treasure of the founder of the house. Madame Grey? The ghost continued to cover her face. Sighing deeply, her agitation increasing as she spiraled about. Al found herself at a loss, for the diadem must surely be returned to its rightful owner. But Rowena had long since passed, and Helena was now a ghost. Where then should the diadem be placed? Al called out several times to Madame Grey, but the ghost remained lost in contemplation. Madame Grey? Lady Ravenclaw? Helena? What shall we do with the diadem? Upon hearing the final, long-lost name, Helena Ravenclaw finally stirred from her reverie. Her sorrowful, vacant eyes fixated on Alaric, then shifted to the crown, carefully placed in its box, which Alaric still awaited her words to accompany it, delicately cradling it for her. He believed Helena was deserving of deciding the fate of this diadem. Am I truly worthy? Helena pondered to herself. I do not know. It has never belonged to me. Helena Ravenclaw softly uttered, seemingly opening a floodgate of confessions. Once she began, the words flowed uncontrollably. Under Alaric's stunned gaze, she commenced the tale long buried within her heart. Do you know why it was lost for centuries? Helena gestured towards the crown. It is quite evident. I stole it. I wished to outshine my mother, to be more esteemed and renowned. I fled with it, betraying her. Even though she never publicly acknowledged this to the other founders. Would you like to know why? Helena Ravenclaw queried. Without awaiting Alaric's response, the spectre continued, as if confessing the sins of her youth, yearning to dispel the turmoil of regret and disappointment that had tormented her spirit. Her ethereal form appeared to waver, reflecting the immense inner anguish she bore. This crown symbolizes the wisdom of Ravenclaw. It bestows extraordinary intellect. Helena merely lowered her gaze, her eyes falling upon the crown in Alaric's hands, the blue gems reflecting light that seemed to pierce her transparent orbs. In a voice so soft it nearly dissipated into the air, as if meant solely for her own ears, or perhaps a whispered message to her mother, Rowena, she confessed. I am Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. I exist eternally in my mother's shadow. Whenever I am mentioned, it is always in admiration of my illustrious mother, My noble surname, Ravenclaw. Only then is my true name, Helena, acknowledged. My mother's brilliance was blinding. I have forever dwelled in the shadow of Ravenclaw's wisdom. I stole this crown to make them recognize me as Helena, not merely as Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. Her ethereal voice echoed through the desolate corridor. The specter of Ravenclaw's tower once again revealing her unspoken burdens, a narrative she had previously shared with Riddle, now recounted before Alaric. Subsequently, I ran away. My mother fell gravely ill. Helena's voice quivered. Even after my betrayal, she longed to see me. She sent a man, one who had loved me dearly, and he would not relent until he found me, even if it cost him his life. He discovered my hiding place in the forest. I refused to return with him. And in his rage, consumed by jealousy of my freedom, he took my life. At this, Helena furiously lifted her cloak, revealing a ghastly black wound upon her alabaster chest. By the time he came to his senses, it was too late. He took his own life with his weapon. For years he has returned, shackled by his guilt, seeking my forgiveness. The specter bitterly added. He deserved it. I never wished to see him again. Helena. The voice of the bloody Baron echoed. Here it comes again. I must flee. Upon hearing the approaching cries, the ghost of Ravenclaw's tower swiftly turned to escape, as if the answer was painfully evident. The man who had slain her was none other than the ghost of Slytherin, the bloody Baron. Incredulous, Alaric finally regained her composure after the protracted tale. As she snapped back to reality, she noticed Lady Grey drifting towards the corridor's end, instinctively quickening her pace. Now aware that the crown belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. But where should it go? Rowena had passed away centuries ago. Lady Grey, what shall become of this crown? As the ghostly figure neared the wall's edge, Alaric hurriedly raised the box, laboriously presenting it to Lady Grey. Yet, the ghost merely cast a fleeting glance, leaving her with a final statement before vanishing. It belongs to Ravenclaw. Alaric stood before the stone wall, momentarily transfixed. Lady Grey had already drifted away, leaving her alone with the crown, uncertain of what to do with it. Ravenclaw's? What does that mean? Moreover, the lengthy tale had profoundly shaken her spirit. She had never anticipated Lady Grey's past, nor that she was Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, nor how the crown had been lost, let alone the tumultuous connection between Lady Grey and the Bloody Baron. The Bloody Baron, always stained with blood. Could it be that the blood was indeed that of Helena Ravenclaw? Alaric suddenly felt the box in her hands grow heavy, increasingly burdensome, as if she struggled to breathe beneath the weight of the painful story it concealed. Lady Grey had referred to it as a treasure of Ravenclaw. Did that imply it was a communal possession of Hogwarts? Much like the Gryffindor sword hidden within the sorting hat? Was that what Lady Grey intended? Alaric slowly retraced her steps, her gaze affixed upon the sapphire atop the crown. She certainly could not carry such a priceless artifact with her constantly, but to whom should she entrust this resurrected treasure? Dumbledore? The kindly visage of an elderly gentleman instantly surfaced in her mind, and clarity washed over Alaric. If it were the headmaster of Hogwarts, perhaps he alone could ensure the crown was returned to its rightful place. At that moment, a faint voice hissed. Why give it to Dumbledore? Alaric was startled, halting in her tracks, glancing around, believing someone might be lurking nearby. Yet, as she surveyed her surroundings, she realized she was utterly alone in the expansive corridor. What was the source of that voice? You could possess it, you know? You discovered it. Why not claim it for yourself? The crown lay quietly in its box, the blue gemstone seemingly flickering. Chapter 38, Behind the Scenes 6. Ever since acquiring the crown, everything had begun to feel amiss. For instance, the auditory hallucinations she now experienced. Despite the absence of anyone nearby, Alaric distinctly heard a foreign voice, audible solely to her. As though an invisible specter whispered in her ear. Alaric was nearly paralyzed with fear. The low, subtle hissing echoed like the serpent beneath the apple tree in Genesis, softly uttering tempting words that led one to confront their darkest thoughts. Ultimately, it persuaded Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. Do you not desire to possess it? You shall attain prestige and wisdom. The voice intoned. Why, how could it possibly belong to me? Alaric instinctively replied to the voice. I see. You are a kind-hearted Hufflepuff. The voice chuckled softly, yet this only intensified the eerie sensation within Elriz. Who indeed was speaking? How could they possibly know of her diadem? Why were they whispering within the recesses of her mind? How could they fathom her thoughts? The feeling of being spied upon was utterly unsettling, as if that faint voice had always been privy to her innermost musings. Hastily she closed the box, placing the diadem in her small satchel, and vigorously shook her head in an effort to dispel it. Regardless of the nature of that voice, she was determined to seek out Professor Dumbledore and return the diadem to its rightful place. Elriz hurried toward the staircase, inexplicably gripped by a sense of impending doom since the moment that voice had inexplicably emerged. It was terrifying. The voice induced a deep anxiety within her, as if a chill had swept through her veins, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down her brow. Stop. Have you seen Helena? But as she descended the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered the wraith of the Slytherin ghost, Blood Baron, who swept through her form and demanded harshly. No, I don't know. Mr. Baron, she stammered, instinctively clutching her satchel tighter. It was not a pleasant experience to be passed through by a ghost. Their icy touch made one shiver, and the thought that the blood on Baroness' form belonged to Helena only heightened her trembling. You lie, you have indeed seen Helena. You are an untrustworthy Hufflepuff. That is not true. I assure you, Ms. Greer does not wish to see you, Mr. Baron. And I truly do not know where Ms. Greer is. She found herself instinctively retorting to the voice in her mind, not receiving the information he sought. Blood Baron ceased to waste any more time and glided away in search of the Helena he so desperately pursued, leaving behind a distressed Elriz, who was still striving to ignore that dreadful voice. Professor Dumbledore, I must quickly deliver the diadem to him. Do you truly not desire the diadem? Elriz agonizingly shut her eyes. It was all too peculiar. Why had a foreign voice suddenly invaded her thoughts? She shivered, not from the cold but from sheer terror, feeling as if another presence had taken residence within her mind, incessantly whispering disquieting words. Until now, that voice continued its sinister low laughter. With her eyes closed, Elriz was completely oblivious to the shifting staircase beneath her, which had already rotated a full 180 degrees. The staircases of Hogwarts were notoriously capricious. A moment's inattention could alter their trajectory, leading to entirely different corridors and rooms. Consequently, many students unwittingly found themselves lost or tardy, and some even ended up in the hospital wing after misstepping. Elriz held her head, bracing against the wall as she continued her descent, her mind still questioning the identity of that voice, which was clearly intent on disrupting her journey. Who are you truly? As expected, she misplaced her footing on the stairs. In that instant, Elriz felt her body lift from the ground, akin to falling from a broom during flying lessons. She hurriedly opened her eyes, witnessing the floor rushing toward her, surrounded by a blur of rapidly changing scenery, until suddenly, she locked eyes with a figure in a portrait. The character within the frame gasped in surprise. Someone is falling. With a thud, she crashed onto the unforgiving floor, as if her very organs had been displaced. She heard the sharp crack of bones, feeling as though her legs had fractured and several ribs had snapped, followed by a searing pain and a sensation of suffocation. Elriz! Elriz! She thought she heard Neville's voice calling, Hannah's frantic cries, and the screams of several students, followed by Professor McGonagall's authoritative voice directing the chaos. Gradually, her body began to feel weightless, and she sensed Hannah's hand gripping hers. Before losing consciousness, that voice did not relent, continuing its loathsome low laughter. Your name is Elriz, is it? Someone is falling. When Hannah looked up and saw the person suspended above the staircase, she dropped her books in shock, and Neville, equally astonished, witnessed their friend plummet. Elriz! Elriz! Hannah rushed down, pushing through the gathering crowd, kneeling beside the nearly unconscious Elriz, desperately calling her name, while Neville hurried to fetch Professor McGonagall, who happened to be nearby. Miss Ibbott, Mr. Longbottom. Professor McGonagall arrived swiftly, using a calming tone to reassure Hannah and Neville, while dispersing the onlookers. With a flick of her wand, she levitated the unconscious Elriz, guiding her toward the hospital wing. It's all right, do not worry. I believe Miss Vincent may have misjudged the staircase. This is a common occurrence. Trust us, Madame Pomfrey will tend to her. Hannah felt on the verge of tears. She did not want to leave Elriz's side, clinging tightly to her hand. Neville, ever considerate, picked up Elriz's satchel. Madame Pomfrey. Upon reaching the hospital wing, Hannah hurriedly summoned Madame Pomfrey. After they explained the situation, Madame Pomfrey's expression turned serious, instructing Professor McGonagall to place Elriz on a bed, while she swiftly sought the necessary healing potions. Subsequently, Madame Pomfrey insisted that Hannah and Neville could not remain in the hospital wing, and Professor McGonagall supported this decision, as Elriz required a tranquil environment for her recovery. Do not fret, Miss Ibbott, Mr. Longbottom, Professor McGonagall continuously reassured them. Reluctantly, Hannah released Elriz's hand, while Neville set her satchel on the cabinet beside her. As they departed, they glanced back several times until the door to the hospital wing finally closed behind them. Later, Hermione and Luna also learned of the incident and expressed concern immediately. Laugh-good. Elriz went looking for you, didn't she? I saw her rushing about this morning. Hannah and Luna were not particularly close, given their differing houses and years, and Luna's unique eccentricity as a renowned Ravenclaw oddball. However, Elriz and Luna shared a strong bond, allowing Hannah to occasionally converse with her. Luna replied that Elriz had not sought her out, and had instead gone to find Ms. Greer. All right, it seems Elriz truly did fall by accident, Hannah thought, recalling that Neville had experienced similar mishaps. Falling from his broom during flying lessons or misstepping on the stairs and being blasted by a cauldron. Neville had encountered more incidents than most, making him one of the students who had frequented the hospital wing. It's all right, Hannah, Neville consoled her. Elriz will be fine within 3 days. Trust me. Madame Pomfrey healed my arm in no time during our first year. He even pointed to the place where he had once been injured, now almost completely healed. His reassurance undoubtedly calmed those present, instilling confidence in Madame Pomfrey's medical expertise. Before long, Harry and Ron were also informed, with Harry inquiring of Hermione whether they should write to Sirius. Dumbledore should notify him, right? Harry, isn't Sirius quite busy? Hermione questioned. Well, I think he has a right to know, especially since my scar has been hurting again today, Harry remarked, pointing to the lightning-shaped mark on his forehead. Then you should write, Hermione suggested. I hope Vincent will be all right, Hermione. Yes, Elriz will be fine. On the first day, Hannah traversed the medical wing numerous times, eager to ascertain whether Elriz had awoken. To her relief, she discovered that the fractured areas of Elriz's body had been promptly healed by Madame Pomfrey's bone regrowth potion, though she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Neville had also planted some calming herbs on the cabinet beside her bed, alongside her satchel. Shortly thereafter, Hermione arrived, bearing her notes from Defense Against the Dark Arts and Care of Magical Creatures classes, lamenting the increasing difficulty of their recent assignments. Luna, too, made an appearance, presenting a greeting card and an unidentified liquid. When Neville inquired about the nature of this liquid, Luna merely tilted her head and replied that it was the saliva of a dreamy horned snorebeast, which would bestow good fortune upon Elriz. Neville nodded in a semblance of understanding, though Hannah and Hermione appeared perplexed. The following day, Elriz was still in slumber, much to Madame Pomfrey's growing concern. After a thorough examination yielded no results, she informed Dumbledore. Hannah and Hermione returned, supplementing their notes and assignments from potions and divination. When the topic of Elriz's divination assignment arose, Hannah recounted how Sybil Trelawney had loudly read Elriz's homework aloud, awarding it the highest marks. What did Elriz write? Hermione inquired. That she would suffer a fracture, encounter dark magic, and become embroiled in a quarrel. However, I believe only the first prediction has come to pass, Hannah replied, her brow furrowed with worry. Do not fret. Trelawney must be mistaken. Harry and Ron shared this sentiment, even concocting absurd predictions of their own, such as falling into water or being consumed by flames, yet still receiving high marks. Hermione firmly asserted her belief that divination was as ridiculous a charade as Trelawney herself. On the third day, the unconscious Elriz regrettably missed the visit from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, along with a sumptuous feast of French delicacies, as well as the thrilling opening of the Triwizard Tournament. Madame Pomfrey, it has been 3 days. Why has Elriz not yet awakened? Hannah expressed her distress. Although there was no immediate danger, as her fractures had long since been healed by Madame Pomfrey's potion, Elriz remained unresponsive. Only when Madame Pomfrey remarked that it was nearly time for a change did Hannah's heart lighten slightly, though she remained hopeful. On the 4th day, the selection of champions commenced, and Sirius Black made his entrance. His arrival caused quite a stir at Hogwarts, for he was the hero who had escaped from Azkaban after 12 years, a figure of great renown who had instilled fear in the hearts of students during his 3rd year. Many admired his fame and exploits, resulting in a throng of students trailing closely behind him. Sirius had come in response to Harry's letter, as Dumbledore had also summoned him to discuss Harry's scar and dreams, along with some confidential matters regarding his work. Subsequently, Sirius and Dumbledore made their way to visit the comatose Elriz. Chapter 39. Elriz's Dilemma. Upon receiving the letter from his godson Harry, Sirius's immediate reaction was to leap to his feet, inadvertently toppling the chair behind him, the clatter startling Remus Lupin, who was working nearby. What is it, Bigfoot? Is Harry's scar hurting again? Sirius shook his head decisively, then nodded shortly thereafter. Remus, puzzled, observed his friend hastily finish reading the letter, and without hesitation, Sirius seized his wand and strode towards the fireplace. Bigfoot, where are you going? To Hogwarts. Hearing this, Remus was taken aback and hurriedly attempted to dissuade Sirius, urging him to remain calm and reconsider. After much persuasion, he finally managed to extract the contents of Harry's letter from Sirius. Elriz, it's Elriz. Harry said she fell down the stairs, and I must go see. Sirius exclaimed passionately. Remus fully understood his friend's fervor, and reassured him not to worry, urging him to trust Madame Pomfrey's skills, recalling how she had once saved him when he was on the verge of becoming a werewolf. I need to go to Hogwarts, Moony. Sirius appeared resolute, and Remus realized he was losing the battle to restrain him. I must go. Elriz is injured, and Harry's scar is hurting too. Why should I, as both father and godfather, not go? But we have much work to do. The Triwizard Tournament is currently underway at Hogwarts. We have so many pressing matters. Bigfoot. Have you forgotten the Dark Mark? Those individuals are stirring. Just as Sirius and Remus were locked in a heated debate, a message from Dumbledore arrived. Very well. Remus conceded reluctantly, as Dumbledore had instructed Sirius to visit Hogwarts to discuss some important matters. Thus, Sirius Black arrived at Hogwarts. The third-year legend, the escapee from Azkaban, and the one who had eluded the Dementors, upon his return to Hogwarts, naturally garnered a multitude of envious glances and adoration from students, including those from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Sirius, what brings you here? Harry exclaimed, astonished, followed by a surge of joy at the sight of his godfather. They embraced, and Sirius affectionately squeezed Harry's thin shoulders, inquiring about the state of his scar and whether it still pained him, before accompanying Harry to the headmaster's office to discuss the matter. By the way, where is Elriz? Sirius asked eagerly. Is she better? She has been unconscious for 4 days and has yet to awaken, Harry replied. 4 days? What happened? Do not fret, Sirius. We shall go see her shortly, Dumbledore interjected, raising a hand to quell Sirius's agitation, gently reassuring him that Elriz would be fine, and to trust Madame Pomfrey's expertise. With impatience, Sirius hurried towards the medical wing, leaving Harry and Dumbledore struggling to keep pace with his swift strides. Upon forcefully opening the door to the medical wing, he found Madame Pomfrey glaring at him, seemingly displeased with the way he had burst through, but he had no time to explain. He was solely focused on finding Elriz. He spotted her, Elriz, lying in a state of unconsciousness, surrounded by her friends at her bedside. Sirius rushed forward, only to see the pained expression on Elriz's face as she tightly shut her eyes, softly murmuring something, seemingly trapped in a nightmare yet unwilling to awaken. What is happening? She is having a nightmare, Hannah quietly explained from the side. Whenever she has a nightmare, Elriz refuses to wake up. A nightmare? Every time? Is it about him? Or perhaps about Teresa's death? Sirius stepped closer, shaking the girl gently, repeatedly calling her name, while Dumbledore and Harry urged him to remain calm. Madame Pomfrey was on the verge of losing her temper, while Hannah and Hermione stood in shock, and Neville and Luna stared at his sudden outburst in disbelief. Elriz. You are called Elriz. After falling down the stairs at Hogwarts, this was the last thing she heard before her consciousness plunged into darkness, where she found herself ensnared in an interminably long dream, one that encompassed the entirety of her life. From the moment she was but an infant, she was taken in by Grandmother Stephen, and thus, she naturally acquired a name, a loving grandmother, and a warm home. Elements sufficient for her to thrive in health and happiness until the age of 11. An unfortunate childhood devoid of parental figures. That voice interjected instantly. Do not hastily define my life, Elle retorted with indignation. At 11, she received a letter from an owl, marking her entry into the realm of wizardry, boarding the Hogwarts Express, and fortuitously befriending the delightful Hannah, the absent-minded Neville, and the astute Hermione. Shortly thereafter, she donned the sorting hat. The hat bellowed loudly, sorting her into Hufflepuff, and to this day, Elriz vividly recalls the hat's pointed words, as it was the first to mention her parents. The sorting hat chuckled softly, deeming her rather unremarkable. It remarked that she resembled a Black more than a Vincent. You did not inherit your father's surname. The voice scoffed with disdain. So what? Does it truly matter? Elle responded, unconcerned. The dreams in the darkness continued to morph, reminiscent of an old videotape, replaying her memories frame by frame, evoking nostalgia as she simply observed all that lay before her. Had I truly been so carefree in the past? Elle pondered, witnessing her recollections with Hannah, tending herbs alongside Neville, and listening to Hermione's rants. Thus, she smoothly traversed her first year, only to meet Luna in her second, eventually accompanying her frequently to the Ollery to gaze at the stars. Unremarkable, indeed, in comparison to the boy who lived. The voice sounded rather bored. Yet I am happy, Elle sincerely professed. It wasn't until her third year that a prisoner from Azkaban arrived at Hogwarts, coinciding with the passing of her only loving relative, marking the beginning of significant changes in her life. As Professor Trelawney had foretold, the noble blood of the Blacks coursed through her veins, drawing the world's attention. Elriz found herself in a daze, clutching tightly to a wanted poster of Black, troubled by dreams concerning him, and facing a boggart that transformed into black, both fearful and hopeful for his arrival. Then she released Buckbeak and captured Scabbers. Buckbeak saved Hermione and Harry, as well as Black, who was imprisoned in the tower. Scabbers transformed into the deceased hero Pettigrew, and thus Black's innocence was rightfully restored. Pettigrew begged incessantly, pressing his head to the ground, pleading for salvation. Consequently, people learned of her identity as Black's daughter, their chatter incessant. Everything transpired far too rapidly. Elriz Vincent was no longer ordinary. Sirius Black rendered her life convoluted and extraordinary. You have endured much suffering, though you have done nothing. All of this is due to your father, whom you have never met. And you do not even bear the name Black. The voice gleefully proclaimed. Elriz was at a loss for how to counter, for it was indeed the truth. She continued to gaze, fixating on the fleeting memories that flickered before her, each fragment imbued with the presence and shadow of Black. Her father, Sirius, began to infiltrate her life bit by bit. Suddenly, with a crack, the dream abruptly ended, as though someone had deliberately turned it off. Her vision returned to darkness. Enveloped in solitude. Your name is Elriz Vincent. I see your heart. It is mine. Only the crown shimmered before her. What are you saying? Elle exclaimed in confusion. I have witnessed your joy, little Elle, and I have certainly seen your fears. The surname Black burdens you greatly, does it not? One moment you are the daughter of a murderer, the next, the daughter of a hero. What exactly do you wish to convey? How pitiful. You know nothing. Do you recall the words Helena spoke to you? Do you understand why she stole the crown? Because she eternally lives in her mother's shadow. Rowena Ravenclaw's brilliance eclipses her, and her mother's surname weighs heavily upon her. Before Elle could utter a word, the voice continued its narration. Even if you are a Vincent, what of it? You once claimed that surnames held no significance for you, yet you care profoundly. Consider this. When people speak of you, what comes to their minds? The answer is glaringly obvious. I have seen through your heart, and it is undoubtedly your father, Black. Stop. So what of it? Elriz shouted at the crown, acutely aware of her own thoughts. Though Sirius had inflicted considerable psychological torment upon her, and the ensuing gossip had nearly suffocated her, she had Hannah, who embraced her, Neville, who consoled her, Luna, who always accompanied her, and Hermione, who supported her. Regardless of what others said, her friends remained steadfast by her side, continuously calling her name. Let them think as they may, let them mention my father as often as they wish. I care not. I am still myself. I am Elriz. She declared this with resounding conviction. You are even stronger than I had anticipated. The crown emitted a malicious laugh. Elle sensed trouble brewing. Her intuition proved correct as the Ravenclaw crown began to undergo a transformation, the sapphire hue gradually dimming, even releasing tendrils of black mist that began to outline a man's form. Elle had never seen him before. The man appeared terrifying, clad in a simple black robe, his deathly pale face resembling a lifeless statue, grotesquely contorted, with bloodshot whites in his eyes. You, who are you? She stammered. Do not approach me. Riddle. The man merely chuckled with malice. The existence of a father must be rather sudden for you, no? Riddle spoke in a low tone, his eyes gleaming with a red light, akin to a venomous serpent fixated on its prey. You have spent less than a year together, and you already consider him a father? Do you truly believe you are significant to him? That you are worthy of his trust? Such flattering words can be uttered by anyone. Elle was taken aback. She felt her feet grow increasingly cold as she watched Riddle conjure more mist, which swirled and gradually shaped into familiar outlines, transforming into Sirius and a boy she recognized. Harry? Of course, Harry Potter is his godson, the boy who lived, the son of his best friend. It is only natural for your father to pay him heed, is it not? Do you often find solace in this thought? But look, in your third year, he avoided you, did he not? Every time you encountered him, he was by that boy's side, was he not? During the summer, he would promptly respond to that boy's letters, and at the first sign of trouble he would rush to that boy's side. Would he not? The man before her incessantly hurled questions, the red light in Riddle's eyes growing ever more crimson, as he appeared on the verge of triumph. Love, this beautiful word, is one that anyone can utter, yet the intangible nature of love is hardly worth mentioning. Do you truly believe you hold any significant weight in your father's heart? Riddle chuckled with a sense of triumph, his previously nebulous features, composed of gaseous elements, becoming increasingly defined. The phantoms of Sirius and Harry behind him also fixed their indifferent gazes upon Elriz, convinced he was on the verge of success, ready to breach Elriz's fragile defenses. Yet, she would not yield to Riddle's desires. Although she lacked parents, Elriz's life had been replete with love, the smile of Grandma Stephen and the joyful memories with friends. Having experienced the essence of love, She was well aware of how to discern authenticity from illusion. Sirius genuinely sought to love her, and his promises were undeniably sincere. No. I refuse to listen to you. You speak those divisive words with intent. I've heard enough to know you are no different from those who gossip behind my back. Elriz resolutely shook her head, confronting the illusion directly, even though it was a mere fabrication. And despite the cold, indifferent expression it bore, she boldly declared her thoughts to Riddle, as well as to her own heart. Riddle's visage grew more grotesque, and the illusion wavered. I will not allow anyone to sway my convictions. You have no right to dictate my beliefs. I would rather place my trust in Sirius than accept your one-sided narrative. Elriz shouted, her voice resounding through the dark space, echoing repeatedly. To her astonishment, fissures appeared in the darkness, with more light seeping in to illuminate their surroundings. Elriz witnessed the phantoms dissipate one by one. Naturally, Riddle vanished as well, yet he appeared unwilling to concede. Morphing back into a cloud of black mist that infiltrated the crown once more, the light intensified, becoming increasingly blinding. As the brilliance gradually subsided, the surrounding noise began to swell. She thought she heard Hannah and Neville's exclamations of surprise, alongside Hermione and Luna's voices. It was overwhelming. Her own consciousness began to blur, as if someone were vigorously shaking her and incessantly calling her name. Elriz. She instinctively opened her eyes, locking onto a pair of gray ones. Sirius Black was gazing at her with concern. Chapter 40. Confrontation. Elriz still appeared dazed. After 4 days of unconsciousness and the crown's illusions, awakening to Sirius Black's enlarged face, with gray pupils brimming with anxiety and worry, seemed to relieve a weight off his shoulders. Without hesitation, Sirius enveloped her in a hug. Oh, but don't squeeze too tightly, he realized, immediately loosening his embrace, lest his Elriz struggle for breath. Before coming to Hogwarts, his friend Remus had lectured him at length about not frightening Elriz, about not bridging the distance abruptly, and about taking things slowly. If he were to hug her, he was reminded not to do so too tightly. He had learned his lesson from previous experiences. Remus was perpetually so understanding. How are you, Elriz? Sirius asked, anxiously checking her from head to toe. He felt her forehead for temperature, examined her injured foot to see if her bones had healed, performing a series of actions that left those around him in a daze. Even Madame Pomfrey momentarily forgot what she intended to say, as if Sirius had usurped her role. Elriz, are you unwell? The girl remained somewhat dazed, seemingly bewildered as to why Sirius was at Hogwarts. Her gaze wandered, confused, until she finally noticed Hannah and Hermione, Neville and Luna, as well as Harry and Dumbledore, all gathered around her bedside. It was only after Sirius asked again with urgency that she refocused her attention on him. Oh, I'm fine, Elriz replied softly, her voice weak and lacking strength, due to 4 days without food. I think we should let Poppy examine you, Dumbledore interjected kindly. Reluctantly, Sirius took a step back to create space for Madame Pomfrey to conduct her examination, during which she shot him a peculiar glance, one that seemed to convey a plethora of unspoken criticisms. Elriz struggled to sit up in bed, obediently allowing Madame Pomfrey to assess her while returning a faint, reassuring smile to her friends. Your bones have healed, but you need to walk more, Miss Vincent. You have been lying down for 4 days. And it is unusual for someone to take this long to awaken, Madame Pomfrey stated, her diagnosis professional and precise. You are a bit weak. I'll prepare some potions for you. Suddenly, Madame Pomfrey paused. What is it? Sirius noticed her unusual demeanor and asked urgently. Yet, Madame Pomfrey did not immediately respond, instead casting a strange and astonished look at Professor Dumbledore, who instantly understood the implication. Then, shall we afford her some privacy? Dumbledore, ever the composed and insightful figure, calmly proposed, accurately naming all present. Miss Abbott, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood, I believe Poppy requires a more thorough examination. As soon as he finished speaking, Hannah and Hermione exchanged glances, and Neville and Luna locked eyes. Though they were all concerned, they nodded in understanding. Before departing, they each gave Elriz a hug. I'll bring you something to eat shortly. Hannah smiled at her, appearing ready to raid the Hufflepuff kitchen for delicious treats. There are many essays waiting for you. Hermione hugged her and promised to tutor her on the lessons she had missed in the library. I'll give you some herbs. Neville seemed a bit anxious, especially as Sirius was now staring at him. Neville was unaware that Sirius knew the Longbottoms. The magical crumple-horned Snorkack protected you, Luna said mysteriously, handing her a bottle of strange liquid. What Snorkack? Sirius failed to comprehend Luna's last words, despite her repeating the odd English term. You have wonderful friends, Elriz. They are all such good kids, truly a mark of youth. Dumbledore, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. He raised a hand to wipe them away, chuckling as he stroked the bow tie on his beard, before playfully winking at Harry. "Harry, could you fetch Severus for me?" Upon hearing Snape's name, Harry immediately recoiled, for Snape had never shown him any kindness. Nevertheless, he reluctantly set off to summon him. Before Elriz could voice her confusion, Sirius interjected, his brow furrowing in distaste at the mere mention of Snape, though he did not obstruct Dumbledore's decision. Once Harry left, Sirius promptly sat down. He gently took Elriz's hand, which felt small and frail, his fingers brushing against her bony joints. The girl, still somewhat weak, leaned against the pillow, her blue eyes, an inheritance from Teresa, filled with bewilderment as they regarded him. "Why are you here?" Al whispered softly. Sirius merely chuckled, casually shaking his head, allowing his dark, curly hair to fall into place. He nonchalantly stated that he had come to see her, his light laughter directed at Elriz stammering, having also heard the girl's quiet words of gratitude. "Dumbledore, I am quite busy. I have no time to waste on a careless Hufflepuff who tumbled down the stairs." Shortly thereafter, Severus Snape arrived. As he stepped into the infirmary, his already impatient expression soured further upon spotting Sirius Black, instantly darkening his countenance. Snape spared Sirius no glance as he strode purposefully to Dumbledore, nodding and inquiring about the matter at hand, his black robes swirling behind him, masking the displeasure etched on the face of the man behind him. As for Sirius, he too disregarded Snape, loudly inquiring after Harry's well-being, his voice booming as if he suspected Snape had harmed Harry. Had Black possessed sight, he would have noticed a perfectly unharmed Harry Potter. Snape replied coolly, not bestowing any gaze or attention, each word dripping with sarcasm and disdain, effortlessly inciting the latter's ire. "Even a blind boggart could see your nosiness, Snape," Sirius retorted through gritted teeth, his gray eyes clouded with shadow, every word emphasized with an overt disdain. Caught in the middle, Harry subtly shifted away, inching toward Elriz, for he was unwilling to endure the oppressive atmosphere created by the two adults. Harry and Al exchanged awkward glances, having long heard from Remus about the bitter enmity between Black and Snape, yet witnessing such direct verbal sparring for the first time left them both anxious. "Dumbledore, I must attend to grading papers. Those pesky trolls are still waiting for me. If Black is on the verge of death, I preemptively express my regrets for being unable to assist." "No assistance is needed from you, Snape. Your hypocritical kindness is merely superfluous. You have never extended a hand. Not even for Lily." At the mere mention of Lily Potter's name, Snape's expression twisted momentarily, as though the very utterance had struck him. He swiftly turned his head, his hollow black eyes filled with deep-seated hatred, his expression remaining impassive as he continued his sardonic jibes. "Oh, Black and you? Your good intentions have harmed others, haven't they? Poor choices in friendships, I suppose. Pettigrew was a fine friend, wasn't he?" Upon hearing Peter Pettigrew's name, Sirius was immediately reminded of the traitorous rat's betrayal, of the friends and wife he had lost because of him. Pettigrew was an indelible scar on his heart, and his countenance darkened as if someone had trodden on a sore spot. Enough. Dumbledore finally intervened to halt the ceaseless bickering. Before Black and Snape could exchange further barbs, Dumbledore waved his wand without hesitation, casting a silencing charm on the children present. Neither Harry nor Elriz should be privy to such exchanges. Thus, Al and Harry could only observe the silent, animated exchanges between Sirius and Snape, witnessing their unvoiced quarrel. Unexpectedly in sync, they exchanged glances. In that moment, Harry and Al understood each other's thoughts, both letting out a shared sigh of concern, reaching a mutual understanding that Sirius and Professor Snape truly had a dismal relationship. How dreadful indeed. "Potter, Merlin, bless your potions, class. You too, Vincent." It was unclear what Dumbledore had said, but the headmaster seemed irked, causing the two adults to cease their altercation, ultimately leading to this peculiar situation. Elriz sat uneasily on the bed, cold sweat trickling down her brow, with Harry and Sirius on her left, while Snape and Dumbledore stood on her right, Madame Pomfrey directly opposite her. It was an extraordinarily awkward scene, a delicate balance with no clear avenue for complaint. "Am I in the right place?" Harry hesitated, uncertain why he was standing there, but the headmaster said nothing, prompting Sirius to speak up. "Of course you are. What could be inappropriate about this? Harry, you are my godson. You, I, and Al are all family. We will surely live together in the future. You can also learn more about Elriz," Sirius asserted confidently, encouragingly patting Harry's slender back. Harry glanced nervously at Al, who merely looked back at him bewildered. Harry had serious doubts about Dumbledore's intentions, fearing that once he departed, the delicate balance would be disrupted. Perhaps sensing his unease, Dumbledore timely interjected, stating that he would also examine Harry's scar, which was why Harry remained. Now, let us discuss Miss Vincent. Poppy, if you would. Dumbledore gestured for Madame Pomfrey to address the issues concerning Elriz. Albus. Madame Pomfrey hesitated. Miss Vincent shows signs of dark magic, but I am uncertain. It is quite faint. It was peculiar for her to be unconscious for so long. Upon hearing dark magic, Sirius froze. Before he could leap up to protest, Dumbledore immediately raised a hand to quell his impulsiveness, instead turning to Snape beside him. So Severus, your assistance is requested. Snape, expressionless, gazed at Elriz with vacant eyes, slowly retrieving his wand. Employing an incantation of detection, his typically stoic demeanor began to shift into something more serious, an unusual frown creasing his brow. Sirius, observing from the side, crossed his arms impatiently, fixing a penetrating stare on Snape, as if ready to draw his wand at any moment should Snape take an unsavory action. It is very faint, psychological in nature. Snape spoke languidly. Stowing away his wand and offering Elriz no further glance, his words clipped and devoid of emotion, regaining his usual impassiveness. In stark contrast to the anxious Sirius, Snape adopted an air of detachment. Elriz, do not be alarmed. Have you recalled anything? Dumbledore looked sternly at Al, with Sirius and Harry also fixated upon her, while Madame Pomfrey departed to procure potions to restore Elriz's physical state. Snape, meanwhile, stared out the window at the sky, perhaps unwilling to gaze upon the face that resembled Sirius. Under such scrutiny, Elle instinctively sat up straighter, delving into her memories to retrieve what had transpired before her tumble down the stairs. What had she been doing? Searching for Luna in Ravenclaw Tower? No, not Luna, right. She had been seeking Professor Grey to return the diadem. Then she had heard a strange voice, a voice conversing with her in her mind, incessantly laughing and clamoring, causing her to miss a step on the staircase, ultimately leading to a bizarre dream. All right, where was Ravenclaw's diadem? Chapter 41, The Director's Favor. Elriz? What is this? Ravenclaw's diadem, Professor. Elle's heart raced as she observed the silent assembly before her. Ever since she revealed the crown, an eerie hush had enveloped the vast medical wing. Harry, initially taken aback, gaped in astonishment, unable to suppress a soft gasp of wonder as his curious gaze followed the fabled crown. It appeared he was reminded of the sword of Gryffindor he had once drawn. Sirius, brimming with questions, opened his mouth but ultimately remained speechless, his expression one of incredulity as he oscillated between the girl's anxious demeanor and the crown itself. Professor Snape, having turned his gaze away from the dreary view outside, abruptly shifted his attention at the mention of the crown, his usually hollow eyes reflecting a rare look of astonishment. Even the composed headmaster could not help but emit a soft exclamation. Observing the stark yet similar reactions of the four, Elle nervously shifted her neck, feeling the weight of the crown more than ever before. Despite the slight ache in her arms, she held it aloft, awaiting the headmaster's words and decision. The sensation felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of events that seemed to have transpired yesterday. Elle recalled being in this very spot in the medical wing during her third year, tightly clutching the transformed rat, Scabbers, under the watchful eyes of many. Now, as she awkwardly held the box, everyone fixated on the treasure within. The faded crown lay still, drawing their gaze. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore was the first to react, slowly raising his trembling hand to adjust his crescent-shaped glasses, leaning in for a closer look. Upon noticing this, Elle promptly presented the box to him. Perhaps he had caught sight of the Ravenclaw motto engraved upon the crown? Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious. Where did you find this, Miss Vincent? Before the headmaster could speak, the formidable potions master interjected, his deep-set black eyes revealing nothing, his tone laced with skepticism, mirroring his usual critical demeanor in class. In a room of requirement on the 8th floor, Professor, Elle replied softly. Upon hearing room of requirement, Dumbledore's demeanor abruptly shifted. Harry's expression remained one of confusion, while Sirius turned to her, incredulous. Yet Snape's expression darkened further. He continued, his words dripping with barely concealed disdain. Miss Vincent, I trust you still remember your house. You are a diligent Hufflepuff, not a reckless and impulsive Gryffindor wandering aimlessly about the castle. But Professor Elle stammered, instinctively recoiling from Snape's sudden harsh reprimand. You sent me to Filch for detention, so I went to the 8th floor to clean and accidentally stumbled upon it. What detention? Before Elle could finish, Sirius interrupted her timid explanation, nonchalantly raising his head to regard Snape with an aloof disdain, his voice devoid of emotion yet laced with sharp animosity. After a prolonged silence, his first words were unexpectedly pointed. Hearing this, Snape rolled his eyes, pulling a sardonic smile that required little effort, his tone dripping with scorn. Surely your hearing has failed you, Black. Has the Dementors of Azkaban dulled your faculties, leaving you unable to grasp the essence of the matter and spouting nonsense? The sharpness of his words startled both Harry and Elle, who instinctively glanced at Sirius, only to find the madness and chill reflected in his gray eyes. That was my mistake in potions class, so Snape assigned me detention, which is how I inadvertently entered the room of requirement. Elle blurted out in a panic, attempting to divert the focus and alter the topic. However, upon hearing her feeble explanation, Sirius seemed to confirm his suspicions. You needn't explain, Lryz, he replied frostily. I recall there was an empty cell in Azkaban intended for you, Snape, designed specifically for loyal individuals like yourself. As the verbal sparring between Snape and Black threatened to escalate, Dumbledore's aged yet powerful voice interjected, cutting through the tension. Sirius, Severus, he admonished, addressing them by their first names. Might we consider taking a step back? The children should not have to endure your quarrels. Remember, we came here for a purpose. If listening to Miss Vincent's perilous adventure qualifies as a purpose, Snape retorted, then I regret to inform you, Dumbledore, that I must attend to grading papers. This is a pure waste of my time. Good day to you then, Sirius replied unfeelingly. Black. Snape's face darkened further. Sirius, Dumbledore chided disapprovingly. I hope you understand that Severus undoubtedly has the best interests of Lryz at heart. Does he not? Dumbledore, Severus, the headmaster interjected, casting a sidelong glance at Snape, who abruptly fell silent, his expression a mask of barely concealed rage, as though he were struggling to suppress his acrimonious words. Sirius remained quiet, gripping Elle's hand firmly while pulling Harry close, eliciting a look of disgust from Snape, whose furrowed brow could crush a fly. Just as he seemed poised to offer another caustic remark, Dumbledore intervened. Given the circumstances, why not allow Lryz to continue her account? Severus, consider it an opportunity to unwind. Dumbledore, ignoring Snape's dissatisfaction, the headmaster withdrew his wand from his starry robe, summoning the pillows from the remaining beds. With a gentle wave, 4 cushions transformed into comfortable white leather chairs. Come, take a seat. Standing for long can be tiresome. His gentle invitation encouraged Elle to recount the origins of the crown, albeit with some hesitation. I found it in the room of requirement. When I entered, I was quite puzzled. The room is quite magical, it produced a door. And when I stepped inside, I discovered the crown. Under Snape's penetrating gaze, Elle hurriedly summarized her account, feeling as anxious as she would during potions class while attempting to articulate the intricate recipe for Polyjuice potion. Fortunately, Snape refrained from further interruption. Elle turned her gaze toward Dumbledore, contrasting sharply with the unfriendly potions master. The amiable headmaster exuded reassurance as he mischievously winked, stroking his snowy beard while reminiscing about his own encounter with the room of requirement. I recall being on the 8th floor? Was it not? Once, while wandering the corridors, I mistakenly turned a corner, and much like you, entered this room, which was filled with various exquisite and extravagant chamber pots. I saw the Hufflepuff dormitory beds. Elle exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. The old headmaster chuckled, precisely, Lryz. The room of requirement, as its name suggests, manifests what one seeks at that moment. I surmise you were desperately in need of rest? Upon hearing this, Elle felt a slight flush of embarrassment and nodded modestly. The headmaster was indeed correct. She had devoted an entire day to her community service, and it was only natural that she would feel weary and fatigued. Beside her, Sirius seemed poised to interject, but ultimately refrained from interrupting their conversation. Elriz, when you discovered the diadem, was it because you wished to find it? He inquired. Thus, the room of requirement provided you with a chamber harboring the diadem? She nodded slowly, albeit hesitantly. Why did you wish to seek out the diadem in the first place? Albus Dumbledore's inquiries were always so astutely precise, striking at the very heart of the matter, though this particular question posed a certain challenge. I was still uncertain whether she should reveal everything about Madame Grey. She sensed that the ghost of Ravenclaw's tower would prefer to keep that history concealed. After all, why had the diadem remained undiscovered for centuries? Why had Madame Grey never disclosed that she was, in fact, Helena Ravenclaw? If she spoke of Madame Grey, she would undoubtedly recount this obscure tale. Is that important? Elle hesitated. Oh no, I completely understand your intent, Professor, but it pertains to someone else's privacy. I can appreciate that, Elriz, Dumbledore replied with a benevolent smile. My apologies, Professor, but I can only say that I stumbled upon the diadem by chance, never truly believing I would find it. It belongs to Ravenclaw. Only you, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, can decide its fate. At this revelation, Dumbledore appeared quite astonished, seemingly taken aback by the unintentional trust and reliance embedded within her words. The crescent-shaped lenses concealed the subtle emotions flickering across his face, but Al remained oblivious to his penetrating gaze, lost in contemplation of the diadem. Professor, you must be cautious. I feel that this diadem is cursed. Is that why you fell down the stairs? Snape interjected, his tone laced with sarcasm. Perhaps I should congratulate you, Miss Vincent, for it was not your negligence that caused this. Silence, Snape. Were it not for your inexplicable punishment of her community service. Oh, Black. I truly worry for Miss Vincent's potion-making skills. To prevent the topic from diverging further, the old headmaster intervened once more, attempting to calm the two adversaries. After halting Snape and Black's verbal sparring, he turned his attention to the anxious girl seated on the bed. Elriz, why do you feel this way? Dumbledore's voice remained calm and steady. To be honest, the diadem has instilled in me a sense of foreboding. The inexplicable sounds, the unsettling words, the bizarre dreams, all occurred after I found the Ravenclaw diadem. It feels rather too coincidental, does it not? After falling down the stairs, I had a lengthy dream in which I witnessed my fleeting life, and he was always watching, she said slowly, lowering her gaze to the diadem's radiant sapphire, which would surely appear delightful to most. Yet, Al felt an overwhelming sense of unease and dread. Dumbledore was quick to notice the use of that pronoun. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is the curse upon the diadem? Or the ghost that lingers there? Al shrugged nonchalantly, attempting to maintain a casual tone. I only know that he is named Riddle. Riddle. Surprisingly, it was not Dumbledore who reacted first, but rather Harry, who had remained mostly silent until now. Vincent. The Riddle you speak of, is he not a tall Slytherin upperclassman? Al was momentarily taken aback by Harry's sudden question, shaking her head. No. I couldn't tell he was Slytherin, Potter. Harry appeared somewhat disappointed, prompting Al to continue. He does not resemble a student. To be honest, he may be the most terrifying person I have ever encountered. Clad entirely in black robes, with a ghastly visage, pale and emaciated, and his eyes, they turn red? They give me a serpentine impression. So Vincent, is he alive? Harry pressed on, seemingly unwilling to relent, as if seeking to validate some stubborn notion. Elle hesitated for a moment before shaking her head again. I do not know, but I feel, he would speak. However, it feels more like a trap. A trap? Sirius inquired. He keeps uttering malevolent phrases, attempting to make me recall unpleasant memories. My misstep on the stairs was also due to his incessant voice echoing in my mind. Harry slowly sat down, becoming increasingly hesitant, while Snape and Sirius remained fixated on the conversation. The former's gaze was vacant, lost in thought, while Sirius appeared on the verge of pacing in frustration, as Harry and Al discussed matters beyond his comprehension. Only Dumbledore remained silent, having unknowingly closed the box containing the diadem. Professor? Al voiced her concern, worried that Dumbledore's mind might also be plagued by the diadem's whisperings. Yet, the old man merely smiled kindly. Oh, Elriz, perhaps you are correct. The diadem may indeed be imbued with something malevolent, some dark magic, designed to prevent it from being found. Fortunately, it seems you have not been overly affected. Dumbledore rose to his feet, the crescent spectacles concealing his worries and contemplations, embodying the persona of a genial and understanding headmaster. He then leisurely transfigured the 4 chairs back into pillows. Harry, could you come to my office later to discuss Riddle? Severus, can you brew a special potion to restore Elriz's spirits? Sirius, you two should come to the office. I wish to discuss some matters concerning your work. Poppy will be arriving shortly. You must rest well, Elriz. I believe it would be a pity to miss the Triwizard Tournament, would it not? As he departed, Dumbledore winked at her, leaving her alone to sip the unpalatable potion. Chapter 42, Unfinished Business. The matter of the diadem had reached a temporary conclusion. Al was uncertain of its fate. The diadem might once again rest upon the stone statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, or perhaps it lay hidden behind some unknown portrait. Like the tattered and unwelcome sorting hat, Gryffindor's sword lay quietly concealed. As for Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore did not elaborate on its future, merely expressing gratitude for her bringing this long-lost treasure back into the light of day, while inquiring further about the details. He asked about the dark magic upon the diadem, the nuances of the Room of Requirement, and the visage and words of Riddle. If Elle had not missed the fleeting gravity in Dumbledore's eyes, she would have sincerely believed the diadem to be of considerable significance, for the dark magic upon it was profoundly malevolent, evil enough to awaken the darkness within one's heart, making her acutely aware of her less-than-noble thoughts, all of which the diadem seemed to know. Were it not for Riddle, were it not for the illusions conjured by the Ravenclaw diadem, Elle would not have realized how much she cared about the relationship between Sirius and Harry. However, fortunately, Those moments were now behind her. Yes, she had come to terms with it. After all, Harry would be visiting Grimmauld Place in the future, and Sirius would undoubtedly welcome them both. If she could accept Sirius, why could she not attempt to accept Harry as well? Yet, who exactly was Riddle? How did Harry come to know of him? Why did Dumbledore ask him that? Elle lay feebly upon her bed, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the sky outside the window opposite her. Perhaps it was futile to ponder, for Dumbledore would undoubtedly resolve the matter personally. Her concerns were entirely unwarranted. For the past few days she had remained in bed, her health gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. She owed this improvement to Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape's potions, which as always, were as unpalatable as if an assortment of bizarre Bertie Bott's every flavor beans had been crushed together. Thanks to Professor Snape's revolting concoctions, Elle was compelled to languish in bed for several additional days, her stomach in a state of tumult, enduring a relentless torment that assaulted her delicate taste buds. It was, without question, the most distasteful beverage she had ever consumed. "Do be sure to finish it all, Miss Vincent," she recalled him saying. It was indeed repugnant. Ah. And Sirius had departed, preoccupied with the significant tasks assigned by Dumbledore. Before leaving, he cheerfully gifted her a package containing a dress for the Christmas feast, one he and Remus had selected after much deliberation. "If you find yourself with a dance partner, do write to inform me of his identity," Sirius had said nervously. "Of course you can write about other matters too, Elle, school affairs, daily life, anything troubling you. If that Snape continues to give you a hard time, just let me know. I shall fly to Hogwarts and deliver him a punch." Ultimately, Elle bid farewell to Sirius with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, and he, of course, embraced her with reluctance. After several days of rest, she was finally ready to return to her normal routine. The first thing Elle did upon being able to rise was to venture to the Ravenclaw Tower, seeking the female ghost who was hiding from the Bloody Baron. "Madame Grey, I did not disclose your circumstances to Professor Dumbledore. He may be somewhat bewildered, but the diadem has indeed been given to him." Elle nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong. Fortunately, the ghost merely nodded, her tone less haughty than before, imbued with a newfound serenity and understanding. "Thank you, kind Hufflepuff," the ghost smiled gently. After bidding farewell to Madame Grey, Elle went to see Hannah. After a long separation, Hannah was quick to envelop her in a warm embrace, enthusiastically linking arms with her to introduce her to the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who had arrived from afar, specifically mentioning the Quidditch World Cup star Victor Crumb. Soon after, Elle laid eyes upon the extraordinary magical object, the Goblet of Fire, which continued to receive paper entries from students eager to become champions in the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione had mentioned that the Weasley twins from Gryffindor concocted an aging potion, which, unsurprisingly, failed spectacularly, resulting in them being expelled from the goblet almost immediately, their ages advancing to the point of sporting white beards that nearly rivaled Dumbledore's. When Elle hurried to witness the spectacle of the goblet, she encountered Angelina Johnson, the tall, brave Gryffindor girl, who seemed to have successfully entered her name. Hermione expressed her surprise, genuinely delighted for Angelina. "Cedric Diggory has entered too," Hannah chimed in. Indeed, the most popular champion from Hufflepuff was none other than Cedric Diggory, as Hufflepuff did not typically shine as brightly as the other houses, and Cedric was one of the few students who brought honor to their house. Not only was he skilled in Quidditch, but his academic performance was also commendable, prompting Hannah to seek him out daily, cheering him on, and becoming one of his most ardent supporters. Due to Hannah's enthusiasm, Elle felt compelled to offer him her encouragement as well. Undoubtedly, they all fervently wished for Hufflepuff's champion to emerge victorious. While the selection of champions was underway, academic pursuits could not be neglected, especially for Elle, who had fallen behind in several subjects. It was quite a lot, and she found her studies arduous. Thus she took a large pile of overdue assignments to the library to catch up with Hermione. Having Hermione there was invaluable, as she patiently explained concepts to Elle, helping her grasp new spells step by step. However, perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Elle noticed that Victor Crumb frequently appeared in the library. How did Elle realize this? The answer was rather obvious. As a famous Quidditch player, Crumb was always surrounded by a gaggle of adoring fans, often emitting shrill squeals that prompted Madame Pants to angrily eject them from the premises. Of course, Elle had not forgotten Neville and Luna. When she sought out Neville, she unexpectedly discovered that her two friends were becoming acquainted. Neville was curious about the magical creature Luna, referred to as the Crumplehorn Snorkack, even though Hermione and Hannah were less than fond of it. Particularly Hermione, who had retrieved several thick, cumbersome tomes to research every magical creature in existence. seemingly intent on disproving Luna's claims regarding the creature's existence. Hermione was logical, while Luna was whimsical. And Elle could not help but worry that a conflict might arise between them. When she approached Luna, they returned to their usual spot in the Forbidden Forest. Sitting together to observe the Thestrals, Elle thought of Buckbeak and wondered how that hippogriff was faring. Was Buckbeak well? Sirius had mentioned that, with his and Dumbledore's efforts, the execution order had been rescinded, but Elle remained unsure of Buckbeak's whereabouts. Elle, your Rackspurts are becoming more numerous, Luna remarked, extending her arm to gently wave at the air, seemingly making a concerted effort to shoo away the invisible insects. Elle dared not interrupt Luna, remaining motionless as the eccentric girl continued her frantic gestures, until eventually Luna ceased, her gaze fixed unwaveringly above Elle's head. Only you can drive away your Rackspurts, Elle. Under Luna's expectant gaze, Elle attempted to lightly flick at the air above her head. Though there was nothing there, Luna's eyes sparkled with delight, as if she had caught a whiff of something extraordinary, her expression one of eager curiosity as she leaned in to examine Elle's hair closely. Well, Elle was indeed quite intrigued. What exactly were the Rackspurts that Luna spoke of? Halloween night at Hogwarts arrived, and the champion selections were announced. Elle anxiously watched the goblet of fire, its bright flames blazing in the center of the great hall. As it was Halloween, most of the candles were extinguished, casting a dim atmosphere that made the goblets glow even more radiant. Elle observed the blue-white flames, watching as they sparked and transformed into a vibrant red, culminating in a flickering tongue of flame that shot out the first scorched parchment. Dumbledore announced the name of the first champion, Victor Crumb from Durmstrang. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted throughout the hall. Moments later, the flames flared red again, producing the name of the second champion on a small parchment. Everyone held their breath, listening intently as Dumbledore pronounced the name of the girl rumored to have Vila blood, Fleur Delacour from Beaux Batons. The hall erupted once more in a cacophony of excitement. Once the applause subsided, a palpable tension enveloped the students of Hogwarts. In the ensuing silence, excitement coursed through the crowd as they fixated intently on the goblet of fire, watching the headmaster leisurely extract the third parchment from the flickering flames. The champion of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. As the words echoed, a deafening cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Elle stared in astonishment at his fellow Hufflepuffs, who were exuberantly leaping with joy, vociferously celebrating Cedric's arrival, his face adorned with a radiant and charming smile. Who would have imagined? The champion of Hogwarts was indeed a Hufflepuff. I am overjoyed, Al. Al, with a resigned expression, rested his chin on his hand, observing his friend, who was in tears of excitement. Hannah had buried her face in her hands, softly weeping, while a nearby badger seemed on the verge of fainting. Around her, some students were thumping tables, clapping and stomping their feet, with a few throwing their yellow and black scarves high into the air. Witnessing this scene, Al felt a lump in his throat. However, before the emotional moment could fully settle, the goblet of fire produced yet another slip of parchment. In an instant, the great hall fell into a hushed silence, the anticipation thick in the air as everyone turned their astonished gazes towards Dumbledore. When the headmaster calmly announced the name, all eyes swiftly shifted towards the boy who had narrowly escaped death. This time, there was no raucous applause for the fourth champion, nor any jubilant cheers. Only a rising tide of murmurs, growing louder, filled with anger and disbelief. Several Hufflepuff students even stood in protest, while whispers of discontent spread among the Beaux Batons and Durmstrang tables. Elle stared blankly at the sudden shift in atmosphere, feeling confused, as if an insurmountable knot had formed in her heart. Using Luna's terminology, it felt like a colossal bothersome fly had settled upon her mind. For Al had noticed the vacant expression on Harry's face, mirroring the bewilderment of those around him. It seemed he had yet to grasp that he had been chosen as the fourth champion. Meanwhile, whispers circulated among the faculty. Professor McGonagall was on her feet in an instant, while Professor Snape displayed a look of astonishment. Karkaroff from Durmstrang turned ashen, and Madame Maxime of Beaux Batons appeared visibly incensed. Ultimately, Dumbledore had no choice but to calmly announce the name of the fourth champion once more, directing him towards the chamber where the other champions awaited. Once the headmaster and the professors followed suit, the students in the hall could no longer contain themselves, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors exchanged heated whispers, a blend of anger and confusion, their discussions growing ever louder. Elle caught sight of the furious Hannah and the perplexed Hermione, finding herself at a loss for words. How could this be? How was it possible? Harry Potter had truly become the fourth champion of Hogwarts, and even more astonishingly, the Triwizard Tournament was set to proceed as per the established rules. In the wake of these events, academic pursuits seemed to resume their normal rhythm. Yet the only notable change was the plummeting reputation of Harry Potter. The once revered savior now found himself at the center of controversy, with many accusing him of employing underhanded methods to secure the title of Hogwarts champion. Gryffindor was elated, having their own champion, yet the atmosphere among Hufflepuffs darkened. Elle had never anticipated such a somber mood within her house. Indeed, how could the Hufflepuffs who championed fairness and integrity accept such an unjust outcome? Most harbored the belief that Harry had usurped the honor rightfully belonging to their house, and during her biology class, relations between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff reached a nadir. Hannah often glared at Harry with indignation, and even when he was struck in the face by a rogue bouncing bulb, she laughed along with the other students. Ron and Hermione also exhibited peculiar behavior. Ron seemed reluctant to converse with Harry, leaving Hermione in a difficult position. Even Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch-Fletchley, who had previously enjoyed a good rapport with Harry, now shunned him. Professor Sprout, typically warm and accommodating, had grown distant. "Are you not angry, Al?" Hannah inquired. "I am simply perplexed, Hannah." Perplexed? For instance, how did he manage to enter the goblet? Clearly, he must have employed some sort of trickery to deceive the goblet and claim the glory that rightfully belongs to Hufflepuff. Hannah crossed her arms, fuming and huffing in dissatisfaction. "Let us go, Al. You have yet to meet Professor Moody, who is quite formidable." "All right, Hannah." Before turning away, Al noticed Harry with his head bowed, while Ron deliberately averted his gaze. Hermione was awkwardly attempting to engage in conversation, as the once solid Gryffindor trio seemed to be fracturing. "Al. What is it?" "Nothing, it's fine." "Hannah." On Sunday morning, Al awoke, declining Hannah's invitation for breakfast, nervously claiming she needed to visit the Ollery to send a letter, when in fact, she intended to seek out Harry in the Gryffindor common room. Hannah would have been upset otherwise, as she remained in a foul mood. Thus, Al cautiously descended the staircase, her previous experience of falling and fracturing a bone still vivid in her mind, forcing her to remain vigilant. She halted before the portrait of the fat lady, who appeared astonished to see a Hufflepuff, her eyes wide and mouth agape in scrutiny. "Dearie, I presume you do not know the password," the fat lady asserted. "Ah, the password?" Al paused, suddenly realizing she had no idea what it was, as she had only needed to tap the bottom of a barrel rhythmically to gain entry to the Hufflepuff common room. Just as she was caught in her dilemma, the portrait swung open to reveal Neville, who had just emerged. Ael's heart soared, and she hurriedly asked Neville if he could summon Harry. He nodded in confusion and stepped back inside. After a wait, Harry finally appeared. "Vincent." "Oh, that Potter. May I have a word with you?" Chapter 43. The two protagonists. Elle had long wished to speak with Harry. She followed him to the Ollery on the top floor, watching as he secured a letter to Sirius on Hedwig's leg, who flapped her wings and took flight. "Vincent, aren't you sending a letter?" Elle shook her head, bending down to soothe her own little owl, Starlight, who pecked at her fingers in a display of discontent, seemingly chastising her for glancing too long at Hedwig. With a resigned smile, she patted Starlight's smooth feathers, attempting to quell its jealousy. The owl emitted a contented trill before perching on the rafter to rest. Potter, how are you?" "Doing all right, I suppose." Al observed Harry's disheveled hair and troubled gaze. Though he spoke casually, his expression betrayed the discomfort wrought by his newfound identity as a Hogwarts champion and the surrounding suspicion. "Potter, would you like to sit and enjoy the view?" Al merely retrieved his fur wand and performed a silent cleansing charm on the ground, undeterred by the cacophony within the Ollery, before settling down by the window. Harry hesitated momentarily before slumping into a seat, gazing out at the diminishing figure of Hedwig. "Did you send the letter to Sirius?" Elle inquired nonchalantly after a brief pause, deciding to address Sirius by name. "Yes, I told him everything," Harry replied, his tone tinged with gloom. "Really? If he sees it, he might fly over and tear Hogwarts apart," Elle remarked with a hint of amusement. "Surely not," Harry exclaimed, turning to her in surprise. Yet upon reflection, he recalled how Sirius had rushed over when he had merely mentioned his scar and dreams, as well as Elle's broken arm. It seemed rather excessive for what were not particularly grave matters. A pang of regret washed over Harry for having sent the letter. "Don't worry, Potter," Elle chuckled lightly, clearly aligned with Harry's thoughts. After all, she had only fallen down the stairs, and yet Sirius had gone to great lengths to reach Hogwarts, which felt a bit peculiar to her. "Vincent, aren't you angry?" Harry asked awkwardly. Elle looked at him quizzically. "Angry? Why? Are you referring to the letter to Sirius, or to the fact that I became a champion at Hogwarts?" She was not typically governed by her emotions. Rather, an abundance of questions filled her mind. "Why would I be angry, Potter?" Harry lowered his gaze, absent-mindedly adjusting his mismatched socks. He felt a mix of discomfort and anger, discomfort at his best friend severing ties with him, and anger at Ron's unwillingness to believe him. I've become a champion. Stealing Hufflepuff's spotlight. Can you believe it? Vincent, I truly did not submit my name to the Goblet of Fire. I believe you, Potter, Elle said, noting the sudden lift of Harry's head, his expression one of surprise. I don't know how your name appeared in the goblet, but your reaction makes it clear. You don't even believe you became a champion. She smiled her usual smile, trying to speak in a casual tone. I felt the same way. I once doubted whether I was even Sirius's daughter, and wrestled with that thought for quite some time. They were all discussing me, the daughter of Black. And I suppose I was in a similar state of mind as you. Harry adjusted his glasses, a bit taken aback that Elle would voluntarily bring up such memories and feelings. Potter, you are the 4th champion of Hogwarts. That fact cannot be changed now. Even if it wasn't your choice, it's akin to being born a savior, like the boy who lived. Well, that certainly takes one by surprise. Harry nodded vigorously, clearly identifying with the sentiment he had long harbored. You can only move forward, Elle smiled, adopting the tone of someone with experience. Just be careful not to perish in the Triwizard Tournament. After all, your age and experience are quite limited. Vincent, why are you saying all this? Elle tilted her head, observing Harry's confusion. She shrugged casually, pondering for a moment. Perhaps it's because of Sirius? I find myself starting to worry about you. Thank you, Vincent. No need to thank me, Potter. Elle smiled peacefully, hoping to forge a friendship with Harry akin to that of Sirius and James, an inevitable bond between their fated fathers. May I call you Harry? Of course, Elle. On the Ullery roof at Hogwarts, Elle and Harry conversed extensively. Harry shared tales of his father, James, showing Elle photographs of James and Lily, and indeed, James and Harry bore a striking resemblance, with their perpetually unruly black hair, and Harry's green eyes mirroring Lily's. Elle spoke of her father, Sirius, sharing a wedding photograph of Sirius and Teresa with Harry, who marveled at the comparison. Elle resembled Sirius, yet her gentle blue eyes were reminiscent of Teresa. I've never met my parents, Harry murmured, fixated on the black and white photo of James and Lily twirling joyfully, their faces alight with mutual affection. I only dreamt of the night they perished, he continued, instinctively pressing a hand to his lightning-shaped scar. There was a lot of green light, Lily's scream, Voldemort's laughter, and Hagrid's motorcycle. So have I, Harry. I even felt abandoned, Elle sighed softly, caressing the joyful yet slightly faded wedding photo of Sirius and Teresa gazing into each other's eyes. After coming to Hogwarts, I learned of my parents' existence for the first time. I began to dream often, dreaming of Sirius, and I even witnessed Teresa's death. I saw her perish before my eyes. I've had strange dreams, Harry. Elle spoke with urgency, recalling a dream where she watched Bellatrix mercilessly assault Teresa, until the final flash of green light signaled Sirius Black's demise. I feel the same, Elle, Harry said bitterly. Voldemort laughs in my dreams, completely disregarding Lily's pleas, and he deprives Lily Potter of her life with his maniacal laughter. You still have your father, Sirius. Elle comfortingly patted her shoulder, gesturing towards the photograph of the young, rebellious Sirius Black. You do as well, Harry. He is your godfather. Elle instinctively shook the photograph, showcasing Sirius Black's roguish grin to Harry. Elle inquired whether Harry still dreamed. I constantly dream of Voldemort, of a man bowing to him, along with a snake. And then a flash of green light as they murder a muggle, Harry confessed uneasily, feeling a phantom pain from his scar. Harry asked Elle if she had experienced dreams as well. Since falling down the stairs, I've dreamed of that diadem, which constantly tempts me to forget the unpleasant aspects. I saw the illusions of you and Sirius, along with a man who calls himself Riddle. Elle strained to remember. Who exactly is Riddle, Harry? Elle gazed intently into Harry's eyes, eager to learn the answer, yet Harry hesitated, shaking his head repeatedly, attempting to shift the conversation. However, Elle relentlessly pursued the question, until Harry relented, and finally provided an answer. Upon hearing it, Elle's eyes widened in shock. Voldemort? Harry explained that in his second year, he had possessed a black diary, wherein Riddle communicated with him. The diary later vanished, ending up in the hands of Ron's younger sister, Ginny, who had her life force drained, and opened the Chamber of Secrets, releasing a dangerous basilisk. Ultimately, the basilisk was slain by Gryffindor's sword, and the diary was pierced by the basilisk's venomous fang, rendering it inert. Riddle is actually Voldemort's original name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I dreamt of Voldemort? The legendary Dark Lord? Elle exclaimed incredulously, standing up abruptly, her voice rising uncontrollably, startling the owls in the room, some flapping their wings and shedding a few scattered feathers. Hasn't he been dead for ages? Why would he be connected to Ravenclaw's diadem? Harry shook his head, admitting that he only knew what he had just shared. After that conversation, Al and Harry's relationship blossomed significantly. Harry's spirits were notably lifted. It was quite peculiar how discussing Voldemort seemed to alleviate some of his discontent, such as the sulking Ron who was ignoring him, Malfoy's loathsome Potter dung badge, the indifference of other classmates and teachers, and Professor Trelawney's dubious divinations. Conversely, Al was burdened with thoughts of Voldemort. Luna mentioned that her harassment from the pesky flies had intensified. Al started to take the initiative to write letters, addressing her father, Sirius. She first cast a Lumos charm to brighten her dormitory, lowered her head, dipped her quill in ink, and continued to write swiftly on the parchment, while her owl, Star, sat motionless beside her, snoring softly. To my dear Sirius Black. The opening line of her letter was precisely this. Yet her quill hesitated for an extended period, the nib hovering in midair. Even though the black ink was drying, she could not bring herself to include the title of father, so she pressed on with the letter. I am recovering well, in good health. Madame Pomfrey's skills are exceptional, and Professor Snape's potions have been immensely helpful, albeit quite unpleasant to taste. They are akin to Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that taste like bitter melon. In truth, Snape's concoctions were even more distasteful than the bitter melon-flavored beans. Al wrote this merely to avoid inciting Sirius's ire, fearing he might actually fly to Hogwarts to confront Snape. Due to the Triwizard Tournament, the school life has become quite lively. You must have heard about Harry's situation. He is the youngest champion, yet he seized the golden egg with remarkable speed. Their first task involved facing a dragon, and Harry's was the Hungarian horntail. Indeed, Harry's method of snatching the golden egg was perilous, reminiscent of a Quidditch final. He might have perceived the golden egg as a stationary golden snitch, and the Hungarian horntail as a dangerous bludger. Thanks to Harry's stellar performance, many began to reconsider their opinions of him at school. Even Hannah could not remain angry, though she still insisted that Cedric would win. Oh, by the way, I just finished Professor Moody's class. He is truly terrifying yet formidable, demonstrating the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse, and the Bone-Breaking Curse right from the outset. Upon mentioning the Bone-Breaking Curse, Al paused, as it was the very curse Bellatrix had used to torment Teresa. Mad-Eye Moody's class was remarkable, distinct from other professors, being more direct and audacious. In their last session, he even had them learn how to resist the Cruciatus Curse, causing Hannah to perform a tap dance under Moody's command, while Al was left to execute flamenco steps. Perhaps it was due to having consumed one of Snape's specialty potions, or perhaps influenced by the crown, but during that lesson, she diligently controlled herself for quite some time, resolutely refusing to dance the flamenco. You are Vincent, are you not? The daughter of Sirius Black? Professor Moody had also taken notice of her, his blue eye fixed upon her face for an extended period, ultimately praising her success in resisting the Cruciatus Curse, awarding Hufflepuff 5 points without any sting. Recently, the homework has increased significantly, however, no one seems inclined to write, especially with the Christmas feast approaching. Everyone has started to seek dance partners, yet I remain without one, as I do not know how to dance. Al felt somewhat disheartened, for she truly lacked dancing skills and had little motivation in that regard, unlike her friends around her, who were gradually finding partners. Hannah's partner was Ernie Macmillan, a fellow Hufflepuff. Macmillan enjoyed a good rapport with Hannah and frequently conversed with her, greeting Al whenever they crossed paths, possibly due to his ancestral ties to the Black family. Hermione's partner was Victor Krum. Al was astonished to learn that he was indeed the champion from Durmstrang. She suddenly recalled Krum, who often spent time in the library. Had he been observing Hermione from the very beginning? Neville's partner was Ginny Weasley, Ron Weasley's sister. Al had initially thought Neville would invite Hannah, but according to Hannah, Neville had initially asked both her and Hermione, only to be turned down, ultimately leading Ginny to approach Neville first. Luna, being in her 3rd year, did not need to stay behind. She could return home to celebrate Christmas with old Mr. Lovegood. Al pondered for a while, realizing that her presence in her 1st and 2nd years had been quite minimal, and during her 3rd year, everyone seemed to regard her with trepidation due to her identity as Sirius's daughter, resulting in no invitations, while those she knew had all found partners. I apologize, Sirius. I fear I may waste the exquisite dress you and Remus painstakingly selected for me. All is well, do not fret. Elriz Vincent. Chapter 44. Behind the Scenes 7. Al thought this year she would remain at school. Upon waking that morning, she was greeted by a multitude of colorful, exquisite gifts at the foot of her bed, while Hannah was beside her, gleefully unwrapping presents. Merry Christmas. Al. Merry Christmas, Hannah. A splendid morning began with their first words of blessing. A delightful Christmas could not exist without the gifts of friends. Hannah's gift was an album documenting their various unforgettable memories at Hogwarts. Hermione's gift was a collection of novels by Victor Hugo. Neville gifted a small magical terrarium containing a sprig of mistletoe with red berries. Luna, on the other hand, presented her with a peculiar set of teeth from some strange creature, and the latest edition of Contradictions. Additionally, Harry gifted a writing quill and a bottle of yellow ink, while Ron presented sweets from the Weasley family and a teacup from his mother, Molly. Hagrid, as always, sent a blueberry rock pie as hard as stone, along with feathers from various creatures. Gifts from Remus and Sirius soon followed. Remus's offering consisted of 3 wooden animal figurines, a deer, a wolf, and a dog. Sirius's gift was somewhat extravagant, a beautiful yellow diamond brooch, suggesting it would look splendid pinned to the dress. Al examined the brooch for an extended time, questioning whether it was genuine. As the day progressed, nearly all the gifts had been unwrapped, leaving only Luna's additional present. She picked up the small card on top, and upon reading it, was momentarily taken aback. "Merry Christmas, Al. This is a gift from my father to you. Xenophilius Lovegood?" To her surprise, the elderly gentleman she had never met sent a gift. Al was astonished and, filled with curiosity, gradually opened the box to find a peculiar pair of red and blue glasses, along with a stack of aged stationery. She pulled out one letter and froze. "I told my father that you seemed quite curious about the pesky flies, so he wanted to send you these, thinking they might be of assistance, Al." She trembled slightly, carefully unwrapping the letter. The familiar handwriting mirrored the only piece of parchment she had received, albeit neater, devoid of the usual scrawl. Reading through the entire letter, it became evident how her mother, Teresa Black, had corresponded with Mr. Lovegood regarding the academic intricacies of pesky flies during her student years. Al could vividly imagine Teresa meticulously crafting this letter with her quill, a diligent and inquisitive mother. Through this letter, she could gradually fill the void of her mother's absence, proving that Teresa Black truly existed once. Unlike the tale of Liams, and distinct from the narrative of Sirius, it bears no resemblance to the dream she had conjured herself. Regardless of the numerous accounts she had heard regarding her mother's valiant deeds, those were ultimately conveyed through the voices of others, preserving the essence of Teresa within the memories of the past. Yet, the letter sent by the esteemed Mr. Lovegood was penned by Teresa herself during her school years. At the conclusion of the letter, she had yet to adopt the surname Black, instead signing as Vincent. In her correspondence, Luna elucidated that Mr. Lovegood was also a Ravenclaw and a contemporary of her mother, and that Xenophilius and Teresa not only knew each other, but were indeed close study partners. Al gazed at the letter, pressing her eyes in an attempt to alleviate the stinging sensation, but upon beholding the thick stationery imbued with her mother's essence, her nose began to tingle as well. She had no choice but to set the aged paper aside, taking deep breaths to stave off the tears threatening to spill. "By the way, my father wishes to meet you during the summer holidays. He is curious to see that transparent little pestering creature atop your head, Al. You are most welcome to our home." "I shall go, Luna," she murmured softly, whispering to the air. Together with Hannah, Al made her way to the great hall, where they indulged in a sumptuous Christmas breakfast. Hannah was brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the Christmas feast. "Al, who is your dance partner?" Hannah suddenly recalled something, probing her quiet friend who was engrossed in her mango pudding, and upon noticing the fork suspended mid-air, Al forced a smile, feigning calmness as she replied that she had no partner. Hannah thought she had misheard and inquired again. "I cannot dance, Hannah, but we have practiced so many times. And I stepped on your feet countless times, Hannah. Dance skills are inconsequential." Hannah immediately retorted. "Al, you are quite beautiful, with such a lovely disposition. How could no one invite you?" Hannah lamented the missed opportunity, for this Christmas feast was a rare occasion. Hogwarts was hosting an international ball, with bows, batons and Durmstrang in attendance, making this event grander than ever, with nearly all the upperclassmen remaining for it. She intended to rise and inquire if any available boys could serve as a partner, but her panicked friend clutched her robe, pulling her back into her seat. "Hannah, I only wish to enjoy dinner from the sidelines. It is sufficient for me. I will be content merely watching you dance." Hannah, having spent the most time beside Al, was well acquainted with her friend's nature. Easygoing, quiet, easily satisfied, and possessing a rather unremarkable presence. Even when faced with the affable senior Diggory, Al could barely muster a word, offering only a timid cheer for the competition. "But what about your father's dress robe, Al? I can save it for graduation." "No, Al. It cannot go to waste." Hannah had seen the exquisite robe sent by Sirius. It was truly stunning, and any girl would be enchanted by it. If Al did not wear it, Hannah felt she would regret it for a lifetime. "But I have no partner and cannot dance." "I shall dance," Hannah insisted. "I want to dance with you, Al." This time, Elle felt a surge of anxiety, for Hannah's partner was Ernie Macmillan, and given the significance of the international ball, the occasion felt rather grand. Elle repeatedly declined. Yet Hannah remained resolute, claiming Ernie would not mind, and that after dancing with him, she would seek Al for a moment. After finishing lunch, they lingered outside for only a brief time before Hannah whisked Al back to their dormitory. There, Hannah rummaged through her trunk, producing a plethora of unfamiliar items. Hair conditioners, perfumes, an array of lipsticks in various shades and numerous beauty tools, their variety exceeding imagination. Isn't it a bit early to prepare, Hannah? We have 5 hours left. Al stared in astonishment, intending to rise from her chair, but was promptly pressed back down. I must help you get ready. Do not fidget, Al, Hannah declared triumphantly, pulling out even more items, threatening in a playful yet fierce tone. Al observed her friend's earnest expression and swallowed hard, resigned to remain seated, obediently allowing her to work her magic on her face. After 5 long hours of preparation, the ball was finally upon them. At 7 o'clock, the Hufflepuff common room was bustling with students. Elriz found herself gazing into the mirror, engulfed in deep bewilderment. She could hardly believe the reflection staring back was indeed her. Her previously disheveled black curls had been expertly tamed by Hannah's skilled hands, gathered at the back of her head, unveiling her elegant neck, secured with a yellow ribbon, leaving only her bangs and a few tendrils framing her face. It resembled the classic hairstyle of Audrey Hepburn, albeit her neck felt a bit chilly, an unfamiliar sensation. Elle covered her exposed skin with her hands. As for her makeup, her dark circles had been concealed, her skin appeared notably smoother than usual, adorned with a natural lip tint, eyeshadow, mascara, blush, and even her brows had been delicately defined. The transformation, while subtle, rendered her more vibrant and strikingly beautiful. It's a light makeup look, Hannah teased, winking mischievously, gazing at her transformed self in the mirror. Elle had anticipated seeing a reflection intertwined with Sirius, yet thanks to Hannah's gentle touch, she instead caught a glimpse of her Mother Teresa's soft essence. Clad in a pale yellow floral gown that cascaded gracefully to the floor, it fit her perfectly, allowing her to walk without tripping. She ran her fingers along the satin fabric, smooth and comfortable. Her gown featured off-the-shoulder design that accentuated her naturally slender form, cinched at the waist with a pale yellow velvet sash, and the neckline gracefully met her collarbone, embellished with ruffles, complemented by white elbow-length gloves. Your father has exquisite taste. Ow! Hannah exclaimed, whistling with satisfaction, raising an eyebrow in approval of Sirius's aesthetic sensibilities. Al shared this sentiment. It was indeed a delightful surprise. Coming from the pure-blood Black family, she had expected something ostentatious, a low-cut ball gown with a voluminous skirt, but was instead met with a design that exuded understated elegance. Oh, and a shawl as well? Hannah questioned, promptly handing Al a pale yellow checkered shawl and a pair of low-heeled shoes. As Al wrapped the shawl around her shoulders, the chill on her bare arms dissipated, and the shoes fit snugly. Wait, did Sirius even consider the size of my feet? She marveled at the thoughtfulness that had gone into this ensemble. Come on, let us head downstairs, Hannah urged. Stand up straight for me. Once everything was in order, they exited the common room, making their way to the entrance hall, where students showered Al and Hannah with compliments along the way. Hannah's dance partner was already waiting in the entrance hall, along with boys from other houses, all eagerly scanning the surroundings for their partner's glamorous arrival. Are you Vincent? Ernie Macmillan appeared as if he were meeting Elriz for the very first time, genuinely smiling as he lavished praise upon her. Beside him, Justin Finch-Fletchley seemed equally astonished, while several other students from different houses cast astonished glances in their direction. Isn't Elle gorgeous? Hannah chimed in proudly, claiming credit for her handiwork, happily humming and puffing out her chest. At that moment, the foyer was teeming with students, bustling with excitement as the grand feast was about to commence. The doors to the hall had just swung open, allowing students to enter and prepare for the dance. Before stepping inside, Hannah offered a few parting words of advice, cautioning Elle to avoid smudging her lipstick while eating and to dab gently with a tissue, lest hours of makeup be rendered futile. Don't worry, Hannah, Elle replied with a serious nod, making her way to a table in the hall's corner, her eyes surveying the splendidly transformed Hogwarts Great Hall. In keeping with the festive Christmas theme, the hall's walls were adorned with sparkling silver frost, while the ceiling resembled a star-studded night sky. Hundreds of garlands crafted from mistletoe and ivy hung gracefully, and the long house tables had been replaced by small round ones, all aglow with lanterns. Brave champion. Please come this way. Professor McGonagall's resonant voice rang out, prompting Elle to turn her gaze towards the source, where she beheld the champions making their grand entrance. Shortly thereafter, Professor Flitwick signaled for the band to commence playing a slow and elegant melody. She craned her neck to watch the champions dance gracefully on stage, gasping in awe like everyone else. Is that Hermione? She wondered, spotting Hermione glowing with confidence and joy beside Victor Crumb, radiating a brilliance that overshadowed her slight nervousness as she danced exuberantly. As the dance concluded, Elle immediately applauded enthusiastically, her crisp claps dedicated to Hermione. Harry looked rather dapper too, attired in a sharp-fitting suit gifted by Sirius, though he seemed somewhat clumsy on the dance floor, primarily following Parvati's lead. Next up were Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. Elle admired Dumbledore's meticulously groomed white beard, accentuated by a striking blue bow tie that gleamed with charm. After the champions and professors had taken to the floor, Neville and Ginny soon followed, and honestly, Neville was quite impressive, attempting to follow the rhythm while holding Ginny's hand. It was evident that his efforts had paid off, as he no longer trampled on her toes. Hannah too was dancing with Macmillan, twirling and laughing effortlessly, her steps in perfect harmony with the music, executing her movements flawlessly. Hagrid and Madame Maxime also made an appearance. Wait, Hagrid? Elle blinked in disbelief, confirming several times that the rosy hue on Hagrid's cheeks indicated he might have developed feelings for Madame Maxime, who was, surprisingly, even taller than Hagrid. They swayed together in a slow yet elegant manner. Resting her chin on her hand, Elle gazed contentedly at the scene before her. Elriz had always cherished the role of an observer. Chapter 45. Behind the scenes. After indulging in a hearty feast at the Christmas banquet, Elriz sought out Colin Creevey from Gryffindor's third year. Hello Creevey, could you take a photo for me? Colin. Equipped with a camera he frequently used to capture moments for Harry and to report on the Triwizard Tournament, was the perfect choice for Elle to immortalize her rare appearance in a gown. Absolutely. You are the daughter of Black, Colin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing her, his pale face flushing a shade of crimson as he eagerly raised his camera and snapped several shots, the sounds of the shutter echoing. Elle quickly interjected, "That's enough. Can I get a signed photo from Sirius Black?" Colin squealed, his enthusiasm escalating. "I won't charge you for the photos." "Of course, Creevey. Could I get a photo of you? I'll send it to him." Elle chuckled inwardly at the realization that Sirius actually had a fan, accepting several pictures from Colin, which she tucked into her bag. At that moment, Hannah also approached, recalling her promise to dance together. "Have you finished dancing with Macmillan? He has taken a break." "Do we really have to dance?" Elle asked, her uncertainty palpable. However, Hannah's resolve was unwavering as she assured Elle that there was nothing to worry about, grasping her hand firmly and leading her to the stage before the Weird Sisters. "It's fine. We can all dance together. It's not that formal, Elle. We just need to enjoy ourselves." As the music transitioned from a slow tempo to a more upbeat rhythm, Hannah's face lit up with delight as she began to twirl and sway, her feet dancing lightly across the floor. Yet Elle found herself feeling rather out of place. She frequently glanced down, anxious about stepping on Hannah's toes or tripping over her own feet. Observing Elle's hesitation, Hannah stifled a laugh. "My shoes are ready for it. I've cast a protection charm, so you can step on them without worry." "A protection charm? Really, Hannah?" "Uh-huh." Hannah, not elaborating further, flashed a knowing smile at Elle's bashful expression, then resumed dancing with the music. "Dance, Elle." "All right. Sorry, Hannah." Elle felt a twinge of embarrassment. Even Neville danced better than she did, and she had lost count of how many times she had stepped on Hannah's shoes. She regretted not practicing more in advance. "Just enjoy the music, Elle." The dance floor was not limited to just the two of them. Other students reveled in the vibrant beats, their spirits soaring in a euphoric celebration filled with laughter and cheers, instinctively moving to the rhythm of the music. Dance skills were inconsequential. Having a partner was not necessary, nor was there any fear of embarrassment. Perhaps Hannah was right. The essence of enjoying the music was indeed paramount, creating a magical experience that felt like spinning through another world, casting aside all worries and distractions. Elriz felt somewhat adrift, realizing that this was the feeling of dancing. The surroundings blurred and shifted, yet Hannah's face remained a constant. Thanks to Hannah, Elle was finally experiencing the joy of dancing wholeheartedly, although bouncing around was exhausting. And her feet ached. In stark contrast to her fatigue, Hannah was bursting with energy, confidently proclaiming that the festivities would not conclude until midnight. Eventually, Elle found herself utterly spent. Reluctantly, she waved a temporary farewell to Hannah, retreating to her dormitory for some rest. However, as she approached the staircase, she paused at the landing, her gaze drawn to a figure in the distance, a girl with her face buried in her hands, and to her surprise, it was someone she recognized. Hermione? As Elle gazed upon her dear friend Hermione, who was weeping with her face buried in her hands on the staircase, She noticed that Hermione's hair was no longer as neat and silky, her shoes had been discarded, and her makeup had run in streams of tears. The once resplendent purple gown now seemed dull and lifeless. Where had the Hermione, who had joyfully danced with Crumb, gone? Al, I'm here, Hermione cried out. Al hurriedly rushed forward, snatching a tissue from the table, and sat down to gently dab at the tears pooling in the corners of Hermione's reddened eyes, softly patting her back in an attempt to soothe her sorrow. Yet Hermione only grew more agitated. Ron has ruined everything tonight, she exclaimed furiously. He is such a complete idiot. Wesley, ISNT your partner Crumb? Al questioned. Hermione shook her head vehemently, breathless and blushing as she continued. He keeps saying Victor thinks I'm a rival. Honestly, it's he who can't control his excitement. He practically ascends to the heavens whenever he sees Victor. Rival? What right does Ron have to say that about me? He is the one who is obsessed with getting Victor's autograph. The flush on Hermione's cheeks deepened, and fresh tears began to fall. I'll always be a backup, she shouted. What's wrong with dancing with Victor? He genuinely invited me first. And what about Ronald Weasley? He only asked me when there was no other choice. Words failed her as her anger transformed into sobs, and she hiccuped in a mixture of fury and grief. Al immediately enveloped her in a warm embrace, holding Hermione as she continued to quietly sob, taking a long time to gradually calm down. Don't think about Wesley anymore. Al gently stroked her friend's hair, uncertain if her words offered any comfort. Don't shed tears over something so unworthy. I watched you dance with Crumb, and you were magnificent. Wesley is just an utter fool, Al remarked dryly. From that moment on, the relationship between Ron and Hermione grew distant, both maintaining a polite silence about the ball, while Harry, caught in the middle, wore an expression of discomfort. The Christmas ball had concluded, and everything seemed to have returned to its rightful course, except for the conspicuous absence of Hagrid. Due to Rita Skeeter's latest article in the Daily Prophet, Hermione was indeed correct. It was nothing short of ludicrous. Not only revealing Hagrid's half-giant heritage, but also fabricating dangerous and terrifying lies about him. Upon seeing the newly published Daily Prophet, Elle was taken aback and hurriedly made her way through the snowy terrain to Hagrid's remote hut. She knocked persistently at the door, but only the faint yapping of Fong could be heard, with no other response. Hagrid, are you in there? Hagrid, I want to see you, can you open the door? I'd like to visit Fong. She knocked once more, calling out, by the way, Buckbeak is safe now. Sirius sent a photo of him. At the mention of Buckbeak, there was finally some movement inside. First came the sound of something crashing, perhaps a chair falling, followed by heavy footsteps and the click of the doorknob. Hagrid finally opened the door. Hagrid! Elle exclaimed. Oh, little Al, Hagrid replied. Elle looked up to see Hagrid with a flushed nose, his eyes red and swollen, his disheveled hair and beard resembling tangled wires, looking more disheartened than ever, with glistening tears in his beard. The articles in the Daily Prophet, and the matter of being replaced as a teacher had evidently taken a toll on him. Hagrid turned and slumped into a chair. The floor littered with crumpled papers, while the table was cluttered with opened envelopes containing complaints from parents. Elle gently closed the door, petted Fong as he rushed to her, and swiftly cleared the complaint letters aside, eager to show Hagrid the photo of Buckbeak. Hagrid, look. Buckbeak is doing wonderfully. Once the ministry sorts things out, he will return. Hagrid let out a loud, hoarse sob. Don't believe what the Daily Prophet says, okay? Hagrid, you are the coolest friend I've ever had. Elle encouraged him. You will continue teaching at Hogwarts, won't you? Don't worry, little Al. I will be back to teach, Hagrid exclaimed, raising a large mug of mead. Wiping his red eyes. Dumbledore rejected my resignation. He said he hopes I can return to teach next week. Hagrid fought back tears, trembling as he buried his face in his massive hands, his voice low and raspy. What an incredible man Dumbledore is. Hagrid praised the great Albus Dumbledore several times, tears streaming into his beard. Al felt a surge of joy, knowing that Hagrid could continue teaching, and quickly began to share news about Buckbeak, mentioning the new professor, Grubblyplank. Oh, although she teaches well, I don't particularly like her, Al remarked. The way those girls fawn over her makes me uneasy. She is quite an introverted child. Professor Grubblyplank was the substitute teacher for care of magical creatures, an elderly witch with neatly trimmed gray hair and a sharp chin, who had garnered quite a reputation among the girls due to her engaging lessons. What's the big deal? Hagrid snorted, revealing that in the next lesson, he would showcase baby Thestrals to prove he could teach better than the substitute. Come here, little Al, take a look. Suddenly Hagrid stood up, knocking over a chair in his excitement, prompting Al to follow him to a large trunk in another corner of the room. Peering inside, she was greeted by a group of small, fluffy creatures with wide, innocent eyes. They're Nifflers, Hagrid exclaimed as their curious black eyes fixated on her. Oh, oh, how marvelous. One Niffler suddenly leaped onto her head, its tiny paws playfully tugging at her hair, while another darted into her robe's hood, sniffing her ear. A third Niffler took advantage of her distraction and squeezed into her satchel. They absolutely adore you, Hagrid said with delight, quickly extending his large hand to prevent the growing number of Nifflers from swarming Al. Back, back. Al and Hagrid struggled to keep the mischievous little creatures contained in the trunk, although several Nifflers stubbornly clung to her fingers, blinking in confusion. Do you have something valuable in your bag? They tend to swipe things when you're not paying attention. Upon hearing this, Al rummaged through her satchel and, to her surprise, discovered something fluffy. She paused, gazing incredulously into her bag, and then pulled out a Niffler that blinked innocently, utterly unaware of how it had gotten inside. She continued to search and soon realized that the yellow diamond brooch that Sirius had given her had vanished. Try gently scratching its belly, Hagrid kindly suggested, pointing at the Niffler that looked guilty and averted its gaze. However, no matter how much Al scratched the Niffler's belly, it stubbornly refused to part with the yellow diamond brooch, clutching its stomach and gazing up at her with pitiful eyes, still gripping her hair. After a moment of eye-to-eye confrontation, Al finally relented. Fine, you can have it, she said with resignation, and the Niffler's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, wriggling its body, its tiny paws still refusing to release her hair. Oh, it seems this little creature has taken quite a liking to you. It's rather stubborn. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh, giving a vigorous pat on Ale's back, nearly toppling her over with his strength. You might as well keep it. It has already chosen you. Perhaps understanding Hagrid's words, the Niffler swiftly wriggled free from her palm and returned to the depths of her satchel. Little did Sirius Black anticipate that the meticulously chosen Christmas gift he had selected for Al would ultimately belong to the Niffler. The matter of the lost yellow diamond brooch would only be addressed at a later time.